Ladies and gentlemen, gather round your radios for a journey back in time. Step into the golden age of radio, where captivating stories and unforgettable characters come to life. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where the magic of vintage audio dramas awaits.
That's right. Prepare to be transported to an era when families huddled around the radio, eagerly awaiting their favorite shows. It's a world where imagination runs wild and storytelling reigns supreme. Get ready to experience the nostalgia and charm of old-time radio like never before.
Join us as we bring you a curated lineup of 30-minute episodes that will whisk you away to a bygone era. Discover thrilling mysteries that keep you on the edge of your seat, heartwarming dramas that tug at your heartstrings, and side-splitting comedies that leave you in stitches.
Picture this: dimmed lights, crackling static, and the sound of a needle dropping on a vinyl record. As the stories unfold, let your imagination paint vivid scenes in your mind's eye. From distant lands to roaring cities, let your senses come alive as you become part of the story.
Lose yourself in the adventures of daring detectives, follow the triumphs and tribulations of fascinating characters, and journey through time and space with the power of sound. Each episode is a time capsule, preserving the essence of an era when radio was the heartbeat of entertainment.
But it doesn't end there. Golden Age Radio is not just a stroll down memory lane, it's a chance to create new memories too. Share these timeless stories with your loved ones, introducing them to the magic that captivated generations before us.
So, dust off your radio, dim the lights, and prepare for an evening of enchantment. Tune into Golden Age Radio and let your imagination take flight.
Stay tuned to hear our curated selection of 30-minute episodes. Relive the nostalgia, discover the classics, and immerse yourself in a world of unparalleled entertainment.
Golden Age Radio, where the past comes alive, one episode at a time.
Golden Age Radio, your ticket to timeless storytelling.
Subscribe for more videos.
Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. Wheaties Big Parade. The makers of America's favorite whole wheat flakes, Wheaties Breakfast of Champions, invite you to Wheaties Big Parade, a thrilling procession of radio's greatest summer entertainment programs. Yours for the listening on NBC. On stage tonight from Hollywood, another in this series of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I go to a lot of places in the world I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't expect this assignment is going to involve using a 10-year-old boy as a cross on which to crucify his father. Morning, Commissioner.
Steve?
Well, I finally got the jump on you this morning.
How's that?
You're always sending me halfway around the world in 10 minutes' notice. Well, this time I've beaten you to the punch. I'm all packed, I've got my passport and credentials in order, and I'm ready to take off. Now, where are you sending me?
Just down the hall, Steve.
What?
That's it.
Oh, great. Mitchell, the mastermind. Well, okay, so I'll unpack.
I wouldn't do that yet. You start down the hall. Where you end up is anybody's guess.
Oh, what's the deal, Commissioner?
Ever hear of International Lecture Tours Limited?
Hey, now, look, my soapbox days are over.
Now, don't worry. You're not going to be making speeches, but you'll be investigating a few people who do. This is an organization of 6 European professors, Steve. They lecture at colleges and universities all over the world. Each of them hits this country about twice a year.
Well, what about them?
We have definite information that one of them is using his lectures just as a front. But he's picking up information from various contacts in this country and taking it back to Europe with him.
Uh-huh. Which professor is it?
We don't know, but Dr. Gerber does.
Gerber?
Yes. He's one of the members of this lecture circuit. He's waiting down the hall to talk to you now, Steve. Find out what you can from him. Then go anywhere and do anything that's necessary to smash this spy ring. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
I guess almost as many people read the Reader's Digest as eat Wheaties. So maybe you've already seen that article in May issue about breakfast. It says, quote, 2 out of 3 Americans eat too little for breakfast. That's serious. Because skimpy breakfasts slow kids down during their morning studies. Cause some folks to run out of steam before lunch, get sort of grumpy and tired, and sometimes actually sick. Matter of fact, this Reader's Digest article might scare you if you didn't know about Wheaties. But if you keep right on dishing up plenty of Wheaties with milk and your favorite fruit as part of each day's most important meal, just relax. You haven't a thing to worry about.
Now, here's Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent.
Well, this is really a switch. 10 minutes after talking to the commissioner, I'm usually heading for the nearest airport. But now, here I am, just heading for the next office. From the look in the commissioner's eye, though, I've got a strong hunch that this assignment is going to involve a whole lot more than just a walk down the hall.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah. You're Professor Gerber?
Yes. I've been waiting to talk to you.
Well, start talking.
As you may have heard, I'm a member of international lecture tours. I'm now lecturing in this country.
I understand that you have reason to believe that one of the other members of the lecture tour is a foreign agent.
I'm positive of it. And moreover, I know who this person is.
No? Who?
I can only tell you that on one condition, Mr. Mitchell.
What is it?
I must have protection.
Well, that shouldn't be too hard to arrange. You're safe in this country and...
You don't understand. I'm not speaking of protection for myself.
What?
Here, I want to show you something. My wife died last year. This was her locket. I've carried it with me ever since. Look at this picture inside.
A little boy.
My son, Kurt. 10 years old.
Oh, he's the one you want protection for?
Yes. I know only too well the measures of retaliation which might be employed against the boy if I were to reveal the information which I possess.
Yeah. Where is he?
At a school in Stockholm, Sweden. I had to leave him there. He has no other relatives. The school is run by an Englishman, Horace Wakefield.
I see. Okay, Dr. Gerber. I'll go over to Stockholm and get your boy myself. How's that?
Oh, that's what I hoped you would say, Mr. Mitchell. And when you return, I shall give you the name at the head of the spy ring.
Fair enough. I'll see you in about 4 days.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yeah? What is it, stewardess?
here's a radio message. Just came in for you.
Oh, thanks. Gerber reports his locket containing boy's pictures stolen 3 hours ago, Commissioner. Ah, well, I thought this sounded too easy to be true.
Yes?
Are you the headmaster of this school?
Yes, I am Dr. Horace Wakefield. What can I do for you?
I'm Steve Mitchell. I'd like to talk to one of your students. His name is Kurt.
Kurt. Come in, Mr. Mitchell. Now, you said you wished to see Kurt. Why?
I have a message for him from his father. Where is he?
Kurt has disappeared.
What?
I can't find him anywhere, Mr. Mitchell, and I'm worried sick.
Tell me what happened.
Well, last evening, a woman came to see him. She told me she was his aunt.
But Kurt's father told me that Kurt had no other living relatives.
But how was I to know that? She said she was his aunt. I saw no reason to doubt her.
Go on.
Well, I sent her to his room, and, well, I believe she left when visiting hours were over.
What do you mean you believe she left? Aren't you sure?
Well, as a matter of fact, I turned in rather early last night. I had a spitting headache, and I took a...
Sounds like a pretty careless way to run a boarding school, Dr. Wakefield.
I resent that, Mr. Mitchell. Ordinarily, I am very careful to see that all the regulations are enforced. But with this headache, I just had to go to bed.
Okay, skip it. Then you really don't have any idea when the woman left.
No. All I know is that Kurt was not here this morning.
Great.
Oh, that must be Ilsa.
Who?
Oh, she's a playmate of Kurt's. Come in.
They told me you wanted to see me, Dr. Wakefield.
Yes, Ilsa. As you know, your little friend Kurt has disappeared.
Yes.
I want you to tell me if you've ever heard him speak of running away.
No, Dr. Wakefield.
Have you any idea what happened to him or where he might be?
No, sir.
Oh, very well. That'll be all, Ilsa, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wakefield.
Haven't reported this to the police yet, but I think I'd better right now.
No, wait a minute.
But if the boy's been
If
kidnapped...
he's been kidnapped, I don't think he's being held for ransom.
Then what?
I think he's being held to ensure that someone will keep his mouth shut.
Oh.
If that's the case, the boy is probably safe for the time being. But if the kidnappers feel the pressure on them, then it could be another story.
I see.
No, this has got to be done undercover. Now, don't report it just yet. Let me see what I can find out first. I leave Wakefield School thinking about his convenient headache the night before and wondering where I'm going to start. I know I've got to find Kurt in a hurry, and then on my way into town, I spot a poster on a building announcing a lecture by a Dr. Friedrich, member of International Lecture Tours. And farther down on the poster, I see that the headquarters of the lecture outfit is right here in Stockholm. I copy down the address and go over.
Morning.
Morning. Is this the headquarters of International Lecture Tours?
It sure is.
You in charge?
Well, guess you could call it being in charge. I'm the leg man for the outfit.
Oh, and I guess you're the boy I want to talk to. My name's Mitchell, Steve Mitchell.
Oh, Saunders is mine. Always glad to meet a fellow American.
So you're the leg man for this outfit, huh? What
Yeah.
does that involve?
Well, you name it, the works. Shagging around the world in front of the wise men, scheduling lecture dates, making hotel reservations for them. Yeah, and making sure they don't run out of toothpaste.
That sounds like quite a job.
Ought to be an easier way of making a living.
Look, I'd like a little information about these professors.
Hey, you don't happen to be an insurance salesman, do you?
Not exactly.
Well, they want me to be careful about things like that. They don't like to be bothered with salesmen.
Here, you'd better take a look at my credentials.
Huh? Oh, I see. That looks pretty official. What do you want to know, Mr. Mitchell?
There are 6 professors in the circuit, aren't there?
Yes, that's right.
Well, how well do you know them?
Oh, how well can you know those birds? They live in a world all their own.
Yeah. Where are the various lecturers now?
Well, let me see. One of them's in India. That's Dr.
Oh, you can skip him.
All right. Another's in Canada.
Don't forget him, too.
Let's see. There's one in Cape Town, South Africa.
That makes 3. Keep going.
All right. Dr. Buchek in Copenhagen, Dr. Gerber in the States, and Dr. Friedrich here in Stockholm. You know, you always have to try to keep those two apart, Gerber and Friedrich. They don't seem to like each other very much.
Oh, and you say Friedrich's here in Stockholm?
He's lecturing tonight, as a matter of fact. Want a ticket?
I'd be more interested in his address right now.
He's staying at the Monarch Hotel.
Okay. Well, thanks for the information, Saunders.
Sure. Anything else I can do?
Not right now, I guess. But if by any chance there's a sudden change in the travel plans on the part of any of your professors, I wish you'd let me know. I'll be staying at the Monarch, too.
Sure, be glad to.
Well, see you around, Saunders.
Yeah?
I'm Steve Mitchell, Dr. Friedrich. I'd like to talk to you.
Later. Can you not see I'm busy with my lecture notes?
No, this will only take a minute.
But I have just told you.
Yeah, now I'm telling you. We're going to have a talk.
But... Very well. Come in.
Thanks.
Now, please be brief. What do you want to talk about?
I understand you don't like one of your colleagues very well, Dr. Gerber.
What business is this of yours?
Maybe plenty. Why don't you like him?
Because most of the theories he blabs about in his lectures are absolutely unsound. I know. Because my theories are correct. I have tested them. And they contradict his. Therefore, he is wrong.
I see. Now, you're sure there isn't anything more to it than that?
Of course I'm sure. Now, if you will excuse me.
Just one more question. Do you mind telling me where you were last night?
Why, I was working on my lecture notes.
Oh, that's funny. They told me downstairs at the desk that you went out last night.
Oh, yeah. I had forgotten. I had an engagement for a while.
Is she nice?
Yeah, well, see here, Mitchell. This is none of your business.
Okay, Dr. Friedrich. You better get back to your lecture notes. I'll probably be seeing you again. Yeah.
Mr. Mitchell, this is Saunders of International Lecture Tours.
Oh, yeah, Saunders.
Say, you told me to call you if anything new developed with any of the professors.
That's right. What have you got?
Oh, this morning I ran into Dr. Buchek on the street.
Oh, you said Dr. Buchek was supposed to be in Copenhagen, didn't you?
Yeah, and I asked how come.
Yeah, well, what did the good doctor say?
Oh, just something about wanting to skip the rest of the circuit. Tired or something like that.
I see. When did Buchek arrive in Stockholm?
This morning by plane.
You sure about that?
Why, No, that's just what I was told.
Mm-hmm. Where's the professor staying?
Strand Hotel, I think.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Saunders. I think I'd better go over and give Dr. Buchek the double check.
Yes?
I'd like to see Dr. Buchek.
Well, you are looking at her.
Huh?
I'm Dr. Buchek.
Well,
Well, you seem surprised.
I am. I thought Dr. Buchek was a man.
Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Mr.
Mitchell. And I can't say that I'm disappointed.
Oh, thank you. Oh, please, come in.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you, Mr. Mitchell?
I understand that you canceled the rest of your lecture dates suddenly and returned here to Stockholm.
Yes, I did. These lectures are so tiring. I sometimes wonder why I ever started on the circuit.
Oh, I don't know. Seems like a good opportunity to do a lot of traveling.
At this point, I've had my fill of it. Mr. Mitchell, these questions you're asking me, are you perhaps a newspaper reporter?
Yeah, sort of. When did you arrive in Stockholm?
My plane landed only this morning.
You're sure you didn't arrive last night?
Of course not. I've just told you my
And you're sure that you didn't by any chance take a little trip out to Dr. Wakefield's boarding school?
I've never heard of the place. See here, Mr. Mitchell. I'm quite sure you're not a newspaper reporter. And I'm also quite sure my activities are none of your business.
Suppose we just pretend they're my business, Dr. Buchek.
Very well. In that case, suppose you just pretend I'm telling you the truth about arriving this morning.
I see. Well, thanks for the interview. I can check up on your arrival time, you know.
Please do. And when you're quite through checking up on me, then you may pretend that you owe me an apology for your rudeness.
So I leave, and it looks like the trail's beginning to heat up a little. At this point, Dr. Buchek qualifies as my grade A suspect. Then suddenly, as I'm walking down the hall, a guy pops out of nowhere right in front of me.
A word with you, sir.
Who are you?
Oh, permit me. I'm Oscar. I would like you to meet my friend Olaf.
Huh? I don't see any...
That is Olaf's gun in your back.
I am Olaf. I'm delighted. Look, what's this all about?
Shh, please, we must be very quiet. We would not want to disturb the hotel guests.
Yeah, well, I'm going to start disturbing them plenty if you...
Please, I told you, we must be quiet.
Look, if you think I'm going to hold still while you work me over, you're...
If you would not listen to reason, it is a pity.
He's not saying anything now, Oscar.
Of course not, Olaf. That was a most effective silencer you administered just then. A heavy blow over the kidney often renders a man completely speechless. See how he stands with one foot drawn up, almost like a heron. Quite an amusing spectacle, is it not?
Good, Oscar.
Now, Mr. Mitchell, perhaps you will come with us quietly.
Yeah. I still don't know what this is all about.
You made a big mistake bothering the young lady you just talked to, Mr. Mitchell.
Dr. Buchek?
Now, it's necessary for the three of us to go for a nice ride.
I get it. A short ride, I suppose.
Oh, no. On the contrary, for Olaf and myself, yes, it will be a short ride. But for you, it will be such a long trip that I doubt very much if you will ever return.
General Mills is bringing you Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Now, it is a fact that Wheaties have a lot of very nice vitamins. They also have minerals. There's protein in them, too. Not only that, but they're 100% whole wheat. You'd think all that would be enough, but it isn't. Wheaties need people. If you haven't got people, why, how are you going to find out how wonderful those flaky whole wheat flakes taste? Where are all the smiles coming from that people always smile when they dig into a bowl of Wheaties and milk and bananas? How are you going to find out how much energy gets stuffed into Wheaties? See what I mean? You take people away, and Wheaties look pretty lonesome. And since we make Wheaties, we think that's pretty tough on them. And on people, too, for that matter. So our idea is this. Get Wheaties and people together as often as possible. Because Wheaties need people, and vice versa.
now back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Hey, look. We've been winding our way up into these mountains for the last half hour. Where are we going?
Yes, let Olaf drive, Mr. Mitchell. You and I will just sit back here in the back seat and enjoy the ride.
We are at the top of the mountain now, Oscar.
Very well. You may stop the car now.
Okay. Now maybe you'll tell me what this is all about, or am I supposed to guess?
No, you may guess if you like.
I know. I'm supposed to figure out which of you twins has the Tony.
Beg pardon?
Oh, skip it. What do we do now? Get out and start walking?
Oh, no. On the contrary, you will remain in the car.
What?
Yes. Unfortunately, you are about to meet with a serious accident.
I guess I'm only out for a few seconds, but when I come to, I'm alone in the back seat, and the car's rolling downhill, gaining speed. I drag myself over into the front seat. I can see a sharp turn ahead in a cliff. I grab the steering wheel, and it comes off in my hand. I step on the brakes, and the pedal goes clear to the floor, but nothing happens. I start to bail out. Then I realize the windows are closed. And the inside handles to the doors and windows have been taken off. I get my foot up and start kicking at the window. The edge of the cliff is getting closer. I finally kick a hole in the window, jam my hand through it, and open the door from the outside. I dive out just as the car goes over the cliff. I land in the brush about 20 feet away and lie there, fighting to keep from passing out. After a few seconds, I hear steps, Oscar and Olaf, and they're heading in my direction. I hold my breath and flatten myself under the bushes.
Well, such an unfortunate accident our friend Mr. Mitchell encountered, eh, Olaf?
Perhaps we should go down to the bottom of the cliff and make sure, Oscar.
Make sure he's dead. Now, Olaf, how could he have survived a crash like that?
I mean, we should make sure that he did not get out of the car.
Yes, perhaps you're right. Come, we will walk down to the bathroom.
I know I've got to act fast now. As soon as the boys find no body in the car, they'll be after me again. I wait until they're out of sight, then I pull myself out of the bush. My body feels like one big bruise, but I finally make it back to town and head to the office of the International Lecture Tours.
Oh, hi, Mitchell. Hey, what happened? You look like you've been dragged through a knothole.
That's the understatement of the week, Saunders. Hey, look, have you got a picture of the beautiful Dr. Buchek around here anywhere?
Yeah, well, sure. Yeah, here you are. This is one of the publicity pictures we sent to the papers. Will that do?
Oh, well, that'll do fine. Thanks.
Does she kind of make a hit with you?
Yeah, a big hit. And now I'm going to return the compliment.
Oh, Mr. Mitchell.
Hello, Dr. Wakefield.
Come in, please. I'm so glad to see you. Something has come up that you should know about.
What do you mean?
You remember I told you a woman posing as Kurt's aunt came here to the school to see him the night before last?
Sure, the night Kurt disappeared. What about it?
Well, that same woman, she came back here this morning.
What?
Yes. I wasn't in my office at the time, but my secretary told me this woman inquired about Kurt again. I returned just in time to see her driving away. I tried to stop her. It's too late.
Wait a minute. That means they don't have Kurt then.
But where is he?
I wish I knew.
But who is they?
I think I know who one of them is. The woman. Here, take a look at this picture. Her name is Buchek.
What about her?
Isn't that the woman who was asking about Kurt?
No. I've never seen this woman in the picture before in my life.
Are you sure about that?
But of course.
Oh, great. My case blows up in my face, and I don't have any idea where Kurt is. What a headache. Hey, incidentally, have you had any more headaches lately, Dr. Wakefield?
Why, no.
Just the night that Kurt disappeared, huh?
See here, Mitchell, if you're trying to imply that I had anything to do with the boy's disappearance...
I'm not trying to imply anything, Wakefield. Just checking on your reaction times. I'll see you later. I go outside. I'm really stumped. I've got to find Kirk and find out who's behind this deal, and I'm fresh out of Leeds. Then, as I'm walking through the school grounds, I spot the little girl, Ilsa, Kurt's playmate. She's just slipping out a side gate with a little package under her arm. I get a sudden hunch and follow her. She takes off through the woods, then down the roadway. I keep out of her sight, and finally, she disappears into an old deserted barn. A couple of minutes later, she comes out without the package. I wait until she heads back to the school, and then I go into the barn. There's a blonde kid sitting in a feed box, munching on a sandwich. It's Kurt Gerber. Hello, Kurt.
Did you come to hurt me?
No, Kurt. I came to help you. Your father sent me.
Oh, That is good. I have been praying for help. I knew it would come.
Yeah. Now, what happened, Kurt?
A woman came to see me at the school.
Hmm?
She tried to make me go away with her.
Yes?
She said she was a friend of my father's, but I knew she was lying to me. So I asked her to wait outside my room while I packed.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as I was alone, I climbed out the window and ran away.
I see.
My girlfriend Ilsa has been bringing food to me.
How did you happen to pick this barn to hide in?
I knew it was the right place as soon as I saw this manger.
Manger?
Yes. I read about a little boy in a manger once.
I see. Well, I guess you couldn't have picked a better place, Kurt.
Will you take me to my father?
Yeah, Wait a minute. Hey, 3 of them. Oscar, Olaf, and... Well, what do you know? So I finally found out who's behind this deal when it's too late.
It is never too late.
Yeah? Well, it will be if I don't figure out something to do in one big hurry. My eyes flick around the barn looking for something, anything. Then they light on an electric wire running along the wall. It looks like a 220-volt direct current, and the insulation is worn through in one spot. I jerk the wire, and it comes loose in my hand. I trail it behind me, holding it in my left hand by the insulated part. Then I wait. I take a quick look at Kurt. He's sitting there quietly, head bowed. His lips are moving a little. The door opens. Olaf comes in first, and I give him a right cross.
Mitchell! Hold it, Oscar. I'm sure my gun will keep Mitchell in order for the time being.
Well, my old friend Saunders.
Hello, Mitchell.
So you're the big boy.
Yeah, I'm the big boy.
Sure. It's pretty logical when you look back on it. As leg man for the lecture circuit, you had a lot to do of traveling. But you were doing more than making hotel reservations for the professors. You were picking up information from your various contacts and bringing it back to Europe with you.
How about that? What some guys will do for a buck, huh?
Yeah. You sent me chasing after that Buchek woman, so your stooge didn't know where to pick me up.
True.
Where's your other stooge? The woman who tried to get Kurt.
Oh, she's waiting for me at the office till I take care of this little matter.
What are you waiting for, Saunders? Why
In a
don't
minute,
you...
Oscar, in a minute.
How did you find the barn?
We intercepted the little girl, Ilsa, and managed to persuade her to tell us. So now, at last, we have our boy, Kurt. Not much of a talker, is he?
What are you going to do now?
Well, I know Dr. Gerber was on to me, so the original plan, of course, was to grab Kurt and keep him as insurance against Gerber spilling about me. But now, unfortunately, you know about me, too. That means I'll have to kill both you and the boy and then discontinue my present enterprise. Sorry, but that's the way it is, Mitchell. You first.
His gun starts swinging in my direction. It's now or never. I whip the electric wire out from behind my back and lash at his gun with it. A spurt of blue flame wraps around the gun. Saunders drops the gun and grabs at his hand. I give him a fist. Oscar grabs at the gun on the floor, but I straighten him up with an uppercut. I tie all 3 of them up with their belts. Then I turn towards Kurt. He's still sitting in the manger, looking at me calmly.
Is it all over, Mr. Mitchell?
Well, it will be as soon as we pick up Saunders' girl at the lecture office.
I prayed that something would happen to deliver us. It happened.
Well, you see, I sort of made it happen, Kurt.
Did you? I prayed for a bolt of lightning, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, I guess you could call that hot wire a bolt of lightning. But it was man-made lightning.
Was it? How did you happen to think of it?
Well, it was the only thing to do.
But how did you happen to think of it?
Why, I guess it just sort of popped into my mind, Kurt.
You see?
See? Yeah, I see. And I'm the last guy in the world to argue the point, believe me. Come on, Kurt. You're going home to your father.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment on Wheaties Big Parade. What do you suppose your kids are thinking about when they dig into their Wheaties? All those nice vitamins and minerals they're getting from those crisp whole wheat flakes? You reckon they're thinking, oh, boy, are my teeth getting healthy? My bones are growing nice and straight. Shucks, no. They're saying to themselves, gee, Willikins, Wheaties are good. Hope I have time for another bowl. That's what they're thinking. But isn't it comforting to know that anything as wonderful to eat as Wheaties is so good for your youngsters and for you? That's one of the nicest things about Wheaties. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif with music by Basil Adlam and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Going to bake a pie sometime soon? Make it with Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. You know it's a tender, flaky crust that's at the bottom of every delicious pie, sure as you use Crust Quick. And so easy.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
And what pie crust? Tender crust, tasty crust, rich, short, lovely crust, just like Betty Crocker makes. And you can make it.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. Tomorrow, Fred Allen is guest on the Supper Club. Hear it on NBC.
Conquer the world of WordPress at G3PL.com. We're your ultimate destination for WordPress support and training. Need help with a specific project? Facing a tricky plugin or theme issue? We've got your back. We will troubleshoot, customize, and fine-tune your site to perfection. So, why wait? Take the leap into WordPress greatness. Contact us today at WP@G3PL.com or give us a call at 615-420-2040. G3PL.com. Your WordPress success starts here.
There are 4 of you, gentlemen, and I've only 1 bullet left in my Derringer, so my choice is very simple. I'll kill the first man who speaks.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Mr. Paladin! Mr. Paladin!
Over here, hey boy.
Oh, yes, sir. Bank almost closed. Here the money. $1,000.
Good. Thank you, hey boy. Now bring the saddlebag along, will you?
Wait, you go?
I go.
You just come back from going.
I go again.
Oh, I see. A lovely lady with long blonde hair who lives in suite is...
It's just a bit too purposeful for my taste at the moment. In short, hey boy, she's chasing me.
Oh, very, very persuasive lady, Mr. Paladin.
And less apt to persuade me to marry her if I'm not around. Give me the bag.
Oh, yes. Absence make the heart grow fonder.
And it also makes the eye wander.
Oh, yes.
Especially a lady's eye. Easy, boy, easy.
Oh, very pretty lady. Why you not marry her?
Well, a woman has to be something besides pretty for me to go that far.
Oh, wait. Someday you come across a woman who is something besides pretty. Then what?
Then what indeed, my friend. Hold any messages that come for me.
Oh, send message by wire. Where you go?
Where I can't be reached.
Where that?
I don't know, but I'll find it. Come on, boy.
Howdy.
Hello.
Passing through?
I haven't made up my mind yet. What's the name of this town?
We call her Bluebell. Looking for a job?
Just a drink.
Yeah, they'll give you one in there if you can pay for it.
Thank you, Sheriff. What'll it be, Hoppergrass? Rye. Just give me the bottle in the glass.
That'll be $5.
All right.
Must have worked up quite a thirst, stranger. I'll get you a better brand than the bar bottle. Anything else?
This'll do.
Yeah, it oughta.
You're the one who belongs to that black horse outside?
That's right.
Nice animal.
Would you care for a drink?
No, thanks. But I got a piece of advice for you, stranger. I wouldn't drink any of that.
I already have. Why?
Get along, Sue. Customer's waiting for you at the Faro.
No, just a minute. There's a customer right here at the bar.
I said get.
See you around, mister.
Now, look,
Kind of careless, stranger.
Yeah. What was in that drink?
Whiskey, mister. That's all they sell.
Look, I asked you a question.
And I'm giving you an answer.
Who are you?
That's who I am.
Remember me?
Oh. Girl in the saloon.
Right. You're in my place. Remember what happened?
In a way.
I slipped enough drugs in your drink to kill a horse. Here, can you sit up?
I felt better.
Pretty stupid, mister. Flashing a thick roll of bills.
Oh, it's gone.
Sure.
An old Barbary Coast trick.
How come you fell for it?
No excuse. I was careless.
Man's always got an excuse for everything. Every one of you is handsome and clever. Been everywhere, broke 100 hearts. You've all got the same high opinion of yourselves.
Well, that's the... Ooh, my ribs.
He tried to finish you off with his boot.
Who did?
Saul Goodfellow.
Saul good. I'll remember.
Here, you need this.
My Derringer.
Saul missed something else when he searched her. His card. If gone, will travel. I like the sound of that. Will you kill him?
Well, he took $1,000 from me, took my gun, my holster, and I suppose my horse went along, too.
You suppose right. Will you kill him?
Would you care?
I felt Saul's boot, too.
You know, I have a lot to thank you for.
You can thank me by letting me go with you. It's the only way I can leave this town.
What's your name?
Sue Tyler.
Sue. You can pack whatever you want. I'll take you as far as Wickenburg. But I'm going to see Mr. Goodfellow before I leave.
Of all leading filter cigarettes, Kent Filter's best. Kent Filter's best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent. Kent Filter's best. Of all of the brands of cigarettes, Kent tastes the best. Kent tastes the best. A richer taste than all the rest. Kent Filter's best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent. Of all leading filter cigarettes, Kent Filter's best.
Still in town, stranger?
Sheriff, when I came here this morning, I had a horse, a gun, and $1,000. I intend to leave the same way.
You saying somebody stole your money? What's his name?
Saul Goodfellow.
I just can't go along with that.
Just tell me where I can find him.
That won't be hard to do. You just called my brother a thief. I'm Jack Goodfellow. Next thing you'll be saying is that Cousin Jim there doctored your drink.
Howdy.
Or that maybe our Uncle Ed over there has your horse and your saddlebag.
Howdy, mister.
Seems to be your town.
Sort of a family affair, but... Saul? Saul, come here. What? Fella here's making a complaint against you. That's the truth.
I'll trouble you for my gun and my money.
What are you talking about?
That gun in your holster. The money in your pocket.
Sal, ask him why don't he just take him?
That's the gun you say I took, mister?
That's the gun.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to take 5 bullets out of this here gun, see? Then I'm going to throw them away, like this. Now, I got 1 shell left in here. And I'm going to kill you with this 1 bullet if you try to take his gun. So, come on, take it. If you can, mister.
Hand it over. You'll be dead before you can draw the hammer back.
That's so. Where'd you get that Derringer?
Come on, you stay back and hold 2 shots. Now who wants the second one? All right. I'll take my gun. My money. There's only 200. I see you each took a share. Drop your gun belts.
Don't do it. He killed Saul, but we got 4 guns, and he's only got 1 bullet left in that Derringer.
One's better than none.
We got him.
When I say 3, draw. 1.
If you say 2, I'll kill you.
Keep counting.
I'll kill the next man who speaks.
Yeah, it's true. She's going to run us down.
Whoa, come on. Come on, go, boy.
All right. All right, give me those lines and get down low. Thanks. You know, for a girl, you drive pretty well.
Better head to the river. They're coming after us.
Oh. Yeah, we'll stop here. Give me your bag.
I can carry my half.
I've noticed that. Well, let me help you now. By the time they backtrack, it'll be dark. We'll spend the night here.
Can I see that Derringer a minute?
Here.
I'm going to take a bath in the river. Got 3 years of bluebell to wash out of my skin. And if you so much as look that way, I'll kill you.
You pull that trigger and you'll show 4 rifles our hiding place. Come on, give it to me. Come on. Thanks. You have your bath and...
All right.
I'll try to find some supper.
The rabbit smells good. Ain't you afraid of showing smoke?
You. Dry mesquite doesn't smoke.
Oh. I'd help you cook supper. I washed my clothes. They're drying. I got to stay in this blanket.
Sit down.
Any sight of them when you was out catching the dinner?
No.
How come we spend the night here? Seems darkness might be the best time to run for Wickenburg.
You know, the moon rises in an hour. It'll be almost as bright as day.
That's all?
I want them to tire their horses searching for us tonight. See, ours will be fresh in the morning. We may be able to outrun them, but we sure can't outfight them with 1 bullet.
Ain't got no other reason in mind for us staying here?
No.
Where do you go after Wickenburg?
Back to San Francisco.
Paladin. Do you have a wife or anything?
No.
Take me with you. I'm pretty. Dressed up right, no man would be ashamed of me. I'm healthy and strong. I'm no lily-handed lady that expects more than she's willing to give. I'm not asking for the center cut of your life. Go as you please and do as you please. Just say something nice to me now and then. That's all I ask. Just think about it until we get to Wickenburg.
You're something besides pretty.
What does that mean?
I'll tell you in Wickenburg.
When a cloud bursts and fresh, clean rain falls on a grove of rich green pine, it's so nice. And now that same clean scent of pine is in new pine-scented Lysol.
Right. Now the one and only genuine Lysol brand disinfectant comes in a new pine scent. It disinfects, deodorizes, as nothing else does, kills disease germs on contact. In laboratory tests, Lysol's anti-germ action kept working for 7 full days. A bottle costs as little as 29 cents, and it's so easy to use. Just add new pine-scented Lysol to your suds when you clean in bathroom, kitchen, nursery, sick room. Use pine-scented Lysol because Lysol deep cleans. Make your home
Pine sweet and Lysol clean.
You can still get regular Lysol, too.
How much longer?
Another 2 hours, we ought to be in Wickenburg.
What's the matter?
There's somebody up ahead there.
Hey, you there!
Paladin, use the whip.
There's no need. He isn't armed. Ooh.
Hey, how about a ride to Wickenburg?
What's the matter?
Well, I've been rustled, or whatever you call it. Just because one of their horses had thrown a shoe, they took mine right out of the traces.
4 men?
Yes, how'd you know?
Who are you?
Peter Keystone, hide and telebuyer from New York.
For who?
For my father, he owns the plant.
I need a gun. Is there one in your rig there?
Well, that's one on your hip, isn't it?
It's empty. Have you got one or ammunition?
What's going on? Those 4 asked me the same question.
Those men you saw, the one who took your horse, they're after us. They'll kill me.
Kill you? A pretty girl like you? Why?
Have you got a gun?
There's a repeating rifle under the seat and some shells to go with it. Well, just a minute now. I didn't say...
I know you didn't. Yeah. This'll do.
Paladin, what are we going to do?
Get down.
Down the road. Coming up in cover.
Yeah, I see them. They don't know we have a gun.
What's going on?
Just stay down. And stay right here, both of you.
But I...
You stay with me, Mr. Keystone.
Yeah, stay with her. I'm going to work my way up towards them.
All right, Paladin. We got you cut off. Ain't no sense in trying to fight us with one bullet.
What are we waiting for? With that Derringer, he ain't got no range.
Get him! He's got a rifle!
Oh, no.
Pull it, Paladin! Hit. Tom's hit. So's Ed. They need a doctor.
Come out with your hands up.
Sure. Sure, but don't shoot me. Don't shoot now.
That's far enough. Now, get the rest of my money and throw it on the ground. Stand back.
What are you going to do to me?
You go get my wagon and drive it up here and load those wounded men on it.
Your wagon's gone.
What?
Her and that other fella took off in it.
All right, Mr. Goodfellow, hitch one of your horses onto his rig. It's better than nothing. I want to get to Wickenburg.
You're the sweetest, honey.
You know, in New York, I never saw anyone just like you. I think... Oh. Hello.
Mr. Keystone?
Hello?
Good afternoon.
Mister, I didn't want to jump in that rig and run, but I was thinking of Sue here.
A gentleman always considers a lady first. The question is, what does a lady consider first?
It was your fight, not his or mine.
But I'm sure glad you came out all right.
Well, what are you looking at me for? I ain't done nothing wrong.
No, of course not. But this is Wickenburg. I promised you an answer to something here.
You've got some kind of lies to spread. Go ahead. Men are always lying.
Sue.
Well, not you, but most of them.
All I have for you, Miss Tyler, is an expression of gratitude. For the third and last time in our casual relationship, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Keystone.
Wait a minute. Don't go, Mr. Paladin.
Let him go. He pretends to be such a gentleman. He's just a gunfighter, like I told you. I hardly know him. I saw through him right from the first.
That's odd. Just now I have a feeling he's looking right through you.
Well, look. Don't let him change our plans. You promised to take me to New York with you. Where are you going?
Maybe we better talk some more about New York. Later.
Well, what now, Paladin?
You're very pretty, Miss Tyler. Goodbye.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, welcome back to San Francisco.
Thank you, hey boy.
I think maybe you've gone a long time. You're not gone so long at all.
No. Tell me, did I get any messages?
Oh, yes. So all kinds of messages.
But any particular messages from a particular lady?
Oh, you mean pretty lady with blonde hair who want to marry you fast?
Yes.
You want?
No, of course I want. Where is it?
Oh, no sensible. You run away from her. You run back to her. You run away again if I give you a message.
Not a chance. Now, give me the message.
Never mind. I'll give it to him myself. There.
Satisfied?
I don't know. Answer 2 questions first. Why did you go away?
Because of you.
Why did you come back?
Because of you.
You're a liar.
Because of you. Dinner?
I'll be ready at 7. Call for me then?
Very, very pretty.
Yes, very pretty. And that's enough for now.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe,
is produced and directed by Norman McDonnell and stars John Daner as Paladin with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Gene Roddenberry and adapted for radio by John Dawson. Featured in the cast were Lynn Allen, Jack Edwards, Vic Perrin, Harry Bartell, Frank Gerstle, and Eve McVeigh. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Subscribe for more videos.
The National Broadcasting Company at this time wishes to thank the editors and publishers of Galaxy Magazine for a special award which has just been presented to the program X-1. The award cites X-1 for the outstanding adaptation and the original method of presentation of adult science fiction stories to the vast audience that has shown increasing interest in this newest form of journalism. The NBC Radio Network is proud to receive this citation on behalf of X-1. NBC is also happy to acknowledge the enthusiastic response and support of the listening audience to this program. Your many letters of encouragement and constructive criticism are always gratefully received. Your criticisms carefully noted, and whenever possible, your suggestions acted upon. Please listen at the end of this program for a special free offer. And now, X-1.
Countdown for blast-off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire.
From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company presents
X minus 1.
Tonight's story, Protective Mimicry, by Algis Budrys.
I think I'll probably have to take my expense account clear up to the Central Gallic Civil Service Board. My friends tell me to forget it, but take it from me, a rap in the credit book like this isn't easy to laugh off. Not on a grade 4 civil service pay scale. So I've made my beef out in quadruplicate and filed it. Usually a special agent in United Galactic Federation's Department of the Treasury, Investigations Division, Currency Section, doesn't have much trouble with his swindle sheet. But this one's a corker. To understand, you got to know how they make the stuff. The Ungallic Mint is in New Geneva on Canopus 3. I remember I went around with the 40 Deci credit tour when I first joined the staff. The guide was a cute little brunette from one of the Rim stars who was later fired following an annual Pan Solstice office party. I didn't pay much attention to her spiel. She was dressed in the new Neo-Minoan style, but I got the general idea.
This is a demonstration machine, of course, but you will notice the indestructible fiber coming off that spool at the right. It goes into the slot in the machine there. Now, if you'll pass along, you see it goes between those two rollers through 6 or 7 chemical baths. No, I'm not sure what chemicals. That's restricted information. It's stamped, analyzed for flaws, dyed, and then run through this unit here. This is the most carefully guarded part of the process. The unit is removed from the plant each night and locked in the deep space vault on the satellite station directly overhead. After the strip emerges here, it is chopped into convenient lengths and carefully removed into armored cars. It is called money.
What does that secret unit do?
Well, that's a very good question. You see, the currency is non-defacable, fireproof, immune to wear, weather, and water. But the most important thing is an electronic pattern impressed into the fiber by that secret pattern. You all know when you cash a bill, it is passed over an electronic plate that reads the pattern. If the serial number and the pattern match, well, but if they don't, well, first I'll put an ordinary credit note over the beeper. There. Perfectly good. Now, a simulated counterfeit bill without the electronic pattern. Well, now, that wouldn't fool anybody long, would it?
Could anybody duplicate that electronic pattern?
Well, that's a very good question. Only the government has the equipment to put that in. Your currency is safe and sound. Don't you worry about that. Are there any more questions?
Yeah. How about a drink after the tour?
Well, Oh, that's a very good question.
It sure was. So was the answer. Well, getting back to money. The engraving, the chemical composition of the ink and the fiber would be tough enough to duplicate. But that electronic pattern snaps the clincher on it. That's why Chief Inspector Saxgard of my division looked sourly at me when I came into his office and spread a fistful of credit notes on his desk.
What's that?
What's it look like?
A handful of 50s. Why?
Put a couple of them over your beeper plate.
Okay. Well, they're perfectly okay. What's it all about?
Look at the serial numbers.
3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, M.
Look at the others.
3, 4, 5, 6, 5... What? Let me see them.
Save your eyes. They're all the same. 14 50 credit notes with identical serial numbers.
That's impossible.
And every one of them goes over a beeper plate, quiet as a sophomore climbing into a dormitory window after hours.
Also, where did you get these?
They came into the New York Clearinghouse from a branch on Deneb 11. The manager blew his top. He called us the minute he spotted them and sent them out to us.
How about the manager? Is he blabbing all over the Bankers Club about it?
I read the Ungallic Riot Act to him. He'll keep it under his hat.
Good. At least we won't have any financial panics for a while. Have you checked these through the lab?
Well, the ink and paper is government stock, and they match government beepers. The lab plates didn't squawk any more than yours did. Now, you could spend these anywhere as long as you only pass them one at a time.
Baumholzer, you know, since the beeper plate came in, we've been sitting on our tails in this department, building up our pensions.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Neither would I outside this office. But you know darn well nobody can expect to counterfeit a bill and get away with it. It's only because throughout the universe there's a certain percentage of people who will try anything once, and a corresponding percentage of purblind idiots who will accept anything with engraving on it as money that we're here at all. Now, I've seen cigar coupons and crayon sketches come into this office. I've seen premium offers from household magazines, jet bus transfers, where some people would try to pick a Yale lock with a quarter of a pound of butter. Now, the only reason any queer can pass is because some goggle-eyed nudnik neglects to use his beeper plate. But I worry. For 15 years, I've sat in this stinking office and waited for somebody to invent a matter duplicator.
Well, looks like you can stop worrying. Look at those bills, identical down to the whiskey stain in the corner.
All right, Bumholzer, you call transportation and get out to Deneb 11 and find out if anybody in that neighborhood has a matter duplicator, or if he hasn't, what he has got.
I picked up the department shuttle to the satellite and made fair connections up to Deneb 11. It's a 4-day run on drive, and I get free fall 6, so I was glad to hit the port in Glub, which, so help me, is the name of the only city on the place. Deneb 11 is what we call in the department a mud ball. It's a jungle world with an atmosphere like a swatch of Harris tweed. I was smoking a cigarette when I got off the shuttle, and the air I pulled in made the smoke taste like well-decayed leaf mold. I was wringing wet 2 minutes after I left the air-conditioned port. I noticed the local costume would get you arrested on any beach in the galaxy, but it didn't matter since there's nothing titillating about pasty skin dripping with weary perspiration. I checked in with the regional office and found the resident agent tinkering with his air conditioner.
Hi, Baumholzer. You know anything about the sealed power pack on this condenser?
Yeah, if you keep banging at it like that, you'll crack the seal on the atomic shielding, and your posterity will thank you. 3 heads at a time.
Oh, I guess I better not fool with it. Now, take off your pants and pull up a chair.
I don't mind if I do. Is it always this humid?
Oh, no. In the hot season, it's worse. I'd send for a replacement part, but the fax line isn't too reliable. The last time I sent for a sealed unit, they shipped back an overaged sea lion.
Yeah, I know. I was on Polar Station on Ganymede when my heater element broke down. I faxed for 3 feet of element, and they shipped me back 3 fetal elephants.
Yeah. Well, I suppose you're here about the queer bills, huh?
Yeah. Got any lines on it?
Well, my orders will lay off and let the central office handle it. Be my guest.
Any ideas?
No. Where do you figure to start?
Well, this is the only city. I'll have to check it out. Have you got a list of authorized beeper plates?
Somewhere. Let's see here. Oh, look out.
Why?
There's a whittle fly on your arm.
Hey, how does a thing that size get through the filters?
Insects on Deneb are tricky. This one is a non-filterable virus in the larval stage, then it blows up to this size. Carve his initials in your arm if he gets a good bite. That's why he's called a whittle fly.
The whittle fly was only one of the darlings that made the fair city of Glub a garden spot. They had one cute little tyke called the laboratory beetle, because when he bit you, he typed your blood and followed you around for days getting refills. I had one take a sample of me as I went out the door of the residency with a list of beeper plates, and he followed me from store to store while I checked every installation in the city. The little devil would step up to the bar every once and again to take another shot of my hemoglobin. I even tried ducking into men's rooms fast, but he'd be waiting for me when I came out. Well, I slogged through Glub for 3 days and then poured myself back into the residence office. Did he come in?
Who?
The laboratory beetle.
No, they usually hang around in the hall and wait. Sometimes when I've got a poker game going, you can see 3 or 4 of the little angels buzzing around outside waiting like chauffeurs outside the opera.
Wow.
They draw a blank?
Well, I found 7 defective beeper plates, but nobody remembers any queer bills being passed. You know, who checks serial numbers? They must have come in one at a time. And the clerks at the bank always were out to lunch and referred me to the next guy. You got any lotion for insect bites?
Desk drawer.
In a way, the beeper plates make it tougher. Nobody even looks at the bills anymore. Just throw them over the plate, and if no bells ring, it's okay.
Well, how about the other angle?
Matter duplicator? I checked invoices and purchase records. Nobody's been buying electronic parts that can't account for every tube. I thought I had something. One fellow bought 12 of those giant lithium cathode tubes, but it turned out his wife was having them wired as lamp bases. Well, I better be going. I hate to keep my little insect friend out there in suspense as to cocktail time.
You got another lead?
Yeah, I found a bar that makes a Tom Collins with real lemon juice instead of battery acid. I managed to duck my lab beetle in a revolving door. He went around twice and shot out into the street, so I settled down at a table at the bar and tried to make believe that I couldn't taste Deneb 11 atmosphere in my Tom Collins. I was chewing on an ice cube when I looked up.
Mr. Baumholzer?
That's right.
I want to talk to you about money.
He was a terrestrial, but he'd been on Deneb a long time because he was wearing the native garment about the size of a 5-pound sugar sack. His hair, which was potato field gray, was arranged in the old-fashioned Presley style. You know, the ancient long sideburns, duck's tail in the rear that vice presidents wear in family-style banks. His ears had little bits of bone stuck in them, and his eyebrows wandered all over his face, and he stood about 6'8". And I waited him out, and presently he spoke up again.
You are the same Mr. Baumholzer who's been going around asking all those questions about duplicate Ungallic notes?
That's right. Can I help you, Mr.
Munger, Duodecimus Munger.
Now, this bids fair to be fascinating. I was under the impression that my mission here was just a wee bit on the secret side.
There are no secrets in Glub.
Now, won't you pull up a chair, Mr. Munger?
I'm afraid I haven't time.
Well, join me in a drink.
Are you really the Mr. Baumholzer that's working on this case for the Treasury Department?
Yeah, sure. Hey, you're not the fellow that's turning out these duplicates, are you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I am.
What?
And don't move. This is a Power 30 Mistral coagulator I have.
Look out with that thing. You've got it pointed at my head.
Yes, I've got it set on high charge. It will fuse your brain solid.
Well, what else is new?
Now, Mr. Baumholzer, stay right behight that table.
Now, let's not make any rash decisions now.
Well, I can't very well see how I could let you live.
Oh, come on. Try. All right, now drop the gun.
I'm afraid we'll be collecting a crowd.
Give me that. Don't try to pick it up.
I won't. I had something completely different in mind.
Just like in those ancient legends the archaeologists keep digging up, the ones with the hard-boiled detective and the beautiful blonde, I felt the traditional roof fall in on the back of my head. As I went black, I remember thinking how odd it was that it was happening to me some 500 years after Spillane the Scrivener. I came to in the same archaic fashion with my head going around in a free orbit around my neck.
Baumholzer, are you all right?
I can't see. I'm blind. Everything's black.
Well, open your eyes.
Oh. Where is he?
Who?
The guy who slugged me. What am I doing back at your office?
Oh, some bartender brought you in. I thought you passed out from too much lemon juice.
It was a guy named Munger. Which way did he go?
Beats me. Munger? Tall feller in native dress?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you might as well forget about it.
Why?
Well, I can order a pickup on him next time he's in town. They'll sock him away in a psycho ward for a while. Forget it.
Look, I am not an old lady calling up complaining that the nasty delinquents are teasing my cats. That Munger's tied in with the queer.
Him?
He said he was the passer.
Well, that can't be. Munger.
You got a file on him?
Yeah. I get a number of complaints on him, so do the local cops. Well, I didn't want to make trouble. He's a very wealthy man.
I'll bet. What does he do?
Well, he's a merchant or something at a native village. Once or twice a year he comes out and paints the town, but a counterfeiter?
I would like to talk to him again with the Mistral in my hand.
He had a Mistral? Well, that's a violation of a municipal ordinance. You're supposed to check him at the quarantine
Look,
gate.
I'm not investigating parking tickets and violations of the anti-noise laws. This is a counterfeiting case. Now, do you know where I can find him?
Well, he's probably gone back to his village.
Where's that?
Out in the jungle.
All right, get out your rubbers, friend. We're going out after him. Suppose you fill your bathtub full of mud, build a fire under it, turn on the shower, and crawl in and wallow a little. Do that, and you've got a fair idea of the Denebian jungle. I went out with Hall, the resident agent, and we started off.
Stick close, Baumholzer. Visibility is about 10 feet.
I'll eat everything I can see within 10 feet. Ow!
What happened?
I walked into a tree. Help me up out of the mud. We puddled on for a couple of hours. The rain was so thick I didn't see the trees until I bounced off of them and sat down in the warm mud. I reflected as I struggled to my feet what a terrible waste. In the beauty salons of Charles of the Ritz Asteroid, ladies from all over the galaxy paid thousands of credits for hot mud baths to take the wrinkles out and make their skin smooth and caressable. And here was I getting a much more thorough treatment every time I sat down. They issue a lot of special equipment from department stores, and it all functioned perfectly. My neo-latex galoshes were fine, but stuck in the mud. My Minopower goggles and wipers kept my eyes clear, but they didn't keep me from crashing into every tree. My leak-proof sportsman's flashlight stayed dry as a bone, but powerful as it was, it couldn't light up more than 3 feet in the pelting rain. Paul, the resident, led the way, consulting a compass and a waterproof map, and finally we stopped, and I noticed that there wasn't any rain coming down on me.
It's a rain shelter. The natives build them.
Kind of them.
Well, they're on all the trails. If you go more than a day in the rain, you go punchy from water drumming on your hat.
I believe it.
Well, now, don't sit down. You'll sink in.
I don't know. Theoretically, a broader base should keep you from sinking, like snowshoes.
Well, also increases the suction.
I'll stand. How far is Munger's village?
Either 2 miles or 22. I can't read the map very well.
Hey, wait a minute. Listen.
Well, that's the rain.
No. You hear that squelching? Somebody's coming.
Oh, yeah. From over there.
Natives?
Maybe.
There he comes.
Well, we've got first pick on the shelter. It's a native tradition. First come, first dry.
Yeah, there's somebody out there, all right.
Who's there? Who is it? A friend of mine, Mr. Baumholzer.
All right, Munger. Where did you come from?
Don't move. I have several friends pointing long spears at your kidney. Shall we go, gentlemen, back to my village? I believe you were looking for it.
Munger was so intent on me that he didn't seem to notice as Hall sidled off into the darkness, and when he did, he set up a desperate cackle. He had a few of his fraternity brothers chase down the trail with spears waving wildly, but they came back murmuring some kind of a Choctaw, which seemed to carry the implication that Hall had gotten away like a big-bottomed turtle.
Well, Mr. Baumholzer, your companion's action has saved your life for a while.
Yeah, he'll bring back a platoon of Marines, and they'll reduce that village to a bullion cube.
We'll just have to hold you as a hostage in case help should arrive.
Thanks.
At any rate, shall we get back to the village?
He had about 10 natives with him, each one about 7 foot tall, with those big, flat feet that evolved on Deneb for walking in primordial ooze. They were dressed in the standard native loincloth with matching accessories, namely 10-foot spears. When, as we started out along the trail, I got a good look at Munger's loincloth, it was composed of tastefully arranged 1,000-credit notes. Well, by the time we got back to the village, the rain had stopped. The humidity, of course, was still 120%, and the only difference was that the moisture just loitered around rather than actually falling. There was some kind of a clam bake going on in the village. The natives were pounding a couple of drums, and as far as I could see, getting rapidly stinko on some kind of jungle juice that they passed around in huge gourds. They were leaping and dancing, and as far as I could tell, doing snappy sayings and fancy patter as I sat on some kind of a low mushroom and tried to ignore the 2 spears that were pressed against my throat. It felt as if a nervous barber was trying to shave me with his razor tied on the end of a 10-foot pole. After a bit, Munger strode up to me with all the dignity of the lord of the jungle, and he waved the spears a foot away, pulled up a mushroom, and sat down.
Actually, you know, that wasn't a native rhythm at all. The original Danubian music is a kind of quiet, flute-like melody, something like Mozart.
That didn't sound very flute-like.
Yes, I know. One of the first terrestrial anthropologists out here to study the Denebs took recordings of their music, and then to be polite, he played them in a few recordings that he'd made on an earlier field trip. Unfortunately, they were from that lost rocket colony on Ceres. Their music was a degenerate ancient form called, I believe, Roland Rock. The Denebs liked it, and they've been doing it ever since.
Well, what's the party?
They're propitiating the tree. I don't know why. It's never failed yet. But they're very conservative. They've got to go into this act every night before I can do my stuff. Lasts all night. Want a drink?
No, thanks.
Oh, I wish I had a fifth of something civilized. I've been drinking this native swamp water for much too long.
He was right. They kept it up all night, and I sat trying to figure out in which hut Munger kept his machinery to make those duplicate bills. Finally, the weak light that passes for dawn on Deneb came up, and the natives quit hollering.
Let's go, Baumholzer. I hate to keep a man in suspense. You're curious about those duplicate bills. Well, now you're going to find out how it's done.
Well, it's good of you to show me. I suppose your theory is that I'll never live to tell about it.
That's very sensible of you. I like a man who can face facts.
We walked across the mud square to the base of a tremendous tree, which I gathered was the guest of honor for last night's shivaree. I still couldn't see the connection, but I was willing to wait. The natives sat around in a deathly hush, and Munger and I stepped forward.
You notice? Nothing up my sleeves. As a matter of fact, no sleeves.
And not much arm, either.
Now, I take this 50-credit note. Care to examine it?
Oh, I've seen it, and 14 others like it.
Yes, I only use a 1,000-credit bill when the natives need new loincloths. These 50s are a lot easier to dispose of.
Oh, I don't know. I traced them to you.
But that was a mistake. One of my contacts got a little greedy, spent too many bills in one place. All right. Now, I used to have the natives make a loud noise, but I'll use your gun instead here. You see, I take this bill, fold it, so, and so, and so. And there.
What are you making a paper plane for?
Just watch. I raise the note in one hand, I aim at the tree, and I fire your gun up in the air. Like this.
As he let fly with my gun, Munger sailed the paper airplane straight at the tree, and it sailed right into the foliage.
Now watch.
The bill came sailing back out of the leaves, and right behind it came another one. And then the air was filled with paper planes. Squadrons, wings, armadas of paper airplanes, each one made up of a folded 50-credit note. They sailed out over the whole village, and Munger set the natives to collecting them and bringing them back.
There you are. There'll be several thousands of them. Look, 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 look.
Genuine. Absolutely genuine. And I suppose they'd go over a beeper plate without a tinkle.
Startling, isn't it?
Protective mimicry.
Yes, precisely. You know, I discovered this tree 6 years ago while I was attempting to evade the clutches of the law on a confidence rap. I swung an axe at it to blaze a trail, and 50 axes came bouncing back at me.
Well, I never heard of any plant developing mimicry to this extent. I know some plants and animals assume dangerous life forms as a camouflage, but this...
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not a botanist. All I know is that you scare the tree with a loud noise. You throw something at it, and it duplicates what it thinks is the danger. Well, speaking of danger, it doesn't look as if your colleague is bringing any help. Oh, I'll miss your company. Interesting. You'll be shot with your own gun.
Now, look, Munger.
Don't wriggle. I hate a moving target. What is that?
Looks like the cops, Munger, at the edge of the village.
Home holster, where are you?
We outnumber them. I'll get you anyway.
No.
You can't run away from me. I'll shoot.
I broke for the other side of the square, and just as he shot at me, I tripped over a pot and went flying smack into the tree. Well, that's about it. Here we sit in the spaceport on Deneb 11, and I'm darned if I'll pay our transportation back until I hear that the office is going to okay my expense account. Munger? Oh, he's in jail at New Alcatraz. Once he missed a shot at me, it was all over. After I fell into the tree, he didn't stand a chance against us. That's right. Us. All 168 of me. Right, Ed?
Right.
You have just heard X-1.
Here is an important special announcement. In appreciation of bringing adult science fiction to the listening audience through the medium of this program, X-1, Galaxy Magazine wishes to make the following free offer to our listeners. For the first 2,500 who write in requesting it, we will send a sample copy of Galaxy Magazine at absolutely no cost. This is an opportunity to read the finest in adult science fiction, just as you listen to it each week here on X-1. To get your free sample copy of Galaxy, just write a postcard or letter to X-1, NBC, Radio City, New York 20, New York, and ask for your free copy. Be sure to print your name and address plainly on your card or letter. This offer can be made only once, so if you want your own free copy of this leading science fiction publication, be sure to write without delay. Here is the address again. Write to X-1, NBC, Radio City, New York 20, New York. Your sample copy of Galaxy will be sent to you without obligation of any kind.
Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you Protective Mimicry, written by Algis Budrys, and adapted for radio by Ernest Kanoy. Featured in tonight's cast were Mandel Kramer, Terry Keane, Charles Penman, Dick Hamilton, and Wendell Holmes. This is Roger Tuttle. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Remember, for your free sample copy of Galaxy, just send a postcard to X-1, NBC Radio City, New York 20, New York. Now be sure to print your name and address plainly on your card. This offer can be made only once, so if you want your own free copy of this leading science fiction publication, be sure to write without delay. The address again, X-1, NBC, Radio City, New York 20, New York. The Roaring Twenties in song and story. Hear Gordon MacRae in The Best Things in Life Are Free tonight.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Subscribe for more videos.
Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in the surface cars speeding down a highway toward Lowell City on the planet Mars.
It looks like we're going to make it, Commander. If anyone was going to stop us, they've lost their Commander, look! I see it, Hap. It's an atmosphere ship. It's swooping down right on top of us. The Cobra gang. And there's no way we can fight them off. What they're waiting for. If that ship's armed, they're close enough to blast us to pieces. Uh-oh. What's that? Magnetic holding field. Smoking rockets are picking up the car.
We're helpless.
They cut that field, we'll crash.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Zero Ray.
Rice Chex are the perfect size. It's tops with all the guys. Fit right into a spoon, good to eat, morning, evening, and noon.
Well, hi, Space Patrollers. This is Captain Dick Tufeld, and that was George, the Space Patrol jingle maker, telling you in his way that Rice Chex are tops for size.
For flavor, tops, too. Those Chex ring a bell. Any way you eat them, Rice Chex taste swell.
Tops for taste, you bet. A delicious toasted taste. Rice Chex will ring the bell with you, Space Patrollers, any way you eat it.
With a good breakfast or out of the box for a snack, eat Rice Chex, gang, for a quick comeback.
A quick comeback or a quick go-ahead. You get it after a nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex. Because Rice Chex are tops for get up and go.
If you like whole wheat, super keen and neat, make sure, Space Patrollers, the Chex you eat are wheat.
Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, in the red and white checkerboard package, with the picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside, and the free Space Patrol trading card inside. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, tops 3 ways for taste for size, for Get Up and Go. And now today's Space Patrol adventure, the Zero Ray. With Emil Gargoth at last in custody on Terra, Commander Corey has had every right to consider the menace of the Cobra Gang to be ended. Even if Gargoth should stubbornly refuse to name his henchmen, the brainograph could easily reveal their identities and every detail of the elaborate structure of the criminal organization. But something has happened to prevent the immediate use of the brainograph on Emil Gargoth. In his central office at Space Patrol headquarters, Commander Corey fumes at the delay.
There isn't any excuse for this. I gave orders that Gargoth was to be watched every second.
Well, maybe he really did get sick, Commander.
Of course he's sick. Must have had some chemical concealed on him. Somebody slipped up when they searched him.
Well, anyway, he'll be out of the hospital in a day or so, and then we can give him the brainograph test.
By then, most of his important agents will know Gargoth has been captured. They'll have time to get away.
I guess that's right. But at least they won't be operating as the Cobra Gang. There'll just be a lot of individual rats running for cover.
So much depended on a fast closing in on Gargoth's leaders. I'll get that, will you, Ham?
Yes, sir. Commander Corey's office. Could I have you here? Yes, Dr. Arnold. Yeah, he's right here. Commander, it sounds important.
Yes, Dr. Arnold. What? But I posted a guard. I'll be right over. We've got to get over to the Terra Hospital right away. Gargoth has escaped.
A few moments later, in the office of the superintendent of the Terra Hospital, Buzz and Happy listened to a greatly distressed Dr. Arnold.
Before you question your guards, Commander, I want to accept full responsibility. Emil Gargoth was admitted here as a criminal, and as hospital superintendent...
Just a minute, Dr. Arnold. The matter of responsibility for Gargoth's escape is secondary right now. I want to find out where he is and how he got away.
I'm sorry I can't tell you that, Commander. There was so much confusion at the time.
All right, Doctor. Happy.
Yes, sir?
Bring those two guards in here. I'll find out why they left their posts at the door of Gargoth's room.
I can tell you that, Commander.
Now, hold it, Hank. All right, Doctor.
They left their posts to move some patients that were completely helpless. Patients that I thought were in grave danger.
Danger from what?
Fire, explosion, I don't know. Things were in a turmoil here for a while.
What do you mean, fire and explosion?
Well, everything went crazy all of a sudden. From all over the hospital, patients were complaining that their rooms were too warm. The heating system was out of control. And then we discovered the water pipes were frozen.
Frozen? Here on Terra?
That's right. It's as though the electronic brain that controls our temperature systems had gone mad. Patients, nurses, even some of the doctors were panic-stricken.
You say the temperature controls went mad. What caused it?
I don't know. But I didn't want helpless patients to be hurt in a fire or explosion or whatever was threatening. I gave an order to my staff to evacuate the bedridden patients, and your Space Patrol guards elected to help. During the confusion, Gargoth disappeared. I have jurisdiction over this hospital, Commander. I declared an emergency. Your guards acted accordingly. I hope you won't be too hard on them.
Technically, they deserted their posts, but I think under the circumstances I would have done the same. As it looks to me, Gargoth took advantage of an accidental situation, or his gang engineered the whole thing.
I don't see how that could be. The hospital heating and refrigeration systems are automatic, virtually foolproof.
After I talk to those guards, suppose we make a complete check. Happy, call those men in here.
A few moments later, Commander Corey dismisses the guards and, with Dr. Arnold and Happy, examines the master temperature control unit in the sub-cellar of the Terra Hospital.
This graph on the control unit tells a story, Commander.
Up to 1,400 hours, everything was normal, almost a straight line.
Yeah. Then the heating chart swoops up to 140 degrees.
To freeze the water system and raise the room temperatures to the degree we experienced a while ago, well, the whole central regulating system would have to be out of adjustment. As you see now, everything's normal.
Yes. Doctor, what's that device over there in the corner?
Hmm? Oh, frankly, I don't know. I never saw it before.
Let's have a look at it. Judging by the handles on it, it was meant to be portable.
It isn't very heavy, sir.
Well, Dr. Arnold doesn't know what it is, and it doesn't resemble anything I'm familiar with.
Me either, Commander.
We just take it to the security lab for a check.
In the rear view scope of a private space cruiser, the bright circle that is Terra grows smaller and smaller. Two men watch it intently, moment after moment, without speaking. Then, with a sigh of relief, the larger of the two men turns to his companion.
The screen's cleared, Razor. If anyone was after us, we'd have spotted them by now.
Yeah, I guess we made it, Mr. Gargoth.
I'd like to know what's going on back at that hospital. I'll bet Corey's tearing the place apart.
Yeah, but what if he found a zero ray?
Well, what if he has? Does that mean he can trace it to you? Well, does it?
No, of course not. At least not right away.
Wait a minute. You mean there's a slight chance that the zero ray can be traced to you?
Now, look, Mr. Gargott, didn't I take a big chance getting you out of the hospital? Would I be hiding you out in my place at Meteor Lake if I thought the Space Patrol would reach out and grab me?
It's my policy to trust nobody. You may be sincere, Rensler, but you're not infallible. Your cabin at Meteor Lake will do for the time being.
Yes, sir.
When we reach Venus, I'll check with my agents for a safer hideout.
Back in his office at Space Patrol headquarters, Commander Corey examines a stack of diagrams and documents. From time to time, he pulls one aside and places it in a separate file. Buzz looks up as Happy enters.
Here's the Space Control Operations Report, Commander.
Okay, Happy. Incidentally, it didn't take long for the lab to find out what that gadget was for.
The one we found at the hospital?
Mm-hmm. It's a practical application of the Volkovsky principle.
Oh, it is? Well, what's the Volkovsky principle, Commander?
Well, as you know, heat is the result of rapid movement of molecules, either in a gas, liquid, or solid.
Yes, sir.
Some time ago, a scientist named Volkovsky advanced the theory that extremely low temperatures might be produced by an electromagnetic force that slowed down molecular vibration.
And this thing we picked up at the hospital does that?
Yes, Happy. It projects invisible beams that literally freeze everything they touch.
Oh. And that's what froze the water system?
Exactly.
Yeah, but wait, the rooms were overheated. What caused that?
The same device. One of the freeze beams was focused on the master thermostatic control. As you know, a thermostat doesn't think, it reacts. When it contracts from cold, it turns on the heat, trying to restore normal adjustment and equilibrium.
Oh, and this gadget fooled it.
Yes, when the central thermostat registered cold, the system kept pouring out heat.
Wow.
Fortunately, the device producing the freeze beam shut itself off before any real damage occurred.
Except that Gargoth escaped.
Yes. But Major Robertson found out something very interesting, Happy. He made a check through our records of everyone submitting designs pertaining to the Volkovsky principle. He found this.
It's too complicated for me, sir.
It's a preliminary application for a patent presented 5 years ago by 3 electronics engineers here on Terra. The government board of analysts pointed out some defects, and everybody lost interest.
Well, there weren't any defects in that model we found at the hospital. Those 3 inventors must have corrected their mistakes.
No, Happy, they lost interest. The man who drew up their designs seems to have continued independently. The designs were drawn up by Ulrich Rensler. See, his name is on this drawing.
Mm-hmm.
Robbie's positive that the physical work done on the freeze beam device is that of Ulrich Rensler. It matches that of the models of other types of inventions submitted for inspection.
Oh, then Rensler is working with the Cobra gang.
Either that or the Cobra gang stole the model from Rensler and planted it in the hospital.
Rensler. Hey, wait a minute. That operations report I just handed you. Could I see it a moment, sir?
Here it is, huh?
I know I saw that name here somewhere.
For the past year, Rensler has been living on Venus by Meteor Lake. Supposedly on royalties from his inventions.
Here, sir, I found it. This ship that blasted off at 1432, private cruiser VP-738. It's registered to Ulrich Rensler.
I'll alert Venus Space Patrol, then we'll blast off of Venus. Let's see if anything's going on at Meteor Lake.
Several hours later, the Terra 5 roars high over the cloudy surface of Venus, spiraling around the Meteor Lake region 300 miles west of Venus City. Carefully, Cadet Happy adjusts the infrared viewscope scanner.
I can make out a construction of some kind, Commander. It seems to be on a slight rise of ground a few yards from the lake shore.
That's Rensler's cabin.
Uh-oh. And there's a spaceship. It's set down in a clearing just south of the cabin. It looks like the class and type of cruiser registered to Rensler.
See if you can find a place where we can land without being seen or heard from the cabin.
It's going to be tough, sir. Unless we want to hike through the hills several miles.
Let me take a look at that screen. That is going to be a problem. The lake would act like a sounding board if we came in close.
Yeah, and the valley would echo our rockets.
Wait. The north end of the lake, there's an inlet. Sort of like a pointing finger.
Yes, sir?
That inlet is shielded from the cabin side of the lake by this curved ridge. A low gliding approach from the north might do the trick. We'd have to land on the other side of the inlet, but that ridge might dampen the sound.
Yeah.
Still means a hike nearly halfway around the lake. We stand a good chance of surprising Rensler and Gargott.
Inside the comfortable cabin, Ulrich Rensler gazes out through the window, out across the lake. Smiling, he turns to his companion.
Beautiful, isn't it, Mr. Gargott?
That's the 3rd time you've said that. Look, show me where your space phone is. I want to make arrangements to get out of here.
Just as you wish. But you're just as safe here as any place.
I'm sure I heard a spaceship a while ago.
It's nothing to worry about. Possibly one flew over the valley several miles north of the lake, and the sound rumbled down. No one could get close to the cabin without our seeing them. And believe me, we could hold off an army.
Yes? How?
The same device I used to throw the hospital temperature control system out of order. The zero ray.
You mean that's a weapon?
Yeah. It's got an effective range of 1,000 yards. Turn it on any living thing for 10 seconds, and it will freeze it solid. Look, I'll show you.
What are you going to do?
Just watch. I'll turn it on. Better stand over there out of the way. Now, that's it. Now, you see those leaves fluttering in the breeze? Keep your eye on them.
They've stopped moving.
That's right. The smaller the object, the quicker it works. The zero ray slows the dents of any electrons down almost to a stop.
Wait. Look over there. Those bushes by the edge of the lake. Something moved.
Yeah, it's probably a deer. There are a lot of them in this.
That's no deer. It's a man. He's gone now, but I still has a Space Patrol uniform.
Don't worry, Mr. Gargard. This will take care of him nicely.
But he's out of sight.
That doesn't matter. A few sweeps of the zero ray across that clump of brush, and every living thing there will be frozen solid.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment.
This is Dick Tufeld in Los Angeles reporting on the famous jet plane assigned to the vital Air Force mission of defending America's homeland, Lockheed's F-94C Starfire. In a moment, we'll hear from Tony LaVere, the well-known record-breaking test pilot on the Starfire. Within seconds after warning, this radar-controlled interceptor can be off the ground and streaking to 45,000 feet or higher. Packing 48 rockets, it can fly and fight in sunshine or darkness at speeds of more than 600 miles an hour. Now, Tony LaVere tape recorded this morning at a California airbase.
You know, good health is important to a test pilot, and I have to stay in top condition. I get lots of rest and eat plenty of good food. That's why I like a good cereal for breakfast, like Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. They have real energy and they taste swell. Why don't you try them?
Make sure you keep yourself ready for action, the way Tony LaVere and lots of other famous test pilots do. Eat Rice Chex or Wheat Chex every morning. The cereals that are tops three ways. Tops for taste, for size, for real get up and go. That's Chex, wheat or rice. And remember, they're tops with America's top pilots. And now back to today's Space Patrol adventure, the Zero Ray. Emil Gargoth, leader of the Cobra Gang, escaped from the Terra Hospital with the aid of Ulrich Rensler. And now the two men are hiding in Rensler's cabin at Meteor Lake on the planet Venus. Hoping to take the two criminals by surprise, Buzz and Happy are cautiously making their way through the brush along the lake shore, unaware that they've been observed. From the cabin, Rensler is sweeping the deadly zero-ray beam over the vegetation, planning to freeze the two space patrollers literally in their tracks.
Something I could do with the rest. This heat is really something.
Yeah. Look at these leaves and branches.
What about them, sir?
A moment ago they were swaying in the breeze. Now they're rigid. Yet the breeze is still blowing.
Uh-huh. It's rippling the water on the lake. Look out, Happy! Commander, if you hadn't warned me, that limb would have hit me.
Look at these leaves and twigs.
Smoking rockets, they shattered, just like glass.
Feel the limb.
It's cold. Cold as ice.
Yes. In the tropical weather of Venus.
This is a perfectly healthy branch. Now, why would it break off in a little breeze?
Because it's brittle. Hap, look over there to your right. See how those leaves suddenly stop fluttering?
Yeah. It's as though something were passing over them and freezing them.
Hap, quickly. Under the bank and jump off into the water. Hurry.
Wow. I'm glad we jumped instead of dived. The water isn't even up to our hips.
Yes, sir, and Gargoth have one of those freeze beam machines at the cabin.
Then they've seen us.
Probably. They aren't sure exactly where we are, or they wouldn't be swinging the beam around like that.
I hope that bank is high enough to shield us.
It is. The beam is right over our heads now.
How can you tell?
That branch just above us suddenly stopped moving.
Well, look, sir. The tree on the left is still moving.
Yeah. They must have shut off the freeze beam.
They figure they finished us, huh?
We'll keep to the water and work around past the cabin, and maybe we can surprise them.
See? There's not a sign of them. They're somewhere in that brush, rigid as statues. Let's go and find them.
No. We're getting out of here right now.
What for? Nobody will bother us now.
Are you crazy? How do we know that a whole fleet of Space Patrol ships won't be landing here any minute?
Yeah, maybe you're right. But I still don't think Mars is such a good place. You operated from there for a while.
I operated from Lowell City. This place I've got in mind is a way off from everything.
Yeah, you showed me on the map. All right, Mr. Gorgon. I'll load the zero-ray equipment in the ship.
Leave it here. I don't want to take time to bother with it. Let's get out of here while we've got a chance.
Wait that, Hap. Don't go any farther. I can see the roof of the cabin now. Got to be careful, not let Gargoth and Rensselaer see us.
It's going to be rough, passing the front of the cabin. The bank isn't very high, and there's no vegetation. Smoking rockets! There's a spaceship blasting off. Oh, they got away. I guess they knew that we dodged the freeze ray.
Not necessarily.
Gee, they're nearly out of sight already. And it'll take us at least an hour to get back to our ship.
Let's go to the cabin instead. Spaceophone Venus City to alert patrol ships to look for Rensselaer's cruiser.
I hope they haven't smashed their spaceophone transmitter.
Now, come on, Hap. Keep under cover as much as possible. For all we know, somebody may still be at the cabin.
Cautiously, Buzz and Happy worked their way toward the cabin, then softly approached the door, which stands wide open.
Maybe somebody's in there after all. The door's open.
Well, we've got to come out in the open now. Come on. I'll go in first.
It's deserted, all right.
Yes, it has all the signs of a hasty departure.
Yeah, they didn't even take time to pack. Look at all the stuff here. Yeah. Rensselaer must have thousands of credits worth of furnishings.
Let's look around. Maybe we can get a clue on where they went. I'll check over the desk.
Yes, sir. Say, here's the freeze beam equipment. Only Rensselaer calls it the Zero Ray. Zero Ray Model X1, it says here in the panel.
Several notebooks here. I'll take them along to study later.
Commander, here's some numbers scribbled down. By the looks of them, they may be spaceophone frequencies.
Let me see them.
And here's some maps, astrogation charts, and sectional maps of some of the planets.
Let me see those maps. Are there any special marks on them?
Well, I'll check, sir.
There's a notation on this scratch pad that might mean something. The word Jupiter has been crossed out, and there's a word that looks like it might be Mars. And it says 150 NE-LC.
150 NE-LC. It doesn't mean a thing to me. Oh, Commander, here's a chart of sector H5, Mars, and it's got a mark on it.
Let's see. Yeah, it's a tiny cross. That's all arid desert in that region. Cross it between Lowell City and a nearly played-out mining area. Wait a minute. Let's see the scale. Happy, what if NELC stood for northeast of Lowell City? How far is that small X from Lowell City?
About 150... Say, 150 NELC. Yeah, it fits 150 miles northeast of Lowell City.
I'll spaceophone Mars Space Patrol to check on that area from very high altitude so we won't scare anybody away. Then we'll blast off for Mars.
Great. But I sure dread that long trek back around the edge of the lake to that ship. Why, if Rensselaer only had a boat, we could row across and save a lot of time.
It's all right, Hap. We'll walk across.
Okay, that's an idea. We can walk across the lake?
Sure. We can work this zero ray. Stand back, Hap.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to focus it right at the edge of the lake and turn up the power.
Smoking rockets. The water's turning to ice. A whole strip of it.
A strip as wide as the freeze beam. After I make that spaceophone call, we'll carry the zero-ray machine down to the lake and make our bridge of ice ahead of us as we cross.
In the small sleeping compartment of his private cruiser, Ulrich Rensselaer tosses fitfully on his bunk as the ship streaks through space toward the planet Mars. Suddenly, he awakens with a start as a hand grips his shoulder.
Come on, Rensselaer, wake up.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Carter.
Who did you expect it to be? Nobody aboard but us.
Just jumpy, I guess. Do you want me to take the controls for a while?
Yes. That is why I called you. Your quick freeze ray didn't work back at the lake.
What? How do you know?
I overheard part of a spacephone conversation. You know who that was trying to surprise us at the cap? Commander Corey.
Corey?
We not only missed him, but he's wise to our plan. He knows we're going to the desert outside of Lowell City.
Oh. How could he possibly know about that?
All right, don't get excited. I've got a plan worked out so we can finish Corey for good.
Wait, Mr. Gargan. Let's leave Corey alone.
It's foolproof, Rensselaer. Corey's going to search the desert in a surface car. He figures he can pass for somebody connected with one of those mining outfits in that area.
Yeah.
We'll switch to an atmosphere ship at Hubble Settlement on the other side of Mars. Then we'll take care of Corey.
With
Lowell City far behind them, Buzz and Appy roar over the Martian desert highway in a sand-scarred surface car. From their rough work clothes, they appear to be a couple of mining engineers on their way to one of the lonely quarries or mines on the Martian wastelands.
Gee, Commander, we've come more than 50 miles and we haven't seen a soul. It's probably why Gargoth picked this region for a hideout. With this battered-up car and the surveying equipment, we ought to be able to get pretty close to his place without exciting suspicion.
That's what I'm counting on, Hap. With all those tools back there, we could be independent prospectors if we have to.
Hey, Commander, look.
I see it, Hap. It's an atmosphere ship, and it's swooping down right on top of us. That ship's armed. They're close enough to blast us to pieces.
Hey, what's that?
It's the ship's magnetic holding field.
Smoking rockets. Hey, they're picking up the car. They're right off the highway.
We're helpless. If they cut that field, we'll crash.
Well, this ship's sure gaining altitude fast.
Yes, it's too late to jump.
Are you all right, Commander?
It's Gargoth.
Listen to me, Commander. Switch your space mode to 478.2 megacycles, and don't attempt to contact Space Patrol headquarters, or I'll cut the holding field and drop you. Understand?
Yes, Gargoth. I understand.
You're now 100 feet off the ground. Renzler will maintain this altitude until we are far away from Lowell City. Over the hills, I shall cut the holding field and drop you into a most inaccessible spot, miles from a highway or road. Chances are the wreckage will never be found.
Just how do you think you're going to get off of Mars? Every spaceport is being watched, and this is only an atmosphere ship.
I have a spaceship ready, and it's miles from a spaceport, Commander. Now, if you'll excuse me, Corey, I'll keep a sharp lookout for Space Patrol ships.
What a fix. Not a patrol ship in sight.
No. Sure that spaceboat switch is at the off position, Hap. I don't want Gargoth to hear us.
Believe me, there are a few things I want him to hear.
Gotta work fast, Happy.
What can we do? We're suspended under the belly of a ship 100 feet off the ground, and Gargoth will probably take us higher before he drops us.
Hap, reach back in that tool chest.
Yes, sir.
There's an atomo torch there?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now listen, right above us in Gargoth's ship is a small cargo bay. Now get busy with that cutting.
There's no other ship in sight, Mr. Gargoth.
Good, and we're at 250 feet altitude.
That ought to make it nice and permanent.
All right, Renzler. Cut the holding field.
There they go.
I'll bank the ship so we can watch that surface car crash.
Boom! Some smash, eh, Mr. Gargoth?
Yeah, that takes care of Corey and his cadet.
It's sure does. There's no doubt about it this time. We really... Mr. Gardner.
Renzler, what's the matter with you? Have you... Corey, don't stand there gibbering, Renzler. Shoot them.
No, you don't.
Hey, Commander, the controls. Gargoth's trying to crash us. We're driving straight for a hill.
Hold Renzler, Hap. Okay, Gargoth, I'll take over.
Oh, you pulled her out just in time.
I'll take the ship into Lowell City, Hap. This time we'll make sure Gargoth doesn't pull any tricks and escape.
No, sir. He won't get a chance to dodge the brainograph test by going to the hospital either. Yeah, Gargoth, you're going to the brainograph with a clear head if I have to knock you cold.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Space Patrollers, you all know what sound effects are. You hear them all the time on your radios. But listen to these musical sound effects and see if you can guess what we're doing with Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. Yep, Space Patrollers, there's a big bowl filling up with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. Man, oh man, it even sounds delicious. And it tastes even better. Those triple oven-toasted biscuits are tops for taste. Now we're pouring on the cream. Listen, you can almost hear those crisp, crunchy Chex filling up with that cream. And then for the first bite, wow, what a bite! Size just right. Because Chex are made in that modern bite-size design, makes them tops for size. Hey, that's you, blasting off for a big day of action after a good, nourishing breakfast with Chex, the cereal's tops for get up and go. So, gang, go get Rice Chex today, and get Wheat Chex, too, the official bite-sized cereals of the Space Patrol. In the red and white checkerboard package with a picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside, the one and only cereals that bring you a free Space Patrol trading card inside the package. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. Now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Appy are in their spacesuits, advancing across the rocky surface of the planet Mercury toward the hideout of an escaped criminal.
Hold it, Happy. Something moved up there ahead of us.
It looked like an animal of some kind.
An animal on Mercury?
That's right. Whatever it is, there's another one.
Hap, it's a small robot. Castro is probably using them to observe us.
They look like turtles, except that they move a lot faster.
You go back a few hundred yards and figure out another plan of action. Hap, look behind us. We're surrounded by them.
Yes, sir. Oh, my leg!
It's some kind of weapon. They're shooting plane rays right through our spacesuits.
They're closing in on us. Dozens of them. Commander, I can't move!
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Super Brain of Volmer Castro, when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks again present Space Patrol! Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey, and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devereux. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, Baylor Kovach, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Rice Checks and Wheat Checks again present Space Patrol! Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast for Armed Forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Subscribe for more videos.
Inner Sanctum Mysteries, brought to you by Bromo Celsius and starring Ben Hecht. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, inviting you in through the squeaking door. Come in, won't you? We're having a gala affair tonight, a grand premiere at the downtown mausoleum. And anybody who is anybody will be there. Yes, it's formal, of course, but you don't have to wear evening clothes. You can come in morning. But do come early. We're having a few people in to die for us, and you mustn't miss the opening kickoff. Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, The Spectre of the Rose, is an adaptation of Ben Hecht's newest motion picture, which will have its Broadway premiere on August 31st. It was adapted by Robert Sloan and is presented by the Emerson Drug Company of Baltimore, Maryland, whose registered pharmacists compound that speedy, refreshing headache help in the familiar blue bottle, Bromo Seltzer. This is your host, ready with tonight's story. It's all about a ballet dancer who made a woman's heart pirouette and kept a detective on his toes. Our guest tonight is only a student of the ballet, but at telling stories he has no master. So here is The Spectre of the Rose and its author, Ben Hecht.
People like André Sanin were born with one foot in heaven. The grace, the charm, the effortless majesty of his movements were learned, perhaps, but never really studied. To him, the ballet was like food or sleep, a normal function of the body, an inseparable part of the soul. And when André danced in the theater, ushers watched. Stage hands stood by in the wings and stared. Even the manager of the company applauded as the last act curtain fell. Bravo, André. Bravo, you were magnificent. Don't be an old George Polikoff. Every night it's the same for No, but tonight it was even more the same. Already they're calling me Nijinsky. That's Madame Lascelles.
He's right, André. We've been handing the mic. Listen to that hand they're giving you.
It's for you, Madame. You're an inspector of the road.
Oh.
I'm just a puppet who brings your dancers to life.
Ah, you're a fool. Go out there, take another call.
No. No more calls without Nina. My wife is entitled to some of this glory. She's danced her heart out tonight. Find her. Go before the curtain. Nina, where are you? We'll take a call together. Where is she, Lascelles, in her dressing room?
No, she hasn't come off the stage.
Maybe one of the girls knows where she... Good heavens. What's wrong? Oh, who cares? One of the girls saw Mouse. Don't be a fool, Polikoff. It's that little one, Heidi. Something must have happened.
Quick, André. Come. Mr. Sonny. Mr. Sonny.
Here, what's the matter?
Your wife, Mr. Sonny, look. She's so still.
Nina.
I tried to wake her up, but...
Nina, my darling. Speak to me.
It's no use, André. Don't touch her. She's dead.
No, I can't believe it.
She died right here on the stage, André.
On the stage?
In the costume of a rose.
Nothing like it had ever happened before. A ballerina dies in costume at the end of a performance, and her husband's grief closes the show. But men like Polikoff, men who are full of ego and insolvency, never let a good show stay closed. It took him months to find a new backer for another ballet starring André Sanin. But as soon as he found one, he went to Lascelles with his plans, his bigger and better plans. It's a gold mine, darling, a gold mine.
Polikoff, why do you come to me with your gold mine? I'm giving my girls a lesson. André Sanin is sick.
Sick? I don't believe in that sickness. Nerves, that's all.
Please. Listen. All right, children. All right. Just a moment, we'll start again. Polikoff, forget André. He's mental.
But how long can a man suffer over a dead wife? A week, 2 weeks, but 7 months? That's ridiculous. When the music plays, he'll die.
I told you, he doesn't dance. He lies in a bed, staring. He hasn't moved for months. He doesn't even know if it's day or night.
That's not fair, Madame. He's moody, but he's as charming as ever.
This poor child here brings in soup. Like little Red Riding Hood. He never even looks at her.
How sweet of you, Heidi. As long as one woman still adores a man, he isn't sick. He isn't mad.
Yes? What is it?
Excuse me. Are you Madame Lascelles?
That's right.
My name's McFarlane. I'm from the Homicide Bureau. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
What about?
About a dancer you know called André Sanin. You know where I can find him?
Well, I imagine you can find him right where he's been for the last 7 months, at home, in his flat.
Where is that?
Why do you want to see him?
Oh, just a report I'm investigating. You know how the police are. We never really close our books on a case. What books? What are you talking about? Well, to be perfectly frank, mister, Sanin seems to have been making some peculiar statements about his wife. And I'm not altogether sure they aren't true.
What has he said?
That his wife was murdered.
Murdered?
Yeah. That's why I'd like to talk to them. Get some of these statements firsthand.
This is foolish, officer. He's sick. It's his sickness makes him say things like
Just
that.
the same, I want to talk to him.
But you can't, not while he's in this condition. I wouldn't think of letting you speak to him now.
I'm afraid you'll have to, young lady.
Why? Who did he say murdered his wife?
That's just it. He said he did it himself.
Let's get one thing straight, Miss Collins. I didn't kill her. And if I told somebody I did, it's only because I'm screwier than a bedbug. So help me. It was stuck in my mind.
What was stuck, Mr. Sanin?
The idea that I'd killed her that night on the stage. It's sort of a dream.
Andre?
It's all right, Heidi. I can talk about it.
Go ahead, Mr. Sanin. Talk.
Well, it's like I was telling you before. I get these dreams. Daydreams, you might call them. Oh, they're real to me. First, I hear the violins and harps. Way up high. That's the start. Then I see myself coming in a jacket of roses with a knife in my hand, you know?
No, I don't. Is this one of the characters that you play on the stage?
That's it. It's a dance called the Spectre of the Rose. Only you don't really carry a knife. It's only in the dream. You see what I mean? The dream's all mixed up.
Well, you're a little mixed up, too, aren't you?
No, not anymore. No, it's only in the dream that I killed her. But I haven't had that dream or heard those screwy violins for some time. No kidding.
In other words, you're normal now.
Sure, like a rock. Even the music doesn't bother me anymore. Wait, I'll show you. Play it for me, Heidi.
Andre, no, not the Spectre of the Rose.
Play it, I said.
All right, Andre.
You see, I've graduated. There's nothing but a waltz to me now. I take it back about being through in the parlor. Do you mind? I've been lurking in this room with that tune chasing me up and down the walls. It's just a waltz to me now. Just a waltz. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an historic moment. We're witnessing the comeback of a genius. It is a comeback for me, Polikoff. I'll dance again.
Of course you'll dance. We'll build the entire ballet season around your scenery by Kropotkin, a full orchestra. You can do your own choreography like you always wanted.
Bravo. Salvation.
Andre, be careful.
Oh, Angel. Little angel that heaven has sent to nurse me back to health. I'm well again. And you have made me so. But, you're beautiful, darling. And I want you to dance with me. Don't you understand? You shall be my ballerina.
Andre? Do you mean that, Andre? You want me to be your ballerina?
Of course, my darling. Together we shall dance the Spectre of the Rose.
In 2 weeks, Andre Sanin was ready to start rehearsal. In another 2, the Spectre of the Rose had already begun to take shape, with Heidi in the ballerina role. Then, one night before the opening performance, Madame Lassault took Heidi aside after rehearsal and told her something she never expected to hear.
You must leave the show, Heidi. You cannot play this role. Why? What's the matter? I've done you a terrible wrong letting it go this far. But there's still time if you do as I say. You must not see Andre anymore, my child. He mustn't see you. What are you saying? Listen to me, Heidi. Go away from him. Run away. Tonight, tomorrow. But don't come back here anymore. For heaven's sake, why? Why should I leave Andre? I adore him. I know you do, my darling, but he's begun to adore you. Then why don't you want... Heidi, please, listen. There's something more important in your life than love. But he worships me. Don't you understand? We were made for each other. Andre wasn't made for anybody. He's a madman. Well, don't say that. Andre killed Nina. And he'll kill you if I let him. No, he didn't kill Nina. You said so yourself. Lie to everyone, including the police. But because he's been around here a dozen times, he smells the thing that happened. He smells the truth. What is the truth? Andre is a killer. No. No, I'm not going to listen to you. Well, listen. You caught Nina viciously in the dressing room a half hour before she died on the stage. He had a knife in his hand, and she was fighting him off with a chair when I came in. He died from a heart attack. He died from the blows he gave her. I gave her life for one last performance. But he killed her just as if he'd stabbed her with that knife. I wish you hadn't told me this. I have to tell you, Heidi. His head is hurting him a bit. And that's the way it started with Nina. He has the same look in his eyes. That's why I want you to go away. No, I won't go away. I can't. Because we were married this afternoon. No, Andre, please put me down.
Oh, but I insist, darling. A man has a right to carry his bride across the threshold, even a warped one like this. There, now I can let you down.
Oh, you're so sweet, my dear.
Sweetness is infectious, Angel. I'll catch it all from you. And when I take it...
What's the matter?
Music.
I don't hear anything.
You can let it go away. Hold me. Hold me tight. Tight, Angel.
I love you, Andre. I'll always be with you whenever you need me.
I need you sweetness so much.
Yeah?
Forever. I'll never harm you, Heidi. Believe me. I'll never hurt you. No matter what happens.
Oh, don't talk like that, darling. It frightens me.
Don't be frightened. I just want you to know that.
Again?
Yes. I'm sorry, sweetheart. That music. It sounds like devil's screeching.
Oh, please, what can I do?
Nothing. That music is for me. Please let him dance.
Oh, Andre.
The phantom. The man with the knife. Can't you see him?
No.
He's coming. Closer. Closer. Swirling like the specter of a rose. Here he comes, darling. Look out for the knife.
Andre.
Oh, my darling. Love me. Love me.
Do you know that the experts in radio have a way of telling how many people listen to a program? When they figure this out, the program gets what's called a rating. If last week's audience is any indication, many millions are listening tonight to Inner Sanctum. Yes, Inner Sanctum is a top-rating show. And among those millions of people, it's a sure bet that some of them are going to have a headache tomorrow or Wednesday or the next day. And when that happens, many of them have a product on hand that gets the top rating for headache help. It comes in a blue bottle. It fights headaches 3 ways. Yes, it's Bromo Seltzer, the headache help that millions know because of the fast relief it brings. Fast relief not only from a headache itself, but also from a stomach upset and jittery nerves that may go along with a headache.
And Bromo Seltzer also rates high, Mr. Weese, because it's such a pleasant way of combating a headache. Why, Bromo Seltzer is so nice and refreshing, there's nothing I'd rather take for a headache.
That's what modern folks everywhere say. So remember, friends, Bromo Seltzer is at your druggist, fountain, and counter. And next time you have a headache, get fast relief from that headache grief. Take refreshing... Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer. Well, now that you've had a chance to catch your breath, let's give this ballet dancer another whirl. And find out what makes him tick. No. Not Andre. The other one, the gay blade that dances up and down the walls with a knife. He's the one I like. Only it's a pity he never uses a fork. But then what can you expect of a specter? That he's an artist, and artists who paint with a sword have a nasty habit of drawing blood. But let's get on with the story. Here's Mr. Hex to continue.
The mind of a ballet dancer is hard enough to fathom even under normal conditions. Fed on symbolic thoughts and childlike enthusiasm, its simplicity is deceiving.
Like a fine watch or an expensive radio, the delicately adjusted mechanism which gives it balance can become distorted. One crossed wire, one loose connection, and instead of hearing a beautiful symphony, out comes static. That's why Detective McFarlane was on hand at the theater the night the Spectre of the Rose was scheduled to open.
Now, don't get excited, Lusself. I'm not here to arrest anybody. I just got a hunch that something might happen.
What?
Don't you know? That guy went crazy last time he danced. Loonies like him have a way of repeating themselves.
Will you kindly not add to our burden? I've explained about Nina's death 1,000 times.
That's the trouble. A normal death needs only one explanation. But 1,000 aren't enough when it's a case of murder.
Girls, please! Stop your fighting up there!
Don't give me that, Lusself. That scream wasn't upstairs. It was right down here in Andre Sunny's room. Open up. Open this door. Open up, Ralph. What's she there?
Andre! Heidi, what's wrong in there?
Huh? What? Who's making all the noise? Never mind about that. What's going on here?
Nothing. I was asleep.
Somebody screamed in here. Where is she?
Who? What are you talking about?
Your wife. Where is she?
She's lying down, resting. We always rest before a performance.
You wanted to see me, officer?
Oh. Yeah. Thought something might have happened. I heard a scream here. And...
No, nothing's happened. My husband and I were quarreling. I screamed. I couldn't help it. Please leave us alone.
Not so fast. You look a little pale to me. Are you all right?
Of course I am. Wouldn't I tell you if I weren't?
I don't know.
Now, listen, will you? I know this isn't very pretty, but everything is all right. After the show, you can hit me on the head if you want to, but right now, you've got to leave us alone. We're dancing tonight.
He's right, McFarlane. Leave him alone.
Okay. I won't bother you anymore, Sonine. But I'll be standing right outside the door.
Fair enough. Oh, darling. What did I do to you, darling?
Lord,
I struck you, didn't I, Angel? I struck you with my fist.
Please, Andre.
Who struck you? Him, that whirling devil. I thought I was watching him, but it was me. I'm the one who...
No, darling, no, I love you, Andre. Did you hear me? I love you, Andre.
I'm no good, Heidi. Just a lot of muscles that can dance. The rest of me is rubbish, broken glass, and...
No, don't talk now, please. Don't even think.
How can I not think after what I've done? Heidi, your shoulder. It's bleeding.
No, don't look, Andre. It's only a scratch.
It's not. It's deep. It's a cut.
I can fix it.
I did that too, didn't I? I cut you with a knife.
No, there wasn't a knife.
Don't lie to me, Heidi. There was. I tried to kill you.
It was an accident. I fell against the glass. Can't you see the edge of it is sharp, and I thought... I'm sorry. I tried to hide it from you in my robe.
The knife. The knife I held in my hand.
It wasn't you.
Take it, Heidi. Take it and plunge it into my heart with love.
No, never.
Angel, you must kill me before I kill you.
Officer.
All right, honey. Hurry, darling. Tonight you must dance.
They were like music that night, not like people. Like music, floating through the air like resonant notes echoing down a corridor. When the curtain fell, the ovation was tremendous. Heidi and Fanning were an overnight sensation, and the Spectre of the Rose was only the first of their triumphs. For weeks they played to capacity houses, and then one night, just before curtain time, it happened. They're not here yet, Hatfield. They're not here yet.
What?
Heidi and Fanny, they're not in the theater.
No. What time is it?
8:25, 5 minutes before curtain time. They're not here yet. How can they do this?
Sorry, please. Have they called up or anything?
Nothing. They haven't called the phone in their apartment. Doesn't answer. Henry's been calling them for 20 minutes.
Where is Henry?
Here, ma'am. What can I do? Bring him again?
No, Henry. Go over there right away. Something must have happened. You'd better tell the audience, Holocaust. They're not coming.
How do you know?
They're not coming, I tell you.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
I'm going to call the police. Heidi! Andre, open the door.
Never mind the knocking, Lusself. I got a key from the super.
Nobody phoned McFarlane. Henry would have told us if they were here.
Just the same, we're going inside.
They certainly made a mess of this place before they left.
How do you know they left?
I don't. I'm almost afraid to look. What's that?
Wait. There's somebody on the floor.
It's Henry.
Henry, what happened?
They're gone.
Where?
I don't know. He took him away.
Where did they go? What happened to you?
He hit me with that chair. He's like a wild man.
What did you say to him?
Nothing. I just wanted to get his dad.
Never mind about that. Where did they go?
I told you I don't know. She was afraid the doctor would come and take him away. That's why they left. She didn't want any doctor seeing him.
That foolish little child. You must find her, McFarland, before it's too late.
I'll find her if this guy will give me any sort of a lead.
But all I know is what I told you. She said she was going to hide Andre from everybody till he got well again.
Was he bad?
Yes, ma'am. He was talking about violins and harps way up high. The way they begin in the Spectre of the Rose.
Andre was bad. For 3 days and 3 nights in the stuffy hotel room where Heidi had hidden him, he tossed and turned over in his bed like a man with tropical fever. And all the while, the demons sang in his head. On the 4th night, Heidi went out for some food. When she came back, Andre was very still on the bed.
I was hoping you'd be asleep.
Let me sleep. He dances all the time now. In my mind. I can't stop him.
Don't sleep, Andre. I brought you some rolls and milk.
I'm not hungry.
Oh, you must be hungry, darling. You haven't eaten for 3 days.
You were gone just now.
Trying to get some milk.
Why didn't you stay?
And leave you here alone?
I'm not alone. He's here. He's always here.
Poor Andre. I'm feeling so much better this afternoon. I thought you were well again.
Please. There's still time.
Darling, if you could only sleep. If I could only get you some pills, but they won't give them to me without a doctor's prescription.
You'll call the doctor?
No, I wouldn't call anybody. I love you. I'll make you well again. The way I did before.
You mustn't take your eyes off me.
I won't, Andre.
You have to sleep.
Don't be afraid. I can stay awake. I did it for 3 nights. I can do it some more.
I hate you, Heidi.
Andre.
I'm a dancer, not a crazy man lying on the bed. I'm a dancer. I dance.
Please, I haven't the strength to make you rest.
I really want to rest. The music is in my ears.
Oh, darling, don't. I can't hold you anymore.
Hold him.
There's no one here.
Please, I tell you, let me alone.
Please put that roof out of bed.
It's no use. I can't stop him. He climbs the wall, drifts through the air, always smiling. Because he wants to see my face. You hear, Heidi? He wants to trade places with me. Heidi.
No. No, I'm not asleep. I just couldn't keep my eyes open. I've got to lie down.
No.
No, please, I'm tired. I can't keep awake anymore. I've got to sleep.
Yes, dear. Sleep. Sleep, my dear. And I will dance for you.
Darling.
I warned you to stay away, Nina. Oh, Nina.
We're changing places.
No. Where are you? I can't see you.
Look. I'm here.
I'm you, Andre. Here. Take up the knife and dance. You must dance, Andre.
Yes. Yes. The Spectre of the Rose. For you, Nina. For you, Nina. The dance where you die. While the rose spins around with a knife. My kill, Nina. I come to the stage. I leave. I turn. I spin. A pirouette. A pirouette. A pirouette. I'm going about the window. I'm on your eyes. Oh, my darling. My poor darling.
Well, this is your old choreographer, and let that be a lesson to all you whirling dervishes. If you must commit a murder, don't wind up like a top. No, only in this case our hero wound up at the bottom. Well, as I always say, a rolling stone gathers no mausoleum. Oh, a word of advice, friend, from a man who made quite a mark for himself, cutting throats. Murder, he says, is a messy business, but business always comes before pleasure.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Subscribe for more videos.
Fed up with the everyday grind? Tired out by the dull routine? You want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, transcribed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You're aboard the Orient Express, rushing through the European night, bound for Istanbul. And in your compartment with you, a gun pointed at your head, a small, mysterious stranger is about to take your life.
Today, we escape from reality to the tense world of Balkan intrigue as Graham Greene pictured it in his famous novel, Orient Express.
Orient Express now leaving.
My name is Gregory Myatt. In 1932, I had to go to Istanbul on business, and I decided to take the Orient Express. After an uneventful trip across the Channel, I found myself at the station in Ostend, Belgium, where the Orient Express began. The porter took my bags and overcoat to my first-class compartment while I lingered on the platform. And, inevitably, somebody bumped into me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's quite all right.
I wonder which way are the second-class coaches, please?
That way, I think. Your suitcase looks heavy. May I?
Oh, no, thanks. I can manage all right. I always have.
Yeah, she had a very nice figure, trim and erect. I wondered whether she was going as far as Istanbul.
Orient Express en voiture. En
I made my way down the platform to my coach. But there was a stranger in my compartment going through my overcoat.
Young man, you have the wrong compartment.
And you have the wrong overcoat.
This coat is mine. Also this compartment, number 7.
It happens to be number 8.
8? I have made a mistake. 1,000 apologies, sir.
Oh, that's all right.
Thank you. You are going to Belgrade, perhaps?
No, I'm for Istanbul.
So, allow me. My name is Richard John.
How do you do? My name's Myatt, Gregory Myatt.
I am grateful you are a fellow countryman. These little mistakes can be so difficult to explain.
Fellow countryman? But I'm American.
I also. I am a naturalized American all these many years, but the accent remains.
Yes, I suppose it does.
Well, we are underway. I will go to my compartment. A most pleasant journey, sir, and again 1,000 apologies.
I looked at the landscape a while and then got out a book and settled down to read. And at that moment, of course, we ran into a string of tunnels, all of them pitch black. I was just about to ring for the guard to ask to have the lights switched on when the train was crashing to a stop. We were in a tunnel. I got up and groped for the door. Went into the corridor just as the lights went on. And lying on the floor was the girl who had bumped into me. Excuse me, please. One side, please. Excuse me, please.
Madame as conductor, it is my duty to inform you it is not allowed for a passenger to stop the Orient Express.
Mr. Myatt, if you will allow me, please.
Oh, Mr. John. Hadn't we better get a doctor?
I am a doctor, Mr. Myatt. Allow me. So, there is nothing wrong with this young lady. She has only fainted.
Oh, good. Give me a hand, Mr. John. Let's get her into my compartment.
I'm all right now. Really, I am.
Yes, of course you are. Here you are. Drink this. It's brandy.
Drink it, young lady. It will help you.
Good. I don't know why I fainted. I never did before.
When did you last have a decent meal? Yesterday? The day before?
I suppose it was the day before. That's my affair.
You have no money?
No.
How would you like to have dinner with me?
Well,
Please say yes.
I won't say no.
Fine. Will you join us, Mr. John?
No, I prefer to remain in my compartment.
As we dined, I learned her name was Carol Musker. She was a chorus girl, and she had a job waiting for her in Istanbul. I felt a bit sorry for her, but, well, more than that, I remembered how she felt in my arms when I carried her into my compartment. And I wanted to hold her again.
I ate a lot, Mr. Myatt. I hope you can afford the check.
I think I can.
Oh, good.
Now, how about breakfast tomorrow? And all the rest of your meals till we reach Istanbul.
Mr. Myatt, I hope you don't have any ideas about me.
Well, of course I have. You're very attractive.
Well, I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're married and have 6 children.
I am not, and I haven't. How about you?
I have no one.
Well, then there's no reason why we shouldn't have ideas about each other, is there? And by the way, my first name's Gregory. More coffee or dessert?
No, thanks.
Well, then as soon as I've paid
Mr. Myatt.
Oh, Mr. John.
Excuse me, is this yours?
That's my pocketbook.
I found it in the corridor outside my compartment. You must have dropped it when you lifted this young lady.
He gave me my pocketbook and left the dining car. All my money was there, but one thing I knew, I had not dropped my pocketbook. Mr. John had taken it. Well, Carol and I started through the train. It was about 9 o'clock, and the lights were already dimmed. In the second-class coaches, people were asleep, sitting up in the crowded compartments.
Mr. Myatt, here's my compartment. Thank you for dinner.
It's, very early. You have to go in?
Oh, I'm tired.
Oh, it's too crowded in there for comfortable sleeping. And besides, you never know who's next to you.
Oh, but I do. That little fat man, see? His name's Joseph Grunlich. He introduced himself.
Oh, he did he?
You're not jealous.
No. But what do you know about him? He might be a thief or a bigamist.
Now you're being ridiculous. Well, good night, Mr. Myatt. Gregory?
Carol,
Yes?
you might kiss me goodnight. No one will notice.
All right.
What?
Oh,
young lovers, eh?
Oh, Mr. Grunlich.
If you are going somewhere, sir, why don't you go ahead?
Do not be angry, please, sir. I was not spying, Mr. Meyer.
How do you know my name?
We all heard of the gentleman gallant enough to take Miss Musker to dinner at the good doctor's suggestion.
Doctor? What doctor?
Mr. John. He's a doctor, is he not? Now, if you'll please excuse me, I must get some water. I'm quite thirsty.
I don't think I like that guy. Carol, how about taking my compartment?
Your compartment?
Or I'll get you another one. We'll speak to the conductor right now, huh?
First-class compartment for the young lady, monsieur. You must wait until we arrive at Cologne. No tickets are sold aboard the Orient Express. We arrive in Cologne in, let me see, precisely 15 minutes.
On track 2, Orient Express, leaving in 10 minutes.
As we walked up to the first-class ticket window, a woman elbowed us out of the way.
Please excuse me. You don't mind if I go first, do you? My train for Paris leaves any minute.
Well, in that case, go right ahead.
Thank you. Oh, Hans, bitte schnell.
Ah, Fräulein Warren.
One to Paris, Hans. My editor's got me up.
She was a
in the middle of the
reporter,
night for a
apparently.
story.
While
Some
waiting for her
odd
change,
exhibit
her
or
eyes
wild
went past me to the Orient Express, and
I'll trade you
suddenly they widened. I followed her glance. Mr. John was just stepping back into his compartment.
One moment, Hans. Change this ticket for a sleeper on the Orient Express. Make it Belgrade.
Oh, you are lucky, Miss Warren. There is only one accommodation on the Orient Express left.
Just a moment there. We were here first. I thought you were going to Paris.
Not
miss.
when I see Dr. Zinner on the Orient Express.
Dr. Zinner. The man you were looking at was Richard John.
Is that the name he's using now? Oh,
Fräulein?
thank you, Hans.
Just a moment there. I'm taking that ticket.
Mein Herr, I regret, but the lady asked for it before you did, and she is an old customer. Here's the ticket, Miss Warren.
Who is it?
Gregory Myatt, Mr. John. I'd like to talk to you for a moment. May we come in?
Why, yes. Yes, of course. You are feeling better, Miss Musker? You are getting enough rest?
Yes, thanks.
That's why we're here. Miss Musker's taking my compartment, and I'm staying in here with you.
I wish I could oblige, but I prefer my privacy.
Why is that, Dr. Zinner?
My name is Richard John. Where did you hear otherwise?
From a newspaper reporter who saw you in the station at Cologne.
Oh.
I don't know what it's all about, and I don't much care, but Miss Musker is going to have my compartment, and I'm going to move into this one with you. Any objections?
No. In fact, both of you shall stay here with me.
What the devil?
Gently, Mr. Myatt. He has a gun. I am an excellent shot, believe me.
Oh, Greg.
We shall all stay, I insist. Lock the door, Mr. Myatt. That's fine. Now, just who are you, Mr. Myatt?
Who am I?
A police spy? Here to keep me from getting to Belgrade?
No, that's
You
ridiculous.
surely don't expect me to believe your story about some...
Mr. John.
That sounds like the reporter from Cologne.
Tell her she has made a mistake. Tell her, Myatt.
Go away. You've got the wrong compartment. My name is Myatt.
I'm a reporter. Mabel Warren, London Clarion.
Myatt, put your arm around Miss Musker. Open the door part way, just enough for her to see both of you. I shall be behind the door. And remember, I have a gun.
Oh, you're not the man I'm after, are you?
My name is Myatt. I haven't the slightest idea where you can find your Mr. John.
Well, I'll find him. He's on the Orient Express somewhere. Excuse me for interrupting your, Excuse me for interrupting you. Good night, Mr. Myatt.
Bolt the door, please. Oh, perhaps you really are only an American businessman, Mr. Myatt. In that case, I owe you an explanation. Sit down.
He told us a fantastic story. He was a political exile from his own country. He'd been forced to leave 5 years ago, and now he was going back to lead a rebellion, to overthrow the government by a coup d'etat. And to me, it made very little sense. Had it not been for the gun in his hand, I might have laughed in his face.
If I am captured before this train gets to Belgrade, I will be executed. Once in Belgrade, however, I am safe. I am very popular. I know the city. There are thousands ready to hide me.
And that's very interesting. Now that you believe we're who we say we are, you could put that gun away. I'll bunk here with you, and Miss Muska can go to my compartment.
I cannot allow that. Among the passengers on this train are many of my countrymen. Some would be loyal if they knew about me, but others would not.
Dr. Zinner will tell no one.
I am sure you would not, intentionally, but it might slip out. No, I cannot permit you to leave this compartment.
I'm warning you, if I can, I'm going to take that gun away from you.
Don't try it, my friend.
You're older than I am, Dr. Zinner. You're tired. Just how long can you stay awake? I sat with Carroll on one seat. He was across from us, the revolver in his hand. And it got later and later and later.
I'm tired, Greg.
Now just close your eyes then, Carroll. Are you sleepy, Dr. Zinner?
Not yet, Mr. Myatt.
Carroll was asleep on my shoulder. I fought to keep my eyes open, but I dozed off. And then somehow I came awake. I lifted my head. Dr. Zinner was asleep. I reached across and grabbed the gun.
Oh, Greg.
It's all right, Carroll. I've got it. Well, Dr. Zinner?
You are right, sir. I tried to stay awake, but...
Stay here, Carroll. I'm going to locate the conductor. I'm going to tell him what's been going on.
Oh, no, you must not. I shall never get to Belgrade.
Greg, they'll kill him.
No, we're still outside his country. He won't be hurt.
But if you report me to the conductor, I shall be put off the train.
Well, in short, no harm done. I'll be back soon, Carroll. I left the compartment and started down the corridor. I heard a noise behind me, and as I turned, I caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure, one arm raised high above my head. Then the arm swung down, and something hard and heavy crashed against my skull. And I fell into a pool of blackness, and I knew nothing more.
In just a moment, we will return to Escape. But first, the blazing billboard for CBS's 10 great Sunday night shows has an especially big blaze of lights near the top of the list. That's where the names of Spike Jones, Jack Benny, and Amos and Andy are found in succession. Spike Jones, Jack Benny, Amos and Andy, the most unusual sequence of top-rating comedy in radio. Don't miss a single second of their 90 non-stop minutes of mirth tomorrow night on CBS's great Sunday Night 10. Amos and Andy and Spike Jones come to you over most of these same CBS stations, and Jack Benny is heard over them all. And now, with our star, Bill Conrad, we return to the second act of Escape and The Orient Express.
How much later it was when I opened my eyes, I don't know. Whoever had hit me had done an expert job. Might have been Zinner or even Carroll. Had no way of knowing. The gun was gone. I dragged myself to my feet and stumbled down the corridor back to compartment number 7, but it was empty. Perhaps they moved to my compartment. I hurried to it. No, there was nothing in my compartment. My bags were gone, even my overcoat. Inside, I began to feel a strange, unreasoning fear. Why was it so quiet? Where were all the other passengers? I went along the entire corridor. I opened every door in the coach. It was completely empty. I felt as if I were going crazy. And I lost consciousness again.
Here, you!
What?
Mister!
What?
Wake up! Wake up!
Who are you?
I, sir? I am the brakeman.
No. Tell me, what happened to everyone? This coach was full. I got on at Austin. Dozens of people got on at Austin.
Oh, no, sir. This coach is empty, and it comes only from Regensburg.
Regensburg?
Huh?
No, it's from Austin, I tell you. Look, compartment 8. This was mine. My bags, my overcoat, they were here, and now they've disappeared. What was that?
Oh, that is only the switch engine. We're on the yards outside Vienna. This coach is a deadhead. It was put on at the Orient Express at Regensburg, and now we take it off.
Deadhead? You mean... No, it's not my coach at all. The regular coaches
The
are...
Orient Express is in front of us, sir. If you do not want it to leave without you, you had better hurry, sir.
Don't worry, I'll make it. The Orient Express was just getting underway when I dropped off the front of the deadhead. I had plenty of time to run up alongside and swing aboard. I made my way through the train to my coach and knocked on the door of Zinner's compartment. Open up in there.
Who is it?
Gregory Myatt, open the door.
Come in, please.
Lying on the berth, bound and gagged, was the reporter, Miss Warren. And standing beside her, gun in hand, was not Dr. Zinner, but Joseph Grundlich.
You have a very tough skull, Mr. Meyer. I should have hit you a little harder, no?
Where is Carol? Where is Dr. Zinner? Why have you tied up this reporter?
No, please, not so fast. First, as to Miss Warren. I have tied her to prevent her from interfering with Dr. Zinner. Had I allowed her to file her newspaper story, Dr. Zinner would never get to Belgrade. I happen to be an ardent follower of Dr. Zinner. I was standing watch last night when you dashed into the corridor, Mr. Myatt. You had this very gun in your hand. You had obviously broken away from Dr. Zinner. Fortunately, I had a blackjack.
Where is Carol and Dr. Zinner?
Do you promise to do nothing to interfere with Dr. Zinner's plan?
I promise nothing.
No, be reasonable. The Orient Express will soon cross the border into my own country. It makes only one stop at the border for passport identification. After that, you are involved no longer. Why be stubborn?
All right, Grundlich. I won't interfere.
Mr. Myatt, I thank you. You may go now. Dr. Zinner and Miss Musker are next door in your compartment.
Dr. Zinner was seated on one berth dozing, and Carol lay on the opposite berth fast asleep, traces of tears on her cheeks. She shivered. I covered her with my overcoat, and she woke up.
Gregory, I didn't know where you were.
Go back to sleep.
Oh, I searched everywhere. I didn't know what to do. When I came back here, oh, I was so tired. Dr. Zinner made me go to sleep.
Everything's all right. In a few hours, everything will be fine. Now, close your eyes and go back to sleep. I left the compartment and went to the second-class coach. With both Carol and Grundlich gone, there was space for me. I slept until I was awakened by a Hungarian passport inspector. The train had stopped in a town named Subotica, just inside the border. I showed him my passport. Then I went to the dining car. The breakfast rush was just starting, so I gave a waiter a pound note and had him get me breakfast for two. By the time the Orient Express was 10 minutes out of Subotica, we were going down the corridor, with the loaded tray tinkling as the waiter followed me. We arrived at my compartment, but it was empty. No sign of Zinner, no sign of Carol. A torn piece of paper was tucked under the cuff of my overcoat. It was a note. I have left with Dr. Zinner. I'm afraid this is goodbye. Signed, Carol Musker.
Sir, the breakfast. Where shall I put the tray?
What?
The breakfast.
Oh. Take it back. I don't want it. I sat near the window and watched the landscape drift past. My suspicions had been right all along. Dr. Zinner had played me for a fool, and so had Carol. After a while, I became conscious of a tapping sound on the wall of my compartment. It kept on, and suddenly I realized that it was coming from the compartment next to mine, someone's heel banging against the wall. It took only a minute to get next door. It was Miss Warren, the reporter, all tied and gagged.
Oh, thank goodness. I thought you'd never hear me.
Where's Grundlich? Where are the others?
You mean you don't know what's happened? Zinner's going to be executed.
Executed?
Well, they took him off the train at Subotica. Grundlich arranged the whole thing. He's a government spy.
Oh, he can't be.
Well, he is. They're probably holding a drumhead court-martial on Dr. Zinner back in Subotica this minute.
I see. And Carol Musker's a government spy, too?
The girl? No.
She must be. They took her off the train.
Well, they had to. They couldn't have any witnesses.
Well, what will they do with her?
Probably kill her.
But...
Hey, here, what are you doing? You can't jump out. The train's going 60 at least.
I'm going back there.
To Subotica? You're insane.
Look, there's a small town up ahead. I saw it when I leaned out. Some cars are parked at the station. I saw them. I'm going to pull the emergency cord. Take one of those cars.
What can you possibly do in Subotica?
I don't know, but I'll do something.
Go ahead, Mr. Myatt. I'm going with you.
I pulled the emergency cord, and in a matter of seconds, the Orient Express was screeching to a halt right at the station. I flung open the door, and with Miss Warren close behind me, I ran toward the parked cars. Here. You. Come here. Do you speak English?
A car, gentlemen, a car very cheap.
I want to go to Subotica.
It's too far, 50 kilometers.
I'll give you 20 pounds.
Wait, get in, gentlemen, get in.
We were at Subotica inside of an hour. I had the driver stop just before we got into the center of town and told him to wait. Miss Warren and I started down the main street.
Mr. Myatt, look.
In the doorway of a small restaurant, his back to us, talking to a chef, was Joseph Grundlich. Just keep walking.
All right.
Try to hear what he's saying.
Meal for 2 people. Have it sent to railroad.
Did you hear what he said?
Something about a last meal for 2 people to be taken to the railroad station.
Don't turn your head. Just keep walking.
Okay.
The railroad station platform was empty, so was the ticket office. But through the window, we could see the waiting room, and beyond it was a closed door to a baggage room. There was a large, old-fashioned key in the lock, and standing beside the door was a soldier with a rifle. That's why they must be in the baggage room. You don't have a gun, I suppose?
No.
Oh, neither do I. The key's in the lock. If I can get to it without the soldiers noticing. We've got to get the soldier away from the door, Miss Warren.
How?
Look, do you see that telephone over there in the far corner?
Yeah.
If we could somehow get the soldier over to the telephone, his view of the baggage room door would be cut off.
Yeah.
Look, that'll be your job, Miss Warren.
Mine?
Go into the waiting room and up to the telephone booth. Smile at the soldier as you go by. Then pretend you're having some trouble with the phone. Appeal to him for help.
Right.
When he joins you at the phone booth, keep him occupied while I go in and let him out.
But he might look around.
Just talk to him. Zinner and Carol and I will try to make the car.
You'll have to hurry. We're looking that last meal may be here any minute.
And we'll hurry, all right. Through the grimy window, I watched as Miss Warren crossed the waiting room to the telephone, smiling at the soldier. She left the booth and walked over to him. Couldn't hear what they were saying. She smiled at him again, putting her hand on his arm. They went over to the booth. I took a deep breath and entered the waiting room. I could hear them talking as I started toward the baggage room.
Anything about telephones, it's so nice of you to help.
Oh, lovely. Yes, I'm glad to. What number you wish?
Oh, yes,
Carol.
that's the number. Oh, here, I have it right here in my...
Carol.
Gregory.
Shh. No noise. Dr. Zinner, Carol, go to the station platform. Now, no noise. Come on.
What's your plan?
All right, follow me.
Oh, no, but I heard about you. I didn't know.
We started back toward the open door that led to the station platform. We went out slowly, not making a sound. Miss Warren was still talking to the soldier, and then suddenly their voices stopped. I glanced back. The soldier's gun had fallen to the floor. He was kissing Miss Warren. We got out to the platform, and I shut the door quietly. All right, follow me. The car's 2 blocks away.
What about her?
She's a reporter. They won't dare touch her. Now, come on.
All right.
In a few moments, the station was behind us. The car was only a block away now. We turned the corner, and walking toward us, not 10 feet away, was Joseph Grundlich and a waiter from the restaurant. Before he could collect his wits, I ran at him. He crumpled to the ground. Then I hit the waiter. All right, run for it.
All right.
Grundlich fired a few shots at us, but hit no one. And then we were in the car, and he fired at us no longer.
En voiture, Orient Express, all aboard.
Goodbye, Dr. Zinner. You sure you won't come along?
Oh, I stay here in Belgrade. I shall be all right now, thanks to you. Goodbye, Mr. Myatt.
Goodbye. Hello.
Hello.
You, mind if I sit down?
No, not at all.
Well, we'll be in Istanbul tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. A day late. You know, I probably lost that chorus job.
Have any idea what you'll do then?
Oh, I think so. I have an idea.
Yeah. So have I. A very good idea. Come here.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Today, we have presented transcribed Orient Express by Graham Greene, adapted for radio by Sheldon Stark and Walter Newman, with editorial supervision by John Dunkel. Starred as Gregory Myatt was Bill Conrad. Featured players were Edgar Barrier, Hans Conried, Gloria Grant, Harry Bartell, Ann Morrison, Jack Crucian, and John Daner. The special music was arranged and played by Ivan Ditmars. Next week,
You are alone in the steaming jungle with 3 men. You know that one of them is a desperate criminal, a man you've come here to arrest, but you don't know which one. You'll have to find him before he can save himself by killing you.
Next week, we escape with L.G. Blockman's exciting tale of a manhunt, Red Wine. Goodbye, then, until this same time next week, when once again CBS offers you Escape. Looking for more escape drama? There'll be more coming along on CBS tonight, when most of these same CBS stations will bring you The Adventures of Philip Marlowe and Gangbusters. They're both regular Saturday night features on CBS. Now, stay tuned for 5 minutes of the latest news, to be followed immediately by the Let's Pretend program over most of these same CBS network stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Subscribe for more videos.
Hollywood, California, Monday, August 17th.
The Lux Radio Theater presents John Bowles in The Vagabond King with Evelyn Venable. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, John Bowles and Evelyn Venable. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our guests, Robert Riskin and Geneva Sawyer. And our director of music, Louis Silvers. Welcome also to the distinguished personalities in our audience. Craig Reynolds, Adrian Ames, Mrs. John Bowles, and Helen McFadden of the McFadden Publications. To our listeners, seen and unseen, greetings from Lux. It is fitting that this program should come to you from this city of stars, because nowhere in the world are Lux Flakes better known or more extensively used than in the leading motion picture studios here in Hollywood. For washing woolens, prints, silks, in fact, for all fabrics that are washable, the studios know how newness is prolonged, how colors are protected by washing with those light, sheer, but marvelously effective Lux Flakes. The flakes that have made cake soap rubbing a thing of the past. And now, may I again present as our producer the man who has given us dozens of our best-known performers and 62 of our great motion pictures. He comes direct to the Lux Radio Theater from one of the big stages at Paramount where he is now filming The Plainsman. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play had its beginning more than 100 years before Shakespeare was born. In those days, a tragic harlequin roamed the streets of Paris, drinking in its cellars and sleeping in its garrets. He had the conscience of a pickpocket and the soul of a poet. His name was Francois Villon. Almost 5 centuries later, Justin Huntley McCarthy wrote Villon's story in a play called If I Were King. E.H. Southern starred in it. And in that first company, I had the honor to be one of Francois Villon's vagabonds, the worst cutthroat in the play, Colin de Cailleux. It was excellent training for my later career, my actors tell me. With us in the cast were 2 lovely ladies, Constance Adams and Margaret Ellington. Yesterday, Miss Adams and I celebrated our 34th wedding anniversary. And Margaret Ellington, then the wife of Daniel Frohman, later married Major Bowes. A few years ago, the play reappeared on Broadway with Rudolph Frimmel's music and a new title, The Vagabond King. And starring in it tonight is John Bowles, who starred in the first production of the Lux Radio Theater almost 2 years ago. Fate tried to keep John off the stage. At the University of Texas, he was a star pitcher, not a pitcher star. He once struck out 26 batters in a doubleheader, which brought him 3 offers from the major leagues. He preferred to study medicine. But when the war broke out, John enlisted. He spent 22 months overseas and was wounded twice. Returning to the United States, he taught French in Glens Falls, New York. But the next season found him on the New York stage. As the star of The Vagabond King, he is the only player who has starred in the Lux Radio Theater 4 times. Featured with him is Laughing Eyes, so called by the Iroquois tribe that adopted her, but better known as Evelyn Venable. Miss Venable won a place in Walter Hampton's repertoire company with a performance of Juliet. The balcony for that performance was the hayloft in the barn at Walter Hampton's Connecticut farm. Her audience was Mr. Hampton and her father. After several seasons with the Hampton Players, she was signed by Paramount and has been on the screen ever since. In tonight's play, she appears as a lady in the court of King Louis XI. And now the Lux Radio Theater presents The Vagabond King, starring John Bowles as Francois Villon and Evelyn Venable as Lady Catherine. Paris in the 15th century. Louis XI sits on the throne, but his violent subjects plot and grumble in the Fur-Cone Tavern, haunt of thieves and murderers. Tonight a fire is burning on the massive hearth, and stretched before it on the floor is Francois Villon, played by John Bowles. He's an unkempt youth with vivid eyes, dark hair, and a tangled beard. Beside Villon sits Huguette, a slim, dark-haired beauty who prods him in the ribs with her foot as she demands an answer to her question.
Answer me, Francois.
Stop kicking me, will you? I want to look at your face.
Answer me.
I've never seen it upside down before.
Answer me. Your fat friend Tabry swears you've been out of jail 2 days, and this is the first I've seen of you. 2 whole days.
Pent and roaming the streets of Paris.
Tabry swears you've spent them in scribbling verses to a lady, a great lady, in the palace of the king.
Ah, Tabry is a loose-mouthed mongrel.
The sharp nose for your scent. Outlandish, you a common thief in the frenzy over a lady, King Louis's court. Laughable, that's what it is.
Ah, now, just a moment. You're in the frenzy. I'm laughing.
Answer me. Don't you care a fig about me?
Oh, a lot of figs, my pretty one, as I've answered you countless times, but not enough for frenzies. Now, come. What's the news since I went to jail?
Oh, I wish you'd rotted there.
Tut, 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 tut.
Oh, go away. Be a clown. Woo the whole court for all I care.
Oh, Huguette, why can't we chat comfortably? Hand me my wine.
Oh, your mug's empty again. That's the last drop you'll get from this tavern without money.
Ah, well, there are other taverns in Paris.
Oh, come back, Francois.
Have no fear, pretty one. I'm not leaving.
Then why do you open the door?
Oh, there's magic in the air tonight. Feel it?
No, I feel a chill.
Oh, here's queer magic.
What?
2 muffled figures at the head of the street. They're coming this way.
2 customers?
Oh, perhaps. Come along, Huguette. We'll go tell the mistress of the tavern. The prospect of new business may thaw the old elephant.
And I suppose you'll tell her that you brought them here.
Why not, Huguette? Why not?
Look here. The door is open. Well, get on, Tristan. But...
No, stop butting. And come in.
An evil-looking place. A sort of cellar.
What did you expect? A bird's nest?
I had no illusions, Your Majesty.
No majesty here, fool. Plain Louis. You go shouting that I'm the King of France. What's the good of my being snuffed under this itchy cloak?
You're well disguised, sir.
So this is the trysting place.
The Fur-Cone Tavern. An unsavory spot.
Be bright, man. Look at my plight. The Duke of Burgundy with a full armed force is just without the Paris gates. My throne sways like a rocking chair, but do I pull a sad face?
Worse, you run sniffing about taverns after the skirts of a wench.
Wench hardly describes my kinswoman, the Lady Catherine de Versailles. She's coming here tonight, or so I've heard. As for sniffing about taverns, you forget that I dreamed a dream last night.
Dreams and stars and women while Paris goes to the dogs.
I dreamed that I was a swine rooting in the streets of Paris. That I found a pearl of great price in the gutter. I took it and set it in my crown. But it shone so bright it filled all Paris with its light. Then a great star fell from heaven. Who are those creatures in the other room?
The worst cats and rats in all Paris. Bullies, wantons, thieves, murderers.
Bad company for a king.
Look over there. That young bearded fellow standing near the doorway with the tavern mistress.
Oh, the fellow with the cocky air?
Yes, he's Francois Villon, their leader.
Francois Villon.
Poet, pickpocket, drinker, and scholar. In their thieves' language, they call him King of the Vagabonds.
Now leave me be.
Oh, come, please, Mrs. Taverner. One more mug of wine, please.
You've had all you'll get on faith.
Pardon, sir. Will you honor me?
Honor you, sir?
By drinking at my expense. Mistress, a bottle of your finest wine.
Yes, mister.
Tristan, give me a gold coin.
A gold coin? Hey, everybody, come here.
Not everybody, monsieur.
We'll all honor you, monsieur. And if we ever meet in a dark alley, remind me of this, and I'll let you go. Come, all of you. We drink to the downfall of the treacherous Duke of Burgundy.
So, monsieur, you are a patriot.
Say, rather a poet. Down with Burgundy makes good rhyming.
Yes, excellent. What is your ballad?
Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger and bow down to Burgundy? Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for the crown of Burgundy? Onward, onward, swords against the foe. Forward, forward, the lily banners go. Sons of France, around us break a chain that bound us, and to a hell with Burgundy. Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger and bow down to Burgundy? Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for the crown of Burgundy? Onward, onward, swords against the foe. Forward, forward, the lily banners go. Sons of France, around us break the chain that bound us, and to hell with Burgundy.
Excellent, excellent. 'Tis a pity Burgundy can't hear your rhyme.
Ah, he may, if we ever get a real king. More wine, Margot.
You drink too much for your health, sir.
Well, what can honest thieves do but drink? With a bloodthirsty enemy at our door, and a helpless nincompoop upon the throne.
Nincompoop?
Aye, nincompoop.
And no doubt, Francois Villon, you could do better than the king if you were in his place.
Francois made a rhyme about that, too.
So, maybe not hear it.
Well, if you'll buy another drink, sire.
Very well. Begin.
The figure on the throne you see is nothing but a puppet. Planned to wear the royal bravery of silken coat and gilded wand. Not so we Frenchmen understand. We bid the damned Burgundian dance. And such a one would take command if Villon were the King of France.
Francois! Friend, Francois!
Oh, Tabarry, I've been waiting for you, you sniveling Tabarry.
Another time. The king's archers are around the corner.
The king's archers?
Aye, a whole nest full of them.
In the inside room.
All of you, in there, strangers, hurry.
Stop! Let me go. Do as you're told, Tristan.
Bravo, in you go. Hop in, Tabarry.
Close the door.
Tabarry, are you sure it's the king's archers, or are you just being playful?
I'm sure, all right. But what's more, Francois, there's an answer to your pretty verses.
What?
She's here, the lady of the court.
The lady?
Will you come inside, your gracious reverend?
Is the man I seek here?
There, by the fire. Excuse me, your gracious reverend.
Are you he they call Francois Villon?
Aye.
The room is so dark, I can't see my way.
Your hand.
Thank you.
If this be dreaming, God never let me wake again.
You wrote me this verse. If I were king, ah, love, if I were king, what tributary nations would I bring to kneel before your scepter?
And to swear allegiance to your lips, your eyes, your hair, beneath your feet. What treasures would I fling if I were king?
Why did you send me this verse?
Because you're all my dreams of loveliness. Because I love you, Lady Catherine. I love you.
Monsieur.
Yes?
I...
Is your heart always so jumpy?
Why? What are you staring at?
Oh, that frantic rose tossing on your breast. May I have it?
What sort of man are you?
Briefly, one who steals without shame, sticks a dagger in his enemy, and sleeps with an easy conscience. There you have my virtues, my lady. My vices had best remain a puzzle.
You risk such things for yourself. What would you do for my asking?
What could I do for such as you?
Something dearer to me than life itself.
What could be dearer than your life?
France. My France. Your France. Listen, Francois Villon. I've learned that our Grand Marshal, Thibaut d'Aussigny, would sell our France to the Duke of Burgundy and plots to open the gates of Paris to his army.
What can I do?
Thibaut is coming here any moment to meet one of your men who is in the pay of Burgundy. You declare you love me.
With all the meaning love can have.
Enough to kill Thibaut d'Aussigny?
Kill?
You spoke of daggers. But perhaps you didn't expect to be taken at your word.
But I didn't hope to be. You'll stay and point him out.
Where can I wait?
Up those stairs, on that gallery. You can reach the street from there.
There's someone at the door.
Your hand, quick, to the balcony. You're safe up here. There's Margot going to open the door.
Who's there?
Open the door.
That's Thibaut's voice.
What's wrong here? Don't you deemed and rated that it's quiet at this hour?
The door was unlatched, monsieur.
Then why not show a light?
Oil and wicks have their price.
There's a man here by the name of Rene.
There is.
Send him to me at once.
If he'll come, monsieur.
So, sly old Rene is in the pay of Burgundy,
You'll kill this Thibaut.
You have my word. There's Rene.
You asked for me? I did. Tell me, how is your garden, friend?
The grapes are ripe.
That's the password.
Monsieur Thibaut, this note was carried to me by a Burgundian arrow, shot over the walls at noon.
Give it to me. The Duke of Burgundy agrees to give me a dukedom and the maid Catherine de Vaucelles.
That's you.
20,000
Did you know?
Not bad.
acres of land. King Louis has denied me the maid. Very well, it shall cost him his crown.
Yes, sir.
Quiet. Fool. Let me read further.
Go now, Lady Catherine. Leave Thibaut to me.
You will not fail.
I'll play the drunken knave, engage him in a fight, and then my sword shall do the rest.
For the glory of France. You asked me for this rose, Francois Villon. I give it to you now.
My lady.
May heaven give you speed. Farewell.
What's that? There's someone on that balcony.
Hello, hello. Well, wait, my friend. I'm coming down.
Who is this drunken fool?
It's only Francois Villon.
Aye, Francois Villon, yes, Francois Villon. Good evening, monsieur. Will you crack a bottle with me, aye?
Out of my way, Guzzler.
Oh, not so fast.
Let go.
Guzzler, did you say? Apologize.
Let go, you drunken dog!
Oh, so you will strike me, huh? You'll strike Francois Villon.
Francois, what's happened here?
Stand back. Friends, why, this rogue has insulted me.
Draw your sword, rogue.
I'll draw it and kill you too, you swine. Your Majesty, Timon. Pichu. Vion has run him through.
The king's orchards! What, Francois? The orchards are here!
Stop! In the king's name!
Captain.
Thibaut d'Aussigny.
That devil there, Francois Villon. Take him out and hang him.
Stand back.
One moment, Captain. That young gentleman is my affair.
Who dares delay the king's justice?
I am the king's justice. I am the king.
Your Majesty, 1,000 pardons.
The king? You?
Yes, Francois Villon. Captain, cage this man.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Wait. If Villon were the king of France, was that just good rhyming, Master Poet?
Your prison cells don't frighten me. If I'm not a better man than Louis Do-Nothing, Louis Dare-Nothing, may I never drink wine again. Is there one heart in all France that you hold, even as I hold my rabble in this tavern? Is there one enemy of France that you can down, as I just downed that bouncing traitor with his long sword? Take me to your dungeon prison. Hide me away from all the world, and still I'll say, unsullied would our banner stand, if Villon were the king of France.
Our play, The Vagabond King, starring John Bowles and Evelyn Venable, will be resumed shortly. But now, we're at the Union Air Terminal at Burbank, just a few miles from Hollywood. And we're right up where, in just a minute, we should see the big silver gray New York transport take off. A baggage truck has just pulled up to this giant plane, and bags and suitcases are being stowed away in the luggage compartment. Two women are standing against the passenger's gate to the field, watching their bags being put aboard.
Isn't it thrilling? This is my first trip. I've lost count of mine, but I still get excited.
Oh, you must know all the ropes.
Oh, yes, you just ask me anything.
Well, for one thing, what about baggage? I nearly died trying to keep mine down to 35 pounds.
Oh, that's a cinch with my system.
Tell me about it.
Oh, that's easy, darling. Never more than 2 of a kind, and everything luxable.
Yes, a wardrobe of Luxables solves the limited wardrobe problem for the smart crowd that travels by air, just as it does for the girl who has only a small amount to spend for clothes. Cared for with Lux Flakes, colors and fabrics keep their lovely brand-new look for ages. These tissue-thin flakes have no harmful alkali. They do not fade things. And with Lux, there's no rubbing. You can trust to safe, gentle Lux, silks, chiffons, woolens, rayons, and acetates. Anything that's safe in water alone is safe in Lux.
We continue with The Vagabond King, starring John Bowles as Francois Villon and Evelyn Venable as Lady Catherine. It is late the same night, and Francois Villon rages in a prison cell, where the king's guards have thrown him for his rashness. But the king is still uncertain and uneasy. With his aide Tristan, he has come to the court astrologer for a reading, and now they stand in a tower, scanning the starlit sky with anxious eyes.
Well, astrologer, what have the stars divulged about my dream?
The position of the moon and Jupiter bespeak your Majesty's dream as one of immediate moment.
Yes.
Your pearl of great price that you found in the gutter indicates that there is a person in the depths who, if he be exalted to the heights, may serve and save your kingdom.
As did the Maid of Orleans.
Mayhap.
What means the star that fell from heaven?
There the reading is confused. It may mean that this same creature from the depths, if he be exalted to the heights, will at the end of 24 hours fall of his own weight.
Exalted from the depths, you say?
For 24 hours.
And full of his own weight. That would be all.
Your Majesty.
Wait, one thing more. What message is there for me in the heavens concerning my suit for the fair Lady Catherine?
Your Majesty, I...
Well.
There are some things, Your Majesty, that even the stars cannot fathom.
Good night, astrologer. Your Majesty. Sister?
Sire.
You heard the astrologer. A person exalted from the depths may yet save France. Tristan, I have this hour appointed a new Grand Marshal of France.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, sire.
No, not you. Francois Villon.
Francois Villon?
Don't stop there gaping. Now, tonight, you'll see to it that a flagon of drugged wine is placed in his prison straw. Let him awake tomorrow morning in the palace. Washed, bearded, sumptuously dressed, so changed his very mother would not know him. You and I alone will know of this.
But, sire...
Thou no buts. Jeanne d'Arc saved my sire's throne, may not Villon save mine?
Then you are going to spare his life? Francois Villon will live?
For 24 hours. Then he hangs.
Look here, Your Majesty. I know it sounds crazy, and you hate to keep telling me, but for the last time, who am I? Now, last night I was Francois Villon.
And this morning you are the Count of Montcorbier, our new Grand Marshal of France.
Grand Marshal of France? I can't make out whether I'm drunk, mad, or dreaming.
Was it a dream that you could be a better king than I?
No, sire. That was true enough.
Good. Well, how would you like to be king?
That solves it. We're both drunk.
Not so fast. King, say, for 24 hours. Until this time tomorrow. And after?
Well, and after?
Why, then you'll be yourself again. The self-same thief and cutthroat. You shall build me a great gallows. And your last act as king will be to hang Francois Villon.
Come, sire. You don't actually mean...
Are you so keen to live?
I never knew I was. Until yesterday.
You'd rather crawl back to your gutter, live out your petty, sordid life, than die to fulfill your dream?
Living is sweet habit, sire. Whether it be in a palace or the gutter. And who knows what the morrow holds. But death it's so final. Let me go. Let me free.
Free to run howling with your tail between your legs.
Your Majesty.
What is it?
There's a page, Your Majesty, come from Lady Catherine de Vaucelles. The lady begs audience with the new Grand Marshal.
The new Grand Marshal is no more. Take this whimpering thing that boasted so. Strip him of his silks and whip him back to his kennel.
Wait. Lady Catherine begs audience of me?
Of a man. Not of a cur who dare call himself a king. Go.
No, wait. Wait, please. Listen to me. May I still choose?
For the last time.
You said that I might rule for a day if after, hang. Is that right?
Precisely.
On your word of honor, sire?
My word is my honor.
Very well. So be it. King for a day. And afterwards, the gallows.
I was told I might have audience of the new Grand Marshal.
I am he.
I am Catherine de Vaucelles.
I know.
As Grand Marshal, monsieur, you hold the lives of prisoners in your hand. I have come to beg a favor of you.
Yes?
You hold in prison now a certain Francois Villon.
Why, yes, I do.
I ask that this man's life be spared.
What is his crime?
He risked his life to kill a traitor who deserved to die.
Oh, is this Villon so fired by patriotism?
Why, no. He did this because a woman asked it. He thought he loved her.
He thought, you say?
He wrote her verses.
Oh, a rabid poet, I see. But why do you plead for his life?
Because I am that woman.
You risked disgrace and grave punishment telling me this?
He risked his life.
You don't, by some strange chance, think that you love him, do you?
I? He's of the streets.
Oh.
A common thief, a nobody.
I've blundered.
Still, he does not deserve to die.
Does anyone? Your wish is granted. Villon is free.
Free?
As free as I am.
I am deeply grateful for your clemency.
Wait, please. Don't go at once. I, too, would ask a favor. Not as a bargain, but if you choose to grant it freely, as a gift.
Yes?
I quite realize why this fellow risked his life for you. How from his kennel he looked up at you and thrilled, even as a muddy pool might thrill at the moon in heaven.
Monsieur.
You're startled.
I seem to remember you.
Remember?
Yes.
I seem to have known you always.
Really, sir?
I think your poet, what is his name? Francois Villon must have felt as I do now.
How do you know that?
How do I know I live? I'm somewhat of a poet, too, Lady Catherine. And I love a lady as Villon thinks he loves you. I saw her first on her way to Mass. She saw me no more than the cobblestone she stepped on. She seemed to be listening to words her heart was speaking.
Someday you will seek me and find me. Someday of the days that shall be, surely you will come and remind me of a dream that is calling for you and for me. Someday, when the winter is over, someday, in the flush of the spring, my soul shall discover the soul born for her lover, not man with a heart of a
As she passed from me, all the world went with her. But I have found her again in you.
I care little to be flattered, and less to be wooed.
What can I do to win you?
There is no time to talk of love. I had a hope that a man had come to court, a man who will rid France of Burgundy. A treacherous enemy is at our gates, and no one has dared to strike.
And if that man has come?
My love is all for France, and to the man who saves her.
With you close by me, what miracles might I not achieve? Lady Catherine.
Lady Catherine.
Your Majesty.
I grieve at shattering this tender interval. It is not I who intrude, but business of state.
What business, sire?
The Herald of Burgundy has come for answer under the flag of truce. He awaits our pleasure in the palace. Tristan.
Your Majesty.
See Lady Catherine to the inner chamber.
I know the way myself, Your Majesty.
Well, Francois. Power tastes sweet, does it not? You meet the lady now on an equal footing.
I thank Your Majesty.
I please but myself. And, Francois, if the Count of Montcorbier should win the heart of the Lady Catherine, Villon shall escape the gallows, and the Count shall marry his lady love.
You mean that, sire, on your word of honor?
My word is my honor.
Is Lady Catherine, if she offers me her love, I may go free?
That is the bargain. I'll go now to the chamber.
At once, sire.
Your Majesty, this is madness.
Hold your tongue, Tristan.
You offer him his life?
Only if he should win the Lady Catherine.
But why, Your Majesty? Why do you make this mad bargain?
My measure of revenge. Mistress Catherine has spurned me too long. It'll be sport when the lady finds she has disdained my love to smile upon a beggar. I overheard their meeting, Tristan. She spurs him on to great deeds against Burgundy. He'll fight for her as he would never have fought for us. Come, the herald awaits us in the palace. I am anxious to hear Villon's answer.
The Herald of Burgundy. In the name of the Duke of Burgundy, greetings to Louis of France.
Greetings, and be brief.
Will it be peace or war?
The Lord Grand Marshal will answer that.
I, Your Majesty?
You, Grand Marshal.
Well, is it peace on our terms?
One moment, please. Just one moment, please. Lord Tristan, the court is dull and wants excitement. You are good at planning fates. We give a ball tonight, a masquerade.
At a time like this?
A masquerade.
King Louis, what is this folly?
He is king for today. He speaks for France.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Now then, Herald.
The Duke of Burgundy summons you to surrender. If you refuse, it means disaster for you.
Disaster?
Disastrous spilling of blood, manifold death, and gold to pay.
Great words, Herald of Burgundy. In God's name and the king's? Go back to your master and say, we are well fed. We are well armed. We lie snug and warm behind our Paris walls. We laugh at your traitorous master. This is our answer. This hand-drawn sword. God and Saint Denis for the King of France!
God and Saint Denis for the King of France!
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are invited to attend the ball in the Palace, which the Lux Radio Theater will present shortly as the third episode of The Vagabond King, starring John Bowles with Evelyn Venable. But before starting out for this brilliant court function, let's take a dancing lesson. On the stage of our theater tonight is Geneva Sawyer, a dance director at 20th Century Fox. A few months ago, Miss Sawyer was only a member of the chorus, but opportunity tapped at her door. Opportunity, in this case, was Bill Robinson, the great Negro tap dancer, who chose her for his assistant in teaching new steps to his most famous pupil, Shirley Temple. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Geneva Sawyer.
A dance director's hardest job is not teaching new steps, but discovering them. And I think we've succeeded in discovering an entirely new dance for the big new musical show at 20th Century Fox, Pigskin Parade. We've named it the Balboa.
And Balboa discovered a new ocean. I suppose you've discovered a new motion.
That describes it, and I believe you'll see it dance everywhere this fall. It will be performed for the first time in the picture and by such stars as Jack Haley, Betty Grable, Patsy Kelly, Dixie Dunbar, and that great singing quartet, the Yacht Club Boys.
The Yacht Club Boys? They must have found their high sea legs.
Their dancing is still subject to doubt, Mr. DeMille. They may be called the Yacht Club Boys, but their feet are more like tugboats. But in a couple of weeks, they'll Balboa with the best of them. When dancing is regarded as a pleasure and relaxation, it's really very easy to master. The only part of our dancing that's hard work is caring for the costumes. We often change costumes 5 or 6 times a day, yet they must always be fresh and new-looking for the camera. This means constant freshening. But at 20th Century Fox, we've learned to depend entirely on Lux Flakes for everything washable. Lux not only protects the colors, it prolongs newness and makes our costumes look lovelier. To those young men and women who hope to get dancing jobs in movies, my advice is first to get as good an education as you can. Secondly, don't let any physical impediment keep you from dancing. Just remember that the man who established ballet dancing, Sebastian Samoli, lost both feet as a boy. Jack Donahue, a former riveter, broke both kneecaps but became dance director at Fox. And Bobby Arnst, one of the cleverest dancers on the stage today, learned to dance after an attack of infantile paralysis. If you want to dance, you will. Good night.
Good night, Papa. And now we continue with The Vagabond King, starring John Bowles as Francois Villon and Evelyn Venable as Lady Catherine. Francois Villon's one day of glory has come to an end. Night has fallen. The ball is in progress, and the palace and surrounding gardens are bright with festivity. In a dark corner of the garden, Villon is standing, half hidden, when out of the shadows, Tabary, his friend from the Fur-Cone Tavern, suddenly appears.
Francois!
Tabary, what news? Are our men ready for the attack on Burgundy?
The archers and the army are...
No, not those mercenaries. I mean our men, our people, Tabary, who'll strike at Burgundy with hatred of traitors in their hearts, with love of Paris in their souls.
Every pothouse swarms. At 10 tonight, they'll wait their orders from the new Grand Marshal, who lifted the tax off their wine, opened the prison doors, and gave them food. Oh, it's a new Paris, Francois. Alive, fighting Paris.
And all for how little? Not 1/20th part of what is theirs by right. You're doing well, Tabary. Go. Keep amongst them every minute till we ride at 10. If we meet again, well met, friend Tabary. If not, well, we've had our day.
My Lord Grand Marshal,
Why, you leave the ballet, Lady Catherine?
to see what great new wonders you have worked in the hour you've been gone.
Well, you truly believe I've worked wonders.
I do. You've made the king popular, the Parisians loyal, the army faithful. And I think now I've guessed the reason for this fate.
That Burgundy might think me a giddy fool. The king's court an orgy, and tonight the hour to catch us unprepared. But our swords are tempered in the wine. At 10 we strike.
I would I were a man that I might go with you.
You would go with me? Why do you say that?
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Tonight.
You ask a maiden to be too unmaidenly.
But this night is all we have. Oh, Catherine, I love you dearly, outlandishly, with a love so hopeless that it's done for me. For I can find no reason why you should love me. Do you hear?
Not one word. True loving is without rhyme or reason. Now then, would you sing?
Would I sing?
When we met this morning, you sang. It was oddly stirring.
Paris lust for blood. I die of love, and you'd have me sing. Well, but it so happens that last night, as I tossed upon some straw, I thought of a rose I once begged of a lady, and I made a song about it. But I'll not sing it all unless you come closer. Oh, so much closer.
Only a rose I give you, only a song dying away, only a smile to keep in memory until we meet another day. Only a rose to whisper, blushing as roses do. I bring along a smile or a song for anyone. Only a rose for you.
You are a poet.
My lord.
Yes, yes, what is it?
A message, my lord, from one of the guests. He asked to see you at the north end of the garden at once.
At once? Very unfortunate. Did he give his name?
No, my lord.
Tell him to wait. I'll be there. Catherine,
Until later.
you'll stay here?
I promise not to move a
I'll
step.
not be long. Well, monsieur?
Not Monsieur Francois.
Huguette, what are you doing here?
Francois, I had to come.
In deep disguise?
The only way I could get in.
How did you know that I
The
was
news
here?
has leaked out that Vion is the new Grand Marshal.
Oh, Tabbery again. He talks too much.
Francois, you must leave here at once.
Leave?
Thibaut D'Orsigny has sworn to kill you.
Thibaut?
Yes, the one you almost fled to Hades last night. He and Rene are here with enough men to overpower all your guards. They're in the sky.
Thibaut D'Orsigny? This time I'll have to finish him for
Oh,
good.
Francois, you can't. You won't even know him.
But I can't leave now.
But your
Huguette.
life is in danger.
I can't leave now.
Oh, there's something holding you here? I see. You found your lady.
Yes,
And does she love you, Francois?
I love her.
You love her. I once thought you... But you never really cared for me, did you, Francois?
I'm sorry, Huguette.
No, don't be sorry. Be happy. I want you to be.
I'll think of you often.
And I'll think of you. I'll remember how gay we were together and the times we had. What songs you sang. How you sang them.
Oh, Huguette.
Forgive me.
What's that?
Thibaut.
There's someone hiding in the shadows.
It's Thibaut. Quick, Francois, for your life.
Let Francois Vion stand where you are.
Ah, Monsieur Thibaut, I bid you welcome.
I'll bid your soul Godspeed when I plunge this dagger in your throat.
Oh, have you reckoned on the king's archers, good Thibaut? They're just outside the walls.
Cry out but once and you die.
So be it. Archers!
Francois, the dagger!
In your throat!
No!
Huguette, stand back. You've stabbed her. Fiend, this is your last infamy.
Your Majesty, stand
He's murdered the girl.
Again, this time may Vion run him through for good.
That girl upon the ground. Thibaut has killed her.
And now he pays the price.
Take him, your sword to the hilt.
The other guard.
All in.
Huguette, why did you do it? Why did you rush between us?
It doesn't matter, Francois. My life is such a little thing. Hold me. I'm going.
No.
Hold me close, Francois. I'm so afraid. I've lived too free. I've sinned. Oh, God forgive me.
He knows his children.
You were always hopeful. Kiss me, Francois. Kiss me. Just once.
Huguette! Oh, that you should die for me.
Should or not, she has. And the hour strikes. It's 10.
The hour for battle, sire. For a moment, May she be taken with all gentleness to the palace.
At once, see to it, Tristan.
Yes, sire.
And you, sir, for your deeds against the traitor Thibaut, ask us any grace.
Sire.
Except your life. That depends upon your lady. Well?
Before I tell you, sire, order Tristan to erect a gallows tree facing your church on the Place de Grève, lest I appear too boastful.
Your gallows tree, yet you hope to win.
Hope dies hard, sire. But Lady Catherine is royally proud. She may not relish the deception. Pardon the cheat, his lie.
You mean to tell her?
Everything. She shall know me before she makes her choice.
If she refuses, be assured you'll swing.
And gladly, for what is life if it be a lie?
Gentlemen.
Ah, my dear Lady Catherine.
Whatever keeps you here this long?
Oh, some trifling matters of life and death.
It's struck 10, Your Excellency.
I know.
Time flies.
And I now must take my leave, Lady Catherine. But first I have to tell you...
First, I too have this to say to you, sir. Outrage decorum though it may, wear this token with my prayer.
My lady.
And with it, I give you my hand.
Wait.
And my heart.
Charming.
Say no more until you know me.
Know you?
Look at me. Look closely. Do you see nothing to remind you?
Yes. Of honor, of manhood, of shining hours among bright roses.
No, of last night, a gloomy tavern, of a thief who wrote you a long love song.
What of him?
Simply this. I am that thief.
You?
I am Francois Villon.
Oh, it's not true. It can't be true, sire.
Quite true, my royal friend. You are betrothed to a jailbird, a full-fledged scavenger.
Oh, I see. You've wreaked a royal revenge upon me, sire. And you, sir, why did you do this?
I love you.
Love? You shame the word. To you, love's but a cunning trick, a boast to mock me with. Well, I know you now. Go back to your dregs, your filthy tavern, and boast. You may well gloat, sir. I'm snared beyond forgetting.
Lady Catherine.
She's gone. Methinks you'll hang, Master Villon.
As a thief, she first bade me serve France. As a thief, I go to fight for her tonight. Sire, the archers will defend the lower gate.
The lower gate, but who fights at the crossroads?
I and the beggars of the slums, the thieves out of the prisons. We fight at the crossroads. Do you hear that song, sire? My song. The song you hoped Burgundy might hear.
Look, sire, the rebel of Paris, armed with axes, knives, drunk crazed.
The boys of Paris, drunk, inspired.
Beware, sire, they fill the gardens.
Friends, vagabonds, you have not failed me. No Montcardier, but Francois Villon each you. Fight for the mothers that bore you, the women that love you, the children that renew you. Forward, in God's name and the King.
The dawn is breaking.
None too cheerfully, Your Majesty.
No further news of the battle, Tristan?
None, sire.
That hammer. Where did it come from?
Yonder, sire. They are building a gibbet to hang Francois Villon when and if he returns.
Your Majesty.
Ah, fair Catherine, you arise early.
I've been to Mass.
To ease your heart?
My heart is on the battlefield, sire.
With France, yes, I know. And bless you for it. But France is a broad target for a little art. It's time you narrow it down to say, a Frenchman.
I have.
Have you now? Just since last night?
I've realized so many things since then, sire. So much happened so quickly last night that unreasoning pride confused the truth.
The truth?
I fear it will startle you. And that's pointless now, as I doubt I shall ever see him again.
Oh, Villon. No, probably you won't. And that would be kinder to all concerned than to see him dangling on that gallows.
That gallows?
It's for Francois Villon, if he survives the night.
Sire, do you say this to torture me?
Oh, does it torture you?
Is this the reward for bravery? For courage?
The reward he gambled for. Your hand in marriage or the gallows?
My hand in marriage? But that could never have been. My rank forbids it.
I counted on that, milady.
Your Majesty.
Well, Captain?
Sire, your Grand Marshal returns in triumph. Your archers and his fighting rabble at his heels.
Victory! I summon the Queen and all the court. A madman has saved my throne, as the Maid of Orleans saved it from my sire.
He come and see how they pour into the square after him. They've gone wild. It's chaos.
Your Majesty!
Francois Villon, you have returned.
Put banners for your coffin. An hour ago, they flung over Burgundian helmets. In the king's name, a golden coin to every man and woman who fought. And wine to every man, woman, and child who wishes to drink the king's health.
Ever generous, Villon.
To the end, sire.
Pray, speed the end.
As you wish, sire. Hear you, all my last duty. Some among you know me as Count Montcarbier, some as Francois Villon. I fought and lost a hazard, and it is now my task as your Grand Marshal to declare the life of Francois Villon forfeit, and to pronounce upon him this sentence, that he be straightway hanged on yonder gibbet.
Sire, this vile injustice. Listen to your people. He led France to victory, your France. Will you let him die like this?
My good people, you've heard Master Villon and the lady here. If there be one among you ready to take this hero's place on yonder gallows, let him speak and come forward. What? No one?
No man shall die for me. We're wasting time. Take me to the gallows.
Wait! Sire, I claim your promise.
You choose to die in this man's place?
I offer the hand that spares his life.
That's folly. Madness.
No, I love you.
Why, last night you loathed him.
I was blinded.
You mean this?
I do, Francois Villon.
Your rank forbids you.
I renounce my rank. Before you all. I'm Catherine de Vaucelles, Grand Seneschal of Gascogne. In my domain, I hold the power of life and death, which I now renounce with all my rank, that I may claim to marry this gentleman.
A miracle has happened. A star has fallen to me out of heaven.
Ah, a star. My dream, Tristan. The stars have spoken. Keep your lands and titles, Catherine, and God speed you with this freak to a priest.
Sire.
Do you love me, Francois Villon?
With all my being, I worship you.
I prayed for a man with the soul of a king. My prayers have been answered.
Louis of France, we ask your blessing.
You have it, but no more playing king for you, little man.
Never, sire. 'Twould be a great nuisance, sir. With a star to cherish.
Plays like journeys end in lovers' meeting, but John Bowles and Evelyn Venable return in a moment. The man you will hear next is one of the most successful scenario writers in Hollywood, winner of the Motion Picture Academy Award for that classic of the bus lines, It Happened One Night. His many hits include The Whole Town's Talking, Broadway Bill, and the current box office windfall, Mr. Deeds Goes to Town. A former playwright and producer, he has written every picture directed by Frank Capra during the last 5 years. And in a few weeks, you'll see his adaptation of James Hilton's best-selling novel, Lost Horizon, starring Ronald Colman. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Robert Riskin.
Thank you. I'm a little nervous. What do I do now?
Just talk into that microphone.
It won't talk back at me, will it?
No. That's the beauty of microphones. You can whisper in its ear or bark your head off. It holds its tongue. Haven't you ever spoken on a radio before?
Yes, just once, about 10 years ago. I spoke in the interest of a play of mine. Nobody ever came to see it after that. If the Lux sales fall off next week, you'll know the reason why.
The Lux sales never fall off. I'll have you know.
Yes, I know. It's the finest product in the market. What do I say now?
Huh? Talk about yourself.
Why?
That's the reason you're here.
I thought I was selling Lux.
Here you are. But you've been a very successful writer in Hollywood, and we'd like to know the secret.
Say, look, I know a good knock-knock.
Oh, come, not you.
Mm-hmm. Knock-knock.
All right. Who's there?
DeMille.
DeMille who?
The mills of the gods grind slow.
But they do grind exceeding small.
I know another one.
Never mind. We're trying to find out the secret of your success. I saw Mr. Deeds Goes to Town. It's a grand picture. How'd you ever think of the word pixelated?
I thought of the people who pay my salary every week. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
I see you're catching the spirit of the thing.
I'm very quick. Well, who's there?
Lux.
Lux who?
Looks like this interview ought to come to an end, don't you think?
Not until you answer the question. What's the formula for success in Hollywood for a writer?
Oh, that's a cinch.
Now, you're going to be serious, aren't you?
Oh, yes.
All right. How can a writer succeed?
By finding himself a magnificent director like Frank Capra.
Agreed.
Or one like you.
Thanks for including me.
Ah, no idiot.
Indeed, you're not. You've worked with Frank Capra a long time.
Nearly 5 years.
Any trouble?
Trouble. It's the longest vacation I ever had in my life, with pay.
I venture to say working on The Lost Horizon was no vacation.
I'm sorry you mentioned that. You're forcing me to be serious. It's the one job I'm really excited about. Did you read the James Hilton book?
Yes.
Beautiful, wasn't it?
Truly great. Did you write the story for Grace Moore's next picture?
You can ask more questions.
And you give so little information. Did you write it or didn't you?
Yes, I did.
I think the audience would be interested in hearing what technique you follow in writing a picture.
Knock, knock.
What is your method of approach?
Knock, knock.
Would you rather adapt the story or write an original?
Knock, knock.
All right, who's there?
Yvonne.
Yvonne who?
Yvonne to go home.
Good night.
Good night.
And now, Evelyn Venable and John Bowles.
It seems odd not to be at home tonight listening to the Lux Radio Theater. Why, in our house, John, Mr. DeMille has 48 regular fans.
Really? Well, that's more than I had when I played baseball at school.
Yes. There's myself, my husband, and our baby. Then there's Tessie, the English Bull Terrier, Jim the Turtle, 3 tomcats, and 40 goldfish.
The animals came in 2 by 2, the elephant and the kangaroo. What are you waiting for, Evelyn? Another flood?
Not quite. What I'm waiting for is to learn how John likes to be directed by a woman. His next picture, Craig's Wife, is being filmed by the only woman director in Hollywood.
Yes, Dorothy Osner. Very good director, too. Well, speak for yourself, John.
Well, I've been bossed by women all my life. But seriously, it's really a pleasure working with Miss Osner. Rosalind Russell, though, plays the part of my wife, and Rosalind has to boss me, nag me, and, almost to death. Sometimes I wish I'd been a ball player after all.
I think you've done better in pictures. I saw you play last summer when the leading men played the comedians. John pitched for the leading men. After the game, the comedians voted him their most valuable player.
Well, you see, Mr. DeMille, I was just a little off form that day. Why, I might have even been a member of the Cleveland Indians today.
I've beaten you there, John. As Mr. DeMille said, I'm already a member of the Indians, the Iroquois.
And he said your name in English is Laughing Eyes. What is it in Indian?
Oh, that's something I don't know, John. Laughing Eyes. Well, it's probably a great deal like Minnie Ha-Ha. And now, Mr. DeMille, my thanks to you for so many delightful Monday nights, both past and future.
Good night, Evelyn.
And by the way, C.B., when you're picking actors for your picture, The Plainsman, don't take any wooden indents. Good night.
Good night, picture.
Bowles and Miss Venable. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Supporting our stars tonight were Walter Kingsford, Wyndham Standing, Brett Morrison, Lou Merrill, Cecil Elliott, Margaret McKay, Ross Forrester, Russ Dudley, and Frank Nelson. Mr. Bowles and Mr. Riskin appeared through courtesy of Columbia Studios. Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Miss Venable, Miss Sawyer, and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox. Mr. Silvers prepared the musical score for their new hit, Sing Baby Sing, and Miss Sawyer is a featured dancer in this picture, which stars Alice Faye and Adolphe Menjou. Miss Venable will be seen shortly in Star for a Night. Mr. DeMille tells us now of next week's program.
Next Monday night, we all have an appointment with a dentist. But it's one dental appointment we can look forward to with pleasure. Because in this case, the gentleman with the drill will be Jack Oakey, performing for us in the Lux Radio Theater as the small-town toothache expert in the stage and screen picture success One Sunday Afternoon. Co-starring with Jack will be Miss Helen Twelvetrees. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be our guest next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents One Sunday Afternoon, starring Jack Oakey and Helen Twelvetrees. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Subscribe for more videos.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a homicide detail. An old couple suddenly disappear from one of the fashionable neighborhoods in your city. There's no trace of them, not a clue to their whereabouts. Foul play is suspected. Your job, find them.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Yes, Fatima is the king-size cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give Fatima a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet. the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Saturday, September 30th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day shift out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Blaine Steed. My name's Friday. It was 3:45 p.m. when I got to room 67A. Missing persons.
Hi, Joe.
Hi. Where's Al?
Next door. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh. There's a phone message for you in the book from your wife.
What is it this time?
She didn't say.
Sure been a bad week.
Oh, what's the matter?
Lucille.
Who?
Our cat.
Again?
Kittens. Had 11 of them by the time I left the house. He was a healthy kid.
Yeah.
Don't know what I'm going to do with him. Hey, your mother likes cats, doesn't you, Joe?
You gave us 2 from the last litter. We still got them. They're as healthy as their mother.
Yeah?
Never pass up a meal.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Al.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Just getting this report straightened out. Here you go.
Mm-hmm. Mr. and Mrs. Walter Apperson.
How long they been missing?
Well, today's the 4th day. They're an elderly couple. One of their next-door neighbors got a little worried when he didn't see him around the house. Came in yesterday and filed a 316 on him.
Let's see. Clarence Stokely. Is that the neighbor?
Yeah. It says here he lived next to the Appersons for 28 years. Never known him to take off like this. Checked Apperson's cottage out there. Dirty dishes on the kitchen table. Not the way an old couple leave a house normally.
And how about friends and relatives?
And Stokely called them. None of them have seen or heard from the Appersons for a week. Checked out 2 of their 3 living relatives, cousin in Eagle Rock and East in Alhambra. They don't know a thing.
Mm-hmm. Wonder if I can see that, Ben.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, how about the 3rd relative? Nephew, is that it, Joe?
Yeah. Frank Apperson. Says here he goes to a private college out near Monrovia.
Yeah, I haven't been able to contact the kid. He's away on a vacation.
Possible the old couple might be with him?
Not according to Stokely. Says the Appersons seldom spend any time away from their home.
That's all we've got to go on, huh? Just the neighbor's story?
Yeah. Oh, he says he checked the garage, too. The Appersons' car's gone.
How does that tie in?
Well, Mr. Apperson hasn't driven the car for the last year and a half. He has a nephew or some friend drive whenever he wants to go out. One more thing. May mean something, may not.
What's that, Al?
Mrs. Apperson's an invalid.
Yeah?
She hasn't left the neighborhood in 10 years.
4 p.m. Ben and I left the office and drove out to interview the neighbor of the missing couple. After checking at his home, we finally located him at his place of business, a small barber shop at the corner of 54th Street and Maxford Place. The chipped gold lettering on the window read, Jim Dandy Tonsorial Parlor. Smaller lettering in the right-hand corner of the window read, Proprietor Clarence Stokely. Except for a man in a white barber's smock sitting in the first chair, the shop was empty.
How do, gentlemen? Hi. You Clarence Stokely?
That's right.
Police officers, Mr. Stokely. I'd like to talk to you about the missing persons report you filed yesterday.
Oh, yes. Glad to help. You found out anything yet?
You know the Appersons pretty well, do you, Mr. Stokely?
28 years. Sure worried about Walter and Kate. Never known them to do anything like this. Say, I couldn't be of service to you, could I?
I just had a haircut a few days ago. How about you, Joe? Looks like you could stand a trim.
We could talk it over while I cut your hair. Don't think we'd be disturbed. They still look well.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Here, I'll take your coat.
Oh, thank you.
First chair there.
You bet.
Mr. and Mrs. Apperson didn't mention anything about going away on a trip, did they?
Not a word. That's what makes it so strange. Here, let me fix this around your neck here.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Play cards with them twice a week, usually. Katie Apperson's a fine whist player. Want me to take some off the sides here, officer?
Yeah, please. Not too much, though. When did you first notice the Appersons weren't home?
Tuesday night. We thought we might go over and play some cards.
I see.
That enough off right here, officer?
Let me see. Yeah, that's fine. How is it you waited until yesterday to report the Appersons missing?
Wife and I are great friends of Walt and Katie's, but it's certainly none of our business if they want to go off for a few days.
Uh-huh.
Besides, we thought if anything was wrong, Buzz would have said something.
Who is Buzz?
Anderson's nephew, Buzz. Name's Frank, whatever calls him Buzz.
I thought he was away at school, a place out near Monrovia.
Yeah, Stanley College, private school. But he only stays there part of the time. He's usually home early in the week.
Well, we were under the impression that this nephew, Buzz, was on a vacation.
That's so. That's the first I've heard. Funny, Walt and Katie would have told us. Oop, that bull?
No, it's all right.
Skipper's little doll. Head down.
You, think the nephew might account for the Apperson's car being missing? You think he might have taken it on his vacation?
Possible, I guess, but I think Walt would have mentioned it. That car was old, but he was particular about it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe fit it out on top here a little?
All right, fine. Do you know the nephew at all?
Pretty well. Nice young fellow.
He got along with his aunt and uncle all right, did he?
Yes, indeed. Buzz loves them both.
Do you have any idea where the Appersons might be, Mr. Stolfy?
No, I don't. Neither does my wife. That's why we called you people. We don't mean to be Budinskis, but we're worried. Maybe just a little more off the top, officer?
No, I think it's fine. It's okay. You have no idea where we might find the nephew, Buzz?
Not if he's away on vacation. Might check with the school. Buzz might have gone off with a couple of his friends. A little something to dampen that down?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, that porch light of theirs been burning for 3 nights and 3 days. It really kicks up the old electric bill.
Maybe the Appersons may have overlooked it. Huh?
Maybe. All right, sir. Yeah, it's a good-looking haircut, if I say so myself.
Yeah. It's fine. Oh, here you go.
Thank you.
Oh, here's our card, Mr. Stokely. We'll be checking with you.
Bye.
Bye.
Can I borrow your comb? Barbara never combs your hair right.
That's not going to help you.
Huh?
It's the way he cut it.
What do you mean?
He put the part on the other side.
After we left Clarence Stokely's barber shop, we drove out to the Apperson home on 54th Street, just below Seaboard Avenue. We checked the house from top to bottom. The closets and the bedrooms were well stocked with clothes. None of the luggage seemed to be missing. In the basement, back on one of the cupboard shelves, we found a bottle of cyanide. It was half filled. In the kitchen, we found dirty dishes still lying on the table. We put in a call to Ray Pinker at the crime lab, and he came out and took sample scrapings from each of the 3 plates and specimens from each of the half-filled cups of coffee on the table. He also took along a bottle of cyanide to examine it for fingerprints. Ben and I called the record bureau just as a matter of routine and asked for any make and warrants on the nephew, Frank Buzz Apperson. R&I called back with the information that Frank Apperson had been arrested for grand theft auto 6 weeks before. His trial was pending. We checked back with the barber, Clarence Stokely. He knew nothing about the trouble. The next morning, Sunday, with the help of school authorities at Stanley College near Monrovia, we got in touch with the parents of 2 of Buzz Apperson's friends. They told us, as far as they knew, Apperson was on a camping trip with their sons. They were expected back in the next day around noontime. From one of the boarding students at Stanley College, we got the name of Buzz Apperson's girlfriend, a Miss Norma Louise Bernard. She lived in San Marino. Sunday night, we drove out to interview her.
I don't know what I can tell you, Sergeant. Buzzy's on a camping trip with 2 of the fellows from school. That's all I know.
When did he leave? Do you know, Miss Bernard?
Last Monday morning, they left from school. Said they'd be gone for a week. They're coming back tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. You know Buzz Apperson pretty well?
Yes, I do, as well as anyone, I guess.
What is he, just a casual date?
Oh, Buzzy and I have been going steady for almost a year now.
I see.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Have you ever met the Appersons, his aunt and his uncle?
Just once. They're awfully sweet.
How did Buzz get along with him, do you know?
Well, fine, I guess. The only argument Buzz ever told me about was a month ago. He wanted more allowance, and his uncle said no.
Was Buzz ever in any trouble, to your knowledge, Miss Bernard?
I don't think I know what you mean. What kind of trouble?
Well, I mean, was he ever in any trouble at the college or with the law in any way?
Oh, you mean that car Buzz took about 2 months ago?
Yeah.
We were supposed to go to this school dance, and Buzz didn't have a car. I guess he was ashamed. He said he knew the fellow he borrowed the car from, but the day after the dance, the cops came.
How did his uncle react to that?
Well, there was a terrible row, Buzz said. I really shouldn't be telling you. Bud made me promise.
How were feelings between the boy and his uncle before he left on the trip? Did he mention anything to you about that?
Well, we had a date last Sunday night. I asked him how things were at home. He didn't seem to want to talk about it.
The last time you saw him was Monday morning. Is that right?
Yes, just before he left on the camping trip.
Well, you're sure he went on that trip?
Well, of course I'm sure.
How do you mean?
He said, no matter who asks you, I went on a camping trip. He said it a couple of times.
Did he offer any explanation?
No, but I knew everything was all right.
Oh, is that so? How?
I could tell. The way he kissed me.
The next morning, Monday, Ben and I checked with missing persons. There was no additional information on the missing couple. We phoned the barber, Clarence Stokely. He had seen or heard nothing further of Mr. and Mrs. Apperson. We went down to the bank where the Appersons had their account, and with the help of the manager, we found that 3 checks had been passed on the Apperson checking account since the previous Wednesday, a full day after the missing couple had been last seen. 1 check was for $100 and 2 for $50 each. All of them had been cashed in Los Angeles and all bore the signature Walter Apperson. After examination, it was found each signature had been carefully forged. 10:45 a.m. We went back to the office.
Hi, you two. Going someplace?
Oh, hi, Ray. No, just coming.
You finished checking that stuff through the crime lab?
Yeah. I was passing over this way. Thought I'd drop off the report for you. Got it right here.
How'd it go?
Fingerprints on that bottle of cyanide. Leighton Prince got a make. Here's the name on it.
Frank Buzz Apperson.
You look over those dirty dishes we found in the Apperson house?
Checked them through. Nothing.
How about the samples you took from those cups?
Whoever drank that coffee's in trouble. It's loaded.
Yeah?
Enough cyanide to kill a horse.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to this case history recorded by a typical Fatima smoker.
Hi there. My name is Bab Beckwith. Bab. That's short for Bethany Ann Beckwith. I live in New York City and I'm a fashion stylist. The other day at a showing of the new fall styles, I ran out of cigarettes. A friend of mine, a designer, introduced me to the new long Fatima. I really wish someone had told me about them sooner. Fatimas are a lot milder than the cigarettes I've been smoking, and they have a delightful flavor, too. I'm very glad to recommend them to you, because I know from experience it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatimas.
And more smokers every day are finding that out. Actual figures show extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself.
The king-size cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild.
You will prefer Fatima's much different, much better flavor and aroma.
You will agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The best of all long cigarettes.
Monday, 1 p.m. We obtained a specimen of Frank Buzz Apperson's signature, and we had Don Myers in handwriting check it out against the signatures on the 3 checks. Both styles of handwriting matched in every detail. At 1:30 p.m., the parents of Buzz Apperson's 2 friends called to tell us that their sons were back from their camping trip. We checked the Apperson home. The nephew wasn't there. We drove out to see his 2 friends. Under questioning, one of them finally broke and admitted that Buzz Apperson had not gone with them on the camping trip. In the process of questioning the boys, one of them told us that he had been with the suspect 2 days before the trip when he purchased some medicine at the campus drugstore. We went to the drugstore and checked the prescription book. It showed Frank Buzz Apperson had purchased and signed for a bottle of cyanide 2 days before the disappearance of his aunt and uncle. Ben and I drove back to the Apperson house. When we arrived, the officers on stakeout had the boy in custody.
No, I'm sorry, officers. I wish I could help you out, but, well, maybe it's not as bad as you think.
When did you last see your aunt and uncle?
Monday, before I left on the camping trip.
They're in the habit of going off like this, are they?
Oh, sure. Aunt Kate and Uncle Walter have friends all over. They go on trips all the time.
Is that so? How do they get there?
They drive, both of them. They've been driving for years.
You talked to your uncle's friend, this Mr. Stokely next door. He says your aunt and uncle haven't been driving for at least a year and a half.
Stokely, the barber? He's one of the neighborhood cranks, Sergeant. Anybody around here can tell you that. Minds everybody's business but his own.
You don't seem too worried about your aunt and uncle. Think they're all right?
Well, we'd have heard by now if they weren't, don't you think, sir? They probably took off on a trip. That's just about the size of it, I think.
And how about this trip of yours?
Sir?
Well, this camping trip that you just come from.
Oh, a couple of fellows from school. We went camping up by Big Bear for a week.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good fishing for September. Ever been up there?
Yeah, have you?
Well, sure. I just said that's why we've been camping. Say, I'm a little thirsty. There's a couple bottles of ale in the refrigerator. Care for a bottle?
No, not right now, thanks.
Well, would you mind if I had one? Sure could use it.
No, you go right ahead. We can talk in the kitchen.
Place is in kind of a mess. I guess I'll have to go in and clean it up.
Is your aunt usually leave in a hurry like this?
Not usually, no. Dishes all over the place. She probably figured she'd wait till she got back to clean up.
Mm-hmm.
Aunt Kate does things like that once in a while.
That so?
Yeah, she's like that sometimes. Well, happy days.
Yeah. Okay, Buzz, you want to tell us? Where are they? Your aunt and uncle, what happened?
Say, I don't think I know what you're talking about. What's the trouble?
Come on, Buzz. You know what the trouble is. Let's have a straight story. It's going to save a lot of time.
Sir?
We can draw it out as long as you like. It'll be a lot easier if you cooperate.
Look, I don't know what you're thinking, Sergeant, but whatever it is, I don't understand you. What are you getting at?
Something's happened to your aunt and uncle, and we're pretty sure you know what it is.
Well, how could I? I've been away on this camping trip.
You've been away, but not on a camping trip.
Sir?
We've checked you out from the day you came to live with your aunt and uncle, Buzz. You're going to make us spell out the whole record for you?
But I've been away. I just got back. I don't know what's happened.
We found a bottle of cyanide in the basement cupboard. Your fingerprints are all over it.
Well, sure, that figures. We use it for bug poison in the garden. I take care of the garden. I use it all the time.
You use it in coffee?
Sir?
The police chemist checked what was left in 2 of the cups that were on that table there. Cyanide in both of them, enough to kill 6 people. Now, look, boy, we've talked to your neighbors, your teachers, your girlfriend, Norma, and those 2 pals you were supposed to go camping with. Now, we can drag all of them out if we have to. They're going to make a liar out of you.
Sir?
I think you got it the first time.
Well, there couldn't be any cyanide in those cups. Why should there be?
We think you can tell us that.
But I can't. I don't know anything about this. I haven't any idea what you're talking about. Is this some kind of a gag?
You know better than that.
How about those checks, Buzz?
Sir?
The ones you forged your uncle's signature on. You need the money that bad?
I didn't forge any checks. I was away on a camping trip. Dave and Willie were with me. They can tell you.
You got in a row with your uncle. Maybe about that stolen car. Is that how it happened?
It had nothing to do with it. I want to see Norma. I want to talk to Dave and Willie. They'll tell you.
How about the man at the campus drugstore?
Sir?
When you bought the cyanide from, you want to talk to him, too?
Look, are you 2 fellas kidding me? This must be some kind of a gag, is it?
Your aunt and uncle are missing. There's evidence of foul play. Now, does that sound like a joke?
Well, how should I know where they are? I wasn't there. I want to talk to Norma. I want to see Dave and Willie. They'll tell you. Why don't we drive over and see him now?
It's all right with us. Want to get your coat?
Sure. Norma's the girl I'm engaged to. Dave and Willie are my best friends. They know everything about me. A couple of real nice guys.
That's so?
Sure.
Well, let's go, babe.
Yeah.
Dave and Willie have been all through school with me. They can vouch for me.
Yeah?
Sure. You can take their word, too.
We will. 5:50 p.m. We left the Apperson house, drove across town, and headed over the Arroyo Seco toward the home of the suspect's friend, Dave Killefer. 6:33 p.m. We took a right turn off the freeway, headed south for another mile, and finally pulled up in front of the Killefer home. Buzz Apperson's friend, Dave, met us at the front door.
What's it all about, anyway, Buzz? What's the pitch?
Well, that's what I want to know. Look, is this some kind of a gag you guys cooked up on me?
We were on the trip, Buzz. I don't know anything about any gag. What's all this about your aunt and uncle?
I don't know. That's what these officers want to find out.
I'd like to have you tell us again, Dave. Was Buzz here with you on that camping trip?
Sure, that's why we came over. Now, tell him about it, you know.
All right, let's have it, Dave. Was he with you on that trip?
These officers aren't kidding, Buzz. They want the truth.
Well, tell him I was with you and Willie. We went to Big Bear.
We're looking for your aunt and uncle. I'm not going to lie now. You didn't go to Big Bear with us.
All right, Dave, thanks.
Well, he's lying, officers. Who put you up to this stunt, Dave? They'll throw you in the jug for a gag like this. Who's behind it?
You're the guy who said it was a gag. You told us to tell everybody we're up at Big Bear with Willie and me. How about leveling? What's it about?
He's lying.
What's it about? You've got nothing to hide. Have you?
He's lying. You can tell that, can't you? Let's go talk to Willie. He'll tell you the truth.
Joe?
All right. Thank you, Dave. That's all.
All right, Sergeant. Sure there isn't anything I can do?
No, thanks. Just the same. Good night.
Okay. Good night.
Anybody could tell he was lying. Isn't that right, Sergeant?
Well, he's your friend, Buzz. Why do you say that?
Well, he was just plain lying, that's all. Couldn't you tell?
No, I couldn't. How about you, Ben?
Not me. Why would he lie, Buzz? You told us he was your pal.
Some kind of a stupid gag they're pulling. The gang in the fraternity I belong to, Dave's one of them. They've done it before. I don't know why they're lying, but they are.
Where's your friend Willie live?
Sir?
You said you wanted to drive over and have us talk to Willie?
Oh, yeah.
Where does he live?
Look, would you mind very much?
How's that?
I got a terrible headache. Would you mind very much just driving around a while? I'd like to clear my head a little. I can't figure this thing out.
All right. Why don't you roll down the window there, Buzz?
Okay. Yeah. The air feels good. Sure is hot out tonight.
Yeah,
Been a pretty long summer, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
Say, I guess maybe we ought to forget about going over to Willie's place. He strings along with the rest. He'd probably lie, too.
You said you wanted us to have a talk with him.
Yeah, but I've been thinking about it. He'd only lie. It'd be better if we drove over to see Norma. That's the girl I'm engaged to.
Yeah, that's what we understand.
If anybody can give you a straight story, Norma can. She doesn't live far. Straight down the road here into San Marino.
Yeah, we know.
Oh. Sure would appreciate it if you'd drive over there.
Okay.
Norma can straighten this thing out. Swell girl. We're going to get married as soon as we can.
Oh?
Yeah. She saw me leave on that trip to Big Bear. She won't lie to you. Sure wish my aunt and uncle had left a note where they were going. All this trouble.
You mind if I lay out a couple of things for you, Buzz?
Now, what do you mean?
When a police officer picks somebody up, he's got a good reason for it.
Yeah, but Dave was lying, Sergeant. You know that.
It's a lot more than what Dave had to say. Now, you've done something wrong. We don't know what exactly, but we've got an idea, and we're going to find out.
You can't prove anything. I got that cyanide for the garden. We use it around the house for different things.
You don't use it in coffee cups. What happened, boy? Where's your aunt and uncle?
Next turn for Norma's house, up by the signal. Turn left.
Yeah.
Come on, Buzz. You know what happened. You're going to have to face it sooner or later. If it's not tonight, then tomorrow morning or tomorrow night or the night after.
But I don't know what happened.
The facts say you do, and they're not going to disappear. Now, you made the problem. It's going to stick out in front of you till you find an answer. How about it?
Norma will know what to do. Wait till I talk to Norma.
Why don't you stand up and face it, boy? Getting your girl mixed up in this isn't going to help.
She'll know what to do.
Can she find your aunt and uncle? Can she? How about the 3 checks? How about them? Can she explain those signatures that you forged? Maybe those fingerprints on the cyanide bottle. Can she help you out there? Now, look, Buzz, I believe you. You love the girl. Do you want her mixed up in all this?
Here we are, Joe.
Okay. That's the right house, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's Norma's house.
All right, what's it going to be? Do we go in?
She'd cry. She'd only cry. Norma thinks a lot of me.
Yeah?
She's a swell girl. I don't want to have to tell her. She'd only cry.
Yeah.
I killed my aunt and uncle.
8 p.m. Buzz Apperson directed us to drive to San Pedro to the west basin of the Los Angeles harbor. We got out of the car and followed him to the end of one of the piers. He told us his story, and we put in a call to the office. Within half an hour, a fireboat and a barge were on the scene, and a diver was sent down into the water a few yards from the edge of the pier. We stood by and watched. Buzz Apperson, Ben, and I.
I put quite a bit of cyanide in the coffee. I had to be sure.
How'd you manage to get both of them in the car?
I waited till way after dark, and then I dragged them out. Drove down to the end of the pier right here. Put the car in low. It went over. Right where the diver went down. Just this end of the barge.
All right. There's lines up there. Here's the first one.
You better stand back there.
Yeah. Watch it.
Okay, sir.
Let's go. Buzz?
Yeah. My aunt.
Only one thing missing, Buzz.
Sir?
A reason. Why'd you do it?
I'm not sure anymore. Stolen car trouble, I guess. My trial was coming up. All that trouble. I didn't want my aunt and uncle to go through all that.
You mean that's why you killed him?
I think so. I didn't want them to be ashamed of me. That must sound funny.
Nobody's going to believe you.
Suppose they don't.
Yeah.
Will it make any difference?
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On December 15th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 92, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. To successfully prosecute a criminal suspect, the working detective gathers all available physical evidence. And in the crime lab, this evidence is carefully selected and screened to determine its worth. So with the cigarette. The makers of Fatima select and buy the finest tobaccos, both Turkish and domestic. And then these tobaccos are skillfully blended to make Fatima extra mild. Best of all, long cigarettes. Pack after pack, they're extra mild. Now, if you're a long cigarette smoker like I am, smoke Fatima.
Frank Buzz Apperson was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree and sentenced to life imprisonment. He is now serving his term in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles. Coming up, Duffy's Tavern. Be sure to hear Theater Guild Sunday on NBC.
Conquer the world of WordPress at G3PL.com. We're your ultimate destination for WordPress support and training. Need help with a specific project? Facing a tricky plugin or theme issue? We've got your back. We will troubleshoot, customize, and fine-tune your site to perfection. So, why wait? Take the leap into WordPress greatness. Contact us today at WP@G3PL.com or give us a call at 615-420-2040. G3PL.com. Your WordPress success starts here.
Calling all cars, a Rio Grande presentation.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 58. Stand by for review of preceding broadcast covering murder, bank holdup, and dynamiting. That's all. Rose Euclid.
Two police officers cruising about their territory tonight in a radio patrol car have as their guest a getting first-hand information for the next broadcast of Calling All Cars. Let's listen in.
It's sure good to see the new year come in. 1934 wasn't such a good year for us all.
Well, not for all of us, maybe, but so far as Rio Grande was concerned, 1934 was a splendid year.
You mean to tell me that you sold more of that Rio Grande cracked gasoline last year? I understood most companies are losing business.
Oh, no, sirree. Cracked gasoline sales have been growing month after month. We've more than doubled our sales.
Well, you got a mighty fine gasoline, no question about that. We wouldn't be using Rio Grande cracked in our police cars if it wasn't the finest that the city could buy.
Yes, more police cars in California and Arizona are using Rio Grande than any other gasoline. But you know, most of our business comes from new customers. Motorists who want to get police car performance in their cars.
I imagine that Calling All Cars radio program creates a lot of new customers for you.
Yes, that's right. Nearly every listener has driven in to a Rio Grande station to try cracked gasoline, and they stick with us. Rio Grande has a mighty loyal following, and the company tries to show its appreciation by giving better broadcasts every week. Hey, there's a special program on tonight. Let's listen to it.
During the year just past, you have heard broadcast on this program many cases from the police files of Oakland, San Jose, San Diego, Tucson, and other western cities, as well as cases from the files of the Los Angeles Police Department. Tonight, we ask you to look back over the past year as we review memorable scenes from Calling All Cars for 1934. In every case of violence and law-breaking, which you will hear re-dramatized on tonight's program, bear in mind that the criminal paid the full penalty prescribed by law. We Westerners have a great tradition to uphold, and the blood of the vigilante seems to flow in our veins. For out here, we have shown beyond a shadow of a doubt that crime does not pay. Do you remember Tom White, the rattlesnake bandit, and his blonde wife and partner in crime, Burma? The very evening that newspapers screamed the headline story that she was on her way to Tehachapi, Calling All Cars broadcast the dramatization of her career in crime.
Yes?
How do you do, ma'am? We're police officers, and we'd like you to help us.
Why, come in. Is anything wrong? What can I do?
We're looking for a blonde who lives in this building.
A blonde? Well, there are several blondes here.
Who are they?
Well, now, there's Miss Arnold.
What's she like?
Well, I wouldn't want it to go any further, but she's heavy. In fact, she's fat.
Yeah, that's not the one.
Who else?
Well, then there's Miss Gilman. She's 40. She's a day, though she tries to tell people she's only 32, you know.
Well, that's not the one.
Oh, yes. There's young Miss Adams. Hasn't been here very long.
What's she like?
Well, she's just a child, about 19 or 20, slim and pretty in a way.
That's the one we're looking for.
What department is she in?
In 218. Now, look here, I don't want any trouble in my place.
Well, there won't be any trouble. You just stay right here in your apartment.
Detectives Burris and Bergeron called Detectives Anderson and Maxwell in from the alley, and with guns drawn, climbed the stairs to apartment 218. They find the door unlocked.
That's her. Grab her, Burris. Hey, Andy, there's that guy down the hall. We're police officers. Get him up. The hell with you!
What are they doing, killing Tom?
No, Burma. He just committed suicide by pulling a gun on an officer.
Tom White went to a gunman's grave, and Burma White to Tehachapi Women's Prison for from 30 years to life. But this sort of expiation can never bring back the sight of Miss Cora Withington, who was blinded by brutal Tom White's murderous gun.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. A bombing at the Los Angeles Times building.
It is 1 o'clock in the morning of October 1st, 1910. While the city sleeps, a band of men who toil by night and rest by day is working at top speed. From the far corners of the world, another page of history's book has been assembled. The morning paper is going to press. In the composing room on the second floor of the Times building, a line of men, green eye shades clamped to their heads, clatter at the linotype machines. In the engraving room on the sixth floor, mercury lamps throw their ghoulish glare. The dog watch in the city room sleepily eyes the clock, hoping that no big story will break to disturb their somnolent ease until 30 comes for them at 4:30. Seated by their silent telegraph keys, two men stand by in the wire room for last-minute news flashes. In the basement, the huge presses hungrily await the plates for the final edition. Horses and wagons stand ready in the alley to dash away with the ink-wet edition to carriers all over the city, that Los Angeles may have her news with her morning coffee. The hands of the clock slowly move on. Activity increases as press time approaches. It is now 1:05, 1:06. In Ink Alley by the press room, another clock ticks ominously, unnoticed by any of the busy workmen in the building. The seconds pass. The clock says 1:07. And then... with a roar that is heard 10 miles, the center of the Times building blows up. The force of the explosion snaps the girders supporting the second and third floors as so many toothpicks. Down into the gaping hole hurtled the heavy linotype and stereotyping machinery, carrying their operators to a crushing death. The gas main which feeds the building is ripped open and instantly ignited. A searing fountain of flame leaps through the building. Within a moment, the entire structure is ablaze. Workmen clutched in the freezing maws of horror rush to the fire escapes to be met by a fiery wall. Through which escape is an impossibility. But the 2 telegraph editors trapped in their rooms slowly burn to death. Compositors and linotype operators, horribly maimed, arms torn off and legs broken, lie helpless on the floor as the vicious fire creeps toward them. Their pitiful cries reach the street below, where all the downtown fire apparatus has already arrived. The rescue is an impossibility. No man can enter that seething funeral pyre and live. The reporters and editors on the dog watch in the city room on the 3rd floor are forced to jump to the street. Those who survive the jump are crippled for life. Within a few minutes after the explosion, the last cry of the helpless victims trapped within the building has been smothered in the fevered embrace of the flame. In an astonishingly short time, the entire building is gutted. And then a new danger threatens. As one after the other, the walls, lacking any support, sway, totter and strike to the street, where a huge crowd of citizens, hurled from their beds by the explosion, are straining at the hastily rigged guard ropes. All night long the fire rages, completely ruining the plant of the Times. Yet just a little later than usual the next morning, the Times is delivered to its subscribers, printed at an emergency plant by the battered, bruised, and bandaged survivors of the catastrophe. Before the last smoldering ember has died away, the law swings into action. Sam Brown, chief of the district attorney's investigators, and William J. Burns, world-famous detective, team together in a manhunt which extends halfway across America before the McNamara brothers, arch-terrorists, are run to earth and sentenced to life imprisonment. Captain Chitwood of the Los Angeles Narcotics Squad was one of the big heroes of Calling All Cars in 1934. He it was who posed as a dope peddler and met with 3 wily Japanese high on the top of a hill. His problem was to get the goods on the Orientals and then arrest them and bring them into headquarters. He took his life in his hands. Under his threatening revolver, Captain Chitwood forces the 3 Japanese to bring the dope up and put it in his car. Although he watches his captives with great care, he cannot but feel the constant threat of Koto's great strength. As the car is loaded finally, he orders the 3 into the car.
In your work, Mr. Jordan, you do not make a great deal of money.
Well, it's not very much according to your standards.
A sum such as $10,000 would be quite large in your eyes.
It would be very large.
I happen to have such a sum within easy reach.
You'll be able to hire a good lawyer with it.
I was thinking of making a friend a present.
A very lucky man, I should say.
You are the friend, Mr. Jordan.
And how do I merit this friendship?
You return to the police station with the sad news that your suspects disappeared.
Sorry, Count, that's out of my line.
$10,000 is a lot of money.
No, you better get in the car. Back there, Koto.
Mr. Jordan, I will give you one more chance. There are 3 of us. Koto here is a trained wrestler. We all know jiu-jitsu. Once we are in the car, you will be unable to manage us. True, you have a gun, but you cannot succeed in getting us to the city.
I've been thinking about that.
Oh, I think you had better accept Count's offer. It is impossible you will arrive in town alive.
Let's put it another way. Let's say that it is impossible that all of us will arrive in town alive.
I do not quite understand.
It's very simple, really. Don't you see that Koto is the main threat? How much do you weigh, Koto?
210.
When you, Count, and Huashi here are carrying Koto through the fields down to where I can call a police car, you won't be very dangerous.
But why should they carrying me?
Because I'm going to kill you.
You cannot do that.
My dear fellow, I can and will do exactly that. Koto, unfortunately, resisted arrest. My duty as a police officer, although unpleasant, was very plain. I had to shoot him. The law is quite explicit on that point.
But I'm not resisting arrest.
Oh, you have no imagination, Koto, huh? Who will ever know?
You will not do this thing. It is fantastic.
Just to show you that my gun is loaded, gentlemen, and that I mean what I say.
Please, must be another way. We plead with you, Mr. Jordan. We have been very fair. We have offered you money. Well, you will not take it. But that is no excuse to murder one of us.
I have no desire to kill, but there is one other way.
What, please?
Koto will lie on the floor of my car. You two will lie on top of him with your hands at my side. If you make a false move, I'll shoot all of you. If you don't, you'll arrive safely at the station.
We accept.
Into the car, then. And watch your step. This gun is liable to go off in my hand by mistake.
One hand on the wheel, the other covering his uncomfortable prisoners, Captain Chitwood transported the dope smugglers to police headquarters. They were speedily tried and speedily sentenced to 2.5 years in the federal penitentiary in Leavenworth for violation of the Harrison and Jones-Miller Narcotic Acts. Since serving their time for that offense, the Count has been sentenced to Folsom on a verdict of first-degree murder. Koto has returned to Japan, and Awashi is a fugitive from justice, having jumped a bond on a forgery charge. The Murder of a Soul, broadcast 29 of Calling All Cars, marked an experiment in the introduction of psychological drama into radio. For weeks, distraught Marie Trentini broods over the fickleness of her cousin Vincencio and the brutal frankness of Gaetano, his brother. For weeks, behind her impassive, saddened face, her brain is in a turmoil, trying to adjust herself to the outrage she feels has been done her. And then, finally, on August 7th, 1928, as Marie lies tossing sleeplessly in her bed, something in her brain snaps. The turmoil of thought and counter-thought lines up into one straight, clear path of action. Marie slips from her bed, tiptoes into the front room, takes Gaetano's shotgun from the closet, and silently walks toward the bedroom in which her cousin and his wife are sleeping.
I love him, Gaetano. You couldn't make him marry me. It will be all right. Once I had him, he would have learned to love me. I would have made him a good wife, better than any of those little flap. You could have done this for me, but you wouldn't, Gaetano. You laughed at me. You told me I was old and fat. But I'm good inside, Gaetano. I had a soul. I had a feeling. You don't know about that. No, that you were killing me. You were killing my soul. So you were killing me. But see, Gaetano, my body is not dead yet. My body can still kill you, Gaetano. That is fair, isn't it, my cousin? You kill my soul. I kill your body. You see how my body still lives, cousin Gaetano. How to lift this gun to my shoulder. I would have put my finger on the trigger.
Marie Trentini established an alibi to the police, but Captain Barlow, police fingerprint expert, discovered her prints on the gun. Confronted with this damning evidence, Marie, excusing herself for a minute, stepped into an adjoining room and slit her throat. September 26, 1933. Under a hail of machine gun bullets, Charles Mickley, Harry Pierpont, and Russell Clark, accompanied by 7 other convicts, successfully escaped from the Indiana State Penitentiary. As the 10 desperate criminals disappear into the mists of early morning, all Indiana awakens to a reign of terror. 2 days later in Lima, Ohio.
You, the sheriff? Yes? Well, you're holding John Dillinger here?
Yes.
We've come to get him.
Who are you?
Officers from Michigan City, Indiana. He's wanted there.
You'll have to show me your credentials.
Here's our credentials!
Terror spreads throughout the Middle West. Hysterical fear mounts. Not since the days when Jesse James rode the prairies have respectable citizens lived in mortal dread of a ruthless outlaw. Dillinger is loose!
Indianapolis. $21,000 taken from the Massachusetts Avenue Bank.
New Carlisle, Ohio.
And it's taken $53,000 from the New Carlisle Bank in daring daylight robbery.
Farrell, Pennsylvania.
Hold up in the Farrell Bank. Lost $24,000.
Daleville, Indiana.
Hold up and lost $3,500.
Montpelier, Indiana.
$12,000 haul from the Montpelier Bank.
Racine, Wisconsin.
Hold up the American Bank and Trust Company. Lost $27,000.
Greencastle, Indiana.
$74,000 bank robbery.
East Chicago, Indiana. Hold up at the First National Bank. $20,000 stolen. 1 policeman murdered. Such is the list of crimes attributed to the Dillinger mob. Federal authorities combine forces with state and local peace officers. Roads are blocked. The militia is called out. Then, as suddenly as it began, the reign of terror ends. Peace once more reigns in the Middle West. The shattered nerves of farmer, merchant, and banker gradually return to normal. Dillinger seems to have disappeared from the face of the earth. A pale desert moon casts its transparent coverlet over the jagged crest of Mount Lemmon. From a sandy wash, a coyote howls at the silent Sahara that broods above him, thrusting its spiny arms toward the star-speckled velvet dome overhead. Across this scene of beautiful desolation comes a discordant note, a tinny popular song played by a 3-piece orchestra in a desert roadhouse. The place is a few miles from Tucson, Arizona. It is the night of January 24th, 1934. Here, Clark, the Dillinger henchman, boasts to a couple of traveling salesmen about his prowess with a machine gun. Three days later, the Dillinger gang is in the Pima County Jail, and a week later are transported to Indianapolis. But Dillinger bluffs his way out of the Michigan City jail, and the reign of terror begins again. Then, late in July, the trail once more grows hot. Tipped off that Dillinger will attend the Biograph Theater in Chicago, a score of Department of Justice agents stake out the neighborhood. Melvin Purvis, chief investigator, and an aide sit in their car a few doors from the theater. More than an hour passes uneventfully, and then, just before 9 o'clock...
Hey, Ed, there he is.
Where?
Walking up to the ticket office. I can't mistake that head.
Oh, yeah, I see. And now he's turning. It's him, all right. And look, Mel, he's dyed his hair.
Yeah, black. He's wearing gold-rimmed glasses. That's him.
You gonna let him get into the theater?
Sure, we won't take any chances. There, he's bought his ticket and he's gone in. Keep your eye on the exit, Ed. I'm going to give the boys the final orders.
Okay, Chief.
That was him, Charlie.
Yeah, I thought so.
Now, you and Mike stick around the doorway of the tavern here and keep your eye glued on that theater. Russell.
Yes, Chief?
You and Kelly watch those exits down the alley.
Right.
You'll probably be in there a couple of hours, but not get suspicious and try to get out the back door.
Yes, sir.
And get this straight. No matter what he does, we're taking him tonight. Try to get him alive, but if you can't, get him dead.
Two torturous hours are spent by the officers surrounding the theater. 2 hours and 4 minutes. And then the doors of the theater swing wide and the shirt-sleeved audience throngs out into the sweltering summer night. Dillinger saunters onto the sidewalk, accompanied, so some reports say, by a young woman clad in red. Purvis closes in behind him. As Dillinger crosses an alley, Purvis waves his hand. 5 officers close in. Suspicious, Dillinger reaches for his pocket. John Dillinger died on the way to the hospital, and 72 hours later, the story of his career of crime was being broadcast on Calling All Cars. Another famous master criminal was the subject of broadcast 36. Herb Wilson, the nitroglycerin parson, minister turned safe robber. Only once in his career did he fail to break a safe. That was one night in Detroit when the gang, after weeks of preparation, set about to crack the safe of the National Maccabees organization, which contained $13 million. One by one, the guards are overpowered and locked up in closets. One by one, the 13 burglar alarm boxes are put out of commission. Then, all precautions taken, Wilson unwraps his equipment, the gas tank is wheeled in, and donning an asbestos apron of his own invention, the nitroglycerin parson lights his torch and sets to work on the massive safe. Like a knife through cheese, the hissing blue flame of the torch cuts through the thick steel box. Deeper, deeper as the hours of the night wheel on. Closer, closer to a tremendous fortune. The members of the gang crouch around their leader, watching with eyes gleaming with avarice, as the hooded figure of the master cracksman bends over his work. Finally, toward dawn, Wilson raises his hooded head.
Only another quarter of an inch, boys.
Well, hurry up, Herb. It's getting late.
Yeah, just a matter of a few seconds, and then...
$13 million.
Yes, sir. Hey, what the...
Herb, what the hell's wrong?
I don't know. Let me try that tank. Well, that's that, boys. We're out of gas.
Out of gas? And a quarter of an inch away from $13 million.
Yep, that's the way it stands.
What are we going to do, Herb?
What can we do? You can't get gas any place at 3 a.m. on Sunday morning.
Well, we could use nitro on it.
Yes, if we had any.
Oh, that's right. We didn't bring any with us.
Yeah, well, it won't do any good crying about it, boys. We'd better get out of here and get out fast. Come on.
After stealing more than $15 million in 3 years, Herb Wilson finally made a little mistake. He left his fingerprint on an electric light bulb. He is now in San Quentin for life. The biggest Western crime story of 1934 was the kidnapping of William F. Gettle, Beverly Hills oil millionaire. 48 hours after Mr. Gettle was released, Calling All Cars dramatized his adventure and presented Mr. Gettle himself to the entire nation over a coast-to-coast hookup of the Columbia Network. The most pitiful aspect of the Gettle case was the horrible tension under which Mrs. Gettle lived during the long days when her husband's fate was a question. In the sun-filled garden of the Gettle mansion, the 4 children of the kidnapped millionaire, Billy and Betty, the twins, and Bobby and Jimmy, play their childish games, ignorant of the terrible plight of their father. In a darkened room on the first floor, Mrs. Gettle receives Mr. Noon, the attorney who is negotiating with the kidnappers.
Mr. Noon, is there any news?
Yes, Mrs. Gettle. I have just received a call from a man who calls himself Percy. That is the way the ransom note I received last night said the message would be delivered.
What did he say?
He said to hold myself in readiness for further instructions.
Do you think Will is all right?
I have every confidence he will be back soon.
Oh, I hope so.
Mama, I want my daddy. Where's Daddy?
Now, children, run out and play.
But where's Daddy, Mama?
Your daddy's gone away for a few days on business.
When will he be back, Mama?
He should be back any day now.
But 2 days later, due to the keen ears of Detective Burris staked out on a dictaphone, the kidnappers are located and Mr. Gettle is released. 24 hours later, they are sentenced to life imprisonment in San Quentin. And 24 hours after that, while they are speeding northward to prison, Calling All Cars brought the biggest radio scoop of the year to the ears of the nation. Another famous criminal case of 1934 was the Nellie Madison murder case. Mrs. Madison, accused of murdering her husband, is faced with an overwhelming array of circumstantial evidence. Her attorney, in summing up his plea to the jury, was played by Richard LeGrand in one of the most moving character depictions of the year.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you ever lost, suddenly and horribly, someone you held most dear?
Have you ever been so stunned by personal misfortune that you were cold and indifferent to all that transpired about you? If you have, then you know what has been happening to Nellie Madison throughout this trial. There can be no murder without motive. And what possible motive could this woman have? The Madisons were a loving couple. You're being asked by the prosecution not only to hang a woman, but by all we've shown during this trial, to hang an innocent woman. Don't do this thing. Don't have it on your souls and consciences the rest of your lives. Don't send this innocent woman to the gallows upon the tenuous threads of circumstantial evidence. Remember the command of our Almighty Father. Thou shalt not kill.
Well, fill her up with Rio Grande cracked.
Well, I wouldn't dare give a police car any other gasoline.
I don't think you could.
I just been listening to Rio Grande's Calling All Cars program. Did you hear it?
Well, we got a Calling All Cars man right here with us tonight.
Oh, well, I suppose you two cops will be the heroes on the next broadcast.
Hey, how about putting you on the radio, too? What have you got to say in behalf of the independent dealers who sell Rio Grande gasoline?
Well, you tell your listeners that we independent dealers get a big kick out of so many people driving in after every broadcast and asking for a tank full of police car performance.
Well, how about a business prediction for 1935? Everyone else is predicting. What do you think about business for next year?
Now, I can predict good business for every independent gasoline dealer who lines up with Rio Grande. That's the only big gasoline company that doesn't compete with its own dealers. My business has grown steadily ever since I put in Rio Grande pumps. And my customers stick with me. They should. I give them better value in Rio Grande cracked gasoline, more power, faster starting, greater speed, higher anti-knock rating, and tetra-ethyl at the price of ordinary gasoline.
Well, come on, fellas. We got to go.
Happy New Year.
I'll go one better. Rio Grande wishes you a prosperous New Year.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 58. And congratulations on the good work, boys. Keep it up. Rosenquist.
Calling All Cars is written and produced by William N. Robeson. The orchestra is under the direction of Frederick Stark. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night and a prosperous new year for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Conquer the world of WordPress at G3PL.com. We're your ultimate destination for WordPress support and training. Need help with a specific project? Facing a tricky plugin or theme issue? We've got your back. We will troubleshoot, customize, and fine-tune your site to perfection. So, why wait? Take the leap into WordPress greatness. Contact us today at WP@G3PL.com or give us a call at 615-420-2040. G3PL.com. Your WordPress success starts here.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. A phantom figure of the plains rode the trails of the western United States, helping the agencies of law to bring peace to a lawless new land. It was the famous Lone Ranger, his identity unknown to anyone except his loyal Indian friend Tonto. Adventure always followed him in his exciting exploits. So let's thrill once again as we turn back many years to the wild and untamed West of old. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver, old boy. Don't you, old fellow. We've a long, hard job ahead of us. Hi-yo, Silver! Eagle Pass was a narrow cut between two sheer walls of solid rock. It separated the fertile valley where fine cattle grazed from the trail that led to the nearest shipping point. The general store and hotel, run by old Pop Carter, was located at the pass. Here the cattlemen were accustomed to pause for rest and supplies before continuing their cattle drives eastward. In the first scene of our Lone Ranger drama, we find Clem Peabody guiding his large herd toward the pass.
Hey there, Pop. Doggone if you ain't a sight for sore eyes.
Hi, Clem. Maybe you won't be so glad to see me when you hear what I got to tell you.
Whoa there, folks. Steady, boy. I'll draw up and pass the word while I wait for the critters to catch up to me. I got the finest stock ever. Just look at them longhorns.
Yeah.
What's the matter? You look like you'd aged 10 years since last time I come through here.
Reckon I have, Clem. Things ain't been good with me.
What's the matter?
Big Bill Lawson's outfit.
Them cow thieves working around here?
Not exactly. But you'll have trouble with them.
I got men to wipe them out.
Don't get that sort of idea, Clem. Take a look ahead. There's bars across the pass. You see?
What's them for?
Toll.
Toll?
Yep. You see, my land went across the pass, as you know.
Sure, but what about it?
I always had a pretty fair income from a store there. And I was glad to leave things stand like they was. But then Big Bill and his breeds and polecats come along.
Where they at now?
Right inside my place. They took it over.
You mean they took
I mean they bought it from me. I had my choice of selling or die.
Well, of all
So
things.
I sold it to them. And they let me stay here to sort of tell you and all other ranchers that'll be passing this way how things stand. Ah, Clem, it's a bad state of affairs.
What's Lawson want?
Cash.
You said something about toll.
Yep. 2 bits for every head that goes through the pass.
2 bits? Well, I got over 2,000 head of cattle.
And then it'll cost you plenty to get 'em through the pass.
I won't pay it. It's robbery.
Well, I'm afraid you ain't no choice, Clem.
I'll turn back.
I'll go back and you won't get no cows to market. You know as well as I do that you can't go round no other way.
Doggone it, it'll mount up to near $500.
Well, if you prefer, you can sign 1/4 of your cattle over to Big Bill.
1/4 of my cattle? That's even worse robbery.
Yeah. You see, he don't want to take the cattle. He'd sooner have the cash.
But if I give him 500 cows, I'll never come out even.
I know it. So's Big Bill. He's figuring nobody'll leave cattle with him.
I'm damned if I will. Is that him over yonder?
Yeah, that's him.
I'll go see him. Get up there. $500 or 500 head of cattle. I should say not. Hey there, Lawson. I want to talk with you. I figured you would. What's your name? Clem Peabody from the Bar Express. What's this I hear about you robbing men that aim to get to market?
I ain't robbing nobody, Peabody. I own this land now. If you want to cross, you pay 2 bits a head for cows. That's all there is to it.
I've heard of you and your outlaws and your rustling.
Now, hold on there, Peabody. I don't like to listen to that kind of talk. In the first place, there ain't a lawman in the country looking for me or any man that's with me.
Ain't a lawman wouldn't like to have some proof of the things you've done.
That may be right. But lacking proof, they can't do much, can they?
So now you scheme a legal way to rob folks. Well, I ain't no cash with me.
That's all right, Peabody. Cash or cattle, it don't matter.
1 cow to you for every 3 I take through.
Them's the terms.
It's robbery.
I don't aim to make it too hard for you, gents. You can give me your note and pay it when you come back here on your way home.
You're mighty trusting, ain't you?
Of course, you could go the long way around through the hills.
And travel 100 miles to cross the canyon?
If you went through the pass and took the other route back, I'd just send men to your ranch to collect on the note. So I don't take no chance in trusting you, see?
$500.
If you got 2,000 head, that's just right.
Why, you ornery, low-down...
I don't like harsh words, Peabody. Now pay up, sign a note, or turn your cattle back. One of the three.
What if I head right on through?
I'd order my boys to open fire on your critters for trespassing on my land. Reckon I know my legal rights.
Reckon you're a dirty polecat. I have to give you my note. I ain't no choice. And wait till I tell the boys at the Longhorn Cafe about your scheme. Just you wait. I ain't done yet.
The Longhorn Cafe was filled with cattlemen and cowboys. Clem Peabody entered and joined his friends. They gathered around him while he told of the Lawson gang in control of Eagle Pass.
Yeah, the darndest thing you ever heard tell of.
But, Clem, I don't see how Lawson could get away with that sort of thing.
He's a-doing it.
Did you talk to the sheriff?
I talked to the sheriff, talked to the banker, and talked to the United States Marshal. They all said he was within his rights.
Charging toll?
Yep, he can charge whatever he doggone pleases. Fact is, if you don't want to let the cattle through, you can stop it altogether.
That's doggone funny law, if you ask me.
Well, what's a man to do about it? Here I got the cash in my cattle. I got to hand over $500 of it to that ornery coyote on my way back.
What if you don't do it?
He's holding my note.
Yeah, but just the same.
If I don't pay the cash, he'll stop me from going back to my ranch.
Now, ain't that the darndest thing you ever heard of?
It's getting so a man can't make a living no more.
And the worst of it is, every cattleman in the valley will have to do the same doggone thing.
How many men is there?
Land sakes, ain't you never heard? That's the biggest grazing in the whole state.
Must be at least 50 or 60 ranches there.
At least that. Runs on for miles in every direction.
How many head do you figure will come through there this year?
Shucks, if they ain't over 150,000 head, I miss my guess.
What you need, Clem's drink?
I need a couple of them. Barkeep, fetch up that bottle and set it down. Tonto,
did you hear what Clem Peabody was telling?
Tonto here.
The law has tried for years to put Bill Lawson and his gang in jail.
Them plenty bad.
Nothing has ever been proved against them, though.
Them find way to beat law.
Is the disguise on my face all right, Tonto?
It plenty good.
I'll not be recognized if I move around here in the cafe without a mask.
No.
And I'm going to get closer and hear more of what Clem Peabody has to say.
You maybe talk to him,
I think I will. Come over this way with me, Tonto.
And if you don't want to pay 2 bits a head, you can leave a quarter of your cattle.
25% of your cows?
That's right.
What can Sam Hill with Lawson do with all that cattle?
He won't do nothing with it. He don't figure on getting none. All he wants is the cash money.
Rottenest game I ever heard tell of.
It certainly is, Lige.
Did you hear that, Tonto? Lawson would have a hard time handling a lot of cattle.
That's right.
And with his reputation as an outlaw, he'd have an almost impossible time selling branded cattle. All he could do would be to hold it for a year and sell the unbranded calves. Tonto, I'm going to talk to Clem Peabody.
That's good. You maybe got a plan, huh?
Perhaps I have.
At Eagle Pass, Bill Lawson and his men had converted the general store into a lounging room with tables for cards. Old Pop Carter, its former owner, sat alone behind the counter, which had been made into a bar. A man entered, slapping dust from his clothes, and Lawson looked up, saying,
"Well, Butch, took you long enough to get back from town."
Yeah, I was sort of hill up there. Things didn't work out just the way we figured they would.
What do you mean they didn't work out?
Just what I say. I kept an eye on Clem Peabody, just like you told me to.
Well, what'd he do?
Sold the critters and got the cash for him.
Yeah, then what?
Hey, give me a drink there, Pop. I'm thirsty from the ride.
Never mind that. Where's Clem Peabody?
They're heading back this way with 500 head of cattle.
500 head of cattle for what?
For you, I reckon.
But you said he'd sold his cattle.
So he did. Then he talked to a stranger, and the two of them left the cafe and still kept on talking.
Who's the stranger?
I don't know. Never seen him before.
Then what?
He stayed over till the next morning, so I had to stay along, too, to keep an eye on him like you said to do.
Yeah?
Well, next morning he goes to the agent he'd sold the cows to and bought back 500 head.
For cash money?
Sure. And he rounded up his waddies, and they started driving 500 head of cattle back this way. They're heading this way now.
How far back?
They'll be here in an hour or so, I reckon. I didn't want to get too far ahead of them. I wanted to make sure they was heading back this way.
Wonder what the Sam Healy's bringing back 500 head of cattle for. What'd he do with the rest of his cash money?
Left it in the bank there.
Banked it? You mean to say he's coming back without no cash?
That's just what he's doing.
But I got his note. I got his note for $500.
Yeah, I know you have.
He owes me $500.
Or 500 head of cattle. Maybe he figures on paying you in cattle.
He's crazy if he does. That cattle's worth a sight more than $500.
Crazy like a fox.
Shut up! Maybe it ain't worth that much to him.
What'd he pay for it to buy it back, do you know?
Nope. Couldn't find out.
There's Clem Peabody heading this way now. You can see him off in the distance.
Yeah, let me take a look.
You see, Bill? There he is. Ain't that him?
Looks like him.
That's him, all right.
I don't want them cattle. I didn't figure anybody would pay us off in cattle. I want the cash.
Looks like you're going to get the cattle instead, Bill.
What'll we do with the critters? There ain't no grazing here for 'em.
I'll tell you what I figure. In fact, I was told that by an Injun named Tonto. Ever hear him, Pop?
Well, I might have, and again, I might not.
Never mind that. What'd he tell you?
You see, Bill, this Injun, he come up to me and he says the only way they could drive us out in here was to get you to do something illegal.
Yeah?
Such as selling branded cattle.
They can't get me if I buy it legal, can they?
Well, as to that, they might be able to. Might be hard for a man with your background to prove you got it legal, savvy?
Anyhow, we're wised up to what Clem Peabody is scheming. That's something. Let him bring the cattle. I'll accept it. They don't get me on no law angles. I'm too smart for 'em.
Injun named Tonto with a white horse.
What are you caping and laughing about, you old fool?
Oh, nothing. As you say, Bill, you're too smart to get trapped easy.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Pass and demanded that he receive either cash or cattle for each herd driven through the cut. Clem Peabody, following the advice of the Lone Ranger, paid his toll in cattle. Our next scene opens in Clem Peabody's house. His wife is scolding him for giving Lawson 500 cows.
Of all the plain and fancy food.
Oh, Dolly, I knowed what I was doing.
Like fun you did. Of all things I ever heard tell of, this is the limit.
All right, Dolly, let it go at that.
I won't let it go. You must have lost your mind. You had all the cash money and was to turn $500 of it over to Bill Lawson.
That's a lot of money.
But you spent sight more than that buying back 500 head of cattle.
I know.
What ever got into you?
Well, I talked to a man at Longhorn.
You talked to a man. My sakes alive, I'm glad you didn't talk to two men. You might have come back without banking a dime.
Someone coming, Dolly. Now hush up while we got company. Come on in.
Clem, I want to speak with you.
Hey, Brent. Hey, Ginger, it's good to see you. Leave the door open. It's kind of stuffy in here. You're a long ways from your own spread.
Clem, I heard things about Eagle Pass.
And there's plenty to hear about. I just got back.
I know that. You had to choose between $500 and 500 head of cattle.
That's right.
And the doggone idiot gave away the cattle.
So I heard. That's why I come here. Clem, you ain't touched in the head, are you?
Nope.
Ain't been eating local weed?
Nope.
Every one of your waddies was plumb disgusted with you for what you done.
I better not say so where I can hear him.
Clem, I'm an old friend. I'm here to see just what's behind that move of yours. Now, you ain't a fool, and you never in your life went off half-cocked in a business deal.
Not till now. But he sure made up for all the caution he showed heretofore.
Now, hold on, Dolly. There's a smart look in his face. Clem, just what's your angle on it?
Abe, there's a masked man heading this way. He's coming around through the hills to get to this grazing without going through the pass.
Yeah?
He's a-riding a white horse. The finest horse in the whole blame country.
Go on.
He's the one told me to give them critters cattle instead of cash.
Masked and riding a white horse?
Yep.
Tell me some more.
He's going to have a talk with all you ranchers before you drive your cows through the pass.
Yeah?
And try and persuade you to do what I done.
By all that's righteous. If he thinks he can do that, he's more a fool than Clem is.
Ain't so sure he won't persuade the boys to give away cows, Dolly.
If there was any point to it... Hey, there's someone riding down here now. Look out that door.
A white horse, Clem. Get your gun. He must be one of the outlaws.
Clem, he's called his horse Silver. You mean to say the man that told you what to do is the Lone Ranger?
Just so. And there he comes to get the rest of you cowmen to help.
Well, if the Lone Ranger says for me to give them crooks cattle, I'll give them cattle.
You'll do what Clem done?
Yes, and so will all the other men. Dolly, mean to say you never heard of the Lone Ranger?
Oh, there, Silver, old boy. Here I am, mister. He got through the hills in record time.
Come with me, Clem. We've got to call on the other ranchers before they drive their cattle to the pass.
Here's one you can talk to right now, mister.
This is Abe Brent. Tell him your scheme, and he'll help to spread the word around.
Good. Come on and ride with me.
Clem, get your horse hitched up. Did you hear that?
I heard it, and we're a-riding.
Clem Peabody and Abe Brent rode with the Lone Ranger. They went from ranch to ranch, pausing only long enough to explain their plan and get a promise of cooperation from the owners. They covered the valley from end to end as they enlisted the ranchers in their cause. When their work was done, the Lone Ranger left the valley by way of the hills, avoiding Lawson's men. At Eagle Pass, Lawson himself was pacing the floor of the general store in a rage. Pop Carter, grinning, watched him from behind the counter.
We gotta do something about it. What's the matter with you men? Can't none of you think of something? Who'd ever think the thing would work out this way? Every doggone critter that's gone through here with a herd has chosen to leave cattle instead of cash.
We got the whole place cluttered up with cattle.
Boss, all I can suggest is that you stop accepting cattle. Make 'em pay in cash.
But blast it, how can I? They don't have the cash when they head for the east, and they can't get the cash if they don't sell the cattle. And they won't go through with cattle unless I take the doggone cows in payment of the toll.
We can't go on like this much longer, boss. Them cows have got to be fed.
Why don't you take a chance and drive 'em into town and sell 'em?
Wouldn't that be smart now? Wouldn't it be smart? Every lawman in the country wanting to frame me for something, and I go to try and sell cattle with 50 assorted brands registered in other men's names.
You can show bills of sale, though. You can prove the cattle's yours.
Where's that engine that was around here?
Right here beside me, Lawson.
Hey, you. Come over here.
Me come. What you want?
You've been hanging around here for the past week.
Me help you.
I wonder if you've been helping. You said they was laying for me in town, waiting for me to try and sell some of this cattle.
Why you not try?
Where'd you get your facts?
Me hear lawman talk.
What'd they say?
Them say maybe get 'em you in jail last.
What about selling cattle?
Lawman hope you try.
Reckon that's all I need to know, then. There ain't no sense in playing right into their hands.
They just hanker to have you run them cows to town, Bill.
Well, we gotta do something. We got too much value in them cows to let 'em die for lack of grazing. See who that is? There ain't no more cows heading this way, is there?
The guard said he would have said so if there was.
Well, what do you want? It's Clem Peabody.
Howdy, Bob.
Howdy, Clem.
I'll make a deal with you, Lawson. Well, you got a lot of cattle that needs grazing, ain't you? What about it? I figured maybe you could use my men to drive the herd to town to sell it. Oh, you did, eh? Well, I'm wise to the scheme to get me to sell them critters, see? I ain't stepping into no frame up to land me in jail.
How'd you know about that?
I knowed about it. That's all that counts.
Oh, shucks. Well, then ain't no use us figuring no further. Reckon you got the best of it.
You're darn right.
And after me letting you have cows instead of cash, hoping to get you that way.
Yeah. Now get out of here.
I'm broke now. Look here, Lawson. You need land, don't you?
What if I do?
Your cows has to eat. If you had a ranch and the brands that go with it, you'd be setting right well in the cattle business with all them critters to start with.
Well?
You'll have to hold 'em till next season if you don't own some brands of your own. Now, why don't you buy my spread?
Huh?
Maybe there's an idea, Bill.
For how much?
How much cash you got?
None. I'll sign notes for the place.
I sort of hope to get some cash.
I ain't more than $1,000 all told.
You give me that much down, I take notes for the rest. How'd that be?
What do you think of it, boys?
And it's a go?
Real deal. Get out some paper and we'll draw up an agreement. Boys, we're going to be honest cattlemen. How's that,
An agreement was drawn up between Lawson and Clem, and the $1,000 paid over to the rancher. Unnoticed by anyone, Tonto left the store and rode to the cliff, where he sent up a smoke signal. Lawson's men began the roundup of their cattle. Their horses circled the herd, forcing the scattered animals into a compact group. Then the herd was started on its journey into the valley. Clem and Lawson rode side by side.
Quite a ways to go to reach the ranch, Lawson.
How far?
It'll take quite a while to get there. We've got to cross a dozen other ranches.
We have?
Yeah, you see the valley here starts off alone, but it ain't so wide. Each of the ranch owners owns the land from one side to the other. There's a square D just ahead.
What are all them men lined up there?
Looks like they've been fixing up the fences.
Looks like they've been fixing up their shooting irons. What are they eyeing us like that for?
Hi there, Leif.
Hi, Clem.
Whoa, boy, steady there. Steady. Leif, I sold my ranch to Bill Lawson. He's moving his cattle to it.
Yeah? Well, he has to cross my land to get there.
All right, then. Let me through.
Not so fast, Lawson. I'm charging toll to get across my ranch.
What's that?
Yeah.
What's the matter, Bill?
They aim to charge us to cross this land.
Come on! Hey, there's a masked man coming, and the lawman with him.
Yeah. I figured maybe you wouldn't like paying toll as well as you like collecting it. So I arranged for the sheriff to be here. He'd sure admire to see you start some trouble.
Any trouble here?
Not yet, Sheriff.
But Leif, Bill ain't got no cash.
That's all right. I'll take it out in cattle. A quarter of what he's got.
Lawson turned over a fourth of his herd to the owner of the Square D Ranch, then continued his journey, while the sheriff's posse and the Lone Ranger accompanied him. At length they reached the boundary of the next ranch, where they were confronted by Sam Tuttle and his men, all heavily armed.
Clem! What's all this?
Hold out my place, Sam. Lawson is taking his critters there.
Yeah? Well, that's interesting. Reckon I'll have to get some toll if he aims to cross my land.
What's that?
It's robbery.
Of all the dratted
Come on, Lawson. Make some trouble. Just started.
You'll have your choice, Lawson. Cash or a quarter of your stock.
Yep, cash or cows. It don't matter now.
I won't do it. We'll go back. You'll pay to go back.
Stay for the square D. We'll charge you again.
How the Sam Hill fires your ranch?
Why, it's fairly yet.
Blast it all. Count out a quarter of the cows and leave them here. We gotta go on.
Went on his way. With every ranch he crossed, more cows were taken. The cattlemen no longer asked for 1/4, but each demanded the return of the same number of animals originally taken from him. When at last they reached Clem Peabody's ranch, less than 100 cows remained. Lawson stared at the cattlemen, his temper beyond control.
Oh, you can all go to blazes. I'm here, and what cows I got left are mine. I bought this land, so clear off.
1 minute, Lawson. You bought the land, but what will you do for water?
What? Ain't there water here?
Oh, sure to mention it, Bill. You got to get your water from the next ranch, and old Skinflint Lewis is awful stingy. I'm afraid he'll want cash money.
I get it. The whole thing's a put-up job.
You'll realize that at last, huh?
I realized it when you called that horse Silver. You done this. You schemed to get the cows back to these ranchers.
Lawson, you can stay here on Clem's land and do without water. Or you can let Clem keep the cattle that's left and the cash you paid and clear out.
We was better off before we tried to go honest.
You didn't try in the right way.
Boys, we're quitting.
Let's get out of here. I had enough.
Come on, you keep your darn ranch and cows.
Thank you, Bill. Just sign this paper. I already got drawed up.
Give it to me. Had it all ready, huh? There. Now we're leaving here.
Let's start now. The sooner the better.
Hold on, Butch. Don't go back the way we come. We're heading for the hills.
But that's all.
I says we're heading for the hills. If we go back across all them doggone ranches, we won't even have our horses left. Hi-yo, Silver!
Come on there, Silver, old boy. Tunnel's ahead. We'll see what he's signaling us for. Hi-yo, Silver!
Conquer the world of WordPress at G3PL.com. We're your ultimate destination for WordPress support and training. Need help with a specific project? Facing a tricky plugin or theme issue? We've got your back. We will troubleshoot, customize, and fine-tune your site to perfection. So, why wait? Take the leap into WordPress greatness. Contact us today at WP@G3PL.com or give us a call at 615-420-2040. G3PL.com. Your WordPress success starts here.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, no living witnesses.
It is 11:30 a.m., a Monday morning in November 1939. Sheriff Ross Betsby turns his car into a quiet residential street of Harper's Landing, Texas. Seated in the car with him is Mrs. Blackburn, a medical assistant. She becomes increasingly nervous as they approach a sign marking the home of Dr. Walter Hemmett.
Now, don't go getting jumpy, Miss Blackburn. There could be 100 reasons for the doc to be missing.
Not Doc Hemmett, and you know it. It ain't like him to just disappear.
No sign of him since Saturday night. Wasn't at church yesterday, and he ain't at his house this morning. He's always there for visiting hours at 9:30.
So he's probably out on a house call. Maybe over to the hospital at Ridge Hill.
If he was, the phone operator'd know about it. Besides, his car is still in the garage.
Well, here's the house. Better get out of the car and see if we can't raise him.
That's what I've been trying to do all morning.
You sure he wasn't at church yesterday?
Of course I'm sure. He always gave me a ride home to my place, and I'd always make Sunday breakfast for him before he'd start on his house calls. You don't work for a man for 10 years without learning his habits, especially a doctor.
Well, he's got to be around someplace. Doc! Hello, Doc! Doc! Doc Hammett! Don't you have a key, Miss Blackburn?
Never needed one before. Front door to the waiting room's always been open, except at night.
Of course, he could have driven off with somebody, but... Oh, I don't know.
But if he's here, why doesn't he answer?
Well, even doctors get sick, and Doc Hammett's no youngster. He might have had a stroke.
Oh, what are you going to do, Sheriff?
We got to get inside. I got no legal right to bust in without a warrant. But that'll take time, and maybe this can't wait.
Why don't you just go in, then? Doc knows you. He'd understand.
If he doesn't understand, I reckon he'll just have to sue me for a broken window. I'll knock this one in with my gun, then I'll climb in and let you in through the door.
Well, hurry.
All right, come in. Where's Doc's bedroom?
Back here.
Not here. Bed's been used, though.
It was all made up Saturday night when I left.
Then he slept here Saturday night. Bathroom door is open. Nothing in there. Reckon we better go through the rest of the house. Kitchen's clear. You can see out back through the windows. There's nothing there either.
Sheriff, I'm frightened.
The sliding door to his office was closed when we come into the waiting room. Better have a look at that office. If he isn't in here, I don't know.
Oh, Sheriff!
You better stay back, Miss Blackburn.
Oh, Dr. Emmett.
Dressed in a robe and pajamas.
Oh.
Must have had a heart attack. Come in here to get something for it and... Wait a minute.
What is it? On his robe. It looks like blood.
'Tis blood. From a bullet wound. He's been murdered.
Sheriff Betsby made an immediate request for the aid of a Texas Ranger. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned. He joined the sheriff at the home of Dr. Hammett shortly after 1 p.m.
Jace, this is Miss Blackburn. She was Doc's helper. This is Ranger Pearson, Miss Blackburn.
Howdy.
Howdy, ma'am.
I asked Miss Blackburn to stay until you got here. Reckon she knows more about Doc than anybody.
I gather you didn't live here in the house, ma'am.
No. I have my own place.
I don't know just what I'd like to ask you yet until I look around. Would you mind waiting a little longer?
I'll stay as long as you need me.
Thanks, ma'am. Where's the body, Sheriff?
In the office. Through that sliding door. I've been keeping it closed off. Nobody's been in here but me and one deputy. He just took a couple of pictures.
Good. Medical examiner been here yet?
No, but he'll be along soon. He's driving down from Hesterville.
Mark alongside the doc's temple here. Bruise about 2 inches long. It's a pretty heavy blow. Looks like he might have been knocked out with a gun barrel.
Yeah, that figures. Because he wasn't standing up when he was shot. He was lying here on the floor.
What makes you think so?
Bullet went right through the chest and buried in the floor under him. I moved him a little and I dug the slug out. Here. 45.
Yeah. There's something funny about this, though. Quite a bit of blood on this examination table, almost 6 feet away from the body.
Yeah, I wondered about that myself.
The instrument tray and surgical dressings pulled up beside the table. There's a couple of hypodermic needles that look like they've been used.
Well, Jace, Doc couldn't have been trying to treat his own wound. He never moved after he was shot, or that slug wouldn't have been in the floor right under him. Of course, he might have staggered around before he was shot, after he got hit on the head.
It still wouldn't account for the blood on this table. There was no bleeding from the mark on his head.
That means the blood on the table come from somebody else.
Medical examiner can type it for us later. I want to see Mrs. Blackburn for a minute.
We can use some help from you now, Miss Blackburn.
I'll tell you anything I can.
Mrs. Blackburn, was it part of your job to clean the doctor's office?
Yes. Every day after his final visiting hours.
According to the sign outside, his evening hours were from 5 to 7 p.m.
That's right.
You cleaned the place after 7 p.m. Saturday night?
Yes.
And what time did you leave?
Well, the doctor had a few calls to make after visiting hours, house calls. I waited till he got back and fixed his dinner for him. I reckon it was late when I left. After 10 o'clock.
Uh-huh. Look through the door of the examination room for a minute.
Yes, sir.
Is that surgical tray usually in that position? I mean, did you leave it like that Saturday night?
No. Everything was put away in the cabinet.
How about the examination table? You cleaned that off Saturday night?
Yes.
Was the doctor expecting any patient after you left, late?
No. He said he was going right to bed.
And he must have gone, too, Jace. The bed had been slept in, and you can see what he was wearing.
Poor Doc.
I think it'd be all right for you to go home now, ma'am. If I need any more information, we can reach you there.
Thank you.
Tell the deputy outside that I said to drive you home.
I'd as soon walk. Get some air.
Yes, well, thanks for helping, Miss Blackburn. Well, that settles one thing, Jace. Doc had an unexpected patient late Saturday night. Somebody who routed him out of bed and killed him. But why?
I got an idea. It was to keep the doc from calling you.
Keep him from calling me? What do you mean?
Whoever came here was hurt, bleeding. So it wasn't a planned visit. Not somebody who came here deliberately to kill the doc. Doc was killed to keep him from talking about the visit.
Oh, Doc Hammett would never talk about a patient's business.
Only in one case, where the law would require it. He'd have to report it if he treated anybody for a bullet wound.
Yeah, that's right, Jace. That could be it. That probe on the instrument tray has blood on it. And that's just what a doc could use to dig out a bullet.
I know. I've had a few dug out myself. Let's comb this examination room again.
What are you looking for?
If we're right, the slug Doc Hammett dug out of his patient. We found it, wrapped in a piece of blood-stained gauze in one of the trash containers. There was something else in the container, too, part of a faded blue denim shirt that had been used to bind a wound.
It must have been a bad wound, Jace. That denim was soaked.
Yeah, and take a look at this slug.
Looks like a slug from a Savage 303. But Doc was killed by a .45.
That's natural. The man who came here wounded was shot someplace else by somebody else. It wouldn't be the same gun.
Fellow we're after must have been in a gunfight then.
That's the way it shapes up. With all that blood, he couldn't have come far. Couldn't have waited too long to get to a doctor, and the chances are he wasn't alone. Somebody must have been helping him.
Oh, they could have just left Doc knocked out, trussed him up, and gotten away. Why'd they have to kill him?
I can't answer that one. When the medical examiner gives us the wounded man's blood type, I'm going to send the 2 slugs we've got through to Austin for a ballistic check. Get a rundown on every police report involving gunplay that took place anywhere within 100 miles of here on Saturday night. The medical examiner came and after a quick check gave us the blood type of the man we were after. I arranged for the 2 slugs we had to be sent through to Austin. At the same time, phoned for a complete report on all shooting incidents that had occurred on Saturday night. Then the sheriff and I started to drive to his office.
This looks like a tough one to me, Jace. We got a blood type to check for, but I reckon 1 million people in Texas have type O blood.
Yeah, but not all of them are going to have a recent bullet wound they can't account for.
You're right. If we find one who's been wounded. But for all we know, the man Doc treated might have got himself shot by accident.
If he did, he wouldn't have killed the doc to keep him from reporting it.
Guess you got me hogtied on that point, Jace. But all the same, I don't know.
Hold it a minute, Sheriff.
KTXA to Unit 10.
That's for me. Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead.
Have info you requested on cases involving firearms. None reported your general vicinity for Saturday night.
10-4.
There is possible lead, though, Unit 10.
What is it?
Body of man killed by gunfire discovered a few hours ago on slope of Thunder Ridge, Roebling County. About 70 miles west your present location. Time of death not yet determined. Waiting report of medical examiner.
10-4. Is another unit assigned to that case?
Unit 3 covering.
This unit proceeding to join Unit 3 to explore possibility of link between 2 killings.
10-4. Best approach to scene is west slope of Thunder Ridge. You'll have to leave car, go in mounted.
10-4.
Unit 3 making contact by field set. We'll notify Unit 3 if you're coming.
10-4, Unit 10, clear.
KTXA Austin.
You think that might hook up with us, Jace?
It's the only thing that's turned up. Another ranger unit's there, Unit 3. That's Steve Clark. We can work it together. Suppose I leave you on deck here to cover anything that turns up.
Suits me. Just drop me at my office. Even if this fellow you're going to see was killed on Saturday night, Jace, it could still be a coincidence.
I know. But it'll stop being a coincidence if he was killed by the same .45 that was used to murder Doc Hammett. I dropped the sheriff off, then headed for Thunder Ridge. When I got to the base, I unloaded charcoal from my horse trailer and started the climb. The sun was sinking as I started up the slope, and darkness came fast. I spotted torches moving like fireflies. I rode for them. Easy, easy, charcoal. Watch your footing, boy. Hello there!
Hello!
That you, Steve?
Yeah, Chase?
Right. Coming up to you.
Hold up back there. Rest your horses a second.
Howdy, Steve.
Howdy, Jace. Got a walkie-talkie message you were coming. Didn't come down the road to meet you because we wanted to get the body out of here. The medical examiner can't do much till we get it into town.
Where is the body?
Back there on a pack mule with the sheriff's deputies. I'm leading the way down.
Might as well get moving then. I'll ride with you.
Right. All right, we're going to move again. Follow this gully all the way down and watch your step. Come on, boy.
Come on, Sharky. Any line on how long he's been dead?
Not for sure, but I think it's going to fit in with what you're looking for. From what I can judge, he was killed Saturday night.
You got anything to back that up?
Yeah, the man's a cowpoke. Works on that ranch at the base of the ridge. He rode up here Saturday night to see some Mexican gal he's been courting. But he never did get back to the ranch after he left her shack.
I wonder why anybody traveled all the way up here to kill him. He was ambushed on the way back to the ranch. It'd been just as easy for the killer to wait until he hit the flat down by the ranch.
Funny you should say that.
Why?
Because he was shot down on the flat.
Well, then how'd his body get up here?
Near as I can figure, he started to ride back up to get help. He wasn't killed right off, fell out of the saddle and died where he fell.
Seems to me he'd have ridden onto the ranch for help.
Yeah, the ranch house is 11 miles off. Back up this way was only 1 mile. Jace, I'll be able to show you the whole thing when we get down. I'll follow his tracks both ways. Say, you leave your car near mine?
Yeah.
Well, the shooting took place not far from where we're parked. There was a break in the fence there and the marks of a truck, but they weren't deep enough to make a cast of them.
You mean whoever gunned him had a truck down there?
Yeah, that's right, Jace. Or say, there are cattle tracks all over the place, too.
Well, that might mean he surprised somebody who was trying to run some stock off the place.
Yeah, not only trying, but succeeding. A few white faces that were grazing in that section can't be located. Hey, this fit in with your doctor killing?
Depends on whether your cowpoke was killed by a .45 and whether he returned fire and hit one of the men he saw down there.
And he fought with him, all right. He was carrying a saddle rifle. He dropped it when he got hit, I reckon. I found it beside his tracks down below. Already sent it on to Austin.
Only one thing you got to tell me then, and I'll know if the two killings go hand in hand. What kind of a rifle was the cowpoke using?
What kind you looking for, Jace?
Savage 303?
You got a case. That's what it was.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. We're boasting a little because here at NBC you'll find the roughest, toughest, most romantic crime fighters ever assembled under one network roof. Take Wednesday evening, for example. On Wednesdays, you'll hear action with Mr. District Attorney, The Big Story, and that new daring private eye, Rex Saunders, played by Rex Harrison. So just keep your mystery ear glued to your NBC station every Wednesday.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and tonight's case, No Living Witnesses, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
The cowpoke and Dr. Hammett had been killed by the same man, all right. Ballistics proved the bullet dug out of the floor from under the doctor was a twin to the .45 taken out of the murdered cowpoke. Steve Clark and I put our horses in the double trailer I was towing and headed for Harper's Landing.
Ballistic boys at the lab didn't take long comparing those slugs, did they?
I never do.
It all fits. They even test fired the cowpoke's rifle. It fired the slug Doc Hammett took out of that patient we're looking for.
We're not only looking for him, we're going to find him and whoever was with him.
It must be more than one man, all right. What you told me about the blood on that piece of denim shirt, he couldn't have been in any condition to drive by himself, not all the way to Harper's Landing.
Yeah, 70 miles. And he must have known he was going to need a doctor.
Hey, you look like that gives you an idea.
It does. I think it answers a question the sheriff asked me. Why they killed the doc instead of just tying him up.
And what's the answer?
They killed him because they didn't just happen by his place. They knew Doc Hammett, and he knew them.
That's a big conclusion, Jace.
That's not hard to reach either. Look, Steve, Doc Hammett's house in Harper's Landing isn't on the main street through town. It's on a side street, not easy to find in the middle of the night, unless you knew where it was. Not only that, but they had to pass through 2 bigger towns on the way there, towns with more than one doctor. Steve, if you were shot and wanted to keep it covered, but you had to be treated, what would you do?
Well, go to my own family doc, I reckon, and hope that I could talk him into keeping it quiet. Hey, you're right, Jace. That means the men we're after must live in or near Harper's Landing.
Let's say on a ranch somewhere outside the town, someplace they could have taken stolen cattle.
We know the brand mark and those stolen white faces. Say, we going to do some range riding?
Until we find them, until they show up for sale at some commission house or auction barn.
You think the sheriff will be willing to ride with us?
Of course he will. Doc Emmett was a friend of his, and the sheriff doesn't take to killers.
Larson Ranch is about 2 miles farther on. Might stop there and get some grub if you'd like.
I'm all for it, Sheriff. How about it, Jace? Haven't taken much eating time for the past 2 days.
Why don't you just grab a handful of range grass? It's loaded with vitamins.
You'll be loaded with buckshot if you come up with any more ideas like that.
Yeah, come on, Jace, before we get so skinny that a gust of wind will lift us right out of the saddle.
Okay. I guess the horses can use a rest.
You see there, Sheriff? He don't care about us, just the horses.
Look who's talking. I never saw you sit down to a meal without seeing to it that your horse was fed and watered first.
I was only kidding, Jace. Let's get out of that Larson place.
All right. Get up, boy.
Get up, Turkey.
I wish we'd find some sign of those white faces. We must have looked over a couple of thousand head without finding a single altered brand.
They got to be around, Steve. They haven't been sold through any commission house or barn. All records have been checked back through last Saturday.
Yeah, we better find them soon before too many people know what we're doing. Ranchers who've seen us know we're not riding this range for exercise.
Yeah, that the Larson Ranch off there to the right of the mesa?
There? Nope, that place belongs to Yancey Coburn and his son, Jed.
Yeah, pull up a minute. Whoa,
Oh, boy. Yeah, those cattle are acting kind of funny, Jace.
Yeah. Disturbed and excited, milling around.
Can't see any reason for it. Wide open range. No sign of a coyote or a mountain cat.
Must be something they smell. I've seen them act just that way when a beef has been slaughtered on the range. Blood smell stirs them up and they start bunching just like that.
No, nothing in that herd to interest us, though, Jace. Can see none of them's white faces.
Yeah, white parts might have been painted over. You know, that kind of camouflage been used before.
I can't tell till we get close up. We're going to have to check them sooner or later. Might as well be now.
Well, there goes our lunch, Steve.
Yeah, I guess they eat on the Coburn place, too.
Yeah, but Yancey and Jed ain't exactly hospitable. Well, come on. Get up, boy.
Yeah.
Sharky.
Come on.
Yeah, they're bunching right along Coburn's fence line.
That's good. We won't have to cut the fence. We can just tie the horses off there and climb through.
They sure are acting up.
All right, hold up. Ooh, Sharky.
I'll hold the wire, Jace.
Thanks. Climb through, Sheriff. Then I'll come through and hold it for Steve.
Right.
Okay, Steve. Come ahead.
Okay. I'm clear. Let it go.
Yeah. Ain't no strange stock here, Jace. They're all wearing Coburn's brand.
Yeah, I can't spot any that have been altered. Besides, there's not a white face in the lot. You can see that plain now. What are they so head up about?
It beats me. What are you looking at, Jace?
Tracks. The way they've been milling around. Marks form a big circle. The boulder over there seems to be the middle of it. They move up toward it, and then they start to mill and pull back. Come on.
Wow. Look at the mess of red ants around that boulder.
Why, they're just pouring in and out of that varmint hole under it. Hey, look at them.
That hole's bigger than it looks. Most of it's been covered by the boulder. Hey, let's see if we can move it out, Steve.
Yeah. Jammed too tight, Jake.
Yeah, there's enough of an opening for my arm. I'll stretch flat and stick my hand down there.
Well, watch out, Jace. You'll get ants all over you.
I don't care about the ants so much. I just hope I don't get a mess of gopher teeth in my hand.
Feel anything down there?
Yeah. Look, quicklime.
Hey, Jake, you better wash that off right away.
I will. You got your wire clippers?
Sure. What's the matter?
Cut the fence and bring the horses through. We're going to pull this boulder.
Why, Jace? What's down there?
It felt like a bunch of fresh-skinned beef hides. They were hides, all right. stripped from a half-dozen whiteface. The place where the brands should have been were burned over to obliterate what had been there. Packed the hides on our horses and headed for the Coburn Ranch house.
They sure wiped out any proof on those hides, Jace.
Yeah. If there wasn't something wrong with them, they wouldn't have gone to the trouble of hiding them.
Pretty smart butchering the stuff before they sold it.
Probably figured every commission house in the state would be watching for brands. They couldn't risk altering them, and they couldn't risk keeping the stock around. You seen the Coburns lately, Sheriff?
Haven't seen Jed for some time, but I saw Yancey only last night at the drugstore in town.
Yeah? He buying something?
Yeah, he was. A lot of stuff. Bandages, adhesive tape. I saw the druggist wrapping it up.
Sounds like the stuff he'd need to change dresses on a bad wound, Jace.
We're coming to their sheds. The house is just the other side of them.
Ride right into the sheds. Leave the horses there. I don't want them to see these hides yet.
Okay. Here we are. Oh, boy. Oh,
Take a look on that floor there, Jace. Over there.
Yeah. One spot cleaned up mighty good. But look at the beam right over it. Meat hooks. A little blood on them.
Yeah, must have done his butchering right here. Made awful sure to get that floor clean.
Let's go talk to him.
There's Yancey now at the back screen door. Howdy, Yancey.
What you fellas want on my place?
The Rangers want to have a little talk with you.
I ain't got much time for talking. I got work to do.
So have we. Where's your son?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Just like I said, I don't know. Now, anything else I can help you with?
Don't get smart, Yancey. You know where Jed is, you better talk up.
He took himself a little trip down to Mexico.
Suppose you invite us in and tell us all about it.
Reckon I don't have to have you in if I don't want you, Sheriff.
He's perfectly right, Sheriff. So Steve and I'll just wait here while you ride into town and get a warrant. Then we can invite ourselves in.
You want to make us do it the hard way, Yancey?
I ain't got nothing to hide. Want to come in? Come in.
You keep a gun in the house?
Shotgun there in the corner by the stove.
How about a 45, Yancey?
Never owned one.
You haven't slaughtered any beef lately either, have you?
Any log in it?
Nobody said there was. Stashing the hides away under a boulder is a little bit unusual.
You're getting kind of pale, Yancey.
There ain't no...
What'd you stop for, Yancey? You were about to say there aren't any brand marks left on those hides, weren't you?
You putting words in my mouth.
Choose your own words, but answer me. And tell the truth. Where's your son, Jed?
I told you
He's not in Mexico. He's holed up someplace recovering from a wound. The wound Doc Hemmett was killed for treating.
I don't know what you're talking about. Jed ain't here, I tell you.
Jace, look at that ladder there in the corner.
Just a ladder. I was fixing to do some paint.
A man who's going to paint usually buys some paint before he brings a ladder in. What's that up in the ceiling?
Looks like an entry into the attic.
Get out of here! Get out! Get your hands off that shotgun! Oh!
That's better. I'll hold this for safekeeping. You might hurt somebody.
Keep him covered, Steve. I'm going to use that ladder and see what we got upstairs.
I'll help you, Jace. Jed's probably up there, and he ain't the kind to come quiet if he's cornered.
That's right, Sheriff! Get cover, Sheriff! Kill him, Jed! Shut up, Yancey! Don't move!
Be smart, Jed. You can't get out of that attic.
No. But I can blow the head off of anyone who comes up here to take me. I gotta see you first, remember that.
We don't have to come up after you, Jed. We can rake every foot of that ceiling with gunfire. Yeah, that's just a sample. We can make it look like a sieve, and you look like one with it. Now, you better get down here with your father while you still got the chance.
Come down, Jed. Come down, or they'll kill you. We didn't do nothing. They can't prove nothing.
How about it, Jed?
All right. But my leg is hurt. You have to bring the ladder on to help me down.
Sure. Just to make it friendly. Open that trap all the way and drop your gun down here.
All right.
Yeah, that's better. All right, Sheriff. Set the ladder up again. This is the gun we wanted, Steve.
Yeah, 45.
All right, Jed. Ease yourself down, and I'll help you.
All right. My leg hurts. Come on. Look, we didn't do nothing.
And that's all we're ever going to say. We didn't do nothing, yeah?
You'll love it up in Huntsville, then. It's full of innocent fellows just like you. You ready, Steve?
Yeah.
Sheriff?
All set, Jace.
Good. All right, Yancey, Jed, get moving.
Throughout their trial, Yancey and Jed Coburn steadfastly denied any crime. However, Jed's blood type matched the blood found in the office of Dr. Hemmett. And ballistic experts definitely identified his .45 caliber gun as the weapon used to murder both Dr. Hammett and the cowboy whose body was found on Thunder Ridge. It took the jury less than 2 hours to bring in a verdict of guilty. The Cobans were sentenced to Huntsville Penitentiary for the rest of their natural lives.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
I believe you'll enjoy an amusing story I heard recently. It comes from a young lady who lives in the Lone Star State. It seems that a Sunday school teacher was making quite an impression with the little ones in her class as she told how the pharaohs of early Egypt drove the children of Israel from that land. A little fellow in the front row was biting his nails fiercely as the teacher went on to describe the cruelties inflicted upon the Israelites, how they were beaten and driven forth without food or water. When the story was over, the young fry stared straight ahead. Finally, he snapped, "Gee whiz, where were the Texas Rangers?" See you next week, folks. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Virginia Gregg, Herb Ellis, Ed Begley, and Parley Bear. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Turn back the calendar. Tomorrow evening, the Railroad Hour takes you back to a golden bygone era with a refreshing presentation of the musical comedy High Button Shoes. Railroad Hour singing star Gordon MacRae is joined by Margaret Whiting for this program. And remember, tomorrow you'll also hear a concert by the Boston Pops Orchestra. Phil Baker invites you to join the $64 question next on NBC.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Subscribe for more videos.
Now we present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, the Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants. Mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. By the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. Whoa, now, listen to this.
Say, Bing, you got a minute?
Oh, sure, Bob. I got all the time in the world.
Don't tell me you own that, too.
Oh, never mind that stuff. Get to work with it.
Okay. Folks, Better Tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. And you can prove that yourself. Just make our mildness test. Buy Chesterfields, then open them and enjoy that milder, mellow aroma. Now light one up, and you'll know Chesterfield's milder because it smokes milder. And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
Yes, mildness and no unpleasant aftertaste are what you and I and every smoker wants.
Hurry up, Dad. Here comes the music.
By Chesterfield, Chesterfield, the one that proves its case. Yes, Chesterfields are milder, plus no aftertaste.
So ho, open a pack and give 'em a sniff.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
It is early evening in New York City. In the offices of the Bureau high above Manhattan's teeming streets, two men are listening to a news broadcast.
Now, as I've done for the past 4 weeks, I'm about to ask the big question. The question that has the people of Budapest, Prague, Warsaw, and Moscow laughing at these United States. And here it is once again, ladies and gentlemen. The big question. What is being done about John Verinder? I repeat, what is being done about John Verinder? Why is this enemy of democracy allowed to remain in this country? Why hasn't he been deported as this reporter has demanded time and time again? I tell you, ladies and gentlemen...
What's the matter, Chief? Don't you like those questions about John Verinder?
You know darned well I don't.
He's got a right to ask them.
Sure he has, Ken. So has the rest of the world. Everyone knows Verinder's a foreign agent. We're morally certain that he's responsible for 9/10 of the espionage going on in this country. And we haven't got one blessed shred of legal evidence to hang it on him.
That's right.
So what are we going to do about it?
Well, we could beat a confession out of him. We could purge him.
What?
But, Chief, we're living in a country that believes in democratic rights, so I guess we've got to dig up some legal evidence.
Well, what in blazes do you think we've been trying to do for 2 years? What's going to make things different now?
At least we know now there's a man who worked with Verinder who's got the goods on him, whose testimony can convict him.
You mean William Cryle?
Yeah. When I ran Cryle down 3 weeks ago, he promised to turn state's evidence, remember?
Of course I do. And I remember that Cryle hasn't been seen anywhere since. He's the one who's been purged by Verinder's stooges.
Pagon doesn't think so.
Pagon? What's that cheap crook got to do with this?
Oh, there's big money in military secrets, Chief. And nobody has an instinct for digging up dope about big money like Pagon. I put him on the payroll to see what he can find out about Cryle.
Ken, you're throwing your money away. Why, I'll give you 100 to 1 right now that petty chiseler just milked you for expense money, and you'll never even hear from him again. I'll bet that... Yes?
A telephone call from Mr. Thurston, sir. Pagon Zellschmidt's on the wire.
Zellschmidt?
Well, Chief, still want to bet? So William Cryle skipped the country, Pagon.
That's right, Mr. X. He was scared to pieces. He figured this Verinder character would have him bumped out if he told a government what he knows about him. So Cryle took himself a fast brush-out powder.
And this friend of yours, he knows where Cryle's gone?
That's what he told me, and he said he'd tell you, for a slight consideration, of course.
Oh.
See, Senor Thurston. This man whom you seek, this Senor Cryle. 3 weeks ago, he took an airplane passage to Guayaquil, Ecuador.
Ecuador,
That's in South America, Mr. Thurston.
No.
Oh, yeah. I guess this Cryle really wants to put a distance between himself and that Verinder.
See, Pagon. But it will do him no good.
Huh?
What do you mean?
This Senor Verinder, he knows that Senor Cryle has left the country. He has sent his most deadly killers to find him. Senor Cryle will never live to offer testimony to your government.
Oh, he will if I can find him first.
Verinder's killers will never allow you to do that, Senor.
Who are these gunmen? What are their names?
One would never suspect their true occupation for even a moment, Senor. One of them is...
I'm shot. Killed who?
All right, Pagon. They're gone.
They are? But why were they shooting at me?
They were not.
Huh? Oh, look, Mr. X. He's dead.
Yeah. Verinder's stooges aren't wasting time. Come on.
Where are we going?
To the airport.
Airport?
We've got to win a race. To Guayaquil, Ecuador.
something, Mr. Rex? The closer we get to where we're going, the farther away I think we ought to be.
A little late to think of that now. We'll be landing in a couple of hours.
That's what I mean. What are we going to do in Guayaquil anyways?
You've got friends there, haven't you?
Sure, so what?
So William Cryle's got to hide somewhere, unless he wants Bell and his men to kill him. Maybe your friends can help us.
What, again? Boy, you don't care who gets bumped off by who.
Pagan, the only hope of getting Cryle back alive is for us to find him first.
But we don't even know who these stooges are, what they look like. Maybe they're even flying with this airplane with that...
I beg your pardon, gentlemen. Oh, dear, I didn't mean to startle you. Did I say something? Oh, dear.
Oh, that's all right. My friend gets a bit nervous in airplanes.
Oh, he does? Well, now, isn't that strange?
Strange?
Yes, I'm affected that way myself, particularly on long ocean flights. But that wasn't what I wanted to speak to you about at all, now, was it?
Well, I don't know. You haven't said, Mr...
Oh, yes, of course. I'm Professor Savadell.
Oh.
I was wondering if you knew me. Well, that is, I mean, you don't happen to be Professor Williams of the Botany Department at Washington University, do you?
No, I'm afraid not, Professor. My name's Ken Thurston.
And I'm Mr. Zelsch.
Well,
oh, dear. Oh, no, that's too bad. Huh? Well, I mean, I'm sorry I bothered you. I heard Professor Williams speak at a botanical convention some years ago. He's a very interesting speaker. Oh, very. He gave a masterful discourse on the fauna and flora of the Galapagos Islands. Oh, yes, it was masterful. Yes, well, you look a great deal like him, Mr. Thurston. When I first saw you, I thought... well, you understand, of course.
Yes, of course.
Yes, I don't suppose you are interested in the Galapagos Islands yourself, Mr. Thurston.
Should I be?
Oh, yes, yes, indeed. Everyone should be. I've spent considerable time there in recent years collecting rare specimens. You'd be surprised at what can be found on some of its islands, such as San Cristobal, Santa Maria, Desolation Island.
Desolation Island? I don't think I've heard of that one.
Oh, dear, no, of course not. It was Professor Williams who mentioned it during that lecture, you know. And, you're not Professor Williams, are you?
Get them out of this carriage.
Well, sorry to have bothered you, gentlemen. I hope we shall meet again sometime. Good day, Mr. Bell Smith. Good day, Professor I mean, Mr. Thurston. Well, good day, gentlemen.
Goodbye, Professor Sabadell.
Hey. How do you like that guy?
I do.
Talk about having screws loose.
I'm not so sure, Pagan.
Not so sure. What about all that gallop-popping island junk and thinking you were this Professor Williams character?
That's what I mean.
Huh?
Only an hour ago, he asked the stewardess about me, and she told him who I am.
I don't get it, Mr. X. Why are we letting our heels get cooled off here at the airport anyways?
I'm looking for somebody, Pagan.
You mean that Robert Cryle?
No, some of the Verinder boys.
Verinder boys? But Cryle got here 3 weeks ago. They wouldn't be looking for anyone down here now unless it was us.
That's right.
Oh, well, goodbye, Mr. Thurston. I just got time to get the plane back to Panama.
Good luck, Pagan, and give my regards to Brunner Nastol.
Sure, Mr. Thurston, be glad to... Brunner Nastol? Who is he?
He used to be one of the Gestapo's hatchet men.
So what's he got to do with me going to Panama?
That's what I was wondering. He's standing over there near the Panama plane watching us.
On the second thought, Mr. Thurston, I couldn't leave you up a couple of trees or two. After all, you're liable to need me around to protect you. Yeah.
Yeah, well, so there you are. I've been looking for you, Professor Mr. Thurston. Yes, I was looking for you.
That's so, Professor Sabadell.
Oh, yes, indeed. I wish to say goodbye before you left for the Galapagos Islands. I mean before I left. Yes, I wish to say goodbye.
Here we go.
Mighty nice of you, Professor. Have a good trip.
Thank you. I am certain that I shall. I'm most anxious to study some new specimens of the order Chelonia. Turtles, you know. Yes, turtles. The waters of the Galapagos. Oh, my heart. Go!
Mr. Thurston.
No, that's a heart attack.
What?
Here, Pagan, take over.
Yeah.
See, he's taken to Providencia Hospital.
Sure, but where are you going?
To follow the man who did this to him.
What?
The professor just took a good look at Brunner Nastol. All right, Pagan, wake up.
Wait. Oh, it's you, Mr. Thurston. Hey, how come you got here to the hospital so soon? Couldn't you follow that Nastol guy?
I followed him to a little apartment out in the suburbs.
So what?
So it's time to have a little talk with the professor.
But why should the professor know anything about it?
The name on the apartment door was Victor Sabadell.
Oh.
Let's go in.
Boy, it's cold in here. Why've they got that window wide open?
The window doesn't bother me as much as the bed.
Hey.
Yes. The professor's gone.
Stop right there.
Well,
What are you doing here, senor?
I might ask you the same, senorita.
So long as I have the gun, you will answer the questions, not ask them. What are you doing here?
I'm looking for Professor Sabadell.
Sabadell,
This is his apartment, isn't it?
who are you?
My name's Ken Thurston. What's yours?
Leave this apartment, senor. At once, before I call the police.
You sure you want them here?
Why not?
Oh, I don't know. They might be curious as to what you're doing here, too.
I can assure you, Senor Thurston, they will be entirely satisfied with my explanation. And it would be no crime to kill you when you're attempting to break into my home. Now leave at once, or I shall... What was that?
I'll take that gun. Thanks. Now, who's in that closet?
What?
That's where the noise came from.
I don't know, senor.
Stand here a minute. All right, get...
Senor?
Yeah.
Who is he?
His name was Bruno Nastro.
Oh.
You want to talk now, or do you still think it's safe to call the police?
Senor, I know that you are looking for William Cryle because his evidence will convict John Verinder of being a dangerous alien agent.
How do you know all this?
Very simple, senor. I know it because I...
Look out!
Senor Thurston,
It's all right. He's gone.
why was he trying to kill you?
He wasn't.
What?
Trying to kill you.
Me? You saw him. Do you know who he was?
Yep. A harmless old professor, name of Sabadell.
We'll continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. Every day you hear more and more about an incredibly fast way to relieve the pains of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. It's Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30. Economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Ask for Anacin at any drug counter. Now, Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall with Leon Belasco as Pagan Zellschmidt. The United States is on trial in the eyes of the world for failure to deport John Verinder, international spy and espionage agent. But only one man possesses evidence to convict him, a man by the name of William Cryle, who has fled to Ecuador. Ken Thurston, knowing Verinder's agents are out to silence Cryle, has followed him to Guayaquil. Now Ken is in a Professor Sabadell's apartment, talking to a mysterious woman he found there. The woman who was just shot at by the professor himself.
So your name's Carla Reiner.
Si, that is so, Senor Thurston.
How come you're mixed up in this? What do you know about me and about William Cryle?
I have made it my business to know many things about many people in many places. I have found it to be a most profitable vocation.
How about that dead man there in your closet, Bruno Nastro?
He's the one who has informed Verinder's agent as to the present whereabouts of William Cryle.
Then they know where Cryle is?
Si.
Do you?
No, though I had hoped to coax the information out of Nastol
Why?
so I could sell it to you.
That's frank enough.
I told you that was my business.
Yeah. So what happened to Nastol?
He told me to meet him here. When I arrived, I found him lying on the floor, dead. Just then you rang the bell. I had just enough time to prop him up in the closet before you walked in.
Hmm.
You don't believe me?
Go on.
Well, you have the proof in your hand. If you will examine my gun, you will find it's not been fired.
I know, I've checked.
Then you will let me go.
I'd still like to know why Sabadell wanted to kill you.
So would I, senor. But unfortunately, I do not. Well?
All right, Miss Reiner, you can go.
What took you so long inside that house anyways, Mr. X? It's dark already.
Pagon, did you see the woman who left the apartment just before I did? The one who's walking down the street now?
Did I see her? Ah.
Never mind that. How'd you like to follow her?
Are you kidding? See you back at the hotel, Mr. X, later.
Amigo. Perdone usted, amigo. You have una Lucifero?
Huh? Oh, a match. Oh, look, my oldest, dearest friend, I'm in a hurry. See, a date with the lady. What was that?
That is but Senor Satan, amigo.
Senor Satan? What kind of a name is that for an elephant?
Elephant, amigo. No. She's what you call a hound of blood. See, that is what you call her.
You call her that? I got my own names for her. Look, like I said before, and I'm in a hurry. You know how this ladies don't like to keep me waiting.
But there is no hurry, amigo. The senorita will not go away from you. Look, she is even now getting aboard that big, how do you call it, speedboat at the docks.
Hey, what do you know? She is.
See, like I told you. So you give me the match, eh? And then you go!
That's all the dope I have, Ken. Not much to go on, but maybe it'll help.
It does, Chief. Plenty.
What's your next move?
As soon as Pagon gets back, we start out to pick up William Cryle.
And that's all I know, Mr. X. Honest. After this big guy with that bloodhound conked me, I didn't know nothing else.
What happened to Carl Reiner and the speedboat?
Who knows? When I got my conscience back, they were gone.
Okay, Pagon, let's go.
Go? Go where?
I have to go to a chemist. Then we'll see if we can borrow a seaplane from the government of Ecuador.
Huh? What are we going to do all that for?
What else would you do if you wanted to hunt a turtle on the Galapagos Islands?
Huh?
There it is, Pagon. Desolation Island.
That? You mean we're going to land down there?
That's right.
But there's nothing on that place but rocks and sand and rocks.
Oh, I think we'll find some living things down there, too.
Like what?
Like birds, lizards, turtles. William Cryle.
Mr. X, no, this is the end. I'm absolutely not walking anymore. One bleeding step. I'm kaput, finished, besides which I quit. That guy, Cryle, he just isn't in this place.
We'll find him, Pagan.
But what makes you think he's on here anyways?
Because he's standing on top of that rock wall behind you.
What kind of a reasoning is that? Believe me, Mr. X, he's standing behind me.
Don't move. Either of you. I've got you covered.
It's obvious.
Who are you? What do you want here?
My name's Thurston, and we had to take you back to the States.
That's what I thought. Verinder sent you after me, didn't he? Verinder sent you.
You're wrong, Cryle. I'm on government business.
Government?
Yeah. I want you to go back to testify against Verinder.
Go back? You must be crazy. Even if Verinder didn't send you, he's got men looking for me. Looking everywhere. I wouldn't stand a chance if I went back. I can't go back. I can't.
It finally got you, didn't it, Cryle?
Got to me? What are you talking about?
You picked the loneliest spot on earth to hide in. But you've learned that it doesn't work. It never does. You can't hide from yourself.
How did you find me, Thurston?
Professor Sabadell.
Sabadell?
Yeah.
But he didn't tell you nothing about Cryle, Mr. Thurston.
No, but the chief did. Sabadell and Cryle were old friends. What was he going to do, Cryle? Bring out some supplies for you?
Never mind all that, Thurston. The only important thing is what happens to me now.
You haven't much choice. We found you. It's only a question of time before Verinder's men find you, too. You take it from there.
No, there must be another answer. There must be. Mr. X.
Yeah, sounds like your bloodhound friend.
Bloodhound? What are you talking about? What's going on?
Let's climb up here and take a look.
Look, it's him, the big guy with the dog. And that Carla Reiner's with him.
Sabadell. They've got his hands tied. They're pushing him in front of them for a shield.
That's right, Cryle. Won't take long for that hound to track you down. And you can't shoot unless you want to kill Sabadell, too.
But we got to do something. They'll kill us, murder us. What can we do, Mr. X?
That's something Cryle will have to decide.
I?
That's right. The choice is up to you. Whether you go back to the States as a witness against Verinder or as a corpse.
So this is the way that dog of yours will follow any trail, huh? Can't you see the fool has lost the scent?
And I tell you, senorita, he will find it again. This dog can follow anyone anywhere.
Then why does he not do it? Look at him, acting as though Cryle has spread wings and flown away.
But I told you Mr. Cryle is not on this island. He is not here.
Shut your mouth, you idiot. We know he is here. And when we have found him and killed him, then it will be your turn.
If I had only managed to shoot you back at the apartment. Now there is nothing that can be done.
Don't be too sure about that, Professor.
Hey, who is that?
Don't bother turning round.
That's right, my amigo friend. The professor is in front. There's nothing behind us but us and our guns.
So, it is you, Thurston.
That's right, Carla.
The dog. He was the cause of this. Losing the trail, letting you sneak up behind us.
Don't blame the dog, Carla. I used the old trick of spreading blood plasma and cocaine across the trail. But you used an old trick, too. When you killed Nastol.
Are you mad, Thurston? You checked my gun. It hadn't been fired.
That's what I mean. After you left, I found the gun you'd rarely used. Nastol's gun.
Jala.
All right, amigo.
Thanks, Cryle.
Bill! Then you're all right. Mr. Thurston found you first.
That's right, Sabadell. Yes. He found me.
But I suppose you haven't, you still haven't changed your mind about...
You're wrong, Professor. Cryle's going back with us to testify against Verinder.
He is? You mean you really persuaded him to...
No, I didn't persuade him. I didn't have to. He learned his lesson. The lesson that all of us had better learn. We've only got two choices to make these days, to stand up against the villains of the world or try to run away. And the Earth's just too small to hide on.
Our star, Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. Fill your life with a new magic world of fun. Enjoy yourself. Have a Highland fling. Yes, that's just what it is when you and your family start enjoying RCA Victor's new 17-inch television console, the Highland. It's fun, it's fine, and it'll be the favorite of your family. That's right, the most famous name in home entertainment, RCA Victor, now brings you the best in 17-inch television with the new Highland console. There's a lot we can say about the Highland, but you just have to see it. With its remarkable pictures, clear, bright, and steady. Its distinctive console cabinet, beautifully styled, beautifully finished, and priced to fit your family budget. Then you'll know why this is million-proof television. Now, over 2 million American families have tried, tested, and purchased RCA Victor television. Let your family in for a Highland fling with RCA Victor's exciting new Highland television console. See it at your RCA Victor dealers tomorrow. Now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And I think you'd like to know that in tonight's cast were Lillian Bayef, Will Wright, Howard McNear, Parley Bear, Paul Feast, and Robert Boone. Next week, our story takes Ken to Ireland on a real puzzler called the Blue Unicorn. But believe me, it has nothing to do with animals, despite the fact that, as usual, Leon Belasco will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the Man Called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is a Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall and Maurice Zimm. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to listen tomorrow evening for The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead and a great parade of stars, the Sunday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and same station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. Tomorrow, hear Tallulah's Big Show. Now it's your hit parade on NBC.
Conquer the world of WordPress at G3PL.com. We're your ultimate destination for WordPress support and training. Need help with a specific project? Facing a tricky plugin or theme issue? We've got your back. We will troubleshoot, customize, and fine-tune your site to perfection. So, why wait? Take the leap into WordPress greatness. Contact us today at WP@G3PL.com or give us a call at 615-420-2040. G3PL.com. Your WordPress success starts here.
Subscribe for more videos.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Tonight, in one of her rare radio appearances, we bring you a star who has occupied a unique place in the affections of moviegoers ever since the screen first became of age, Miss Lillian Gish. Appearing with Miss Gish are two distinguished players, Mr. Ray Collins of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer fold, whose current release is Thousands Cheer, and Mr. Bramwell Fletcher, who has ornamented many a stage and film success. There are only 3 players in Marry for Murder, which is tonight's tale of suspense. Only 3 characters in this story, whose beginning and end are shrouded in a dense down-east fog. A story of slow terror and swift death, planned by a brilliant murderer. And so with the performances of Lillian Gish as Letty Hawthorne, a frightened, neurotic creature who seemed destined to be a perfect victim, of Bramwell Fletcher as Mark Taylor, so handsome and attentive, and of Ray Collins as the lawyer, Philip Alden, who relates these events to us, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
used to love the sound of foghorns on the bay, especially at night when I sat before the fire. Let their lonely wail weave a contrast between my snug comfort and the gray immensity outside. But I've lost my taste for them now. Lost it on the night I heard them moan a dirge of death. It's hard enough to lose a friend. But to lose one as I lost Letty Hawthorne is the kind of blow you never quite forget. I remember the first time I met her. It had fogged up all of a sudden, as it does here on the Cape. But Ann Wentworth held her Sunday night supper as usual. Letty was the only stranger there, a newcomer to the Cape. I looked at her and thought she'd be an attractive woman if she only didn't flutter so much. She was a trim, pretty woman of about my own age, which is 40.
You're Philip Alden, a lawyer, aren't you? Oh, what a pleasure to meet so many nice people. There go those foghorns again.
Yes,
Does one really get used to them in time?
Well, I
love the Cape, but I can hardly bear that sound. So depressing, isn't it? So morbid.
Well, to your first question, yes, I'm Alden, an attorney. As for the foghorns, well, if you stay with us for a few years, you won't be able to live without them, Mrs. Hawthorne. It is Mrs. Hawthorne, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Anne never gets around to introducing people. It's her only fault.
Oh, I never stand on ceremony. That's my fault if you consider it one. Besides, I knew you at once, you see, and you knew me. Don't you think that's a promising beginning?
I never thought of it that way.
Oh, dearie me. There it goes again. It makes me think of ghosts walking over my grave. How can you bear it?
They do serve a very important purpose, you know.
Oh, I suppose they do, but they give me the shudders.
As a matter of fact, I find them comforting.
I made Jane Hart promise to stay with me tonight if the fog doesn't lift. I daren't be alone. You see, I'm still a bit nervous.
Oh?
I've been ill, you know, and the doctor prescribed complete rest and quiet.
I see.
That's why I came up here.
Well, you'll find what you're looking for here, I'm sure.
Oh, do you think so? I do hope I will. My nerves are simply shattered. Mr. Hawthorne's death, you see. Such a tragedy.
I'm terribly sorry.
You see, it happened so suddenly. I can't quite believe
Can I
that.
get you some of Anne's cider cup? That's one of our Sunday night features.
Oh, thank you. That would be so nice. It's such a comfort to have a man take care of one again. You make me feel so protected. I know we're going to be great friends, aren't we?
I can tell you I worried a bit for a while after that first party. Letty Hawthorne was a charming woman, a bit fluttery, as I said, but still attractive and rather pathetic. I was afraid she was setting her cap for me. You see, I'm a crusty old bachelor, but even my friends were beginning to wonder. So it was with mingled relief and regret that I learned one day that Letty Hawthorne had transferred her attentions to another newcomer to the Cape, Mark Taylor. He was 8 or 10 years younger than she, a handsome fellow, but somewhat dissolute looking. I didn't like him. I may as well admit that from the start. But short of marrying her myself, there wasn't much I could do. Anyway, they seemed happy enough at first. One day after the wedding, Letty called me on a matter of business. I went down there after sundown. The three of us sat out on the beach in front of her cottage.
I'm so glad you were able to come, Philip. You see, Mark and I were counting on you.
Always glad to oblige you, Letty.
As a matter of fact, Alden, we want you to attend to a legal matter for us.
Yes?
Yes, Philip. Mark wants to make a will. I told him I don't like wills. There's something so unhealthy about them. But Mark simply insists upon it.
Very sensible, I'm sure.
Oh, you men. You're all alike.
It needn't be a very elaborate affair, Alden. Just a simple document stating that I leave all my property to Letty.
Well, if he does that, Philip, I want you to make out a will for me, too. Leaving everything I have to Mark.
But, Letty, there's no need...
I insist.
Oh, well, Alden here is going to think I married you for your money.
Money? Oh, Why, I really don't know anything at all about my affairs. Really, I don't. Frank, Mr. Hawthorne always used to say, Letty, I really think you know less about business than a child. I left the management of his estate entirely to his secretary, you know.
Well, just some simple document that makes my intention clear. You know the form, Alden. And, of course, if Letty insists...
But I do. We'll have twin wills. It doesn't sound so frightening that way.
The way Letty talks about wills, you can tell she has a secret vice, can't you?
A secret vice?
My wife's a murder mystery fan, Alden. I didn't find out until it was too late.
Oh, Mark, you silly...
When you say that, Taylor, smile. I'm a detective fan myself. It's a busman's holiday, of course, but I always read the latest whodunits. If my father hadn't insisted that I follow in his footsteps, I'd have been a detective instead of a lawyer.
Really? How interesting. Tell us, Philip, do you ever get any cases like the ones we read about?
Well, if you want my opinion, the chief difference between fact and fiction is that the author of a novel wants you to see the pattern, and the author of a murder tries to hide it.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, take your case, for example. You and Letty are making out your wills. I heard her say that she wanted to leave her money to you. But how do I know the idea just sprang into her head of its own accord? How do I know that you didn't plant it there?
Plant it? What do you mean? Why, what possible reason could I have?
Well, as things stand now, there's no reason for me to ask if you planted the idea in her head. But if Letty were found dead...
Dead? Oh, Philip, how dreadful. How can you even think such thoughts? Mark, darling, how terrible for you. Philip, you're to apologize this minute.
No, Letty. Philip was just trying to explain.
Well, I won't have him talking about such horrible things.
Of course, I didn't mean you to. I was just using you as an example.
Well, I didn't mean to be rude, Philip, but, well, you know my nerves, and it's getting dark. And... oh, the bay is beautiful at night, of course, but I've always been afraid of the water.
That's why I've had such a time persuading her to come out for a sail. The Artemis has been tied up all summer waiting.
It's just silly, I know. And I will go with you, Mark. But let's do wait for a calm day.
You know, Letty's idea of a sail is to sit becalmed half a mile offshore. My wife has perfect confidence in me, you see.
Oh, Mark, it isn't that. You're making fun of me, aren't you? Of course, I trust you completely, but... well, I'm not very athletic.
You're missing one of the treats of the Cape if you don't sail.
But I shall. Of course I shall, and soon. And what's more, I'm going to get Mark to teach me to handle the Artemis.
Well, I'll be looking forward to seeing your sails on the bay then.
Oh, Mark, a storm.
I better be getting home before it breaks.
Are you sure you'll be all right? Oh, I'm simply terrified of thunder. Wouldn't you rather stop with us?
Oh, I can make it to town.
Stop by tomorrow, won't you, Alden? Or as soon as you have those papers.
Right.
Now, you won't be nervous after our talk of wills and murders. But of course you won't. I'm such a coward myself that I can never understand how other people can be so brave.
You know, Philip, Letty's helplessness is one of her chief charms. Sometimes I suspect she exaggerates it just to make me feel important.
Oh, Mark, you mustn't. Giving all my secrets away.
Well, don't worry about me or the wills, Letty. Someday you will frighten yourself to death. Gradually, I found myself worrying about Letty and Mark. They didn't seem to be hitting it off. Oh, on the surface, everything was smooth. But I was haunted by a premonition of what I didn't know. It was only a nameless dread of something, some undercurrent of feeling. Letty's nerves were getting no better. In fact, she seemed more tense, more frightened than ever. Yet she was making an effort to meet Mark halfway. Many times I saw them out sailing. Only when Letty returned after a day on the water, she seemed pinched and white. While Mark appeared to be glowing with vitality, Letty grew paler and more distracted. I realized suddenly that she was a middle-aged woman. One day in town, I met them in the general store. They'd been quarreling.
But I tell you, Mark, you're just imagining it. I hate to have that stuff around, as you very well know. You read all kinds of stories about the way it gets mixed up in food.
Oh, nonsense.
Well, I'm sure there aren't any rats around the boathouse. I'd know if there were. I'm simply terrified of them. But I can't bear thinking of having poison around. Why be worried all the time?
Oh, Letty, for heaven's sake, stop being childish. I didn't put traps around because you didn't want them. Now that I'm trying to get rid of them in another way, you make a scene. I don't see why we have to go into a 3-act tragedy just because I want to buy some rat poison.
Hello, you two.
Oh, hello, Alden.
Why, Philip, how nice to see you. Mark and I were just doing a little shopping.
Philip, will you do me a favor? Will you please reason with Letty and try to get some sense into her head?
Say, wait a minute. This sounds serious.
Well, it isn't really. But, Philip, you know my nerves and the way things upset me, and Mark just doesn't understand. Oh, I know I'm just a silly woman, but the doctor says I have to be humored. And now Mark is so unreasonable, and it's such a little thing.
Of course, it's a little thing, and that's why I can't understand your attitude. Now, look here, Philip. The boathouse is infested with rats. Wouldn't you say the obvious course of action would be to get rid of them?
Why, of course.
But poison, rat poison. Oh, Philip, don't you see how horrible it is? I mean, accidents do happen. I've always hated to have anything like that around just in case.
I've heard of children eating this stuff by accident. But you two people can take care of yourselves. Frankly, Letty, I think you're making a fuss over nothing.
Yes, that's right, Philip. That's just what I told her.
Well, very well then. But if I'm found dead, I hope you realize you'll both be under suspicion.
Seemed a foolish quarrel at the time. Yet when I left them, I kept hearing Letty's voice.
Very well, then. But if I'm found dead... Very well, then. But if I'm found dead... Very well, then. But if I'm found dead...
Suddenly, a monstrous idea occurred to me. I wondered if Letty had been trying to warn me. And then the horrible suspicion broke. All the trifling things began to add up. Letty's nervousness, her fear of sailing with Mark, her terror of having the poison in the house. But why? Why should she be afraid of Mark? What motive had he? And then I knew. I had helped to give him the motive when I drew up Letty's will. Yet my whole case was founded on thin air. Figment of a nervous imagination. I had to be sure. I had to keep an eye on them. I found myself making excuses. Excuses to drop by at their cottage.
Who is it, Letty? Who's there?
It's Philip.
Oh, Philip. Well.
Hello.
You're almost getting to be a member of the family.
Well, I just thought I'd ask you to help me eat the first bluefish of the season. There's too much here for an old bachelor like me.
Why, Philip Alden, if you aren't the most thoughtful person, how perfectly sweet of you. Of course you'll stay to dinner. We'll have a real feast.
Yes. You might as well stay as long as you're here.
Oh, thank you. If you're sure I won't be intruding.
Intruding? Why, of course not. And you can help me get the dinner ready.
Well, I'd be glad to, but won't I be in Anna's way?
Anna's gone.
Gone? Why, I thought you were well satisfied with her.
And so we were, Philip. But Anna didn't seem to be satisfied with us. In fact, they've all gone.
All?
Yes. Anna and Elsie and Otto, the handyman. They just walked out and left us.
Well, for heaven's sake.
Since the ship and engine place opened on the heights, nobody can keep a servant. Can't blame them myself.
I wonder. I don't believe Anna'd take a job at the ship and engine. Anyhow, it does seem strange they all went at once, doesn't it?
Letty, I do wish you'd stop dramatizing everything. Ship and engine just opened. The call went out for help. I don't see any mystery in the servants answering. In fact, it's their patriotic duty. And it's our patriotic duty to get along without them.
But it's so lonely here, especially at night.
Now, Letty, you're not living here by yourself, you know.
No, of course not. But all the same, we are isolated. Just the two of us. And you know how tricky my nerves are. I always feel so much better if the servants are around. After all, if anything were to happen, and anything might happen...
Letty, this isn't getting us any closer to our dinner.
Oh, of course. Now Now, you boys wear these aprons.
Oh.
Philip, since it's your fish, you may have the honor of cooking it.
All right, you asked for it. It'll be your funeral.
Now, Philip, Mark, you hold the berries for the dessert. I'll do the vegetables and set the table.
Well, for a seasoned bachelor, this dinner's a rare treat, Letty.
Oh, I'm so glad you enjoyed it, Philip. Though I don't deserve the credit. That bluefish was simply delicious. How did you manage to catch it all by yourself? I always think men are so wonderful.
Well, I'd be glad to take you both the next time I go fishing. It's good fun. Fresh air would be good for you, Letty.
Oh, no, I couldn't. Well, I'm still just a wee bit nervous about the water. Though I tried terribly hard, haven't I, Mark?
Yes.
I've been good about the sailing. But you know I'm learning to manage the Artemis all by myself, aren't I, Mark?
Mm-hmm.
I don't write my name in the wake anymore, do I?
Yes, Letty's a real hand at the tiller. She'll be a better sailor than I am soon, you see. You'd have seen her take the Artemis into harbor the other day.
You did, all right.
Yes, she came through that channel with a breeze against her. I wanted to take it over, afraid she'd run into the mud flats. But no, she coaxed it all the way, and we came in under sail.
Yes, and I wanted to do it all by myself, even though I was terrified.
Well, good for you. Why, that's really a splendid accomplishment. I've been negotiating the harbor for years, but I confess that I have trouble every now and then.
Well, since nobody wants any more berries, I guess it's time to do the dishes. Now, I'll show you what a good hand I am as a dishwasher.
Wait a minute. That's my job. Here.
No,
Here.
I'll clear it, clean, and wash. You two can dry, and you can dry.
Letty, what is it?
Well, you shouldn't have tried to carry that tray.
No, it's not that.
Why, Letty, what's happened to you? You look ghastly.
I'm afraid something I ate.
Here, you better lie down.
Oh, I'll carry her upstairs. Get a doctor, will you?
I'm afraid, Mark. I'm afraid I've been poisoned.
But great heavens, Philip, I just can't believe it. Arsenic, poisoning? Do you think Dr. Potter knows what he's talking about?
I'm sure he does.
Of course, we can't be sure till the tests are made, but I don't see. I don't understand.
It's not very hard to understand. Letty ate arsenic. How or where she got it, we don't know, but it's not difficult to guess.
But we all ate the same meal, you and I and she. Why? Good Lord, Philip. Do you think we're poisoned, too?
I feel perfectly all right. You appear to be comfortable. I think we'd feel it by now.
But then how on earth...
Let's be perfectly logical about it. We all ate the bluefish.
Yes.
I prepared it. We all had potatoes and string beans. Letty cooked those.
Yes.
Then we all ate strawberries. You prepared them.
Why...
Now, the fish and the vegetables were all served in large platters, and each one of us helped ourselves. Therefore, if any poison were in the food, we'd all be sick. But the strawberries, Mark...
See here, Alden, are you suggesting...
Wait a minute. We're just following this through logically. The strawberries were put on the table in separate dishes. The poison could have been slipped into Letty's plate in the kitchen.
Alden, you have no right to accuse me of this. Why, you're fixing up a case against me.
I'm doing nothing of the sort. In any event, I think you might worry less about your own skin and more about Letty.
Thanks. I think I can take care of my own wife.
Nevertheless, I suggest you get someone to help you.
I'm perfectly well able to nurse her myself.
If I were you, I'd have someone else as well. I'll send Mrs. Halstead over from town. She's an experienced, practical nurse.
What I've always appreciated about you, Philip, is the way you mind your own business.
I'll be going now. Mrs. Halstead will be along as soon as I can get her. When the doctor's analysis came, it was arsenic poisoning, all right. There were traces of arsenic in the sugar on Letty's dish. Letty was recovering. The dose wasn't large enough to kill her. Mrs. Halstead was installed as nurse and housekeeper. Just then business called me to New York, where I found myself worrying about Letty. I couldn't get her out of my mind.
Very well, then. But if I'm found dead...
I was bothered by a few loose ends in Letty's problem. The sort of questions that would occur to a legal mind. So I decided to spend an evening in the reference room of the law library among the files, where I found out enough about Mark and Letty Taylor to send me racing back to the Cape. And I knew I had to hurry if I was to prevent a devilish murder. It was one of those dull gray afternoons when I arrived at the station. Fog was so thick over the bay that it seemed to cloud the whole town. Cold fear gripped me. Letty and Mark, I learned, had left at dawn for a weekend sail. I could picture them, murderer and victim, shrouded in the gray veils of the fog, drifting, waiting, while the foghorns cawed a hoarse warning of murder. So, I was too late. The trap was sprung. With my newly gained insight into the affairs of Letty and Mark, I could have averted the tragedy, but I was too late. Or was I? If only they hadn't really left for that sail. I took the chance. Feeling my way along the Cape Road, I reached the Taylor cottage. Nobody was there. Then I heard noises in the boathouse. Crept down the slope and listened.
Oh, Mark, you fool. Philip Alden will be sure you planned to murder me for my money. I saw the suspicion dawn in his mind that day we made out our twin wills. I saw it grow when our scene in the general store and you brought the rat poison. And that night when I was taken ill, he was sure. Do you hear me? Sure! You wanted to teach me to sail the Artemis. Thought I was afraid of the water. Well, Mark Taylor, when your body drifts to shore, Philip Alden will swear that only an accident prevented you from murdering me. What fools you men are. Aren't you? Aren't you? Why wouldn't you like to answer me, Mark? Don't you wish you could talk to me again? To your helpless little Letty. But you can't, can you? Dead men can't talk, can they? But they say that in the instant of dying, a man can understand many things. Did you understand, Mark? But how could you? You are really a stupid man, Mark. Didn't you ever wonder about my former husband and his tragic death? Didn't you ever want to know about Frank Hawthorne? He did. At the very end, he wondered about his predecessor, George Martin. Strange how both died in a yachting accident, isn't it? Frank died off the coast of California, and George was drowned in the Gulf of Mexico. And now you, Mark, your body will be found someplace along the Cape here, I suppose. Oh, what bad luck I've had with my husbands. But how thoughtful all of you were to leave me your property. Too bad I'm such an extravagant widow, isn't it? For I do run through money. I wasn't lying about that. Oh, dear, I wish you could help me get your body to the Artemis. If only you hadn't insisted on turning back when the fog rose. I could have killed you so much more neatly. A sudden gust of wind while I was at the wheel, and the Artemis jibes, and the boom catches you, and off you go to the bottom of the sea. But now, I've got to lug you back on board and pitch you overboard somewhere. It It was really inconsiderate, Mark, to make me kill you in the boathouse here.
You won't have to drag the body aboard, Letty.
Oh, Philip, I'm so glad you've come.
Are you, Letty?
Something dreadful's happened to Mark. I'm so upset I hardly know how to tell you. Oh, Philip, I think I've...
You needn't pull a phony feint this time, Letty. I fell for it before when you made me think that Mark had poisoned you. That is, almost.
What do you mean, Philip?
That was a little too smart, Letty, that poison scene. Because when I left you, I wondered about two things. Why anyone should be foolish enough to attempt that type of murder before an audience, and why, having attempted it, he should fail to make the dose large enough.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do. You see, while I was in New York, I took the trouble to look up a few matters that were bothering me. And I found the newspaper clippings of your two previous, shall we say, accidents.
Oh, Philip, isn't it dreadful?
Still pretending. You're a clever woman, Letty, but I overheard you just now.
You'll never prove anything.
I think I will. You see, I found the motive, too. It was marry for money, marry for murder, wasn't it? I wouldn't try to run away, Letty. I brought a gun. You're coming with me to the police station. Don't wonder that you hate the sound of foghorns, Letty Taylor. You've spoiled them for me, too.
And so closes Marry for Murder, starring Lillian Gish with Ray Collins and Bramwell Fletcher. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next week, same time, when Virginia Bruce and John Loder will star in the Dorothy B. Hughes suspense thriller, The Cross-Eyed Bear. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who, with Ted Bliss, the director, Bernard Herrmann and Lucien Marowik, conductor and composer, and Walker T. Field, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive. Subscribe for more videos.
Of all the great killers of history, perhaps the deadliest and most terrifying is the automobile. Nero, Attila the Hun, Bluebeard, even artillery fire, and the ultimate, the atom bomb. At least they have a purpose, a reason, a rationale. But the automobile maims and kills mindlessly, senselessly. For example...
This is old Long Jack here in the studio on a
better watch out.
Quit fogging
I
night.
must be
Saying if you're on
crazy.
wheel, real careful tonight. It's heavy, man, heavy.
Oh, shut up, you fool.
If you just let Big Daddy help you out, only.
You can't help me, Big Daddy. Oh, I must have hit something. Somebody. Split. I got a split.
Our mystery drama, And Nothing But the Truth, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Arnold Moss. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Was the accident we heard a few minutes ago another statistic of the road? An innocent victim, a careless driver, the victim's family broken and lost. A young man whose carelessness had blighted a bright new manhood and a promising career. Or was the driver lucky this time? Lucky in a way far beyond his hope or expectation. We are about to find out with David, the young driver, as he paces his living room floor, waiting for his father to come home.
Dad?
David. David, what are you doing up at this hour?
I didn't hear you come in. I thought you'd never get home. Where you been?
Well, now do I have to start answering to you for my whereabouts?
What? What? Oh, you mean like Mother?
Yes, like your mother.
I'm sorry, Dad.
Well, for your information, I was working, correcting term papers. It wasn't that I... David, I'm very tired.
You all right, Dad? You look like you had an attack or something.
Well, don't be silly. I said I was tired. What's wrong with you? You've been drinking.
Yes, I wish I hadn't, but I did.
Oh, okay, son. Take it easy. Whatever it is, we'll work it out. Well, where's your sports car? Didn't you have it out tonight?
Yes. I left it parked on the street.
Well, you better put it away. There's no sense in leaving it out in this rain.
Dad, I've got to talk to you. It's about the car.
What about the car?
I didn't know what to do. I hit the panic button. I ran.
Well, what else did you hit?
Someone. A man. I'm pretty sure. Down near the railroad. You know where the big curve comes around by the station opposite Franny's place? I think it was one of those old winos that hang around there. Dad, I swear I never saw him with all that rain and the fog.
Was there anyone else around?
I didn't see anyone. I should have stopped. But all I could think of was that I'd been drinking and the scholarship coming up, and if anything happened, it would kill Mom. And before I knew it, I was running away. I've been going crazy waiting for you to get home. I'm scared, too, but I guess I ought to go to the police.
Does your mother know about this?
No.
Okay. When did it happen?
2:00, almost on the nose.
2 this morning?
Yeah.
By the railroad, you say?
Yeah, I just came off Stratfield, and I took the corner into the Big Bend on Hills Point.
I get the picture. Okay. Now go in the kitchen and wait for me. And no matter what, don't let your mother get involved.
Where are you going?
I'm going to have a look at your car.
Well, I'll come with you.
You'll do as I say from here on in. Now, you go to the kitchen. I'll be right back.
What are you going to do?
I'm not sure yet. But well, maybe there's a way to get off the spot. Is your mother still asleep?
I guess so. She hasn't been down.
There's a dent in your front right fender. Was that there before tonight?
No.
You sure?
Yeah, I Simonized the car yesterday. Does it look bad?
Well, not too... Well, it must have been a glancing blow.
You mean maybe it's going to be all right?
Maybe.
Oh, I don't think I could have hurt him too bad. And a night like tonight, who'd be hanging around?
It isn't going to be all that easy, David. They might be able to trace the car.
How?
You're missing a front right hubcap. There aren't that many Harley 584s in this town.
So I'll have to give myself up.
No. Let's figure this out. Was your mother up when you went out tonight?
I don't know if she was asleep, but she wasn't downstairs.
Well, then she didn't see what car you took.
No?
Did she see me leave? I mean, did she look out of the window or anything?
No. She was just sitting in the big chair by the fireplace, crying.
Crying?
You know, the usual.
Well, that I was off once again to the arms of another woman,
Like that.
Well, you don't believe all that talk, do you?
Look, Dad, we've been down this road before. I'm not making any judgments.
I'm not asking you to sit in judgment on me. I asked for a simple reaction between a father and his son. I'm sorry, David. I didn't mean to blow up.
I guess we're both a little shook tonight. But you ought to know by now where I stand. It's just, well, I know Mom gets a lot of screwy notions, but all the same, I'm sorry for her. She's so lost, and, well, I'm always afraid that any little thing might push her right over the edge. Like tonight. Oh, Dad, what am I going to do?
That's what we're going to figure out right now. I got a few more questions. You say the accident happened at 2 o'clock or so, right?
Just as I said, almost exactly.
Now, how do you know that?
I was listening to Long Jack, and he was just going into a last commercial before he went off the air. The disc he was spinning was just ending, and, well, when I hit the guy.
What was the record?
An oldie, Easy to Love.
And you hit this man just after you turned off Stratfield into Hills Point.
Yeah.
He suddenly stepped off the curb.
Like out of nowhere.
How fast were you going?
Gee, Dad,
Now, come on, don't pussyfoot with me.
Too fast. I took the corner pretty wide.
Did you skid?
Yeah, it was pretty slick from the rain.
And there was no one else around?
No.
You're sure?
Yeah, I opened the door to look out. There was no one. That's why I lost my nerve and cut out. Well, I better get down and find out.
You stay right where you are.
It's after 4. The longer I wait, the worse it will be for me.
You're not going to be involved in this at all, David.
What do you mean?
I mean, you were driving the station wagon tonight. I was the one who was driving the sports car, and I'm going to the precinct house right now to report that I hit a man and left the scene of the accident.
Dad, I can't let you do that.
Don't be a fool. I'm not on the verge of getting a full scholarship to Harvard. I haven't been drinking. I'm not a teenager with 2 strikes against him as a driver to begin with. I'm a full college professor with a distinguished record who is coming home on a foul night with visibility almost zero, dead tired, after correcting 200 term papers. I can stand the gaff, and you can't.
No, sir, Dad. I thank you and I admire you, but I hope to God I'm enough of a man not to hide behind my father's pants.
You'd better think of it as your mother's skirts. Your mother couldn't care less what happens to me, but you're a different story. You get in big trouble over this and it could kill her. Worse still, drive her over that edge we both worry about.
But, Dad,
Don't argue. This is the way it's going to be. You just let me handle it, and you keep your mouth shut no matter what happens.
I don't know what to say.
I'll tell you what you're going to say. Nothing. Nothing to anyone.
But, Mom...
Least of all to your mother.
Okay, Dad, if that's the way you want it. Oh, how can I thank you? You're some kind of a guy.
No, David. Just the most sensible way out of a bad situation. I'd better get down to the police. Don't wait up. I may be a while. It's still raining. You got the keys.
Sorry, right here. And thanks, Dad, for everything.
This will all work out for the best. I think I hear your mother moving about.
If she comes down, what do I say?
What we've agreed on is the truth. But I've gone to the precinct house to report that I'm a hit-and-run driver, right?
Right. I'll never forget what you're doing for me.
And for your mother. For all of us.
Grant, that you?
No, Mom, it's me, David.
Oh, I thought I heard your father come home a little while ago. What are you doing at the front door?
Oh,
I better come down. What's going on? I heard voices, angry voices.
That was Dad and me. Not angry. We were just discussing something.
Then where's Grant now? Yes, I heard a door slam. Did he go out again?
Yes.
Not another woman. Not two in one night.
Why don't you give him a break once? He was at the college correcting papers.
Then where's he off to now?
Mom, it's kind of damp in the hall. Let's go into the living room and sit down.
Don't tell me he's finally taken off for good with one of his bed partners.
Oh, Mother, have a heart. Why can't you see what a right guy Dad is?
Maybe I've known him too long. So what errand took him out of the house again at 4:20 in the morning?
He's gone to the local precinct to confess to a hit and run.
Yes, madam, I understand. I'll have some officers on the way immediately. Well, these are experts in the bomb squad. Oh, yes, ma'am. All the latest equipment. Thank you, ma'am. We do our best at the police department.
Full moon time again, huh, Lieutenant?
Oh, yeah, Rizzo. The crazies are out on the broom tonight. There was some dingaling just saw a UFO land in her backyard. How was your hit and run?
Oh, no sweat. Some old wino stumbled off the curb, got his rear end creased. They took him to St. Elizabeth's. Anything on the general bulletin?
Nah, it's small stuff. Muggy in the 2nd precinct. It's a gas station hold up in the 5th. Well, here's something new. That's a 12th. Nothing. A code 2C, the man. Some citizen reports a smell of gas in his apartment house, possible suicide. It's nothing worth our brains. What's that in your hand?
Oh, it's a hubcap. Clue from the scene of the hit and run.
Oh, let me have a look in. English make. Probably from a Harley. Or some sport car like that. Found on the scene?
About 75 yards away. No proof it had anything to do with the hit and run.
How's the victim?
Condition fair. When the ambulance picked him up, he only got struck a glancing blow.
That still don't make no never mind. The perpetrator cut out. I want him brought in.
Oh, so do I. But it may be a little rough. Even if we find the car this belongs to, it doesn't prove it was lost hitting the victim. Could have been loose and just fallen off.
So you think we don't make the guy, huh?
My educated guess is that the odds are not so high.
Yeah, Brady, what is it? You don't say. Right with you now, huh? Well, how about that? Yeah, bring him right in. Educated guess, huh?
I was wrong.
Couldn't be wronger. Guy named Williams just came to the desk and confessed to making the hit and run. He's on the way in. You and he should get on together just dandy. Guy's a college professor.
Your father hit someone with the sports car tonight? But that's impossible.
How can you say that, Mom?
Because he wasn't driving that car tonight.
How do you know? You didn't see him leave.
No, but I was awake when he drove in, and I could swear I know he was driving the station wagon.
A father's sacrifice for his son. Surely a noble, if misguided, gesture. The question, of course, is, should a young man or anyone be encouraged to evade responsibility? And will the simple act of altruism remain just that? We'll find out shortly when Mystery Theater returns with Act 2. A precinct house in a large city, even at the best of times, is never the most prepossessing spot. In the dog hours of the morning, Dusty, dingy, tired paint peeling from the walls, half-empty coffee containers with cigarette butts floating in them. It's certainly one of the most depressing times. Or so Grant feels as he dictates his full confession.
It was only when I was putting the car away in the garage and I noticed a dent in the fender and found that one of the hubcaps was missing that I began to realize with horror that I might have hit an animal, an opossum or something. It never occurred to me that it might have been a human being. Well, I would have returned right away, but my wife, who has not been well recently, well, she was up. She was waiting for me, and I didn't want to alarm her. And so I coaxed her back to bed and to sleep, and I came here just as soon as I could.
And this was what time, Professor?
Almost exactly 2 o'clock.
And you could fix the time because you were listening to Long Jack on the car radio and he was signing off.
You like acid rock, Mr. Williams?
I beg your pardon?
You know, the big hard beat, loud enough to blow your mind?
Oh, no, I don't. Why?
Well, that's Long Jack's bag. It's most of what he plays, you know. I didn't figure you'd dig his scene.
Yeah, well, I didn't. I turned on the radio to keep me awake, not for music appreciation.
Uh-huh.
As a matter of fact, I remember the last number he was playing just before he signed off was Easy to Love, and I wouldn't call that exactly contemporary.
The main point is that you made the turn at 2 o'clock. You felt a jarring feeling, which jives with our information, right, Rizzo?
Right, Lieutenant. I see. Victim left Franny's restaurant, 518 Hills Point Road, at approximately 2 minutes to 2 a.m. Because victim was discovered by George Bates, post office employee, some 2 minutes later. He heard a car drive away, but due to adverse weather conditions, could not see it or make any identification. Victim was Dominic Capello, unemployed, 61 years old.
Well, I hope he's all right.
He's at the hospital. We don't know the extent of the injuries yet.
I feel terrible, that poor old man.
Professor Williams, let me point out something. From your story and our evidence, there is no clear-cut evidence that you did hit this man. Now, if I were you, before I went any further, I'd get a lawyer.
Oh, there's no need for a lawyer. I'm quite willing to face my responsibilities. If you will prepare a statement for me, I'd be very glad to sign it.
All right. I'll leave you here with Patrolman Foster, who'll type up a statement. You just check it over when he's finished, and then if you still want to, you can sign. I'll be right back.
Lieutenant, see you a minute outside.
Okay. All right, Rizzo, what's biting you?
I think the guy's lying.
About what, for Pete's sake? Why would he lie?
To cover up.
Cover up who?
How do I know? His daughter, son, wife.
Why would he want to take the rap for that?
That's what'll take some digging to find out.
Oh, boy. 15 precincts in this city, 4 detective divisions, not to get stuck with you. You want to make a federal case out of one sneaky little hit and run where the guy comes in like a good citizen and confesses, and just for once make the job easy? What do you got to do? Go looking for trouble?
Now, Lieutenant, it isn't just the few small discrepancies. It's the whole psychology of the man.
Psychology? That's all I need. The new breed. Now, look, Rizzo, will you for once just forget the college education and get back in there and have that statement signed, sealed, and delivered, and stop making waves?
Mother, please, will you let well enough alone?
I've kept quiet about too many things for far too long, but I can't let this go. I know your father wasn't driving the sports car tonight.
Okay, so he wasn't. So you know what that means.
Oh, my darling,
You want to get me locked up?
No, of course not. But why should it come to that? You don't know yet if you really hit anyone or hurt them.
I'm not kidding myself. When I pulled away, I tried to tell myself nothing had happened. But now it's all on the table, and I know that guy got hurt. And I'm scared. I'm scared of what they could do to me.
Darling, there's nothing to be scared of in being honest, owning up. It was an accident. David, please.
Will you let me go?
I'm only trying to help you.
Oh, sure. Some help you are. I don't understand you, Mother. Look what Dad's willing to do for me, and all you want is for me to turn myself in.
I want you to be honest.
This is for laughs. Look, Dad went down there to take the blame so he could protect you as well as me.
Protect me?
Yes. He said it would kill you if anything happened to me.
Grant was worried about me?
Yes.
Don't you ever believe it.
Mom, how can you be so bitter? Look what he's done for me.
He's got to have an angle.
That's unfair. I know you and Dad have problems. I'm not going to try to make any judgments about...
Oh, but you do. You make them every day in spite of yourself. And always against me.
Mother, I've had just about as much of this as I can take.
You know, the curious thing is that I know you love me in spite of everything. Just give me a moment.
What is it?
I don't stand much chance, do I? I spend so much time upstairs with myself. Very lonely with just yourself. I'm a woman not quite able to cope. A woman with hallucinations. It's something out of Dickens. Living among cobwebs of near insanity and the ghosts of what never was.
Mother.
Look, it's time I told you. Time I try to tell somebody. I'm a prisoner with a life sentence. Because I can't stop loving. To everyone else, I'm the ghost. But the truth is that the real corruption lies rotting in the very man we both love. David, I don't want to ever see you become like him. I would rather see you dead. That's why I want you to take your own troubles on your own shoulders.
Mom, don't you think you ought to lie down? You're not...
It's easy, isn't it, to find a scapegoat, to make someone else responsible. Poor, mad, wasted Marion Williams, married to that intelligent, handsome man, respected by his faculty, worshipped by his students, particularly the girls. Oh, yes, particularly the girls.
Oh, Mother, for Pete's sake.
No, this time you don't stop me. I loved him so much I forgave all those early affairs. The young children invaded, cheapened. I saved him. I went to those girls. I begged them off. And after you came, the pattern continued. I began to retreat farther and farther. I had the money. That's why I could always keep him. And I couldn't stop loving him. That was the saddest part, wasn't it, David?
What?
I was the one who ruined him. Without me to cover for him, he'd have been found out long ago. So you see...
I don't know what you mean, Mom. I can't discuss what you've been talking about. But that has nothing to do with what Dad is doing at this moment. I'd been drinking. I couldn't have gone to the police. Dad can handle this. Please, leave it alone.
And let you spoil yourself just as he did. The rot spread so fast, David.
The incident was totally minor in mine till I returned home, found that there was a dent in my front fender. Well, I've read this through, Lieutenant, and there's nothing here that isn't consonant with my earlier confession.
It's a formality, Professor. I prefer to have you read it aloud before you sign the statement.
If you insist.
It's better, Professor Williams. There is much more. Go ahead.
It's quite evident that I must have been responsible for striking with my automobile one Dominic Capello, 61, at approximately 2 a.m. on the above date. This statement is a true and unsolicited confession of my responsibility and...
Excuse me, Lieutenant. Have you warned the professor again that he should have legal representation?
No, I don't need a lawyer.
I'll have to warn you, sir, that you may. The man was hit, just died in the hospital without regaining consciousness. It isn't just an accident anymore. It could be homicide.
Oh, come on, Rizzo. Manslaughter. But it does change things, Professor. If you sign this, I'll have to book you. You should have a lawyer before you sign.
Well, nonsense. I want to sign. Let's not waste any more time, and then I'll call my lawyer.
All right. Detective Rizzo, will you witness this?
Yeah.
You'll have to be fingerprinted, Professor.
Whatever you say, Lieutenant.
Foster will take you to a phone first to call your lawyer about bail.
Thank you. And thank you, Detective Rizzo.
Don't mention it.
All right, now, Rizzo, don't say it.
I've got to. Something's out of kilter. I never saw a man so anxious to get arrested in my life.
He just wants to get it over with and get back to bed. Now, who doesn't?
It's wrong, Lieutenant. It's wrong. A cool, collected individual like that doesn't go around hitting panic buttons and taking a powder out of a bad situation.
Now, Joe, drop it. Lay off. Don't give me any more of the psychology. I'm just a plain flatfoot who came up through the ranks by sticking to one thing, facts. Let's give the guy a vote of thanks for coming in. My psychology is we leave it lay, huh? You got any other hunches? Save them for the ponies. Okay?
Okay.
What's on the bulletin, Rizzo?
Oh, same old noise, nothing special. They picked up that mugger in the second, a repeater.
What's happening with Professor Williams?
Huh?
Williams, the professor. You remember the guy we spent most of the night with?
Oh, yeah. Well, he got fingerprinted and his lawyer sprung him. He's going home. Hey, look at this, Lieutenant.
What?
That code 2. See the man in the 12th? That suicide was no false alarm. There was a DOA. Only now it looks like homicide. They figured the girl was strangled before the gas was turned.
Oh, what do I care about some dame in the 12th? The 7th is my baby. Let the 12th worry about their headaches. I'm taking you off.
Marion, for the last time, you stay out of this or I'll...
You'll what, Grant? Kill me? You did that a long time ago. The only reason I clung to any shred of life was because of David.
And a fine little mama's boy you made out of him. The moment my back is turned, he runs to you. He blurts out the whole thing.
Oh, no, he didn't. I figured out what happened myself. I saw you drive away in the station wagon.
Well, why can't you mind your own business?
Because I don't trust you. And I want David to be a man and stand on his own feet.
Will you get something through that bird brain of yours? The man who was hit is dead. David had been drinking. You won't be emancipating your son. You'll be burying him in jail. Is that what you want?
You're hurting me, Grant.
Is that what you want? Or will you keep your mouth shut and allow me to do something for my own son?
Please, let me go.
Not until I get your promise to leave things as they are.
I don't want David to go to jail.
All right, then. I can trust you.
Yes. I only wish I trusted you. You've never done one unselfish thing in your life, Grant. I only wish I knew what it is you expect to gain this time.
A torturing dilemma for a mother and a father. Is the father right to protect his son, or the mother to feel it would be better for her son to take his medicine? So many other questions pose themselves. Questions which will be answered when Mystery Theater returns shortly with Act 3. Those questions I mentioned. Of course, Marion Williams would feel herself hurt by her husband's interest in other women. Or is that all in her mind, a figment fantasized by her obvious shaky mental stability? But then there's also the doubt of Detective Sergeant Rizzo. Let's follow him for a moment.
Yes?
Is Professor Williams at home?
No, he has classes this morning at the university.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Excuse me, I'm Detective Rizzo. This is my shield. I wonder if I could talk to Mrs. Williams for a moment?
I'm sorry, but my mother, she's still asleep. She's kind of an invalid.
Oh, well, and I wouldn't think of disturbing her. You're Professor Williams' son, huh?
Yes.
Well, then how about you take the chain off the door and I step in and ask you a couple of questions?
Have you got a warrant?
Have a warrant? No, what would I want a warrant for? Look, don't let me being a cop scare you.
Oh, I'm not scared.
You, always keep a chain on when you open the front door?
No, look, I'm sorry. You're wasting your time. My father told me not to answer any questions.
Oh, then you know about the accident last night, huh?
Yes, but I'm sorry. I've got to close the door.
You drive, kid?
Sir, your foot's in the way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it is. Anyway, I figure you drive since you got a license. I looked it up in the bureau.
Would you move your foot, please?
Hold it just a minute. Here's your newspaper, huh? You might want to read about the accident. Page 4. You know, check out the details.
Thanks for the paper.
Sure. Here.
Will you let it go, please?
You, were not driving yourself last night, were you?
I'll take the paper.
Yeah. And now I know my hunch is right.
Come on. Where are you?
Hello?
David, where were you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just bringing down Mother's lunch tray.
Don't you never answer the phone. Any mail, any phone calls?
Just a couple of ads. No phone call. Oh, there was, we had a visitor.
Who?
A Detective Rizzo.
What did he want?
He said he wanted to talk to you. Then when I said you weren't home, he wanted to talk to Mom.
Well, you didn't let him.
No. She was asleep, so... He said he wanted to ask me some questions.
Good Lord.
It's all right. I didn't let him in, and I didn't tell him anything.
Well, I hope you didn't. He had no right, no right to... David, you're sure you didn't...
No, I didn't say anything, but I'm scared. I think he knows. I think he's guessed that
Now, listen to me, David. I don't care what he knows or what he suspects. He can't prove anything if we just stick to our story. Now, you get this straight, David. I'll kill you if you let me down. No, I didn't mean that. I'm just thinking about you. I don't want your life spoiled before it begins. Now, you just remember, a man has been killed. The real truth comes out, you're in trouble. Bad trouble.
I know.
Just so you remember, both you and your mother.
Okay, but supposing that detective turns up again...
He won't. You just leave that to me. Just leave everything to me.
I will. And don't think I'm not grateful. Oh, I don't know how I can ever pay you back.
You just sit tight and stick to our story. That's all the payment I need.
I quite understand, Professor. Detective Rizzo exceeded his orders. I promise you he won't bother your family again.
I'm sorry if I lost my temper, Lieutenant.
I don't blame you, sir. You'd feel better if you could get a load of how I'm going to lose mine. Get that note, Professor. Detective Rizzo check in yet? All right, tell him to lug his rear end here on the double. I'd have bust him right down a patrolman.
You, looking for me, Lieutenant?
Yeah, come on in and close the door.
Jarvis on the desk tells me the Williams guy was on the phone having a fit.
Didn't I tell you to stop making waves?
Well, yes,
Did
Lieutenant,
I tell you the Williams case was closed?
It can't be closed as long as there's a charge.
That's up to the judge. Now, we've done our part. We have a statement and a confession. That's all we're supposed to provide.
Uh-huh. A phony confession.
What does that mean?
Now, look. That professor has a kid. Around 17, 18, huh? I talked to him today. I'll lay you dollars to donuts. He was the one driving the car when that accident...
You have any proof of that?
No, but give me an hour with that kid and I'll crack this case.
Detective Rizzo. Strong-arm methods from a member of the new breed? I thought today's young cop was exchanging the third degree for a college degree.
You know I didn't mean anything like that, but if you just give me a chance to get to the bottom...
Why would a respected college professor, a guy as prominent in this town as he is, why would he risk his reputation to cover up something his son did?
I don't know.
I mean, this guy's a teacher. The last thing in the world he'd do is let his son run out on a responsibility.
Yeah, that's the way I see it. Psychologically.
Psychologically. Now, let's not get tangled up with that bull again, huh?
We have a confession, Detective Rizzo.
Lieutenant, give me a break. I got the strongest hunch.
It isn't any stronger than mine. And mine is, if you don't let this lay like I told you, you're going to be back in your boondockers walking a beat as far uptown as these city limits stretch. Okay, Detective Second Grade, is this case closed?
Well, like you say, the case is closed.
David?
In the study, Mom. You all right?
I just want to talk a minute. What are you doing?
Just catching up on some homework.
David, that man, that detective you said came here, are you sure all he asked you about was the accident?
Look, Mom, I promised Dad I wasn't going to talk about it anymore. So did you. It's a closed book.
We're going to have to open it again. Did he ask you about anything else than the accident?
No, but...
Look, David, you have got to go to the police and tell them the truth.
Now, I promised Dad...
David, don't make me go.
You promised him, too.
You don't understand. Everything's changed. He has to be stopped. There must be some justice.
Mom, why don't you go upstairs?
Look, don't treat me like an invalid, or worse, a half-wit. Have you read the newspaper that you brought up to me today?
No.
Do you know a girl named Susan Rowland?
Susan? Yeah, kind of. I mean, she was a class ahead of me at school. I guess I rapped with her here and there, but we never dated or anything like that.
That her picture?
Yes. Front page. What happened?
Read the story and find out. Carefully. Then you'll know why your father is so anxious to keep you quiet. David, you're going to find out why the truth has to be told.
Lieutenant Klamath here. How's everything with the tough, John?
You know how it goes with lieutenants in the police department, from bad to worse. A little favor, George.
Name it, you got it.
You see the DOA we had on the bulletin? Possible suicide, now definitely homicide.
The picture in the morning paper?
Yeah, that's the one. Susan Rowland, 19 years old, college student. We're running a routine check on all our acquaintances.
You got a make on anyone?
No. Fingerprints all over the place, but not even a warm lead.
Uh-huh. What can I do?
Well, I'm running down blind alleys. Like in her address book is the name of a guy, Grant Williams, domiciled your precinct. She seemed to have been in one of his classes at the university. Could you spare a man to check it out?
John, I don't even have to. I'll close one lead for you. What time did your little student get strangled?
Well, Emmy puts it at around 2 o'clock. At 1:55, she called her mother to say she was pregnant, and the guy who did it was with her. She started to give his name. The connection was broken. At 2:15, a prowl car responded to a code 2, suspicion of suicide by gas. They broke in, turned off the gas, but the girl had already been dead 10 or 15 minutes. So, 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, eh? Well, that lets out Grant Williams. 2 o'clock, outside of town, 45 minutes away. He was involved in a traffic accident. He's already booked.
One down, how many to go? Thanks, George. Sorry to bother you.
How long ago did he leave?
Too late for you to stop him.
Oh, I ought to kill you for this.
Like you did that poor little girl.
No, I didn't mean to. The little idiot refused to have an abortion. She wanted me to marry her. Marry her, for heaven's sake.
Oh, and divorce your meal ticket.
Marion, please help me.
No, not anymore. Anyway, I couldn't even if I wanted to.
But David, maybe I can still stop David.
If you could, you'd still have to stop me.
And everything my father testified to in his statement was true, except that it was me who was driving the car, not my father. I hit that man, panicked, and drove off.
Well, don't look at me, Lieutenant. I have nothing to say.
You wouldn't have to, Rizzo.
I know the boy's telling the truth. Yeah, you were right all along. I had a phone call about a half an hour.
I demand to see my son.
It's all right, Sergeant. Let him in. What is it, Professor Williams?
David, I don't want you to say one word until I've talked to you and we can get legal advice.
It's too late, Dad. I've said everything I have to say.
You don't know what you're doing.
The first time in my life, I do. I'm taking care of myself. Oh, how could you do it, Dad, to a nice kid like Susan?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I can clear that up, Professor. We're booking you for the murder of Susan Rowland.
Oh, you can't. I have an alibi.
Correction. You had an alibi.
But I'm not guilty. And you can't prove it.
We will. With your help.
What do you mean?
It's ironic, isn't it? If you hadn't walked in here and made a false confession, we might never have had your fingerprints. That's what's going to nail you. You provided us with a whole set to match up. You were just a little too clever. You managed to hang yourself. All right, take him out and book him, Jarvis.
Dad,
Let him go, kid, huh? Let him go. There's nothing you can do for him. Now you go on with Foster. Let him type up your statement, huh?
What's going to happen to him?
He'll be found guilty, as he ought to.
And me?
You've taken a beating already. It's an accident. Won't be too tough. And things should be looking up from now on for both you and your mother. Go on, kid.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Well, I guess I ought to start to eat my heart, Rizzo, huh? But I'd rather just say I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Me too, Lieutenant. This is one time I wish I could just have been wrong.
When you're a cop as long as I've been, there'll be a lot more. I wish I could say get used to it. Come on. Let's try the squad room coffee.
All right.
Bad as it is, it's better than the taste I got in my mouth right now.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. So Marion's intuition was right, along with Sergeant Rizzo, and David made the first long stride towards being a man. Something else I'd like to say about that. Not every story must have a moral, but I believe this one has. Not that crime doesn't pay, that's obvious, but that the acceptance of responsibility is a cornerstone of life. It is written, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free." Our cast included Arnold Moss, Ralph Bell, Clarissa Blackburn, William Redfield, and Christopher Tabori. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams.
Conquer the world of WordPress at G3PL.com. We're your ultimate destination for WordPress support and training. Need help with a specific project? Facing a tricky plugin or theme issue? We've got your back. We will troubleshoot, customize, and fine-tune your site to perfection. So, why wait? Take the leap into WordPress greatness. Contact us today at WP@G3PL.com or give us a call at 615-420-2040. G3PL.com. Your WordPress success starts here.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K-7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. We take you to Secret Agent K-7's headquarters.
This is K-7 speaking. Send in Special Agent B9 for assignment.
At once, K-7.
Special Agent B9 reporting for duty.
Agent B9, I am assigning you to Colonel Cranach at the fortress here. Somehow, military information of the greatest importance is being stolen at this point. We are sure of this fact. Last week, a spy was killed attempting to leave the country. Complete reports of tests conducted here less than 24 hours before his death were found on his body. Here is a complete record of the case. Report to the colonel at once. Keep me informed.
Later, Agent B9 and his assistant, Rita Drake, drove to the fortress. They arrived just after lunch and found the colonel resting on the porch of his home in Officers' Row. I hope we haven't arrived at an inopportune time, Colonel.
Not at all, Beach. And I am very glad to see both you and Miss Drake. Sit down, please.
Thank you.
Well, Colonel, this is as good a place to talk as any. Have you any theories as to how the defense plans were stolen?
No, B-Man. I have no idea at all. I am completely bewildered. I've spent hours, many hours, trying to reach a solution. I'm certain my officers are trustworthy, and yet...
Suppose you tell me all about the field tests, where they were conducted and under what conditions.
Well, our testing fields are about 10 miles to the south. Now, I'm absolutely certain the tests could not have been observed. Absolutely certain.
Go on.
None of the men taking part could possibly know the details. Of course, each would know what he himself was doing. But to fit the whole together, no. No, it is impossible. No one but myself and my officers could possibly do that.
The final plan was drawn on the field?
No. After the tests were completed, my staff gathered in my office. We all had our notes. And the final defense plan was drawn there. We worked them out there together, plotted the plan in detail. And a little after 6 in the evening, we placed everything in my safe.
Your office is under guard?
Oh, of course. There's a sentry on duty night and day. You see, Agent B9, it's bewildering. It's in fact almost impossible. Within just a few hours after the plans were put in the safe, a spy was carrying a copy out of the country. And yet, as far as I can see, the papers in the safe show no sign of being touched.
Sounds baffling. Must be some explanation. Where is your office, Colonel Cranach?
About 100 yards from the new administration building.
The new administration building, is that the building now under construction that we noticed as we came in?
Yes, that is it. It will be completed in another 60 days. I am presently working in a temporary shelter, a typical Army field office set up for me where the old administration building burned down last year.
I see. That's interesting. You say it's a typical office of the type you would use in the field?
Yes.
Was it built by your men here at the fortress?
Why, yes, of course.
Then I want to see that office, Colonel. Let's go there at once before word spreads around that I'm here. As Agent B9, Rita, and the Colonel walked to the temporary office quarters, B9 asked permission for himself and Rita to examine the office thoroughly before the Colonel entered.
You want me to wait outside the door? But why, B9?
I have my reasons, Colonel. I won't keep you standing here long. You will grant me permission to go in with Miss Drake alone?
Why, yes, of course.
Thank you. Rita, I don't want you to speak a word above a whisper when we get inside.
I understand, B9.
We'll go in. large. Stand right where you are for a minute.
B9, what are you looking for?
I'm not sure, Rita. I'll look around the safe first. Everything's all right here. Now the window.
You're not looking for a bomb.
Oh, but something equally dangerous. Wait, I'm going to move the desk. Don't want to make any noise if I can help it. Everything seems in order. Wait.
Right. A round silver disc. B9, what is it?
Don't talk, Rita. Now, open the door and call the colonel.
Is it all right to talk?
Yes, I'll explain when the colonel's here.
Colonel, will you come in, please?
Yes, certainly. Are you both satisfied? Why, you've been moving the furniture.
Yes, Colonel, and I found this.
A round silver disc.
It's a new type of dictaphone button, Colonel. Here's the answer of how the defense plans were stolen. Someone listened to you. Every word in this office is taken down and copied.
A spy. But he can hear us now. He'd get away.
No, I've disconnected the wires. In just a minute, I'm going to attach them again.
Well, you're going to do what?
Colonel, listen to my plan. In just a minute, I'm going to reconnect these wires. Then, I want you to greet me as if I were just arriving. Do you understand?
Yes. Yes, I think I do.
As soon as the dictaphone is connected, I'll greet you and ask you to have your officers assemble here to talk over the change in the defense plans. You'll call your officers, and while you're talking, I'll trace these wires and find out who is listening. Within 10 minutes, the colonel's staff was assembled in his office. As they talked, B9 traced the dictaphone wires. They led him to the radio room of the fortress. A few minutes later, he rejoined Rita outside the colonel's office. I discovered the spy here within the fortress, Rita. It's the radio man. I saw him listening while the staff talked.
Have you placed him under arrest?
No. The colonel is changing the defense plans. The spy is taking everything down. It's a perfect plan, Rita. The radio man worked with the electricians. He probably put the dictaphone in when he was helping wire the temporary office or when the telephone was installed. He listens whenever he wants to. No one thinks it's queer to see the radio operator wearing earphones. It's perfect.
When are you going to arrest him?
Tonight, probably. The colonel is outlining a new defense plan now. Of course, it's all false, but the spy doesn't know it. And tonight, he'll probably try to deliver the plans to the man who employs him. We'll follow and arrest them both. B9 was right. That night, the wireless operator left the fortress and went into the city. On his way, he stopped and purchased a newspaper, which he folded and put under his arm. When he reached the city, he went directly to a great cathedral. Agent B9 and Rita followed him into the church.
I see him, B9. He's kneeling in the pew ahead.
Yes. I don't understand his coming here.
Why, B9, he's not really praying. He didn't have time. Look, he's leaving already.
Wait, Rita. Don't follow him. We're going to stay here.
But he'll get away.
We know where to find him. Do you see what he's done? He's left his newspaper in the pew. Watch what happens.
Oh, watch out, B9. There's another man coming. He'll hear you.
This man also has a newspaper under his arm. Rita, he's taking the same pew. And now he's put his newspaper down. Watch. He won't pray either. In a few seconds, he'll get up and take the newspaper the radio man left. The information is folded in the paper. Wish I could see his face.
He's getting up, B9.
Rita, that man is Gregory Bellstock, a desperate international spy. Keep your head down as he passes us. Hurry, I'm going to arrest him as soon as he's outside.
He's seen us, B9. There he goes.
After him.
B9, he's at the bottom of the steps. He's running.
He's crossing the road. Look, the car.
B9, the car. car hit him.
Special Agent B9 reporting, K7. The mystery of how the defense plans were stolen has been solved. One man, the radio operator of the fortress, has been arrested and faces court-martial. He was in the employ of Gregory Bairstock, the famous international spy. Bairstock was struck by a car and killed while attempting to escape. The case is closed.
Today, many spies are men and women without a country and without a God. They work against world peace and against humanity. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
It was the dust. The heat was bad enough in Dodge City, but out on the plain, it was the dust. The sun was a burning red-brown chip in the sky, and the sweat on a man never had a chance to drop. It was blotted and dried with dust. Doc, Chester, and I had ridden to old man Gore's place 10 miles out. He'd had some trouble with one of the hands. Fellow had gone loco with liquor and had been shooting up the cattle. We found him, stripped naked nearby on his haunches, crying, drunk over a parched water hole. Doc had got him to bed and fixed him up some. And now we were heading back for Dodge.
Darn horse. Seems he's just bound to stomp all the dust in Kansas in my eyes.
Maybe the marshal will buy you a camel, Chester.
This keeps up, we'll all buy camels. I remember the time back in Waco when I was just
Doc,
small...
Chester,
boy.
You see something ahead on the side of the trail there?
Yeah, maybe.
It looks like some poor calf strayed off and dropped.
I don't think so. It looks like a man. Come on. Chester, get the water bag.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me have a look, Marshal.
Yeah.
Let's see. Heat.
Is he all right?
Well, depends on how long he's been lying here.
Here you are, Mr. Dillon.
Open up his shirt, Marshal. Chester, get some of that water on his wrists.
All right.
He looks like an Easterner, huh?
Sure not dressed for this country. Oh, no, that's better. That's better. Try to get a few drops in him.
All right.
No, not too much, Chester.
Not in his nose, Chester, his mouth.
Well, my gracious, I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon, but he moved his head. It's not so easy to... Hey, look, he's awake.
You're all right, mister. Just take it easy for a bit now.
Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew.
What did he say?
Oh, it's out of his head, Chester.
For this relief, much thanks.
Forget it. Chester, get around the other side and shade him from the sun.
Yes, sir.
The sun. I begin to be a-weary of the sun.
I don't blame you. What happened?
My wagon shed a wheel, I fear, along the high road. I know not where I am.
You're about 4 miles out of Dodge City. Kansas.
Kansas. I would give all my fame for a pot of ale and safety.
We better get him to town quick. He's in a bad way. He's delirious.
You think you can make it on a horse? We'll take him into Dodge. And he passed out again. We tied him across Doc's horse. Doc and I doubled up, and Chester rode behind. The stranger was a tall, skinny man with a face like a friendly mule. Big hands and thin wrists stretched out from his sleeves. He had no papers on him, nothing. And until he woke up, we wouldn't even know his name. Doc settled him down in the back of his place, and he was still asleep when Chester and I rode out to where we figured he'd left his wagon. Wasn't hard to see when we found it.
What color wagon would you call that, Mr. Dillon?
Puce, Chester. Puce.
I guess so. Seems to be some writing on the side there.
Yeah. Oh, Irving Henry, Thespian supreme, disciple of the immortal Bard.
I should have known he was a religious man.
He's an actor, Chester, the immortal Bard. Shakespeare, William Shakespeare, wrote plays, poems.
Hi.
But
you think he let the horses go, Mr. Dillon?
I was wondering that. Seems to me he'd have ridden for help instead of trying to walk.
Horses couldn't have got out of the harness themselves.
Let's take a look at the wheel.
Wish we could wait till the sun goes down. It's going to be awful hot work, Mr. Dillon.
It's not too bad. The pin fell out. Must be another in the box at the back. Take a look, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
I'll prop the wheel up here. Now.
Mr. Dillon?
Hey, yeah, can't you find it?
Will you come here a minute?
What's the matter?
Take a look in there.
It took a second or two to get used to the darkness inside the wagon. And then I saw the hand sticking out from behind the trunk. You didn't have to be the doc to know that it was a dead hand. The body was of a man about 40. He was dirty. And in a greasy, torn waistcoat, I found a pocketbook with his name. Sam Matchett. And that was all. Below his left shoulder and his back was a patch of dried blood. And in the middle, a bullet hole. We got the wagon wheel on, hitched up our horses, and drove into Dodge. Doc?
Oh, that's you, Marshal.
Yeah.
Yeah, be right out.
All right.
Get that fella's wagon fixed up?
Yeah, I brought it in. Is he awake?
Oh, I haven't looked in the last half hour. I was making coffee. You want some?
No, thanks.
Oh, it's a funny thing about coffee when it's hot weather like this. Drink it scalding and it makes you feel cooler outside.
Look, Doc, I got to see that fellow. I want to ask him a couple of questions.
Oh, that's so?
I found a dead man in the back of his wagon.
You don't say.
You better take a look. Chester's bringing him in the side.
Oh, sure. You want to go on back?
Yeah, thanks, Doc. Mr. Henry? Mr. Henry, wake up.
Yes, what? Oh.
Your name, Irving Henry?
Oh, Irving Henry. What is this place?
Now, you got to listen to me for a minute. We found your wagon.
Ah?
Did you let the horses go before you set out on your own?
Of course. I could not let them remain to die.
Well, how come you didn't take one to ride?
I have a loathing of horses. I cannot bear one under my body. There is a carafe of water beside the bed. Would you be good enough, Mr.
Dillon, Matt Dillon. I'm the marshal here in Dodge City. Here you are.
Oh, my thanks.
Now, what were you doing with a dead man in your wagon, Mr. Henry?
A dead man?
A dead man shot in the back, lying in your wagon.
This is very midsummer madness.
I won't argue about that, but I'll thank you to answer my question.
But it is impossible. It isn't true.
I say it is.
You lie in your throat if you say that I'm any other than an honest man.
Look, mister, I didn't say you weren't honest. You're an actor. And you got a fine way of saying things, but murder's murder. I don't care how you say it. Now, I'm asking questions, and I want straight answers.
Your pardon, sir. What you tell me, in truth, if it were played upon a stage, I would condemn it as an improbable fiction. I swear to you, I know nothing of a body.
Did you come through Hayes City?
Yes.
Do you know a man there called Sam Matchett?
No.
You had no trouble in Hayes City?
No.
What are you doing in these parts, Mr. Henry?
I am touring the provinces. An actor eating the bitter bread of banishment. And my talents are not taken for their worth in the East. And therefore, I bring the immortal bard to the hinterlands. And now, sir, that the interview is ended, pray give me leave to depart.
I'm sorry, I can't do that. You'll have to stay until we get this thing cleared up.
Mr. Dillon, Doc would like to see you.
All right, Chester. Stay here with Mr. Henry, will you?
Well, sure, Mr. Dillon, sure. How you feeling by now, Mr. Henry? Would you like some more water?
These evil fellows live in brass.
Doc?
Right here, Marshal.
Yeah.
Fill me cup, father's boy.
What'd you find?
Well, there's one thing. This man didn't die right away. I mean, not right when he was shot.
Is that so?
No. More likely bled to death. Inside.
Uh-huh. You think he might have been able to climb up in the wagon after he was shot?
He might. There's another thing.
Yeah?
You see the way he's dressed? Now, you take a look at that.
Help! Come on, Doc. Chester.
What's the matter with him?
Chester.
My gun when I was pouring him some water, Mr. Dillon.
He must have gone through the window, Marshal.
I tried to get it back. It went off.
Take care of Chester, Doc. I'm going after him.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, do you know how old the school building in your community is? If it's over 25 years old, the chances are that it's woefully inadequate to the present demands on it. Certainly thousands of schools all over America are unable to meet the needs of a greatly increased enrollment. And all our school children will suffer unless all of us work actively to improve conditions. Join with the groups in your community working for better school conditions. Remember, better schools build a stronger America. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
When I went out of there, I didn't know how badly Chester was hurt. There was a lot of blood on his head and over his face. It was nearly dark outside, and the street was empty. It was supper time. I could see the women through the windows getting food ready. The kids were inside, too. Sure looked peaceful. But with Henry out with a gun, well, that wasn't a good thing to have running around loose in Dodge. Did you see a man run down the street, Miss Fletcher?
Well, no.
Well, you better get inside and lock your door. Don't come out again. There's a killer loose. I walked the length of the street, listening, waiting. And when I got to the end, there was nothing. He hadn't taken a horse, I'd have heard that. And in a way, I was sorry, because if he'd tried to hide and dodge, there'd be no way to get out of shooting that wouldn't get women and kids hurt. A breeze came up and swirls of dust flew around, and then settled as the air became still and hot again. I went back to Doc's place.
Oh, did you find him, Marshal?
No. How's Chester?
Oh, I'm fine, Mr. Dillon. Just creased my head, more mess than hurt.
Oh, good, Chester. Look, you want to go home or you want to work?
I want to work.
All right, go down to the office, get yourself another gun, and round up some men, many as you can. As long as Henry stays in town, we're in trouble. Now, keep your eyes open. Meet me back here.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Take my gun with you, and if you see him, watch out. All right, now get going.
Yes, sir.
Now, Doc, I'm going to have to make you a deputy, too.
Well, maybe instead of digging out bullets, I'll be putting some in.
It's not funny, Doc. Now, come on. All right, we'll start here. I'll take this side, you take the other. Get the men to go through their houses and tell them to look for their horses. Tell them what's happening. By 10 o'clock that night, as far as we could tell, Henry hadn't left town. There were plenty of places for him to hide, though. We had 50 men out searching. Chester and I were working along back of the express office. There were a couple of houses there we hadn't covered.
You wouldn't think a man like that'd be a killer, now would you, Mr. Dillon?
I never saw a man yet couldn't be, Chester. Depends on your reasons for killing, I guess. Now, let's take a look behind these boxes, huh?
You think he could have got this far?
Yeah, he might. A lot of back streets to sneak around in the dark. That's Miss Cullen's place there, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Looks like she's still awake. Light burning back there.
Yeah.
Seem a bit cooler to you tonight, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, a bit. Oh, evening, Miss Cullen. I'm sorry to get you up, but we're looking for a man, a stranger around. He's tall, thin. You seen anyone about tonight?
No. No, I haven't.
Oh? How's the kids?
Oh, they're fine. Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Fine.
Uh-huh. Well, you keep the place locked tight, Miss Cullen. Don't let anybody in tonight unless you know who it is.
All right. Good night, Mr. Dillon.
Good night, ma'am.
Well, now that's strange. She didn't even say hello to me, and I know her better than you do, Mr. Dillon.
Chester, round up the others. Get them over here.
I don't know why she...
He's in there with her. I think he's got the kids in the sleeping room.
Oh.
Sent her out to get rid of us. Now, I'm going to try and get in. Don't do anything when you come back. Just put the men around the house.
Yes, sir.
I'd seen Miss Cullen make a move with her head, and her eyes said the rest. When I told her to lock up, I shook my head, and I hoped she understood. I wanted that front door to stay open.
I'll keep my promise as soon as I can.
He was in there, all right. I could hear him.
Believe me, mine honor is
I wanted him alive,
both growing.
but I wasn't going to risk hurt to Miss Cullen or the kids getting him.
Please. I did what you asked. Don't hurt the children, please.
They will never know this night. And in the morning, when they awake. What's that? You said you locked the door after you.
No, don't. Don't.
I shall keep the pistol turned to the girl's head now. Someone is here. They try to take me. Who is it? Who?
Mr. Dillon, go away. Please. He'll kill us.
You lied. You lied. A tiger's heart wrapped in a woman's hide. Listen to me, Marshal Dillon. Throw your pistol in here, and then come in with your hands before you. I have no stomach for child killing, but I will not hesitate to do so.
Now give me the gun, Henry.
No.
You won't be able to get out of this.
I must. There is living to be done.
You know that fancy talk isn't going to help either. Now why don't you climb down? What happened to Matchett?
Nothing happened to Match.
Why'd you kill him?
I didn't.
In 5 minutes or less, there'll be 50 men or more around here. Now, what are you going to do?
I don't know.
If you didn't kill Matchett, you'll get a chance. I'll see to that. There's no use going on this way. Give me the gun.
I cannot. It is my prop of salvation.
No gun is salvation to anybody. Put it down.
You must tell the men to go away, Marshal Dillon. I'll have to take one of these children with me for my protection.
No.
Shed a tear for me, madam. I have the greater need.
You do a lot of talking, mister. I'd like to see you turn the gun away from that kid's head. That'd take more than talk, wouldn't it, though?
I have no skill with such a weapon. Why should I match with you? I want to live.
You're going about it the wrong way.
The smallest worm will turn being trod upon.
Meaning?
You gave me no choice when you brought me here. Would have been better to have left me lying in the dust. You don't understand. You don't know.
Well, why don't you tell me?
What good would it do?
It depends.
My life has been the theater. As a boy, I was a student of Shakespeare. He would look at me. Who would accept this face for Hamlet? This ill-shaped body for Romeo? His speech has become my speech, but the fools only look. They cannot listen for laughing.
There have been ugly men before you. It hasn't been cause for murder. Why'd you kill Matchett?
In New York, there was a man, a gross, stupid man who fancied himself an interpreter of the bard. He took me as his apprentice, and together we set out for the tour. I would play only the voices. Never Richard, never Henry, never Lear, only the voices. Whilst he, stumbling, drunken, he muddled and tore to a tatter the words that I should have spoken.
You killed a man because you wanted to play a hero?
How easily murder is discovered.
Yes, sometimes, I guess.
It was yesterday. We were leaving Hayes City. We played there for 2 days, and it made me a laughing stock. It was night, and he became drunk and threatened to leave me in the next town. I made him stop the wagon, and taking up a pistol, I shot him. He did not die at first, and when I saw what I had done, I wanted him to live. And I put him into the wagon, and I drove on, hoping to find a doctor. Then, as the night passed, I saw that he had died. And I was afraid.
The wagon broke down?
Yes, I put my purse into his clothes and took his name for mine. How I've hated the name of Sam Matchett. But you wouldn't understand.
I wouldn't? Well, what now?
I want to live. I want my chance.
You've done a murder. I can't let you go. You know that. Don't make it harder.
I lost my husband 2 years ago. I know what it is to be alone. You've been alone, haven't you? I'm sorry. But you killed someone.
We may pity, though not pardon, dear. I'm going now, Marshal.
If you walk out of there with your gun, you're a dead man.
Death's a great disguiser. I must have my chance.
Don't do it, Matchett. There'll be killing.
Madam, forgive me. I would not have harmed your children.
Matchett, put down your gun.
Let me go my way. Please.
There are a lot of men waiting for you out there, Matchett. You know what'll happen if you open the door. Don't do it, Matchett.
sleep. Perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come.
Match it. He knew he was going to die. The minute he opened that door, he knew it. And maybe he wanted to, because he fired first, a single shot. We buried him in back of the church, and I found some words in a book to put on his grave. He that dies pays all debts.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Hans Conried was featured as Henry, with Mary Lansing as Mrs. Cullen. Parley Bear as Chester, and Howard McNear as Doc. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Roy Rowan speaking. Remember, Gangbusters going to action Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Conquer the world of WordPress at G3PL.com. We're your ultimate destination for WordPress support and training. Need help with a specific project? Facing a tricky plugin or theme issue? We've got your back. We will troubleshoot, customize, and fine-tune your site to perfection. So, why wait? Take the leap into WordPress greatness. Contact us today at WP@G3PL.com or give us a call at 615-420-2040. G3PL.com. Your WordPress success starts here.
Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Diamond Detective Agency, a corpse to fit every pocketbook.
Rick?
Oh, hello, Helen, baby. Let me sit down. Oh.
Rick, what's the matter? You sounded like your arches just broke.
You got the right idea, baby. Oh, but your geography is cockeyed.
Are you really hurt, Rick?
Now, believe it or not, I was trampled by a herd of horses.
Oh, Rick, you idiot. Now tell me what did happen.
Okay, one horse. He ruined me for life.
You went horseback riding? Oh, I don't believe it.
Yeah, want to see my bull legs?
You actually did. Uh-oh. Took a girl to get you to ride a horse. But it was some slinky blonde.
No, baby, it was a Palomino. And look, let's get off horses. I've had enough to last me. What's with the early call?
Early? Rick, did you just get in? It's after 11.
I was dreaming of you, baby. You wouldn't have wanted me to stop just to get into the office.
It's probably a whole harem.
Helen, you got to stop that peeking.
You read the morning papers?
They come out in the morning?
Now, you stop that. Did you read them?
Well, didn't have a bet down. Why? You on the society page again?
Oh, much more exciting than that. The police commissioner's house was robbed of $50,000 worth of diamonds last night, and his gardener was murdered.
What?
I thought that would fetch you. Better get a paper. The commissioner's statement's written in blood.
Yeah. And if things don't wind up fast, tomorrow's statement will be in Walt Levinson's blood. It'll be his case.
Now, you stay out of it, Rick. This thief cuts throats.
Yeah, I'm scared.
Are you, Rick? Well, come over tonight, and I'll frighten you at close range. Say 8.
I'll practice my knee knocking so I'll be in good form.
And stay in. No nightclubs.
At the sound of the castanets, Francis can open the door. It'll be me and my knees. See you tonight, baby. Bye.
Is this the Diamond Detective Agency?
Just like it says on the door. Come in and close it gently. My Japanese beetle's still asleep.
Asleep?
He's got a better union. Sit down, Mr.
Burton, Phineas Burton.
What can I do for you, Mr. Burton?
Well, I want to hire you if it's agreeable.
Well, for $100 a day in expenses, I'm pretty agreeable.
Well, that's fine. I have a package I want you to deliver to a party in Philadelphia.
You can get a messenger for $5, or if you're hard up, a carrier pigeon for a handful of popcorn. Why a detective?
Well, I'm perfectly capable of judging for myself what I need, Mr. Diamond. Now, here's $300. There will be $200 more for you after you make safe delivery of the package.
Why?
Well, why?
3-letter word meaning why you want to pay me for 5 days when the trip to Philly and back can be done in a few hours.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, I simply want you to drop everything else and take this job immediately. And that is my reason for the added payment.
Oh, all right. I'll take your money. Just as soon as you tell me what's in the package, who it goes to, and why it's so important that I take it personally.
I can't tell you that.
Okay, it's your problem. Now, where did I leave my soap chips?
Do you have to know?
Of course. How can I do any washing without soap?
I mean about this package.
Oh, no. I can recommend another agency who will do it for $25 and no questions.
Oh, very well. Mr. Elliott will meet you at the Philadelphia Station Information Desk at 2 o'clock today. I will wire him your description, and he will make the contact. As for the package, it contains some very valuable papers, which Mr. Elliott is afraid his wife will try to intercept.
I see.
He commissioned me to find the best man I could to bring the package to him.
Oh, you must have read my ad.
You'll have to leave immediately. Mr. Elliott is very anxious to get the package. You call me at the Astor when you return, and I'll send over the rest of the money. Good day.
It may be at that.
What?
Forget it. Burton left the package on my desk with the money. He was a thin guy, had a funny pot that made him look as if he'd swallowed a basketball. He pushed it out the door and waddled after it. When a guy insists on throwing money in my lap, I get suspicious. And when I remembered the robbery of the night before, I got that lousy feeling again. Now, paragraph 4, section B, rule A of the Detective's Code of Ethics says, quote, upon receiving money to deliver package, detective must never open same. It is unethical. Yeah, who's ethical? Well, surprise. No wonder basketball had been nervous. At the bottom of the box were 5 pretty little diamonds. About 10 grand worth of a guess. Of course, it may have been that Burton thought diamonds should belong to Diamond, but my bet was on a frame-up. A frame that cost the real heisters 10 grand out of 50. But was aimed to get him a nice picture to fit the frame. Me. Yeah?
Is this Mr. Diamond?
Oh, hello, Burton. Something on your mind?
Oh, I happened to be in the store across the street, and I noticed you hadn't left yet. You will leave right away, won't you?
Just as soon as I arrange things, Phineas.
Well, remember, it takes an hour and a half to get to Philadelphia. I don't want you to be late.
I'll bet you don't.
It was just to make sure. You understand.
Oh, yes. I understand. You can dribble your basketball home now.
I beg your pardon?
Skip it. Bye. Burton's call ended nearly all doubts. I was being framed all right, and the trap required my leaving for Penn Station right away. I dropped the diamonds into what was left of a quart of milk I had for lunch the day before, put the bottle on the floor by the wastebasket. Then I took the package, rewrapped it, and went out to hail a cab. I made one stop at a toy shop, then headed for Penn Station. As I entered, I saw a pair of familiar figures.
Rick. Okay, what's the gag? I got the tip, but even you wouldn't joke about this case.
Now, Walt, I might joke about mass murder, but never about the commissioner being robbed. Is he making speeches yet?
Yeah, that's okay, Shamus.
This is one time when you're one diamond too many.
Why, Otis, you're becoming a wit.
Why not?
You're halfway there.
Oh, Lieutenant, he's picking on me again.
You deserve it, Otis. Now shut up. Rick, I know the tip was phony, but the commissioner was there when it came in. I had to act on it.
Tip? Well, don't be smug. I've got one, too. A fifth at Hialeah.
Now, don't start that. It was a tip that you were taking the commissioner's diamonds out of town.
Oh, now, Walt.
And don't now Walt me. I said I knew the tip was phony, but with the commissioner taking scouts all down the line, I didn't want to...
No. Don't apologize, Walt. I know. Come on, Sergeant. Show me a good frisk, and I'll recommend you to all my criminal friends.
Oh. Yeah, he's clean, Lieutenant.
Now, Rick, let's see that package, and then you can go.
This? Oh, no, I can't. It's secret.
Don't play games, Rick, please.
Oh, all right, but it's going to spoil my surprise.
Well, okay. Give me your word it's got nothing to do with this case, and I won't bother to open it.
No, I'm hurt. I absolutely insist that you open the package right now.
But, Rick, you know I trust you.
Lieutenant Levinson, do your duty. My purity must not be suspicioned.
Oh, anything to get this over with.
You were,
What? It's only a pair of dolls.
You were expecting maybe my gallstones?
Oh, dolls. The shamus plays with dolls.
Better read the tag, Otis, before your ears get any longer and they draft you for a mule team.
Tag? Sure. But what... To my beloved Otis from his Ricky. Oh.
Rick.
Now, don't be a grouch, Walt. The other one's for you.
For me? Oh, no.
I'm sorry, Walt. I couldn't resist it. Anyhow, you spoiled my surprise to Otis. It was our anniversary.
What? Our anniversary? We ain't even related.
Oh, you don't remember. Oh, Otis.
Lieutenant, can't I go back to traffic? I can't stand much more.
Oh, shut up, Otis. Rick, if we weren't such good friends,
Walt, hey, now you're upset.
Upset? Why should I be upset? Just because two hoods lift 50 grand in ice from the commissioner? Or because it's dumped in my lap with the murder of the gardener? Or that I'm given 24 hours to break the case and then get a tip that leads me to a friend who decides to play games and wreck my Sergeant beyond repair? Now, why should I be upset?
Otis, here you are, Lieutenant. But take it easy. That's a second bottle of bicob today.
Walt, you read an apology and I make it. I'll do better than that. I'll help you if you'll let me.
Well, I can sure use your help, Rick. I haven't got a single lead. You want to look at the corpse first?
May as well. Has he got a record?
No. And the commissioner swears he was honest. Probably stumbled onto the thieves and they had to put him away.
How about the rest of the servants?
They were all out. Commissioner and his wife were at a party. They'd given the entire staff the night off, but I guess perhaps the gardener returned a little early.
Yeah, well, let's go down and take a look at him. I've got a personal interest that makes me want to crack this case.
A client?
Call him an ex-client. I'll explain him later. Come on.
Here he is, Rick.
Nasty cut. How was it made?
Well, it could have been a sharp knife, but it's a safer bet that it was a razor.
Remind me not to go to his barber. What safecracker's got enough nerve to pull his job, Walt?
Well, I got 3 guys that could fit the job, but not one of them has ever been known to carry a weapon of any sort, much less a razor.
Correction. One did it. That gardener's playing a lousy joke on us.
I suppose this could have been the first time one of them carried a razor.
I don't buy that, neither do you. Give me the names. I want to talk to them. Maybe I can get a lead of some sort.
Sure. Here they are. And please, Rick, call me if you get anything.
If I can find a nickel. Bye. As far as I could see, I had 3 things to match up. 1, the careless barber. 2, the safecracker with nerve enough to rob the police commissioner. And 3, the reason why I was picked as the pigeon. I gave up the idea of hunting for Burton, the guy who came into my office. He was probably a flunky and not worth running down. So I checked the names I got from Walt, grabbed a cab, and headed for the Bronx. The first turned out to be an ex-con trying to go straight by working in a Bronx hash house. The second was likely, but he'd kissed his wife with a beer bottle and spent last night in jail. At the third address, down in Greenwich Village, I met a landlady with gin-loaded tonsils and a cute mustache. She tipped me that my third prospect, Vincent Mayer, might be playing pinochle at Pietro's, which turned out to be a cafe with a 30-foot bar, 3 tables, and a back room. Hey, barkeep.
Yeah. What'd it be, Fred?
Milk, no chaser.
Milk? Who makes it?
Oh, you mean like from cows? Never carried the stuff.
Where can I find Vince Mayer?
Why don't you ask me, handsome?
Wow. Hello, baby.
Now, do I look like a baby?
No.
My name's Jean. What do they call you?
Take your pick. Call me Rick.
Hey, you talk funny. But you're awful nice. Too nice to be hunting for Vince Mayer. He's a bad boy, Rick.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to be a hero. Where is he?
In the back room. There. The guy with the light hair. But be careful.
Thanks, baby. I'll buy you a palace.
You can figure me for a 80 mil, Joe, 20 clubs, 20 spades, and 40 pinochle.
What? No diamonds?
Hey. Well, look who's here. What do you want, Chamas?
Vince the Iceman, isn't it? Well, now, let's see. Sing Sing, class of 38. Where's your school tie, Vince?
The name is Mr. Mayer to you, Diamond, and privates are not welcome here. It's a closed game.
Yeah. Move on. Give me a reason.
You want to play dead?
Oh, come on, Vince. You're not going to get upset just because I think you robbed the commissioner? You did, didn't you?
I told my story to the cops.
I'll bet. But you didn't answer my question. And here's another. Who's your barber?
You're asking for it, Diamond.
I was brought up right. Now, let's get off this cat and mouse kick. I want some answers, Vince.
Do you?
That's right, Junior. I do.
All right. Call him, Joe.
Hey, what?
All right, Joe. Stop it. That's enough, Joe. All right, now drag him out in the alley.
Vince, can I,
Yeah, okay. Maybe it'll teach him not to get so nosy. But keep that razor in your pocket.
I will, honest. This is gonna be real fun. Come on, Shamus. Here's where I do some road work on your liver. Here, Mr. Diamond. I only wish my brother could see you.
When I came to, I was curled up around a round metal object I couldn't see, and I felt as if I was smothered in a mountain of cotton, and getting out of it was like trying to shovel sand with a pitchfork. I finally managed to move and wished I hadn't, for a company of Bengal Lancers began target practice on my side. So I quit trying and lay still for a long moment. Then a voice came fizzing through the cotton at me.
Hey, mister, are you alive?
Not if I'm not. You're an angel, and this is a harp.
Well, I'm sure no angel. And that's the garbage can. So I guess you're not dead.
Matter for debate, Jeannie. Oh, help me up, will you?
Sure. Here. There. Can you stand?
Practically anything after this. Ooh.
Hey, you're hurt pretty bad. Come on, lean on me. My place isn't far. I'll take you there so you can lie down.
Best offer I've had today. Lead on, Angel.
There. Now, how do you feel?
I never use language like that in front of a lady.
Oh, I'm no lady. I'm a waitress at Pietro's. I heard the noise in the back room. When you didn't come out, I took a look.
Ooh.
Gee, does your head hurt, baby?
Like all my relatives who are inside digging for gold. With luck, I can open my eyes and they won't fall out.
You know, we might have had a lot of fun together if you weren't all banged up like this.
I'll take that remark up with you later, honey. I'm not usually the kind of guy who runs out on pretty girls, but I only wanted to get my hands on the gonif who tried to kick my brains out. So I took Jean's number, filed it under, for later investigation, and stumbled out into the street. My head was clearing, but it was as slow about it as a dummy doing a striptease. Maybe that's why I didn't notice when I came out of the house that I had two guys for company.
Hello, Diamond.
Huh?
When Pietro told me Jane had run out, I thought I might find you here. She always goes for guys like you.
Well, she has taste. I'm glad you came around. I have a few things I want to discuss with you and Joe here.
Hold it, Chamas, or I'll show you how easy it is to get rid of your troubles.
Now, that's a pretty little gun. Aren't you stepping out of character, Vince? You're supposed to be a smart one.
You're getting on my nerves.
Yeah? Well, put the gun away and I'll quiet you down a little.
You want me to mess him up again, Vince?
And what's with you? Come to do your job over again?
I may at that.
Yeah? Well, you got 32 teeth, Sonny. Want to try for none?
Why, you...
I got some questions I'd still like to have answered. Why was I picked as pigeon? Why me?
You're getting a little too smart, Diamond. Now, listen. I know you got wise to Burton, so it figures that you still got the package. Now, I got no reasons to give you $10,000 worth of diamonds. I want them back.
Oh, dandy. I've got big news for you, Buster. You're not going to get them.
Don't make any mistakes, Diamond. I'll use this gun if I have to.
Go eat a tombstone.
Joe.
Yeah, how's your stomach ache?
Wait a minute, Joe. Now, Diamond, look, you can have a choice. You bring the rocks to me at Pietro's in an hour and we'll forget the whole thing. Or don't. And I'll send Joe with a few friends to call on you. And for the last time.
For a few sick minutes, I leaned against the wall, wondering if I wanted to live. One thing I was certain of was that Vince Mayer was never going to get those diamonds back. Or was he? An idea began to percolate in my head to the tune of an old rhyme about a goose and a gander. And I got inspired enough to sit up and forget my aching ribs. When it simmered into a full-scale boil, I grabbed a cab, went back to my office, and got the diamonds out of the milk bottle where I'd hidden them. Then I headed for the village fast. I was soon banging on a door there like a drummer playing Bob.
So I owe you money. Hold your horses. Well, if it ain't my cripple.
I got the bruises to prove it.
Come on in. Are you really recovered?
What? Oh, no, not that much, Angel.
Then?
I need some answers. What do you know about Vince and Joe?
Not too much. Enough to dislike him plenty. That Vince got me canned for leaving Pietro's to take care of you. That's why I'm back home. I know he's a smoothie, and I think he's a big-time jewel thief.
That much I know. How about Joe, the dog-faced boy?
Him, he's just a punk. I think his real name is Fanchi or Franchetti or some such thing.
Franchetti?
Yeah. I don't know why, but they call him Joe the Barber.
Oh, Joe the Barber.
Yeah. Isn't that silly?
If he cuts hair, it isn't. But I'll lay 8-1 this guy works on throats. Thanks, Angel. You've tied up my 3 points.
What are you talking about?
Your friend Vince Mayer lifted $50,000 in ice from the police commissioner last night, and his accomplice, Joe, gave the gardener a shave.
You mean murder?
On the button. The gardener's throat was sliced from life to death. And now, baby, look. How would you like to earn $100?
Sure. Is it legal?
Well, no.
I'll take it.
Now, where is he? Will you tell me where's Rick?
I know where I'd like him to be.
I'm worried, Otis. Seriously. Rick is in this thing up to his ears.
You mean he was in on that job?
Don't be stupid, Otis. Of course not. Rick's no crook. But he's mixed up in this case some way, and I'm worried. He should have called me by now.
Gee, hope he hasn't tangled with that razor guy.
I thought you hated Rick.
Oh, you know I was just talking.
I know. What a mess. Rick in danger, and I can't find him. The commissioner's spouting lava all over the city hall. Why the devil did it have to be the commissioner's house?
You know, it's kind of funny at that. The commissioner himself.
You knucklehead. For 2 cents, I'd... Maybe that's him. Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Walt, Rick.
Rick, where the devil you been?
Taking care of some arrangements.
Arrangements?
Never mind, just listen. I was picked as a pigeon, and some of those diamonds were planted on me this morning.
What?
I've traced your hoods. They're Vince Mayer and Joe the Barber Franchetti. Now, you come to Pietro's in half an hour, and you'll catch him with part of the diamonds on him.
Rick, what is this?
Well, Vince had it figured as a double-barrel gag, Walt. First on the cops by raiding the commissioner's house. Second, by dumping a few of the rocks in my lap and tipping the police so I'd take the rap.
But why you, Rick?
Well, Joe's name, Franchetti. You remember, I sent his brother Tony to Sing Sing a few years back.
Oh.
I knew he had a brother, but until now, Joe stayed out of Manhattan.
I get it. Okay, what's the play?
Well, I'm going to take the package back to Vince. Give it to him in Pietro's. The girlfriend will be raising so much fuss, no one will notice me. Then as Vince and Joe leave, you nail him with the diamonds. And no alibi for having him.
Right. You said half an hour?
In front of Pietro's.
Take a peek, Angel. Through the window. There's my party at the back table. Now, you know what to do.
Yeah. I keep yelling till you get back to me. Right?
As rain. I'll make it a good one.
I got good lungs.
Let's go in. Okay, over to the bar.
Luck, Rick.
There he is now, Joe. I told you he'd show up. Hello, Diamond. You got something for me?
That's right, Vince.
Okay, let's have it.
Hey, I didn't do nothing.
Hey, what's going on over there?
Stop, stupid dame. Yeah, do you want the package or not?
Oh, yeah, give it to me. Come on, Joe. Let's scram out of here before that dame brings the cops.
Yeah. That's an easy way of getting back the 10 grand, ain't it, Vince?
Shut up. Come on. Take it easy now.
Okay.
We're okay now. Let's split up.
Hold it, Vince.
What?
Let's have a look at the package.
The
cops!
Levinson, what are you doing?
The package, Vince.
Hey, what are we going to do?
Shut up. You, got a warrant, of course?
Of course. Otis, take the package.
Yellowton.
You can't arrest me. I don't even know what's in that package. It was given to me by a friend.
Now, don't use the term so loosely, Vince. Why, Walt, what are you doing here?
Hello, Rick. I've captured a criminal.
No.
Yes, and he was carrying a package of his loot.
Why, I bet it's part of that diamond robbery.
What is all this? Diamond, you just planted that package on me.
Me? Why, stranger, you're telling a fib. You just know that's downright immoral or something.
This is ridiculous. Lieutenant, he gave me those diamonds in Pietro's not 5 minutes ago. I didn't lift them from the commissioner.
Didn't you, Vince? Why, then I must have made a mistake. You can prove your story, of course.
Sure I can. Bartender saw Diamond slip me the package.
Oh, now, Vince, you think that bartender was going to be watching you when a lovely girl is practically tearing up the joint?
Boss, the dame yelling. She was a plant.
Yeah, but this is a frame-up. Diamond, you can't get away with this.
Please, don't talk to me. I never associate with common criminals.
A frame. You dirty double-crossing copper.
Look out, Rick. He's got a razor.
Oh, my arm.
Now, don't cry, Joe. This is for you.
Ooh. Wow. What a punch you got, Shamus.
Well, that does it. Come on, Vince. Otis, load that killer into the car and pick up that razor.
Yellowton.
Want a lift, Rick?
No, thanks, Walt. I'm going to go home freshen up.
Yeah, you look like you could use it.
I left Walt and headed for my apartment, where I grabbed a stomach full of vitamins and planted myself under the hot shower. It felt so good I fell asleep. And if Walt hadn't phoned, I'd have probably become the only man in history to drown in the shower. Walt shocked me wide awake with the news that he was holding a $1,000 reward for me. I gave him my nicest thank you and made a mental note to drop by and give half of it to Jean to make up for her losing her job. Around about 8 o'clock, after I'd taken care of dividing the reward, I steered for 975 Park Avenue, made it with no trouble, and rang the bell to Helen's apartment.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Diamond. Miss Asher's expecting you, sir. She's in the library.
Thank you, Francis. How's your health?
My health, sir, is very good, thank you.
Well, now, this may come as a shock. But, Francis, about the money I owe you.
Oh, don't fret about it, sir. We'll tell.
I'm going to pay you what I owe you.
You're going to? Oh, dear. Perhaps I better sit down. Oh, my word.
Now, there, Francis.
Rick, darling, is that you?
It ain't Tom Swift, baby.
Come on in the library.
Well, okay. But it'll do you no good, my dove. I'm a cripple, a battle-torn veteran.
I don't want your muscles, Rick. I'm blue, and I want you to sing to me.
Oh, Helen, baby, I don't want to sing. I want
Rick, I'm blue. I need cheering up. Now be nice and sing.
Well, okay, honey. How's this, huh? I can see, no matter how near you'll be, you'll never belong to me. But I can dream, can't I? Can't I pretend that I'm locked in the bed of your embrace? For dreams are just like wine, and I am drunk with mine. I'm aware my heart is a sad affair. There's much disillusion there, but I can dream, can't I? Can't I adore you? Although we are oceans apart,
I can't make you open your heart, but I can dream, can't I?
Now there. Still feeling blue, baby?
Oh, Ricky, come here.
Here I am. Oh, now I'm contented. You in my arms, my bills paid off, and my bills... Oh, for Pete's sake, I forgot Francis.
Francis? What are you talking about?
Come with me. I'll show you. Now, there he is. Francis, you all right?
Oh, yes, sir. I think so, sir.
Rick, will you tell me what's going on in my own home?
Well, honey, I paid Francis off, and the shock of having to give back my gun and badge undid him.
Oh, well, are you feeling better, Francis?
Not very much, Miss Asher. It's that badge and license.
Will you miss him that much, Francis?
Well, sir, to be very honest, there's a waitress in a tea shop down the street with whom I've been, if you'll pardon the expression, having a fling.
Francis, you?
Oh, that's not the worst, Miss Asher. I'm afraid I've been a bit of a fraud with her as well. In fact, with several of the waitresses there.
Now, wait. Where does my badge and license enter into it? Did you hock them for crumpets?
Oh, much worse, Mr. Diamond. You see, to all the waitresses of Miss Tuppingham's tea shop, I am Richard Diamond, private detective.
Oh,
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Gene Tatum, William Conrad, Tal Avery, and Bob Carroll. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's story was written by Herb Purdom and edited and directed by Blake Edwards. See the Richard Diamond picture story in the December issue of Movie Stars Parade. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Listen tonight to NBC for a star lineup of entertainment. Every Saturday on NBC, you can hear such stellar programs as Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, Grand Ole Opry, and songs by Morton Downey. There's always a program of interest on NBC, so keep tuned here. Shortcut to Death with Fred McMurray is next on NBC.
Conquer the world of WordPress at G3PL.com. We're your ultimate destination for WordPress support and training. Need help with a specific project? Facing a tricky plugin or theme issue? We've got your back. We will troubleshoot, customize, and fine-tune your site to perfection. So, why wait? Take the leap into WordPress greatness. Contact us today at WP@G3PL.com or give us a call at 615-420-2040. G3PL.com. Your WordPress success starts here.
Shadow knows.
Again, Blue Coal Dealers present radio's strangest adventurer, The Shadow, mystery man who strikes terror into the very hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Today, Blue Coal brings you The Shadow's latest adventure, The White Legion. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, our last adventure with the Shadow for this season will begin. In the meantime, let's give a thought to the special heating problems of the spring season. Springtime means warm days, cool days, showers, and uneven temperatures that bring colds and sniffles. So guard against uncertain weather. Burn blue coal in your heating plant, for blue coal protects against varying temperatures. Its harmless blue color is your guarantee of steadier, more dependable heat at less cost. So when you're buying fuel, insist on blue coal. Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. Order a trial ton from your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. And listen for the Shadow's important message at the end of the program.
Smith, will you bring me those papers?
Yes, Mr. Devons.
Which one of you is William Devons?
Right here. What can I do for you?
We want you, Devons. To
Huh?
Drop that ledger and get your hat. I've got you all covered. Stand up against the wall.
Oh, they've got masks on.
Let go of me. What do you mean barging into my office?
Do as you're told. The White Legion wants you, Devons, and we go in wherever we have business. Move.
What are you?
Shut up.
Now, the rest of you stand back. We're the White Legion, and Mr. Devons is going to learn a lesson he'll never forget. Prisoner William Devons has confessed his part in a conspiracy against the sacred institutions of the White Legion. We give him to the All-High Commander.
Let the accused know his fate.
Have you anything to say, Devons?
I plead with you, don't kill me. I've got a wife and children.
Silence.
Ah, please, let me go.
Give him another taste of the whip. That's better. Now secure the prisoner and stand him over the trap door.
Don't.
Open the trap.
Well, glad to find you in, Margot, and up. How about a little shopping with me this morning?
I'd love it, Lamont. But isn't 10 o'clock a trifle early for you?
Not this morning, at any rate. I've already paid a call on Commissioner Weston on my way over. Poor man's up to his neck as usual.
What's the trouble now?
Well, he's got quite a few things on his mind, one of them being William Devons.
William Devons? Isn't he the chief of the Bureau of Markets?
He was. This morning, his body was found far out at sea, bound hand and foot, and apparently thrown from a ship.
Oh.
Peculiarly atrocious murder.
Good heavens, Lamont. Any clues?
So far, none. Another thing bothering the commissioner is the matter of this White Legion.
The White Legion?
It's a band of men calling themselves Avengers of Injustice, who are taking the law into their own hands, terrorizing, assaulting, and abducting, often in broad daylight and in the most unexpected places.
Well, that's strange. I haven't seen anything about it in the papers.
So far, it's been kept out of the papers, but in spite of that, enough has gotten out so a demand is being made of Weston that something be done immediately.
Poor Commissioner Weston. He seems to have his hands full.
And on top of all that, young Alton Parker's life has been threatened. He's the assistant district attorney, you know.
His life threatened? Why?
Well, Parker's prosecuting a case against Red Collins, the gangster accused of killing Boss Houseman a couple of months ago. The trial comes up this week. Oh, it's all sinister politics, I suppose. Weston seems to think the White Legion was mixed up in that, too.
Then the White Legion has some connection with politics?
It's possible. However, if we're going to start suspecting people, we could begin at the top of the City Hall crowd and go to the bottom. It's Weston's problem, not ours. Want to go shopping with me?
Why not? What are we going for?
Oh, a little exercise and a few shirts. Come along.
Linens and embroidery, the next aisle over, madam.
Look, darling, don't you think this airplane luggage is just the thing for our trip south?
Oh, it's nice, dear. But I can't seem to enthuse about this trip somehow, Alton. We've planned so many times before, and now this latest development. Oh, I'm terribly worried, dear.
Oh, now, please, Helen. District attorneys are always getting threatening letters. They don't mean a thing.
Yes, but...
And Mr. Lawrence promised just as soon as this Red Collins case is finished, I can pack up and go. We start trial tomorrow. Can't last more than a week.
I know. I'm sorry to be so violent, but... Alton!
What's the matter, dear?
Those two men I saw when we came in the store, they're coming this way.
Now, Helen, please don't
All
let your
right, Parker,
imagination...
there's a gun in my pocket. Shut up and come with us.
You keep your mouth shut, Mrs. Parker, and stand right here.
What are you trying to do?
The White Legion wants to ask you some questions, Parker.
Is that so? Well, take this.
Stop it! All right, stand back, the lot of you. This is an arrest.
Drag him out, Keek. Get back there. We're off.
He arrested somebody. Must be his wife. Think he's fainted. Look out, there's me. Will you please clear the aisle, please? Keep the aisle clear, please. They put that guy in a car and drove off with him. The cop at the corner went after him. Will somebody please look after her? I'd better phone the police.
Yes, I'll take care of her.
Is she all right, Margot?
I think so, Lamont. Just fainted.
I beg your pardon. This must be her husband's briefcase. Papers. Cut it all over. I'll pick him up.
Here, let me help you.
Alton! Oh, my husband! Save him!
There now.
Save him!
They've notified the police. Who is your husband?
He's the assistant district attorney. Alton Parker.
Alton Parker?
Those men who took them away. They're from the White Legion. I heard them say it. Oh, please do something.
Will you come to the first aid room, madam? They're sending over detectives.
Oh, yes. Please, I feel so weak.
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Parker. I'm Hardney Clays, owner and publisher of the Globe. Is this your husband's briefcase?
Yes.
Well,
Yes,
I'll
it
be
is.
very glad to deliver it to the district attorney's office if you say so. There may be valuable papers, you know.
Oh, yes, if you will, please. Thank you, Mr. Clay.
Now, if you come right this way, please, Mrs. Parker.
Thanks.
Excuse me, Mr. Clays.
Oh, who are you?
My name is Mark Hudson.
Oh, well, what do you make of this?
If what she says is true, it's more of the White Legion's handiwork.
Oh, you think so?
I understand they were mixed up in the murder of Boss Houseman.
Oh, that's pure hearsay. There was no real evidence.
Still, Red Collins is going to trial for shooting Boss Houseman, and Alton Parker is slated to prosecute. It all hangs together, doesn't it?
Well, I suppose so. Anyway, I intend to take this matter up editorially in my paper this very afternoon. The Globe has kept away from the White Legion up to now. So much politics mixed up in it, you know.
Yes, I know.
Yes, but this is terrible. I'll see what Commissioner Weston is doing about it. Well, I must go along now. Oh, wait, let me see. Is that paper on the floor out of this briefcase?
Yes? No. It's been nothing but a sales folder. Special today. White goods sale.
Oh, yes, I see. Well, I'll get this briefcase down to the district attorney's office. Glad to have met you, sir.
Very glad to have met you, Mr. Clays. Oh, there you are, Margot. Sure right now?
Yes, but suffering from shock, poor woman. Oh, this is an outrage, Lamont. You ought to do something. The Shadow ought to do something.
I imagine you're right.
Where did you get those papers?
I think they fell out of Alton Parker's briefcase, and they're rather important, I believe. You see the title on them?
Yes.
Evidence, The State versus Red Collins.
But why are you... Oh, I'm beginning to see.
Yes. The Shadow is doing something about the White Legion, Margot. What's more, I expect to have a very busy afternoon.
The message from the commander, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got it, Mr. Clays. S-U-N-M-A-R-2011. There you are, sir. I'll put it on your desk.
Thank you. Oh, see who that is at the door.
Yes, sir. Telegram for you, Mr. Clays.
Telegram? What can this mean? Oh, yes. Congratulations on your splendid editorial in this afternoon's Globe. It was almost convincing.
What?
Signed, The Shadow.
What? The Shadow?
Stop trembling, you fool.
But if the Shadow is after us...
We'll take care of the Shadow just as we take care of the rest of them. He can't bluff me.
Wait. The door's opening.
Pardon the intrusion, Mr. Clays.
Who is that? Who speaks?
I am the one they call the Shadow.
He's here. In this room.
I've heard of you and your tricks, Shadow. Where are you?
Here. In the shadows. But don't be alarmed because you can't see me. I've only come for a short visit, Mr. Clays.
Why honor me with your presence?
As a newspaper editor, I thought you might like to hear the news.
What news?
The White Legion is about to be exposed.
The White Legion? Exposed?
I presume you'll want to run an extra on that.
Why, yes, of course. I'm sure I'll be very pleased. Fair-minded citizens of this city and state can force an expose of that organization.
You sound like your own editorials, Mr. Clays.
If you're insinuating that I have some connection with the White Legion, you're very much mistaken.
I never insinuate, Mr. Clays. I simply wanted to keep you posted. The next time you hear my voice, Clays, be ready to run your extras. It will be the signal that the White Legion is doomed.
Before the Shadow continues its adventure, I want to give you a message from blue coal dealers throughout the country. As announced earlier, this is the final Shadow broadcast of the winter series. Blue coal dealers take this opportunity to express their great appreciation for the many letters they have received praising these broadcasts. They are also deeply grateful to New England families who have favored blue coal with a volume of business which has created a sensation in the fuel industry in New England this winter. We are, of course, happy that so many families have learned through experience that blue coal, an American product, is Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. It is the best quality fuel that can be used. For not only is blue coal safe, clean, and convenient, it is economical, too. The Glen Alden Coal Company, who mine blue coal, have prepared it especially for home use. No wonder blue coal sales in New England have increased more than 28% this winter compared to the same period a year ago. You may be sure that the high standards of quality which have been responsible for this increase in business will be maintained at all times. So take a tip from blue coal families, and for better, more economical heat, switch to blue coal tomorrow. Ask for it by name. Order a trial ton from your nearest blue coal dealer. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Let me see those notes, Margot.
What makes you think Hot Nick Clays is mixed up with this White Legion, Lamont?
A little deductive reasoning, Margot. I've noticed that since this White Legion stuff is broken in the papers, Clay's paper, the Globe, has been deliberately playing it down. Clay's editorial policy seems to be that the atrocities of the White Legion have been greatly exaggerated.
It does sound peculiar.
Exactly. Clay seemed rather confused when I appeared to him this afternoon as the shadow. Let me clean up matters.
What have you got there?
It's a copy I made of a memorandum that was on Clay's desk.
Let's see. Oh, what in the world does it mean, these two words? Convocation Water Chapel. Then this string of letters and numbers. SUNMAR 2011. Doesn't make sense.
Yes, it does. SUN is Sunday. MAR is March.
Yes.
And then 20 and 11, Convocation Water Chapel, Sunday, March 20th at 11.
But that's today.
Yes, probably at 11 tonight. And I have an idea that the Water Chapel is the place where they're holding Alton Parker prisoner. We're going to find out. Bring the car and meet me in the block next to Clay's house at 8 o'clock, Margot.
Yes.
If Clay's is going to that meeting, we'll follow him. Slow down, Margot. You want to get too close to Hartley Clay's car.
This fog rolling in. We'll be lucky if we don't lose them entirely. Can you see their car through the field glasses, Lamont?
Yes, it's turned down that side road toward the bay. There's a small shack on the edge of the water. Fog's getting heavier. Makes it hard to see.
That shack must be the place they call the Water Chapel.
Yes. Apparently right on the edge of the channel. It goes out to sea.
Oh.
Let's stop here, Margot. Let's get out.
All right, Lamont. There's a small inlet here.
Yes.
We can see better now.
That fog doesn't get any thicker. The motorboat tied up the wharf. 3 cars parked nearby. Wait. Clays and the man with him are getting out. They're going toward the shack.
I don't see any light in the place.
Someone's opening the door. Yes, there's a figure dressed in a long white robe and a mask with a white cap on his head.
Oh.
They've gone inside. Getting so thick I can't see the place any longer.
What are you going to do now?
Somehow I've got to get out there. And I'd just as soon not go by the front door.
Oh, look, Lamont. This old rowboat lying in the inlet.
Good idea, Margaret. There seems to be only one oar, but you can paddle with that. The inlet apparently leads down into the channel.
Oh, Lamont, please be careful. There's a terrible current rushing out to sea, and in that fog you won't be able to see anything.
Oh, I'll be all right, but if you don't hear from me by 6 o'clock in the morning, get in touch with Commissioner Weston. Give him the location of this place and warn him to bring a few men with him.
Yes.
If I get what I expect, I won't need him.
What do you expect to get?
Enough evidence to wipe out the White Legion from top to bottom.
All right, Parker, get yourself ready to meet the judgment of the White Legion.
What judgment?
The judgment of death. I'll be back for you in a minute. Judgment of death.
Alton Parker.
Who's that?
Quiet. I am the Shadow. I've come to help you.
Shadow?
Keep your chin up and do what they tell you. You'll see this through.
Step out, Parker, and follow me.
This meeting of the comrades of the White Legion will come to order. First offender, present the accused.
The accused stands before you, all High Commander.
First recorder. The prisoner, Alton Parker, having committed acts against the order of the White Legion, acts that we consider detrimental to the good of our city, we have signed his order of punishment. With the consent of the comrades, we give him into your hands.
Let the accused know his fate.
Alton Parker, have you anything to say?
Yes, I have. I was to have prosecuted a murderer tomorrow, a man known as Red Collins, who by your help and instigation killed Al Hausman, your political rival. It's common knowledge that this White Legion of yours sides with the party in power at City Hall. And all your sanctimonious chatter about the good of our city doesn't fool anybody. Prosecuting criminals is my job. And if that prosecution endangers the lives and reputations of one political clique or another, it's no concern of mine.
Cut it short, Parker. You have 1 more minute.
I know why you're getting rid of me. Because your White Legion is mixed up in the worst scandal this state has ever known. And I know what that scandal is. If you, with your robes and masks, knew what that scandal is, you wouldn't be members of this gang. You'd ask your leaders what kind of money-grafting racket they're running. Ask him, the one that sits there on his mock throne.
Who tore off my mask? You fool! Get back! Here it is, Commander. The strap broke. I thought someone teared it. Come to order, men! Hand the accused over the strap. You are sentenced to die, Alton Parker.
You'll pay for this, all of you. There's a power beyond your reach that'll make you pay.
If you mean the shadow, when the time comes, we'll deal with the shadow in a way he won't forget. Silence! Stand ready at the trap. Give me that rope. I want to dispose of Mr. Parker myself. Ready?
Trap ready.
Good. In another half hour, Alton Parker's body will be far at sea. The vengeance of the White Legion is now completed. We've called the Shadow's bluff.
Mr. Weston speaking.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Oh, it's you, Shadow.
This morning they're bringing Red Collins to trial for the murder of Boss Houseman.
You think I don't know
Please,
about...
Commissioner, this is urgent. The trial starts. Have a man stationed at each entrance to the courtroom. Don't let anyone in or out without your authority. And wait yourself by the main entrance. I think you have a surprise.
What's the idea? I'll do it if you tell me what...
I can't tell you anything more now, Commissioner, except this. If you don't do it, you'll regret it the rest of your life.
Well, I don't know what you're planning, but it better be good.
Oh, it'll be good, Commissioner. I'll promise you that. It'll be good.
Order in the court. Your Honor, I request that this man who calls himself Red Collins be reprimanded for his insults to me, the district attorney.
Proceed with the case, please.
Very well. Collins, who paid you to murder Boss Houseman? Defense object, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. Perhaps you'll answer this question, Collins. Were you ever a member of the White Legion?
I was not. I told you that once before already.
Defense requests that the prosecutor stick to the case in hand. The murder of Al Hausman.
The case in hand, as the defense and everybody else knows, goes far beyond the prosecution of this gangster.
Why, that's...
Order. I intend to prove, Your Honor, that this man Collins killed Al Hausman. That Collins acted under the instructions of the notorious gang known as the White Legion. The same gang who caused the mysterious disappearance of my able assistant, Mr. Alton Parker.
Confine yourself to the case at hand. The district attorney seems to have some trouble doing that.
Yeah. Look at this note, Collins. You deny sending that to Houseman the day before he was killed?
Sure. I wrote the letter and sent it to him. I told you that once already, too.
Why? Why did you write him such a threatening letter?
To scare him into paying me the money he owed me. That's why. I told you that once, too.
Mr. Collins is lying.
Hey, who's that?
He can neither read nor write.
Who is speaking? I demand that he identify himself.
Is there someone in this courtroom who wishes to be sworn as a witness? Where are you? Who are you?
I am the Shadow, Judge Roscoe. I have some unsworn testimony that may interest you. The men who paid Red Collins to commit murder are in this room. They are the leaders of the White Legion. They have secretly milked the city treasury of over $10 million in the past 3 years. Their hands are red with blood.
I protest at this ridiculous procedure.
One of those men is sitting here in this courtroom. His name has been honored in the past. But he is a murderer.
Silence, I tell you.
Who is it? Tell us who it is.
His name is Hartney Clays.
Hartney Clays.
A sanctimonious crusading editor who used his influence and position to learn the movements of the law and keep suspicion away from himself.
If there is any further disturbance, I will order the courtroom clear. Judge Roscoe, I insist this part be concluded. If this Shadow accuses me, let him present evidence.
The evidence is ready.
Order. You are making a farce of this court of justice, whoever you are. If you don't stop, I will suspend the hearing. Let the Shadow talk.
I have talked enough. I now call your attention to the young man who was just entering the door with Commissioner Weston.
Nelson Parker. It's Parker, the assistant district attorney that disappeared. I demand the suspension of this trial.
No. This trial won't be suspended until I present the evidence for conviction. You couldn't find that evidence, could you, Mr. Clays? It wasn't in my briefcase. Killing me wouldn't have destroyed it, because it's right here. After I was kidnapped in the store, these papers were sent to Commissioner Weston. Enough evidence to send Red Collins to the electric chair. To put an end forever to this murdering gang of hypocrites who call themselves the White Legion. I order the arrest of Hartney Clays. Commissioner Weston.
Right here, Mr. Parker. Stick out your hands, Clay.
You realize what you're doing?
Yes, I'm slipping a pair of handcuffs on you, mister. You'll be locked up and charged with the murder of William Devons, among others.
Go to it, Parker. Run out the rat. Get him out.
I relinquish the bench. Just a moment, sir. Now I move a suspension for the presentment of new charges to the grand jury. Those charges will show that the city funds have been tampered with. They will name the 6 leaders of the White Legion, including its all-high commander, the brains and moving force of its murderous atrocities, the man who sits on the bench at this moment, Judge Matthew Roscoe.
Here we are, all of you. The doors are guarded. Sergeant, have your man place Judge Roscoe under arrest, and all 4 men at the defense table.
Right. Quiet, please. Quiet. Quiet. There's one thing more. I want to pay this public tribute to the one who, more than any other, is responsible for this triumph of justice. The one who calls himself the Shadow.
My fellow citizens, I thank you. Let me remain a voice that wakes the guilty conscience, brings terror to the wrongdoer, and comfort to the oppressed. Know me only as the Shadow.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert. But before we hear Mr. Barclay, we want to remind you that at the close of the program, the Shadow himself has an interesting message for you. Be sure to listen. And now, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken. Now a word about heating hot water this summer. Many listeners have had the experience of preparing to take a shower only to discover the hot water supply has been exhausted. Now, this condition should not exist in any home. There can always be an unlimited supply of hot water when you heat it with the efficient and up-to-date hot water tank heaters that manufacturers are turning out today. These heaters are still known in many communities as bucket-a-day or pot stoves. Their cost is trifling, even when installed with automatic draft regulators, which make their operation semi-automatic. They guarantee a generous supply of really hot water at a cost of about 1/3 present gas bill. I suggest that you ask your blue coal dealer about this hot water heating equipment. He'll be very glad to quote a price on the size best suited to your requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, that interesting message we promised you. The part of Lamont Cranston and the Shadow has been played by one of the most distinguished figures in the theater today, Mr. Orson Welles, famous for his production of Shakespeare in Modern Dress, a director of the Mercury Theater, producer of Broadway hits like Julius Caesar and The Shoemaker's Holiday. Mr. Welles, still a very young man, is making for himself a unique place in the field of dramatic art. We have been indeed fortunate in having Mr. Welles on our Shadow program. Now, I know all of you would like to hear a few words from Mr. Welles.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Words can hardly express my great enjoyment in doing this program for you. And now, before I leave you, I want to thank our sponsors, Blue Coal, for giving me the opportunity of doing this show. I want to thank our cast for the wonderful work they've done throughout our entire season. Above all, I want to thank you, our listeners, for your loyalty. We all hope you've enjoyed listening to the shows as much as we have playing them. You know, in the theater, we can see our audience, and we're able to tell how well we're received by the applause we get. But unfortunately, we have no way of knowing how much you've enjoyed us over the air.
Wait, Orson, may I make a suggestion?
Oh, certainly, Agnes Moorehead, or should I say Margot Lane.
There is a way. If you've enjoyed this program and would like to let Mr. Welles and all of us know about it, simply phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer and tell him so tomorrow morning. Tell him how much you've enjoyed the adventures of the Shadow.
A very fine idea, Agnes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, good night and goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Welles. And let's all take Agnes Moorehead's suggestion and give the cast the volume of applause they deserve. Phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow morning. Tell him how much you've enjoyed the adventures of the Shadow, and that you'd like the Shadow programs to resume again in the fall. You have just heard a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the persons named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
As you sow evil, so shall you reap evil. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Conquer the world of WordPress at G3PL.com. We're your ultimate destination for WordPress support and training. Need help with a specific project? Facing a tricky plugin or theme issue? We've got your back. We will troubleshoot, customize, and fine-tune your site to perfection. So, why wait? Take the leap into WordPress greatness. Contact us today at WP@G3PL.com or give us a call at 615-420-2040. G3PL.com. Your WordPress success starts here.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Marcia. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm going to be entertained by some comic. And when this boy makes with the gags, he really slays them. This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Practical Joker. Before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you about 9 of the handiest little menu helpers you ever had in your kitchen. They're the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads, and they really are handy for making snacks and sandwiches, salad toppings, and appetizers. All of the Kraft cheese spreads, the mild-tasting ones and the sharp-tasting ones, too, are delicious. And they're all the very finest quality because they're made by Kraft. So tomorrow, get several of the 9 famous cheese spreads made by Kraft. And now, the case of the practical choker. It is Sunday afternoon in New York, and in a parked car outside the Club 91, a bad actor named Chuck Morgan and a blonde named Linda Stewart are rehearsing a new comedy routine. And although Mr. Morgan's ideas of humor may be overdeveloped, still he obviously believes this act should kill his customer.
Now, you understand what you're supposed to do, Linda.
I'm not too sure, Mr. Morgan.
What's the matter with you anyway? Your agent told me you were a hep dame.
Look, Mr. Morgan, I don't need a job that badly.
All right, I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean that. You see, I want to play a joke on this guy, and I want to make sure that it goes off the schedule.
Well, the more I hear this joke, the less I like it.
I told you there's nothing to worry about. This fellow's a good friend of mine.
And why do something as silly as this?
Just to settle a bet. Now, he thinks he's a great little guy with the ladies, and I bet him $50 he was wrong.
But you promised me $100 for this job. How can you come out ahead?
You don't understand, Linda. It's not the money, it's the principle of this thing. I just want to make a sucker out of Davis.
Davis?
Yeah, his name is Red Davis. Now, he's a thin little guy with red hair and pop eyes. You won't have any trouble spotting him. He owns the joint, and he'll be in the corner booth.
But suppose your friend doesn't show any interest in me.
You haven't taken a good look at yourself in the mirror lately, have you? No, I'm not at all worried. Now, when Red sees you, he'll start baying at the moon.
But at the beginning, you want me to act insulted.
That's right. That's so he won't become suspicious. Then thaw out and let him buy you a couple of drinks.
And after that?
Well, he'll probably want to take you out for the evening, so you tell him that first you have to make a stop at your apartment.
I don't think I like that, Mr. Morgan.
What's there not to like? This is on the up and up. When you get to your place, I'll be waiting for you.
And that's where you're going to tell Mr. Davis it's just a joke.
That's right. I can hardly wait to see Red when he learns it's a gag. I'll bet he'll practically die laughing.
Hey, where do you live anyway, Linda?
It's just the next floor, Mr. Davis.
Oh, cut it out. You promised you were going to call me Red.
I'm sorry. Red, do you know a man named...
Man named who?
Forget it.
You know, I don't get you, Linda. When I first saw you in the club, I immediately said to myself, now there's a dame with class. I was surprised when you gave me a tumble.
Well, I don't often do things like that.
It was an impulse, huh?
Yeah.
I understand. I get them all the time. Where do we go now?
It's this apartment here.
Oh, here. Let me help you.
It's all right. I can manage. Come in.
Thanks. Hey, nice layout you got here, Linda. I think I'm going to like this.
I wouldn't bet on that, Red.
Morgan.
Oh, then you do know each other.
You dirty little double-crosser.
But he told me it was a joke.
The joke's over now, honey. You can beat it.
Now, see here, Mr. Morgan.
I said beat it.
Oh, I don't
If you're a smart girl, you'll keep your trap closed. Now, go on.
Listen, Morgan.
Shut up. I don't want any conversation from you, Red. I just want my dough.
What dough?
Don't play dumb. The $60,000 you owe me on the Robinson fight.
Oh, that.
What'd you think I was talking about?
Well, you see, I'm kind of low, Chuck. I've been running in tough luck lately.
From now on, it's going to get worse. You know, all the boys are laughing at me for letting you hang me up. A man in my position can't afford that. It might give other people ideas.
Look, Morgan, suppose I pay you a little at a time, huh?
What do you call a little?
Well, I could give you $10,000 now and the balance
Keep
next...
your hands up.
I was just reaching for my wallet.
You got that dough on you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's have it.
Sure. I was going to give it to you all the time. All right, Morgan. Put him up.
Put away that gun, Davis.
Act your age. Well, Mr. Morgan, who's the joke on now?
I guess it's me.
And you're not kidding.
That's okay, Red. I'll see you again. And I'll lay you odds next time you won't be this lucky.
Mr. Lyons, because you'll enjoy it. After Chuck Morgan goes to all that trouble,
Red pulls the gun and leaves Chuck with his tongue hanging out.
Well, that's very amusing, Hudson. What happened after that?
Oh, Morgan started looking for him again.
And what do you think will happen if he finds him this time?
The same thing.
You don't believe Morgan will kill him?
No, Morgan's all talk.
You think so?
I know so. I wouldn't last this long as a private dick if I wasn't a good judge of character, huh? Now, take it from me, nothing's going to happen to Red.
Well, that's too bad, Hudson. It would be worth a lot of money to me if something did.
Huh? How much is a lot of money?
Well, what's the difference? You're not interested.
Try me.
$2,500.
You're right. At that price, I'm not interested.
Well, it isn't worth more. Everybody knows that Morgan has threatened Davis. So you run absolutely no risk.
What have you got against Red anyway?
Well, that's none of your business. Either you want the job or you don't.
Well, as long as you put it in that basis, Mr. Lyons, let me think it over.
Good evening.
Oh, Victor, this is Red.
Oh, yes, Mr. Davis.
I'm in a booth at the corner of Madison and 46. Anybody been around the joint asking for me?
Several gentlemen.
What'd you tell them?
That I had not heard from you all day.
Good. Norma there?
Who?
My wife, stupid.
No. Mrs. Davis has not been in all evening.
Well, when she gets there... cut that out.
What's the trouble?
Some character's in a hurry to use the phone. Hold it a second, Victor, till I take care of this pest. Now, listen, you. How would you like a good... Oh, punch. Punch.
That you, Waring?
What the...
Shut the door.
Listen, Morgan.
Shut it. Just keep your hands right where they are.
What are you doing here, Chuck? Red Davis was knocked off a couple of hours ago. That still doesn't answer my question. I don't see why not. One, the cops think I did it. Two, you can prove I didn't. Now, does it add up? Not to my liking. You better get somebody else. Listen, Waring, maybe I haven't handled this right, but I didn't kill Red. Why don't you tell that to the police? You don't think for a minute they believe me? Suppose I told you I don't either. Now, look, Mike, I know you don't like me, but give me credit for a little intelligence. If I was going to knock off Davis, would I shoot my mouth off all over town? So? So I tell you I didn't kill him. Then who did? I got no idea. Okay, Morgan. I'll see what I can do for you. But first, I want you to surrender to the cops. Oh, no. All right, then it's no deal. Now, wait a minute, Mike. I'll make you a proposition. No, I'm not interested. For Pete's sake, give me a chance, will you? I'm convinced that with any luck, you can clean this up in a couple of hours. If you haven't by then, I'll give myself up. What'll you do in the meantime? I'll stay right here. What's to prevent me from walking out and calling the police? Nothing. Oh, you just trust me, huh? I don't have any other choice. What do you say, Mike? Well, this is against my better judgment, Morgan. But you got yourself a boy.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. This time of year, especially, everybody longs for something just a little bit different to pep up tired winter menus. So this idea for a tempting salad may be just what you want. It's an easy salad to make. You just take a good-sized green pepper, scoop out the center, and stuff the pepper with Kraft's delicious olive pimento cheese spread. Then chill, slice into pinwheels, and serve each slice on a crispy lettuce leaf. Mmm. Oh, what wonderful eating. Kraft Olive Pimento is an extra delicious cheese spread, filled with juicy bits of red pimentos and fine green olives. And like all 9 of the good-eating Kraft cheese spreads, it's a wholesome dairy food made from only the finest, purest ingredients. And smooth, it's smooth as satin. Spreads perfectly for sandwiches and snacks. Try Smokell and Kraft Cheese and Bacon Spread and all of the 9 Kraft cheese spreads. Look for them in gay, colorful, tulip-designed drinking glasses. Collect a whole set while you're enjoying these delicious spreads. You know, Kraft cheese spreads are so delicious, they're America's favorites. So be sure you get the cheese spreads made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Mike Waring agreed to go to work for Chuck Morgan. And now, as we find Mike, he's about to earn his fee.
Yes,
Mrs. Norma Davis?
that's right.
My name is Mike Waring. I'm sorry to bother you at a time like this, but I'd like to ask you some questions about your husband.
But I've told the police everything I know.
Well, I'm working on a different angle.
Come in.
Thank you.
What do you want to know?
Mrs. Davis, have you any ideas who might have killed Red?
Yes, Chuck Morgan.
I mean, besides Morgan.
No. Red didn't have an enemy in the world.
Now, you know that's not true, Mrs. Davis. Your husband wasn't exactly the most popular citizen in New York.
How dare you say that to me?
Well, I only...
I won't have you talk that way about him. I'm tired of these insinuations. How do you know what kind of man Paul was?
Well, I'm sorry.
You're sorry. Go on, get out.
Mrs. Davis, look, all
I don't want to hear any more about it. Now leave me alone.
Permit me to congratulate you, Mrs. Davis. That was a marvelous performance.
Why, thank you, Mr. Lyons. You think I convinced him I was a broken-hearted widow?
How could you help it when you practically convinced me? Come here, darling, and let me console you.
Just a second. Yeah? I'm looking for a guy named Larry Hudson.
Well, look no further, Mr. Morgan.
You, Hudson?
That's right.
One of my friends told me he wanted to see me.
He told you right.
Care for a drink? Yeah, I could stand one.
Help yourself. Bar's in the corner. Pour me one while you're at it. You're in a bad spot, Chuck.
You bring me up here to tell me that?
Yeah. Yeah, you see, I know who killed Red Davis.
What?
You heard me. Oh, that one mine?
Yeah.
Thanks. Say, how you fix the cash?
What do you mean?
Well, I got a lot of information to sell. It's going to the highest bidder.
You mean you can clear me?
I'm not doing any more talking until I see the color of your dough.
How do I know you got merchandise?
I'll give you a sample. Did you know that Davis's wife was two-timing him?
With whom?
Oh, no, that's all you get free. But you can use it kind of stuff, can't you?
Listen, Hudson, I want you to talk to Waring.
Oh?
Mike Waring, the Falcon. He's working for me.
Are you kidding?
No. Will you talk to him?
Sure. Providing I can make a buck.
I'll take care of you. I'm going back to Waring's apartment. I want you to call him there in about 15 minutes.
Well, I'll be sitting right here at the phone.
Tell him what you told me about Mrs. Davis.
Oh, no good. Get the dough up first.
Now, look, Hudson, I only got $1,000 on me. I'll give you another $4 the next time I see you.
Ah. Okay, Morgan. You got yourself a deal.
Morgan? Chuck! Hello, desk. This is Mr. Waring. There was a man waiting in my apartment. By any chance did you... Never mind. Come in.
Hello, Mike.
I'm just asking for you, Morgan. Where the devil have you been?
Out.
That tells me a lot. I thought you agreed to stay right here. I know, but I had to see somebody. Who? Suppose you tell me what you found out first. Well, not very much. Every lead I explored came back to you. Did you see Mrs. Davis? Just for a few minutes. What'd you think of her? She seemed all broken up over her husband's murder. She was kidding you. What makes you think so? Because I've been doing a little checking on my own. She's been holding hands with some guy who wasn't her husband. Where'd you get that from? Private dick named Larry Hudson. Oh, that lying thief. I don't care what he is, Mike. He's got the evidence to clear me. Who did he say killed Davis? He wouldn't tell me, but I made him promise to talk to you. We should be calling you any minute. Listen, Morgan, I wouldn't trust that guy on a stack of Bibles. What'd you give him? Give him? Yes, a guy like Hudson doesn't talk for free. How much you promise him? $5,000. Well, you better save your money. But I tell you, he can clear me. There, that's probably him now. Hello.
That's you, Waring?
That's right, Hudson.
I take it then you've talked to Morgan.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think?
What I think is unimportant. Morgan tells me you can clear him.
Sure. For a price.
Well, for my part, I'm not interested.
You got to talk to him, Mike.
I don't like it, Morgan.
Neither do I, but if this guy can save my
Well,
neck...
make up your minds, boys. They ain't got all week.
Okay, Hudson. We'll be over in an hour.
It's over here, Mike. Now, look, I want you to let me handle Hudson and keep your mouth shut. You're the doctor. What's keeping him? I don't know. Maybe he went out. I doubt it. How can you tell? Take a peek at that keyhole.
I can't see a thing.
Sure, because the key is still in the lock. That means Hudson's got to be in there. Hey, Hudson, open up! Hudson! All right, Morgan, give me a hand.
What are you going to do?
Break it down. Shouldn't take too much effort. Come on, let's go. All right, one more. Should do it. Hudson! Hudson! Where the devil is the light switch?
It ought to be somewhere around the door.
And watch yourself, Morgan. Wait till I strike a match. I got it. There we are.
Mike.
Yeah. Don't touch him.
Was he dead?
Either that or asleep. With that knife in him, what do you think? Hand me the phone. I got to call the cops.
This is a nice piece of work, Mike. A very nice piece of work. All right, Morgan, let's go.
Now, hold it, Corbett. He's not the reason I called you.
I know, but I'm not complaining.
I told you not to call him Mike.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think you're right, Morgan. For the same dime, I could have phoned someone with brains.
What kind of a crack is that?
Well, in case you hadn't noticed, Sergeant, that's a body in that chair.
It'll keep. But as long as you raise the point, why did you kill him, Morgan?
You crazy? I just got here with Waring.
Don't hand me that.
It's the truth, Corbett.
So you're going to be his alibi.
Yep. And you better listen to me unless you want to look like a jerk when we get to headquarters. Now, how long would you say Hudson was dead?
Yeah, not too long. Body's still warm. Could be anywhere from 15 minutes to 3/4 of an hour.
That lets Morgan out.
I don't see how.
Because he was with me every minute from the time I got Hudson's call to the time we broke down the door. And the whole business took at least an hour.
Your word's not good enough, Mike.
Okay, Sergeant. If you don't believe me, you can check with the switchboard at my place and the doorman downstairs. And if that's not enough, I'll dig up the hacky who drove us over.
That still doesn't mean Morgan couldn't have killed Red Davis.
Oh, now, come on. Use your head, Sergeant. You know both these murders were committed by the same party. Hudson knew who it was, and that's why he was killed.
I still say it was Morgan.
You're crazy. Hudson was going to clear me.
Keep quiet, Morgan. All right, Sergeant. I'll advise him to confess if you can show me one thing.
What?
How did he get in here? You can see the only door was locked from the inside.
So what? He could have used the window.
Yeah? We'll take a look.
There are bars on him.
That's right. And no one but a midget could fit through the opening.
Yeah, there must be another door.
Yeah, forget it. There wasn't.
And it was a physical impossibility for anyone to have killed Hudson.
Yet it was done.
How?
Well, I can't tell you. But maybe I can take you to the little lady who can. Shall we go?
Listen, Mike, if the DA ever finds out I let Morgan go, he'll have... Wait a minute.
Huh?
Isn't this where Red Davis lived?
That's right, Sergeant.
Well, you can't bother his wife now.
Why not?
Because her husband was just murdered.
Oh, well, she may surprise you with what she knows about it. Morgan told me that she was being romanced by some character.
Oh.
I don't know. And apparently neither did Red. If you ask me, Sergeant,
Yes?
Hello, Mrs. Davis. Remember me?
Not too pleasantly.
May we come in?
I'm sorry, Mr. Waring. I'm busy.
Oh, well, this gentleman would like to ask you a couple of questions.
This gentleman means nothing in my young life.
Well, now you never can tell. He's a sergeant in the New York Police Department's homicide division.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just that the house is in such a mess.
Well, we promise not to stare.
Who was it, Norma? Norma.
I think you're being paged, Angel.
It's nothing, Raymond.
Oh, for a moment, darling, I was... Oh.
Hello, Mr.
Lyons, Raymond Lyons.
Listen, Sergeant, I can explain everything.
Sure, but suppose we do it downtown.
Downtown?
Yes, it's customary, Mrs. Davis, when the police are questioning suspects.
But we did absolutely nothing.
Nothing but murder your husband and the man named Larry Hudson.
That's a lie.
You deny that you and Lyons were busy in the romance department behind your husband's back?
Yes.
And what's Lyons doing here now?
Well, he's just helping me.
Mm-hmm. Like he helped you murder Hudson?
No.
Now, just a moment, Waring. I thought this gentleman was the officer of the law.
You're right, Lyons, but if you think my questions are going to be less embarrassing, you're in for a bad shock. Larry Hudson was murdered at 10:45 tonight. Where were you at that time?
I was with Norma.
That's right.
Well, now, that's what I call a wonderful alibi, Sergeant.
Too bad there wasn't anyone else around to substantiate it.
Oh, but there was, Mr. Waring. A justice of the peace named Smith over in Jersey. I think he might recall us.
Why should he?
Because I gave him $100 to perform the marriage ceremony that made Norma here Mrs. Lyons. I guess he should remember that, don't you?
This is Ed Hurley again, friends, and I'd like to help you find out about the 9 most delicious cheese spreads you'd ever want to taste. They're the 9 famous cheese spreads made by Kraft. They're delightfully mild-tasting ones, such as Kraft Pineapple Cheese Spread, Kraft Olive Pimento, and Kraft Relish. And there are sharp-tasting ones, too, like Roca, Smokell, and Kraft Limburger Cheese Spread. All of them are mighty good to eat. And they're good for you to eat, too, because they're wholesome dairy foods made from only the finest ingredients. For quick, easy snacks and sandwiches, keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Norma Davis and Raymond Lyons punctured Mike's theory by coming up with an unbreakable alibi. And now as Mike drives home with Sergeant Corbett, he still refuses to accept the obvious.
Doesn't make sense, Corbett. I tell you, it doesn't make sense.
Hey, will you watch where you're driving?
Something screwy about that marriage.
You saw the license?
Well, doesn't it strike you as strange that within 12 hours after her husband is murdered, Mrs. Davis marries another man?
Of course it does. There's no law against it.
No, but an alibi like that must have a hole in it.
Yeah, you show me where. After you do that, show me how either Mrs. Davis or Lyons could have murdered Hudson. If it was a physical impossibility for Morgan to kill him, it applies to them, too.
Oh, hold everything.
What's the matter?
Oh, what a chump I've been.
Well, they say confession is good for the soul.
I tell you, I've got the answer to the whole thing, Sergeant.
That on the level?
Yes. I know now who killed Hudson. And with the help of Chuck Morgan, I'm going to prove it. Driving at, Mike. I don't know anything about Mrs. Davis except what I told you before. Well, how did you discover she was seeing Raymond Lyons? I didn't know it was Lyons. All Hudson told me was that it was some man. Mm-hmm. How well did you know Hudson? I met him for the first time today. He got in touch with one of my friends and said he wanted to see me. Well, that puts us right back where we started. Look, Mike, why don't we drop the whole business? Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Well, sure. The cops know now that I couldn't have killed Hudson. That's where you're wrong. You mean they still No, they don't. But I do. What are you babbling about? Morgan, I know how you managed it. Do you? Yes, it was pretty clever. I can't blame myself for not seeing it sooner. No wonder you insisted I go up and see Hudson. I'm still waiting to hear you explain how I killed him. Well, I'm saving that for the cops. Ah, don't kid yourself, Mike. You've done all the talking you're going to. All right, put away the gun, Morgan. You don't think I'd be sucker enough to come here alone? Funny, I don't see anyone around.
You're not looking in the right places.
What?
Get down, Mike. I'm warning you, Morgan. You better throw your gun in the middle of the room.
You want it, Sergeant? Come here.
Watch it, Mike. He may be acting.
With that hole in his forehead, Corbett, it doesn't call for much ability. I think you better phone the coroner. You can drop me over the corner, Sergeant. Well, it's been grand.
Hold it, Mike. Aren't you forgetting something? I've got a report to make.
Who's stopping you?
You are.
Oh. Well, you know that Morgan killed Red Davis.
Sure. I was the first one to say so.
You should have stuck to your guns.
Well, when you tossed in that razzle-dazzle about Hudson's murder, you threw me.
Yeah, well, don't feel too badly about it. I was right with you. Of course, I'm reconstructing now, but this is what must have happened. Lyons tried to hire Hudson to bump Red. Hudson said he'd think it over. When Red was killed, Hudson knew immediately that if he hadn't done it, Morgan must have.
I don't see how that follows. It could have been Lyons.
If Lyons were willing to do the job, why did he approach Hudson in the first place? No, it had to be Morgan. And when Hudson realized that, he tried to shake down Morgan. He even told Morgan that if the price were right, he might be induced to frame Red's wife. So Morgan played along with him and asked him to get in touch with me.
Now we're coming to the part I want to hear.
Well, when Chuck went to meet Hudson, first of many such... So he slipped a slow-acting drug into Hudson's drink.
Why didn't he kill him then and there and be done with it?
Because he needed an alibi, and I was it.
I don't get it.
He needed someone with him while he murdered Hudson.
What?
Sure. Remember you said it was a physical impossibility for anyone to get into that room and kill Hudson before Morgan and I broke down the door?
Yeah?
Well, there you hit the nail right on the head. It was a physical impossibility. So it means that Hudson was killed while I was in the room.
Let me get this straight. You mean while you were hunting for the light switch?
Morgan was hunting for a place to plant his knife.
Wasn't he taking quite a chance there?
Oh. Hudson was drugged, so he couldn't make an outcry. And the knife makes no noise at all.
Well, that'll learn you. The next time I say something, you'll listen. I told you Morgan was the killer all along.
Yeah, well, you'll have to forgive me. I've been hearing so many radio shows. I forgot it wasn't unconstitutional for a cop to be right. Let's hope this establishes some sort of a precedent. Huh? Good night, Sergeant. It's wonderful as a spread, delicious as a seasoning, superb as a flavor shortening. It's Parquet Margarine, that marvelous all-purpose margarine made by Kraft. Yes, millions prefer Parquet to any other spread, seasoning or shortening, for one big reason. It tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet in its new aluminum foil Flavor Saver wrap. Elsewhere, get the regular package or Color Quick bag. Get Parkay, Parquet Margarine made by Kraft. It tastes so good. The Case of the Gangster's Girl. The Case of the Gangster's Girl. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that somebody who starts out to be a stool pigeon is likely to end up being a dead pigeon. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Gene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Also heard on today's broadcast was Miss Ann Williams of New Orleans, Louisiana, who was chosen by this program from among the dramatic students of Sarah Lawrence College in Bronxville, New York. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Monty Woolley, Jack Haley, and Judy Holliday join the big show on NBC.
Conquer the world of WordPress at G3PL.com. We're your ultimate destination for WordPress support and training. Need help with a specific project? Facing a tricky plugin or theme issue? We've got your back. We will troubleshoot, customize, and fine-tune your site to perfection. So, why wait? Take the leap into WordPress greatness. Contact us today at WP@G3PL.com or give us a call at 615-420-2040. G3PL.com. Your WordPress success starts here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is smile. S-M-I-L-E.
Really? You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, a comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only... Groucho! That's me, Groucho Marx.
Let's not overdo it now. Well, here I am again with $2,500 for one of our couples tonight. All right, Fennerman, who's supposed to try for the $2,500?
Well, we invited a number of newlyweds to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. and Mrs. Heineman, and here they are. Oh. Folks, come over here and meet Groucho Marx.
I see. A couple of newlyweds, eh? Jolly Heineman, is that right?
Hinman.
Oh,
Jolly.
Hinman. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Hello, youngsters. Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. You may not use it, but you always have it with you. Now, Jolly Hinman.
That's right.
How newly wedded are you, Jolly?
1 3/4 months.
Here, things are looking up here tonight. Are you standing on a box?
No, I don't think so.
No, huh? You're pretty tall, aren't you?
Yes, I guess I am.
That's the understatement of the year. Huh? How tall are you, Jolly?
I'm 6'1". Is that with or without shoes?
Well, I don't know you that well. Huh? And what is your name? Runce?
Rouse.
Oh, Rouse, huh?
Both
Like Rouse, madam? Is that?
That's right.
How tall are you, Rouse?
I'm 6'5.5" without shoes.
You're crazy about being without shoes, you two. Well, it's obvious you're newlyweds. Your heads are in the clouds. Let's come down to earth and find out something about you, too. What kind of work do you do?
Well, I work for Jolly's father.
I see. Now it comes out, huh? Nepotism in its most vicious form, huh? You work for Jolly's father?
Yes.
What do you do?
I work for Colby Poster Printing Company. That's his company, and I'm just learning the business there.
He's giving you the business eventually?
Possibly.
Now, were you working before you got married, Jolly?
No, I was going to school. I went to Los Angeles City College.
I see. Did you graduate from there?
No, I only went 1 year. Got married.
You got married pretty early. And now, how'd you capture this fellow? Did you dig a deep pit and cover it with branches or something?
No, it's a pretty long story, but he came out to the Tip Topper Club where we met.
What is the Tip Topper Club?
It's a club for tall people. It's a social organization. And
you club each other?
No, not quite. Only after we're married. And then
you know she's doing better than I am.
And he asked me to dance, and so I danced with him, and so I was walking away because I liked this other guy, and he kept smiling at me.
You liked another fellow?
Huh? Yeah. I was going
Did you
to...
say smile?
Smile!
You said the secret word! 1 year in high school, and already she's got $100. Okay, now you were at this club, and you were dancing with another chap?
No, I was dancing with Rouse, and Rouse called me up the next day and asked me to go to a show and out to dinner. And so I went with him, hoping this other guy would call. And then my mother would say...
Women are so loyal.
My mother would say, well, she's not in, and then maybe he'd get the idea to ask me to go steady. So I went with
Your mother
Rouse.
was in cahoots on this flying that you were doing?
I guess so. And so I went out with Rouse and had a very nice time, but this other guy still interests me more. So the next week, Rouse said he'd ask me...
Rouse is a bit on the schlemiel side.
And in the meantime, Rouse came out to different parties, and one was a picnic, and we were playing baseball, and he broke my little finger. And the next week, though, he broke his toe and got even. And then...
Rouse, do you carry a blackjack as regular equipment?
I'm thinking of it.
And so we seemed to have something in common, but I was still going steady with this other guy. Engaged
What about your
now.
finger?
Well, it was okay then.
And your toe, was it all healed up?
No,
I've had reinfections of it.
He had his
It's
toenail
fine
finally
now.
taken off after we were married.
Well, that's pretty funny, huh? There's something tragic about a man getting married with only 9 toenails. Not that so necessary, but it's nice to have them, I think. Now, Rouse, tell me about your club. Could I join?
No, you couldn't.
Well, why not?
Well, we consider anybody under 6 feet shrimp.
That's as fishy an answer as I ever heard. Now, how big would I have to be to join your club?
Well, anybody that wants to get into the club has to be 6 foot 4 inches tall.
Any man would have to be that?
Any man, yes.
How about your wife? She's not 6 feet 4.
Well, she's a woman.
That's true. It never occurred to me. What you're saying is that women are different. Is that it?
That's it. In a way.
Well, live a little, learn a little. Well, you're a charming couple, and I know you'll be very happy together. May all your troubles be big ones. Now, in just a minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $2,500 question. Right now, I want you to pay close attention to Fenneman.
This is the season of the year to talk about courtesy. And so I'd like to say courtesy is not just a once-in-a-while thing at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The folks there make a practice of being courteous all year round. And they're not only proud of the way they conduct their business, but equally proud of the two superb cars they handle. The DeSoto is their pride and joy, as fine a car value as money can buy. It's an expertly engineered car with that famous drive-without-shifting DeSoto transmission. It's a safe car to operate because of its big and responsive brakes that stop you quickly, easily. It's a real roomy car, too, up front, in back, and in the trunk. And as for style, no car has lovelier lines and richer appointments than the lavishly styled DeSoto. And as for value, you'll be amazed how far your dollars go today when you buy a brand new DeSoto. Remember, too, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the American beauty, the car that likes to be compared. So look for those two great names linked together, DeSoto, Plymouth.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $2,500. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that $20 as they want on each of four questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
Is that clear? Okay, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected familiar movie roles. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet?
13,
Yeah, I think that'll be.
13.
Yeah.
Who played Andy Hardy in the series of that name?
Mickey Rooney.
Mickey Rooney is right. The problem is, how is Fenneman going to figure up how much money they got?
I have no idea either.
Fenneman is accustomed to dealing in round numbers.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I got the first one, though.
How much have they got?
$33.
You're the Einstein of the West, Fenneman. Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $33 will you bet on your second question?
What do you think?
To be 6 foot again. To be even 5 feet again.
23.
$23.
$23.
Okay. Who plays Hopalong Cassidy?
Oh, Bill Boyd.
Bill Boyd is right. $56. That's a very good magazine, the Bill Boyd. I read it all the time. Now you have how much? $56. Here's your third question. How much of the 56 will you risk?
45.
45. Who created the role of Lynn Belvedere in Sitting Pretty?
Oh, Clifton Webb.
Clifton Webb is right.
They're really up there now. They have $101.
Now we do it like a regular quiz show. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, how much of the $101 you going to bet on this one? How much?
75.
How much you going to bet on this one now?
75.
Now, this is your last chance. You got $101. How much you going to bet now?
75.
75?
Yeah.
Okay. Who created the role of Tugboat Annie?
Oh, Marjorie Main.
No.
One answer between you. No coaching, please.
Let's see.
You'll have to throw out the question, and also the one who hollers. Take a stab at it now.
Let's see.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Marie Dressler. It's a tough one. But, how much have they got, Fenneman?
And they wind up with $26.
Well, that's not too bad, $26. That's $13 apiece. That's almost $1 a foot. Thanks and a Happy New Year from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Well, Groucho, the secret word is still smile.
Still smile.
And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a fish dealer and a housewife to be on the program. And here they are, Mrs. Jean Gillen and Mr. Jack Berger. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, kids. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Now, let's see. Mrs. Jean Gillen, huh?
Yes, sir.
You're the housewife. And Jack Berger? You're a fishmonger, is that right?
That's right.
Well, where are you from, James?
I'm from New York City originally.
You're from New York. And Mrs. Gillen?
I'm from the smoky city of Pittsburgh.
You're from the smoky city of Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Mrs. Gillen, you're living in the past. You're thinking of the Pittsburgh of 20 years ago.
Oh, yeah?
When they had winning ball clubs. Where is your husband? Why did you come to California?
Well, it was his idea.
I see.
My husband's
I
idea.
presume he's back in Pittsburgh?
Oh, no, he's out here now, too.
What does your husband do for a living?
He's a marine engineer.
A what?
A marine engineer.
A muddy engineer?
A marine.
Oh, marine engineer.
Yeah.
Oh, marine engineer, huh? You're Scotch, huh?
I sure am.
Oh, sure. Now I recognize the dialect. He's a marine engineer, and where does he operate?
Well, he's not working at it now, but he used to go to sea for quite a number of years. He was at sea.
What did he go to see? Do you remember?
Yeah, just to see what he could see.
I suppose in Scotland that's considered a pretty hot joke, huh? How did you meet him?
Well, when I came to this country at first, we were quarantined. We couldn't get into Ellis Island, and we were to go and stay on Pier 54. We were all made to go and sleep there. We stayed there for a week. Mm-hmm. And there was a crew from another ship came over with a band to entertain us, and we were doing the quadrilles.
Well, did you do the Highland Fling?
No, I was doing the quadrilles, and, one part of the quadrilles, they swing you around, and the two big fellas swung me around. I slipped out of their arms, and I fell into the drum. So when he picked me up, this fella came over, he picked me up, So I didn't see him after that for 4 months, and I was at Coney Island with my sister one day, and we're at Luna Park in the Wheel of Fortune, that great big wheel that goes spinning round and round. Well, we went on that, and I sat on the wheel, and I got knocked off, and when I got knocked off, got knocked right into him.
Well, did you get married while this thing was spinning around?
No, we eloped up to Middletown, New York, and got married.
Why did you elope?
Oh, well, I was scared of my mother.
Are you still scared of her?
No, not now. I'm a big girl now.
Has anything unusual ever happened to you?
Well, nothing very much unusual, but I've got my own back. My husband one time took $5 out of my pocketbook, and he got dressed up and went out. And when he came home that night, I went through his pockets and I found a program for the opera from New York. So the next morning when I made up his lunch, instead of putting any meat on his sandwich, I put the program in between his 2 slices of bread.
Well, that's not a fish story, but it's a good meat story. Now, what fish market do you work for, Mr. Berger?
Jack's Fish and Poultry Market.
Uh-huh. Now, tell me, do fish have any special value as food? For example, are they packed with vitamins?
They are, and they are considered a brain food.
Seems to me if a fish had any brains, he'd still be in the water. What specifically, where do you get your fish? And don't say out of the specific either. Huh?
Well, we get our fish from many states. We get fish from Maine, from the state of Washington, from Massachusetts.
Boston, Massachusetts?
Oh, yes.
A lot of fish from Boston.
A lot of fish from Boston.
Do they swim there by themselves?
No.
Be pretty tired by there. How do they get here? Huh?
Well, fish from Boston, we fly. We bring them.
Oh, that's flying fish. Isn't it pretty expensive to fly your fish out here from Boston?
Well, it's pretty expensive, but it'd be more expensive to go to Boston than get it yourself.
Well, there's a great deal in what you say. Not too much, but some. Well, thanks to you, Jack, I know all there is to know about fish. Now, let's see if you can hook me for $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth clams. You run your $20 into more than our other couples. Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The newlyweds won $27.
Here we go. Now, let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected famous words. Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$15.
Is that all right with you?
All right for me, yeah.
All right. So what are these, the opening words? In the beginning?
The opening words of the creation. In the beginning, the Lord made the heaven.
Well, I think that's right. It's the first words of the Bible. Right? Well, you can go on your way. You have
$35.
Stop shouting in my ear, Sam. Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. Now, how much of your 35 will you risk on your second question?
25.
All right. To what are these, the opening words? We, the people.
Constitution
The
of the United
Constitution of the
States.
United States. $60. All right, you got $60. Now, here's your third question. How much of the 60 are you going to go for?
50. 50.
All right, $50. To what are these, the opening words? 7 years ago.
Gettysburg Address.
Gettysburg Address is correct.
$110.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, how much of the 110 are you going to go for?
$100.
Yeah, okay.
$100.
All right, to what are these, the opening words? When in the course of human events... Talk it over.
The Declaration.
Declaration of Independence.
And they wind up.
You just got there in the nick of time,
And they wind up with $210.
Thanks and a Happy New Year from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
The secret word is still smile.
Still smile.
Still smile. And we
Okay.
invited some college football players to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Paul McMurtry. His partner is a judo expert, June Tegner. And here they are. Folks, I'd like you to meet Groucho Marx. Right up here, please.
Well, welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, I'll split $100 between you. It's a common word, something you always have with you. June Tegner, you're the judo expert?
Yes.
What is judo?
Well, it's the art of self-defense.
Well, thanks for the warning. And Paul McMurtry, you're the football player.
That's right.
Where are you from, Paul?
I'm originally from Rio Hondo, Texas.
How do you spell that?
RIOHONDO.
Not bad for a football player. Well, you're certainly a big hunk of man. Now, how much do you weigh on the hoof?
About 230.
How old are you, Paul?
31 years old.
And where do you play football?
USC.
USC, and you're 31 years old?
That's right.
What position do you play on the USC football squad?
I play right guard.
Uh-huh. Why do you play that?
That's where the coach puts me.
What do you want to be when you graduate from college, if you ever do?
I like to be a football coach.
Well, how come you're in college at this age? Isn't that rather unusual to be there at that age?
Well,
you don't look dumb.
I spent 8 years in the Navy.
Oh, you didn't say that, huh? You'll forgive me for those cheap insults before, won't you, Paul?
Sure thing.
You better, huh? June, let's talk about judo, eh? What does judo mean in Japanese?
Well, judo is Japanese. In English, it means soft way.
The soft way? And what is the soft way? What can you do to a man with judo?
Well, you can throw him or break his arm or stun him or knock him out or kill him, anything you want to do.
And that's the soft way? I won't ask you what's the hard way. Do you have a job, June?
Oh, yes. I teach at the National Judo Association in Hollywood on the Sunset Strip. It's the oldest school in this country.
It is, huh? Is it old enough for him to get in? June, do you think a knowledge of judo would help our football hero here out on the field?
Well, it may not help him out on the field, but it would certainly help him off the field.
Well, you'd have to have some kind of help off the field, I guess. Could you use her on your football team?
You sure could.
It would never work. I never saw a football game where both teams were chasing the same player. Well, June, in your work as a judo instructor, has anything embarrassing ever happened to you?
Well, yes, a lot of things, but there's one.
One specifically that you could tell us about?
Well, I was in the show with my sister once, and
In a show? What kind of a show?
A movie, theater, and there was a masher sitting alongside of me, and he puts his arm around me, and so I used a nerve center where I push against his head. I pushed him back, and he's laying back over the seat, and and my sister and I were eating popcorn. He's making a lot of noise, and he's gasping, and people are saying, be quiet. They're quiet down front, so I started stuffing popcorn down his mouth. I was embarrassed.
Well, that's very interesting. What was the name of the picture? Do you remember? Was it Great Expectations? Why, was it buttered popcorn?
Solid.
I think that's the best kind to strangle a man with. Well, it's been very interesting having you two here tonight. And June, anytime you want to demonstrate any of your holds on me, just remember I'm all tied up. Now you're going to play your bet your life. You beat our other two couples, you'll get a chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question.
The fish dealer and the housewife are ahead with $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. Now, you're a college boy. You ought to be pretty good at this. You selected bowl games. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. How much are you going to bet?
14.
14.
Then you're getting strange sums here tonight. Huh? This is all a plot against you, Fenneman.
I'm sure it is.
All right. You're going to bet $14. In what city is the Sugar Bowl game played? The Sugar Bowl game.
New Orleans, Louisiana.
New Orleans is right. $24. Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $24? You did a masterly job there. Huh? How much have they got?
$24.
That's all they've got? I told you Fenneman couldn't count. Huh? I've been watching him for years up here.
14. You're right. $34.
Isn't it pitiful? There's a grown man with 3 children. He can't count up to 34. Huh? All right. You're going to bet how much?
29.
What? 29. Fenneman, they're after you tonight. You better start figuring now, huh?
29.
Yes. Where is the Cotton Bowl game played?
Dallas, Texas.
Dallas, Texas is right.
How about 63?
That's all right with me, huh? Here's your third question. How much of the 63 you going to go for?
39.
All right. Where is the Shrine East-West game played?
San Francisco.
San Francisco. $102. You got $102, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
$11.
$11. Well, that's a very thrifty play there, huh? Now, what city plays host to the Orange Bowl game?
Miami, Florida.
Miami, Florida is right. He knows all the answers, but he's just teasing me on each one.
And they wind up with $113.
Splendid, Fenneman. You've done a magnificent job tonight, huh?
I was going on to say that means the housewife and the fish dealer with $210 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question. You know, there are more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers located throughout the country. This means that as you travel, on business or perhaps on a vacation, you can rest assured you're not too far from a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. A car dealer equipped to render the same kind of expert service you're used to getting from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer in your own hometown. A dealer with a supply of factory-inspected and approved Mopar parts. A dealer who wants to serve you just as honestly and skillfully as the DeSoto Plymouth dealer where you live. Yes, it's a big organization, and it's bound together by a common desire to do good work at a fair price. So wherever you are, or wherever you drive, come in where you see the familiar sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the housewife and the fish salesman all set for the DeSoto Plymouth big question, Groucho.
Well, here's little Scotty again and the old fish man, huh? All right, now here we go for $2,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. So think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. You got your thinking caps on?
Should have.
Aye, aye. Well, the most beautiful building in the world is located at Agra, India. A-G-R-A, India. What building am I talking about? Taj Mahal. Taj Mahal! That's right. You win $2,500. You had the right answer, so you win $2,500. Now, what are you going to do with all that swag?
Well, I have a daughter when she was a little girl that miraculously recovered from polio. And I feel winning this money, the first I've ever won in my life, I'm going to donate $500 to the Infantile Paralysis Fund.
Well, thank you. That's a wonderful way to spend the money. And what are you going to do with your swag?
Oh, well, I just don't know what I'm going to do. I'm so flabbergasted.
Well, let's say you weren't flabbergasted. What are you going to do with the money?
Well, I have a daughter married to a GI, and he's gone to school, and I haven't seen her for a long while, and there's lots of things I can do for them. They're just starting up.
That's wonderful. Well, let's see. You win $2,500 plus $210 in the quiz. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations and a Happy New Year from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, folks, tell them Groucho sent you. Just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Ease up when there's a freeze up. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Conquer the world of WordPress at G3PL.com. We're your ultimate destination for WordPress support and training. Need help with a specific project? Facing a tricky plugin or theme issue? We've got your back. We will troubleshoot, customize, and fine-tune your site to perfection. So, why wait? Take the leap into WordPress greatness. Contact us today at WP@G3PL.com or give us a call at 615-420-2040. G3PL.com. Your WordPress success starts here.
Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops bring you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. Out across the frontiers of the early West came the pioneers, intent on building new, peaceful homes for their families in the land of the buffalo and the Indian. But always with them came the riffraff, gamblers, and gunmen. It was a constant fight between good and evil, a fight that often broke into open warfare. And into this conflict, always on the side of law and order, rode the greatest fighter of them all, scout, sharpshooter, United States Marshal, Wild Bill Hickok. Early one afternoon, on a new assignment, Wild Bill rode a trail into the fertile Bitter Creek Valley. By his side, as always, was his faithful deputy and companion, Jingles.
Well, there's the town of Bitter Creek, Jingles. Only a couple of more miles.
Well, what I want to know is what's going to happen when we get there.
You know as much as I do. Mayor Fogarty of Bitter Creek wrote the government saying there was plenty of trouble and the marshal was needed.
And, of course, they had to send you.
You still have time to turn back if you want to.
Oh, you know I can't do that. I'm hungry. It's 1:30 dinner time, and I still ain't had no breakfast.
Always thinking of your stomach, aren't you?
Well, my stomach's bigger than yours. I could eat a running steer, horns and all.
You know, just to look at it, there's nothing wrong with this valley, Jingles. Plenty of good grazing.
Hey, Bill, that sure don't sound like mine blasting.
It's not. Notice how they're cutting through that rocky hill?
Well, sure enough, blasting for a right-of-way. Hey, it means they're building a railroad spur into this valley.
Just about the best thing that could happen to the ranchers.
Look out!
Jingles, right above us!
Avalanche coming!
Look out, Jingles!
Right! Hey! Oh, that was too close, Bill. Just way too darn close.
Another second and we'd have been buried.
Oh, when I find out who set off that blast, I'm going to stomp him silly.
Hey, down there. You all right?
We lived through it.
Get down here, mister, and who do you think you are?
Well, I'll tell you in a minute. Just let me get my breath. I'm Ed Johnson, railroad foreman. Hope you're not her.
Well, we ain't, but somebody's going to be soon as I get out of this saddle.
Hold it, Jingles. Let Johnson explain.
Well, I don't know what happened. We're clearing the right-of-way, but that blast went off way ahead of time. I can't understand it.
Oh, you can't, huh?
Let him finish, Jingles. Maybe it was an accident.
Yeah, now, who's that coming?
Oh, that's Sam Cox. He's a cattleman. Owns the Circle C over west.
Still at it, are you, Johnson?
Now, hold on, Mr. Cox. This is between me and these two men.
It's between you and every rancher in this valley. This ain't the first time it's happened.
I know that. See here, Mr. Cox, accidents are bound to happen.
Yeah, like the one yesterday and the day before. You and your railroad gang blasting and killing innocent people.
I can't account for what's happened any more than you can. But we're here to build a railroad, and that's all.
And deliberately kill everybody that gets in your way.
Yeah, and what about us?
Shut up, you.
Huh?
Well, Johnson, you've come as far as you're gonna go.
Just what do you mean by that?
I mean you've done your last killing.
All right, Cox. If that's how you want it...
It's just what I want.
Stay away from that gun.
What?
I didn't even see you draw.
Hey, you never saw Nat wink its eye either, only it happens and just as fast.
I'd advise you two saddle tramps to drift out of this valley. This ain't your business. The railroad gangs had their way long enough.
Maybe. But there's going to be no more killing if I can help it.
Who are you?
James Butler Hickok, your new United States Marshal.
Only most folks call him Wild Bill Hickok.
Wild Bill?
A name doesn't matter.
Well, Mr. Hickok, I guess I'm as surprised as Cox is, but I'm mighty glad you've come. Now maybe we can get to the bottom of this.
I intend to. Right now, Mr. Cox is taking me into Bitter Creek to see Mayor Fogarty. And if anybody's got any ideas about shooting, forget them.
Mayor Fogarty, this fella says he's the new marshal. Wild Bill Hickok.
Hickok? I sure didn't think they'd send you.
Glad to meet you, Mayor. And this overgrown cowpoke is my partner, Jingles.
Well, howdy, Mr. Mayor, howdy.
He got a taste of what's happening, Mayor, not an hour ago.
I'll tell it, Cox. It's about the railroad spur coming in. The ranchers are fighting mad.
Well, don't make sense.
A railroad brings law and order. Better market for the cattle, land values go up.
I know. But it's the way the railroad's going about coming in, without regard for life or property.
They already blasted the life out of 3 ranchers.
Important people, Mr. Hickok, with families. Feelings running high. There's going to be a first-class war if somebody doesn't stop it.
Mayor, just who were these men that were killed?
All big ranchers. First was Jim Turner 3 weeks ago. Rock slide caught him in a canyon. Art Wheeler got it the same way. And yesterday, a premature blast killed Matt Parker. His wife, Ma Parker's out at the MP Ranch, all alone now.
We'll have a look around.
Oh, Mr. Hickok, I've had an office rigged up for the new marshal. First building past the feed store. You and your deputy can bunk there.
Well, we could camp out.
Certainly not. You'd be much better off in this office. Much better off. Come along, I'll show it to you.
All right. Come on, Jingles.
I'd rather look at a good place to eat.
Mozo, come in here. Yeah? We're in trouble, Mozo. We get a marshal down here, and it turns out to be Wild Bill Hickok.
That's bad?
Sure, it's bad, you chowderhead. Just when we got a war started between the ranchers and the railroad, this has to happen. We got the ranchers scared. They're starting to sell out for next to nothing. And along comes the greatest troubleshooter in the West.
What do we do now? Get out?
No, we don't get out. The boss is out to get every acre in this valley one way or another. And if Wild Bill Hickok gets in the way, he's liable to find himself in real big trouble.
Howdy, partners. This is Panhandle Jim, and we're sure getting a real lot of enjoyment out of this Wild Bill Hickok show, aren't we? Now, in my left hand, I'm holding a big box of Kellogg's Corn Pops, and with my right hand, I'm digging in. Now, you rangers who have Corn Pops in the pantry, go out and get 'em right now. I want to have a little gab fest with you young'uns who haven't tasted Kellogg's Corn Pops yet. Here's what you're missing. Corn Pops are golden hearts of corn, all popped up big and sassy. They're crisp and crunchy, and listen to this, they're already sweetened for you. Eat 'em right out of the box, or for some real chow at breakfast, in a bowl with milk. No sugar needed, mind you. The sweetening's already there. Your partner back with the Corn Pops yet? Good. Ask him for a handful. Now, how's that for a treat? Ever taste anything as downright good as Kellogg's Corn Pops? Now, tomorrow, sure, you'll want to saddle up and ride for the store. Load up on Kellogg's Corn Pops, so you'll have plenty around for breakfast and snacks. Now, listen to this little saying I always use. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Now, let's sit back and see what all the shooting's about.
Now, here are Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles as they ride into the railroad construction camp, center of the war between the railroad and the ranchers.
Men are working awful late.
They'll keep at it till dark.
Hey, did you notice they're all wearing guns?
Yeah, just in case the ranchers come calling. Let's cross the tracks here.
Go on, boy. Go on now. There ain't nothing gonna hurt you. Just feel. Get over. Holy jumping wasshoppers off the track, Bill.
That engine isn't moving, Jingles.
Whoa, settle down, you hammer-headed crowbait. Now, whoa. Now, what's that whistling about?
I think we better have a look in the engine cab and find out.
Come on, boy.
Get over there, boy. Whoop.
Come on now.
Easy.
Hi there, misters.
Well, hello there, Sonny. I didn't know they grew engineers your size.
Well, I'm growed up. I'm 10 years old.
Ah, so it was you causing all that ruckus. Well, don't blow it again now.
I'm Jerry Johnson. My dad's the foreman of the railroad crew.
Uh-huh. Him and us had an interested meeting this afternoon.
Well, hello there.
Well, evening to you, Mr. Johnson. Evening.
Oh, Jingles, Mr. Hickok.
Hi.
Jerry, this is Jingles and Wild Bill Hickok.
Wild Bill? Gee.
We've been getting acquainted.
Easy, boy, easy.
Mr. Johnson, we had a talk with Mayor Fogarty in town. He didn't paint a pretty picture.
Well, it ain't pretty. I wish there's more I could tell you than that my crew didn't come out here to start trouble. Now, why should they?
Well, just the same, people are getting killed. And you're getting blamed.
I'd take the blame for any negligence, but there's been none. Call them accidents if you will, but there's something going on out here that none of us can understand.
You think somebody else is behind this, then?
Well, there's no use saying something I don't know.
Well, the families of the men might help. We'll be in town, Mr. Johnson, in case you need us.
Well, I can tell you this, Mr. Hickok. If the ranchers come fighting, we'll fight back. I'm here to see that this railroad goes through and on schedule.
Good luck to you. See you later, Jerry.
So long, Jerry. Now you go easy on that whistle.
Goodbye, Wild Bill. Goodbye, Jingles.
Hi, yeah, ho.
Up, boy. Up. Well, Jingles, we didn't learn anything there.
No, and what's more, I'm downright disappointed.
Why?
Well, didn't you smell that cook shack back there? Johnson could have at least invited us for supper.
Maybe you'd rather have supper with that rancher, Sam Cox.
Not on your life. Cox has got a face like a mountain goat, and what's more, I don't like him.
Wait, Jingles. There's a horse coming.
Whoa,
Ooh, boy.
Steady.
Ooh.
Get there! Wild Bill!
Yeah, over here.
There's trouble coming.
What kind of trouble?
A bunch of ranchers are gunning for the railroad crew working at Stony Pass. They'll be there any minute.
Up the track?
About 3 miles. The crew ain't got a chance. Thought you ought to know.
Well, come on then.
Not me.
Forget him, Jingles. Get your guns free and come on.
Hey! Stretch, you hammerhead, stretch! Bill, there ain't nobody around here, not even a crew.
Jingles, pull up. Whoa, boy, whoa, whoa.
Oh, what do you make of it?
Well, I'm not sure. Either the crew's gone.
Look out, bushwhackers!
Jingles, hit the dirt! Spook the horses! Hey! Behind this rock, Jingles!
Bill, that gotch-eared rider back there was nothing but a decoy. It's a trap.
Keep down.
Staying Gopher here ain't helping.
There's one that won't give us any more trouble.
Well, it's getting darker than a stack of black cats. How can you see?
A rifle shots up there help.
Well, if I get a beat on them dried gulch and hoot owls, there won't be any more flashes.
Wait. Listen.
Horses, they're riding off.
We might as well round up our horses.
Well, ain't we going after them, Bill?
No, it's too dark. Besides, we've got a lot to learn.
Well, ain't that the truth?
You know, Mayor Fogarty told us the last man killed was Matt Parker. Let's look up the Parker spread and have a visit with Ma Parker.
Well, there ain't much I can tell. Matt was moving some cattle away from the railroad land, and the blast got 'em. Of course, them railroad varmints said it wasn't their fault.
That's what we're here to find out.
Well, what are you going to do now, Ma?
Well, Mr. Cox has offered to buy the ranch. Price ain't much.
You're thinking of selling to Sam Cox?
Might as well. Oh, he's such a kind man, helping all the folks that's in trouble.
Then he's buying the other ranches, too.
Yes, from the families of the men that was killed. He offered what cash he had. Oh, they'll sure be needing it.
But with the railroad, this land will be worth plenty, Ma.
With them intruders sneaking, marauding, and killing?
Looks like Sam Cox doesn't mind living with it. We're sorry to have bothered you, Ma.
Oh, no mind. Ordinarily, I'd cook you up some victuals, but I got no heart for it now.
Victuals? You would?
Forget it, Jingles.
Oh.
We understand, Ma.
Bill, somebody's at the window.
Why, it's Johnson's boys, Jerry.
Wild Bill, I've been looking all over for you.
Jerry, what are you doing here?
Dad said I might find you at one of the ranches. He didn't dare come around the way folks feel.
What is it, Jerry?
Somebody stole a whole lot of boxes of blasting powder from the railroad storehouse. Blasting powder? Now, who'd have done that?
That's what I want to know, and why.
Dad thought you ought to know. I came soon as I could.
You did right, Jerry. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if that powder turned up real soon.
Hurry, Cox. Shove the powder boxes up under the building. All of it.
I'll forget you're the mayor and give me a hand.
Shut up. I'm the boss. And I'll settle Hickok for good.
I wondered why you gave Hickok this place for an office, Fogarty.
Get moving, will you?
All right. One of the powder boxes busted open when we dumped it here.
Get a hold of it. Drag it out of sight. Uncoil the fuse. Set it good.
When all that stuff goes off, there won't be nothing left of them.
Cox, Hickok and Jingles just rode up out front.
Well, fuse is set. All it takes is a match.
There. Now, come on. Let's get out of here.
I knew it, Bill. I knew that Sam Cock was behind it all the time.
You did, Jingles?
It's nothing but a land grab, and if you're asking me, which you generally
It's one
don't...
thing to suspect Cox, and another to prove his guilt. Get your boots off and let's get some shut-eye while we can.
No, all right. Just soon as I get some air in this forsaken place the mayor calls an office, I...
Careful, Jingles. An open window's a good target.
Hey. Seems I smell something burning.
Powder smoke. And there's a fuse along the outside of the building. We're set to go up.
Holy jumping horn flogs. Let's get out of here.
Wait, Jingles. Not yet.
Oh, what, Bill? But the fuse is going fast. Somebody wants us dead.
All right, let them have us dead.
Oh, Bill, are you plumb loco?
Hold it, I said.
But it's going off any second.
Now, Jingles, let's go.
Man, when it comes to excitement, it's tough to do better than Wild Bill. And when it comes to eating, you can't do better than tasty Kellogg's Corn Pops, the cereal that's already sweetened for you. Say, I'll bet you young'uns know how those ranch hands eat after a day on the range. They eat good and they eat plenty, 'cause they need plenty of vitamins and minerals after working hard. And vitamins and minerals in the grub you eat are mighty good for you. Make you big and strong. Well, Kellogg's Corn Pops, good tasting as they are, contain lots of the things you need. B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy, too. That means you can eat all you want. Those golden hearts of corn are puffed up big and crisp. Out of the box or out of a bowl with milk, you don't use any sugar, 'cause the sweetening's already there, and plenty of it. Saying, you know that silver-like bag inside the box? Well, it's pure aluminum and keeps Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And your ma can use it to store things in the refrigerator or for wrapping sandwiches. But best of all, and already sweetened for you, are Kellogg's Corn Pops. You know who loves Pops. Let's say it together. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. You said it.
Now, let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles.
Keep back in the brush where we can watch, Jingles. We're lucky the moon's out.
My ears are still ringing from that blast back in town. You know, we didn't make it out of that office a second too soon.
Now we'll just wait for their next move.
But why here? I declare, Bill, you don't tell me nothing.
Then I'll show you. Look down the hill, coming up from town.
Merciful catbirds, a mob coming this way. Hey, they're heading for the railroad camp.
It stood to reason they'd have it out tonight.
Look, coming down the hill, the railroaders, all of them. Oh, I want to be in between them. Those two outfits get together, I swear.
Well, that's where we're going to be.
Well, what?
The only way to stop this war is to ride between them.
But that can get awful dangerous.
Some fool pulled the trigger. Let's go. Up, boy. Hey!
Well, where are we going?
Right between them.
But Bill, there's bullets flying around in there.
We'll try to stop them.
Stopping bullets ain't healthy.
On your fire!
You're shooting at the United States government. Now stop it.
Hold on now. All of you.
Yeah, you'd better do what Wild Bill says.
Well, it's Hickok.
Mr. Hickok, we heard you was dead.
Wild Bill Hickok.
Ma, you here too?
But we thought you was dead. The Johnson blew you up.
Who told you that?
Why, Mr. Cox and the mayor, they saw it.
Did they? Well, either I'm dead or they're lying. It was Johnson who told me about the stolen powder.
You're calling me a liar? Now, look here, Hickok.
There was a blast, all right, and Jingles and I were supposed to be in it. What's more, we know who said it.
Well, who, Hickok?
Sam Cox and Mayor Fogarty.
Why, you gun-toting Lobo, you can't prove that.
Of course they can't. We haven't even been near any blasting powder.
No Fogarty? Let's have a close look at your fingernails.
What do you mean?
Or better yet, hold your hands out here. We'll touch a match to them and see if that black stuff under your nails doesn't explode like blasting powder.
Better show your hands, both of you.
Why, I won't stand for this.
Well, here's a match, Bill. Fogarty first.
Well, Mayor, the match is waiting.
No, it was Cox's idea, the whole thing.
Oh, he's lying. It was Fogarty.
No. Cox knocked the ranchers out, placed them under the falling rocks to make it look like the railroad crew did it.
Go on, Mayor. Now tell us why.
Freeze, Mr. Cox. You ain't going nowhere.
Tell him. The match is still burning.
Cox did it, so he could buy up all the land cheap.
Oh, you double-crossing skunk.
Pull them apart. They're all through.
I say they all through. They'll be hanging from a cottonwood before morning. Get a couple ropes.
Now, just a minute. It's about time a woman had her say. Now, ain't you ashamed of yourselves? Ain't you learned your lesson the same as I have? Ain't Wild Bill Hickok taught you that mob action ain't the way?
You tell him, Ma.
Now, you let the law take care of Cox and the mayor, and then we'll elect ourselves a honest, decent mayor.
Ma's talking a lot of sense.
Yeah, let's forget those guys.
Ma, you said it a lot better than I could have. Thanks.
Well, we've got you to thank, Mr. Hickok, for everything.
Say, Ma.
As long as I'm spokesman for the valley, it's time we apologize to you, Mr. Johnson.
Well, coming from you, Miss Parker, that sounds mighty good.
Ma.
As a matter of fact, everyone's going to chip in and see to it that the railroad goes through on schedule.
Ma.
Now, what's on your mind, Jingles?
Well, Ma, I recollect you saying something about cooking up a mess of victuals, and, well, I sure am hungry.
Then come along. I'll cook you a supper you won't forget the rest of your born days. You too, Mr. Hickok.
We'll take you up on that, Mrs. Parker. Just as soon as Jingles and I put these two men where they belong.
And he don't mean where they feed him fried chicken.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
I hope you enjoyed our Wild Bill adventure today and that you'll be with us when we come around again next week. We've got a humdinger of a story, haven't we, Andy?
Have we? I'm getting plumb jittery just thinking about these fellas that we meet up with.
Meanwhile, Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week, this same time, same station, when Kellogg's Corn Pops again bring you Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Directed by Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your Access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.